big shoes and pads.
Very much. Put a little weekend in your week. Rent a video.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to my alpha 1.1.2_01 world. I've had this world for a little bit, ever since I started streaming on it, and I've just been working on it ever since. This is the world obelisk. This is the very center of the world, which I found using an MBT editor. It took a little bit. I had to keep moving and then checking my position in the editor, but I did eventually find the exact center of the world. There are no coordinates in this version. I could get a mod that shows them, but I kind of like the challenge posed by no coordinates. So I have this thing that helps me figure things out. My main base is in this quadrant of the world. Now I have these arrows that point towards what axis they are, which means over here, the world spawn and my main base, both coordinates are negative, which means there's a glitch that lowers the ore spawn rate and clay spawn rate in negative quadrants. So once I realized that's where I was living, I decided I had to move. So I have several mining bases in the positive quadrants, and that is where I'm going today. So why don't you guys join me? I'm making a little bit of a delivery of 5 stacks of wood and several stacks of dirt. Now you might wonder why I'm delivering dirt. It's kind of a useless block. Well, there's a pretty good reason. You'll see soon, once we arrive. By the way, you might have noticed the snow looks a lot different from traditional alpha snow worlds. This is one of those alpha snow worlds that snows forever. If you don't know, there's a 1 in 4 chance of it generating when you create a new world in this version of the game. But I've retextured the snow here to help with video compression. When you're watching this on YouTube, it might struggle with the big fluffy snowflakes trying to deliver you an image while also saving space and compressing the footage in the video. That hopefully helps with that a lot better. Now, you guys will have to tell me in the comments if you think it's worth it or not, or if you'd rather see the more nostalgic fluffy snow, but in my opinion, it makes a YouTube video on an alpha snow world so hard to watch. So this is what we're sticking with for this episode, but let me know if you think I should change it. All right, we're arriving at the mining base. This is where we're going to be working for today. Now, let me get up a little bit closer. Of course, it's not quite finished. This structure here, I'm planning on making into some kind of skyscraper kind of deal. It's going to be like a giant warehouse that stores lots and lots of items from mining. This tunnel is kind of purposeless. It just looks cool. I don't know. Something fun. There's a chunk error here from me changing the seed, which I'll explain another time why I did that. But there's a chunk line here. There it is. So this hangs over and you can look out. It's kind of cool. All right, let's go check out the rest of the build. This is the current storage. We don't have a whole lot of stuff. We already have a lot of dirt. So you might be curious why I brought so much over. It's because I have a massive amount of dirt at all my bases just from digging, and I need something to do with it, and I finally found a project that would use up tons and tons of dirt. I also have a lot of food I can deliver here, so let's drop some of this stuff off. Upstairs, I was cooking some stone. Yeah, there we go. All right, see those torches? I've made these 2 side-by-side torches that go all the way that way. That's what I followed to get out here. That is along the axis, one of the axes of the world, although I can't remember which one. So between these 2 torches is the actual axis. I'm gonna make a minecart track from the center of the world once I eventually have something established there. That goes right to here on this balcony. So this is gonna be like a way station or a train station to this place. Now, you might have seen this a minute ago. You might be wondering what this is. It is a massive project, probably the largest project in this world so far, that Oh well, I'll just take a closer look at it. It's a quarry. Now the reason I'm building this gigantic roof over it is because of the snow. It covers everything, it gets in your eyes. If I build this giant roof and cover it up with whatever filler blocks I can use, which is going to be dirt, because I have so much of it and don't have a use for it, it'll stop the snow from falling. You won't be able to tell it's dirt from looking at the top, unless I put torches on it, which I might. And it'll stop snow from covering everything, which will make mining so much slower down here. So that's the main goal. That's what this structure is. And this is entirely within the positive quadrants. This is mainly for getting stone, but it'll have the added bonus of getting me a lot of ore. And that's why I need such a large building to store so many items in, because this is going to be my main source of stone and other items. Boop. Anyway, I don't typically build things with a lot of depth, but I think that this looks pretty cool, especially for a long, mostly flat building. The idea of sinking in the windows with cobblestone, I think I like that, so we're going to stick to this. Hopefully today we'll be working and then finish the outside and then most of the inside. But we need a lot more stone to do that with. I currently don't have a whole lot. Just this, and yeah, a little bit of this stuff. So let's start by placing all this, not all of it, I need a little bit of stone to keep mining. Yeah, glass, slabs, we should be good. Let me make some more slabs really quickly. There we go. While I'm working on this, let me discuss some of the plans I have for this channel. Obviously, it's a new channel, a second channel. I never thought I would have a second channel when I started the Monster thing. I guess nobody ever really does think of that unless, well, I don't know. But anyway, I decided to do it because I know people just like to watch gameplay footage, they like to watch me and my stuff. And it takes so long to deliver something like the double negative series episodes, because there's a lot of editing that goes into them, and I don't have all the time in the world, and I also don't have the best time management in the world, let's be real. So something like this is just a low down episode that I can easily edit and deliver to you guys, and hopefully for those of you that just really want to watch old Minecraft footage, this can scratch that itch a little bit for you. So it's not meant to be anything crazy, just meant to be something chill and relaxing to watch. I don't know where this is going to go, or how I'm gonna change the format over time. Right now I'm just cutting up some gameplay. I don't even know if I'm gonna add music. Leave a comment, just let me know what you guys think, because I'm not totally sure how this will turn out or what style I should be going for. So if you guys have suggestions on what I should do, how I should do things, please let me know. Plus, if you're watching this, if you're a fan, just leave a comment anyways, just because it's nice to hear from people and get feedback on what I'm doing. That's my favorite part of uploading a video, honestly, is getting the reactions people have, the comments that I get, more than just like the view count or whatever. I like getting comments. Just took a little bit of a break to make some tea. I got some tea from this tea store recently, just I think 2 days ago. It's just called International Breakfast Tea. I just wanted something to drink in the morning, a nice, strong black tea. And it's really, really good, actually. I was surprised. I thought it would be kind of bland tasting, but no, it's very full and it's very rich. The tea leaves themselves, they look beautiful. Like, they have great quality. I think I'll throw up a picture of it up on screen right now. Anyway, I have a cup of it right next to me. It's cooling off. It's pretty damn good, so whoop, didn't mean to do that. What else do we have to do here? I guess I have to run some stone on this underside all the way around. Did I just hear an egg get laid? Eggs are useless in this version, I think. I think that you literally cannot do anything with them. Yeah. I can't even throw it. I mean, I can't craft anything with it, can't throw it. What's the point, you know? Why? Anyway, it's just one of those things that they, I guess, planned on adding functionality to later, and then it was prioritized first, or whatever. Yeah, I don't think I have enough stone to do all this. Definitely not. I don't want to use too much because I don't have a lot of it. Okay, that's good. Let's cut our stone spending down. Looks like over here we have a little bit more pillars to make. Oop. Let's place glass. Let's do that. I have a lot of glass to place. Anyway, oh, look at the time. It's 12:25. So that means in 35 minutes, the new trailer for BTA 7.3 is going to release. And that's the update that adds a ton of Nether stuff. Not all the Nether stuff, of course, that they've been talking about, but a lot of new stuff. Like the activator, they add a lot of Nether blocks. They're adding the ability to pick up chests, like in your hands in front of you. It looks like you're holding a chest instead of how I'm holding this glass block or this stone block. It's in front of you. And you can pick them up and move them around with all their items in it, or put them in the minecarts. It looks really cool. A lot of cool stuff coming to the game. So I'm pretty excited. I'm also excited for the Nether reworks. They haven't quite released yet, but they will be releasing way more Nether biomes. Oop, I'm out of glass. And just a lot of really cool stuff. I've been following the development pretty closely, talking to the developers. They're a cool group, and I'm excited to see what they come up with next. And the trailer's dropping in about a half hour. So I'm going to be able to see what's going on and everything that they're really going to add, because I'm not totally sure about everything that's coming. So I'm excited to see it. We are sorely in need of some stone. That's the main thing that we need next. So I made a bunch of pickaxes, and we're going to start digging a little bit. I know the structure isn't done yet, but I want to get this part finished, and that requires that we get some stone. So that's why I'm leaving the dirt here, so the snow doesn't follow me while I'm digging. I've been kind of just latently picking away underneath this hill. Here we go. I've been thinking about the direction that my main channel is going in. I want to make video essays. That's something I actually found I really enjoy to edit. They are very time consuming. I've written so many scripts for video essays before, but I've never made one, I realize. So I'm working on one right now. I should finish it today, and then I'll probably upload on Friday. And then hopefully that does well, because I put a lot of effort into it. I guess that brings up, where is the main channel going to go? Like in the future, what's the direction that I want to put it in? And I think that I want to kind of alternate between gameplay videos or like Let's Plays, I guess. I hate using the word Let's Plays, it's so overused, but that's what it is. So like the double negative challenge, and then tutorials, and then video essays. I want to try to alternate between those three. But I was considering, and maybe it's a little premature, but starting a new survival series on Better Than Adventure. And it would be basically because this new update's coming out and I'm pretty excited for it. If I did that, it would be, and I would alternate between gameplay videos. One would be double negative, the other one would be BTA. It would go kind of back and forth. So there would be more time between each, but I would be delivering some variety to that. So I'm just curious. I know a lot of people don't like BTA in my audience, I've heard, because it's like people think it's too close or too similar to modern, but I actually really enjoy it. So I'm just curious, would you guys want to watch something like that? A well-edited, like serious, BTA series? I already have one detractor. Oh, wait. Let's talk about this, huh? Bam. That was a little bit challenging. That was a little tricky there, huh? Anyway, let me know what you guys think. Would you watch a series like that? I am really considering it. I think it would be a lot of fun, and I love BTA. It would give me a good reason to play it. Just let me know what you think. And let me know what you think about the main channel anyways, if you want. I want to put more effort into the videos. I want them to kind of be a showcase of my editing ability, because I want to be able to show that to people and like have them know this is like what I can do. That's kind of what I'm wanting to do. And this second channel will just stay really simple stuff. So let me know what you think about it. Pretty please. All right, I think we're done for now. I want you to know that I only use stone pickaxes in this version because durability is a lot lower. And that means that iron pickaxes aren't really worth using. You're gonna run through it so fast. If you go caving with an iron pickaxe and you mine all the iron you see, you'll use more iron pickaxes mining all the ore than you will actually obtaining new iron. You'll be at a loss, so it's not really worth it. Each stone pickaxe mines about 65 blocks, as well as how many I had to craft and how much I already kind of had. I made 11 pickaxes and I mined through them all. This is the 12th one, which I'm keeping. All right, I have about 4 stacks of stone currently cooking. So in the meantime, I'm going to be working on the roof of this thing. I just have lots of wood I have to place and then torches I have to space out. This has been extremely resource heavy and I didn't expect it to be. I wanted to be using like really cheap stuff, but I guess it's just how it goes. So it's just all wood. There's a little bit of stone slabs and then I'm going to have dirt panels, I guess you could call them, in the center. You know, I do wish that I could have glass, but I don't know. Maybe I will have like little bits of glass in the center of the panels or make patterns out of them or something cool like that. Right now, dirt's my cheapest option. I'm just going to use that since I just have so much and I have to excavate away this top layer of dirt anyways. It's all going to come up here. But yeah, this is a long time project. It's going to hopefully last me a long while. I get lots of stone from it because if there's one thing I'm going to need forever in this world, it's stone. I'm going to need lots and lots of it. Plus, all the coal that I'm going to get is going to be extremely helpful. I do have a mod that allows me to cook wood logs and turn them into charcoal. That was a feature that wasn't added in Alpha 1.1. Not yet. I have a mod that backports that, just in case I don't know, can't mine any. But I've never really had to use it, only in pinches or, you know, certain circumstances. I mostly just mine for coal. It's a fire. You guys see that? That looks like fire over there, right? I think I went on a logging trip a long time ago and I burned some like large oak trees. There's not a very small chance, there's just a chance that a log on fire will never be consumed and so it will just burn forever. Like it has a certain amount of time to actually be burned, and if it doesn't hit that, then it'll burn indefinitely. Cool trick for like a fireplace since we don't have netherrack. But yeah, that's probably what that is over there. That's kind of cool. Here's our next branch or beam. I guess this is a beam, right? I only have 2 more to make, starting on the second one, and then we're done. I could start putting in the dirt and potentially glass. Oh, would you look at the time? The BTA trailer is dropping in 10 minutes. So I'm pretty excited for that. I guess I'll have to take a break from this to go check it out when that drops. Whoa! Dang! Alright. Jeez. Guess the trailer's not the only thing that's dropping. I know I was holding shift. I guess, you know, it's not as reliable as it's supposed to be in modern. Oopsies. Alright. Alright, I did finish that beam, and I took a break to watch the new Better Than Adventure trailer. And I can certainly say my adventure has been bettered. Lots of cool stuff that they're going to be adding. Alongside the stuff I mentioned before, colored portals. So you can color code your portals. You can make reinforced pistons that push even more blocks, and they fling blocks and crush stuff. There's other stuff that I'm sure I'm missing, but lots of new blocks to decorate with. Really cool. And I'm excited about the future development of BTA. So I really am considering making a series on it. I would love to do that, honestly. It'd be really cool. It's such a cool mod. Look at those mountains over there. Aren't they neat? I don't know if you can see them. They're pretty cool, though. Anyway, I'm sure the stone is done cooking. Let's pick it up and start working on that new building over there. All right, I put some sand in the oven, and I'm realizing that I'm totally out of coal now. There's a place I can go to get more coal. I've mined a lot. It's at another mining base. It's just a little bit of a walk, but not too bad. But I don't think I'm going to worry about that right now. I have enough to smelt 1 more stack. Man, the caffeine from that tea is really strong because I can feel it. I can feel it hitting. Normally, caffeine doesn't affect me. From coffee, it doesn't. I don't know why, but I get my best caffeine highs from tea. Or maybe that's tea drunk. You know, anyone heard of tea drunk before? It's like a Chinese thing. It's if you drink tea at a certain time of day, empty stomach, you know, it can give you a little bit of a buzz. That is a real thing. Look it up. I don't know if I've ever experienced it. I feel something, but that's probably just because it's a stronger black tea. I'm serious. Coffee does not keep me awake. Like, I drive to Canada a lot, and it's a long drive. It's like 10 hours. And I get so tired, and I stop at a Tim Hortons, and I ask for like an ice cold coffee with 3 shots of espresso, and I'm like, hopefully this will keep me awake. It just makes me tired. It maybe it's so strong that it just kind of reverses and it goes back the other way around and makes me tired. That could be it. I'm not sure if that's how that works, but it makes sense for me. I guess that's why tea, which has a lot less caffeine, would give me a buzz as opposed to large amounts of espresso. Maybe that's rookie numbers to some people watching. Anyway, let's continue this border, and then I'm gonna go grab that glass and finish up the glass panes. I'm not sure I'm gonna get this done today because I think I'm gonna be out of stone pretty quick, and I want this to be like 3 or 4 stories tall. I think would be pretty cool. So maybe we take what we can get. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. I'm not sure about the pacing of these episodes. How long they should be. Should they be a half hour? Should they be 15 minutes? Should they be an hour? I don't really know. So again, I'm asking for your feedback on that. Oh, all right. This tunnel is going to come across and connect to the building right there. So I got to remember not to put in glass on that side. Let's take a look at this, because I know the glass is probably not done cooking. I like that. It looks pretty good. What if I made this so, like, extremely tall? What if I made it like 6 stories tall? That would be pretty cool. I have a mod that increases the height limit. That was made by Beervan. He's made a lot of mods that I do use. So yeah, I have a mod that increases the height limit that I can build. It doesn't affect terrain gen. Shouldn't, anyways. It's really cool. But if I ever make a backup of this and load it in another instance, it'll just cut everything that I've built in half. It'll delete everything that's past the normal height limit. So I have to make sure that I always have that enabled. All right, so the next thing I want to do is I want to extend this tunnel and then have it kind of enter into this building. So I'm going to build this floor first, and then I'm going to have to be careful because this tunnel is made of these stone slab pillars, and you can't place a full block of stone slabs underneath another full block. So I have to kind of place them sequentially and make sure I don't mess this up. I hear a spider. I just don't see it. I'm thinking it would be kind of cool to have a secret room underneath here. I mean, think about all this space I'm kind of covering up. What if I had like just a painting entrance down there? I think that'd be funny. Something like that, I don't know. All right, let's place some temporary torches. I'm just considering how this, it doesn't quite hit this evenly. I need to think about how I'm gonna make the entrance here. Maybe I'll just dig a hole like this. Yeah, dig a 3x3 hole. Yeah, it'll just be something like this, I guess. And then let me go down here and make the pillars, although I think... Yep, I heard a skeleton. I knew it. Why isn't he burning? Come on out, bud. Why isn't he burning? Whoa! That was a close one. Burn. I did accidentally place glass here after all. Oopsies. Alright. Alright, every 2 blocks, there is a pillar. So right there... So it looks like it's actually coming out of the ground. It'll hit this building, and I haven't made the underside of the building yet, which I think I'll do this episode too. Let's make these pillars. Oh, oh, beep, beep. They're pretty far up, huh? Boom. I'm just wondering if I should add a cross section down here. Eh, probably not. I'll just leave it. I'm gonna fill these sections with stone. So let's mine this up. All these between blocks. Let's make sure I light this up underneath here so I don't have any incidents. All right, cool. Now we have this tunnel set up. Let's make this entrance a little bit nicer. How about we do... break these. I want you to just be able to walk in there. Or maybe I should have a door in the center and then have like really thick glass. That'd be cool. Let's do that. Just spur of the moment little idea thing. That's the best kind of ideas. Doors surrounded by glass. I like that. I think it's pretty cool. All right. Boop, 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 boop. How about that, huh? I like that. I think that's pretty cool. Now, this tunnel's so long. I don't know why I made it so long. I think I originally thought I would have a minecart come in here, but it's kind of pointless. I'm gonna have it come over from there. It doesn't make sense to have this like adjacent. Anyway, I left this section a little bit open because I want the area between here and here to be made into like a garden. So I'm gonna build a wall. I'm gonna build a wall right here. So I'm gonna need to remove this tree. That spider's annoying me, man. Oh, oh, whoa. Whoa. All right. Jeez. Okay. I get it, man. All right, well, let's clear out some dirt for this. That was a little bit dramatic, don't you think? Goodness gracious. Now, I want to clear out this area. I want to have lots of torches and a little fishing pond. Although, I mean, there's no fishing in this version. So it's not really going to happen that way. Let's do that. Make some stairs. 2 doors. That looks pretty cool. I like it. I guess we need to have some kind of wall coming out this way. I wonder how far it should come out. I think it should be 4 blocks tall. So let's do this. Let's have it come out to here. Yeah, that works out. It lines up with this window seam. I don't know how I should do the top. Maybe I yeah, that's fine. Oh no, we're out of things. Just a little bit more. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right. Welcome to the garden. Our beautiful little Zen garden that's not complete yet. I think I'll have a pond right here, and a tree, and some bushes and stuff. I don't really know if I want to work on that right now. I think it'd be cool to have some moss stone and like grow some trees in a specific way so they have, like I can make bushes and things like that. It might be a little tough to do it that way. Let's do this for now. I'm gonna try to make a tree grow as low as I possibly can. 1, 2. How tall do they get? I think the lowest ones are 4 logs tall, right? So, and then 1 layer of leaves on top. So like right there. So when this grows, I should be able to make some bushes in like the corner of this. I guess I should remove these, huh? Let's plant another one over here. I really have no idea how this is going to turn out. I mean, they're going to take a while to grow. There's no bone meal. But it's an experiment. Guess we'll see how this turns out. Alright, I may have to cut down my expectations for the video because I'm pretty much almost out of stone. I won't be able to build a base to this quite yet. It's going to take a lot of grinding. I don't really want this to be a grinding video. It's more like a do stuff and talk about what's on my mind kind of video. That's how I'm feeling about it at the moment. It's less about like, today we're going to do this project and I can't end the video until the project gets done. It's more like just chill gameplay, discussion, that kind of thing. Anyway, I'm almost out of torches. I had to go down there and try to like sort them all out to make them light up the ground as efficient as possible. I do wonder if I could just replace those 4 center ones with just 1 torch. Yeah, I think I can do that. It's a little risky, but I have to if I want to be able to have enough torches for the top here. I'm going to build this roof, and then I'll go finish that beam. No, wait, I can't do that. I need more torches for that even. Alright, whatever. By the way, if any of you saw my video with the Eats Road, was it Ethos? I don't know, something transport system. That's on this world. It's in a completely different location, but it is on this world, so we're not going to go take a look at it today. If you're curious about it, it's on my main channel. That kind of video, maybe like a showcase of a specific thing, might be something that continues to go on my main channel. It's an easy and relaxing video, but it's, I don't know, it's like more specialized, so, you know, it's weird. I had someone reach out to me saying that they were offering their services as an editor, and he messages me and he says, "Hi Monkster, your videos are so great, but there's a problem with editing. There's no editing, and I'm offering my services as an editor. Here, I edited one of your videos as an example of my services." And he took that video of the Eats Road showcase, which, keep in mind, I made that video in a 1 single take. It was a challenge for myself to get better at monologuing, which is also what this channel is for. But I made that video 1 single take on purpose because, well, I just thought it was fun. And this guy took that video and he edited the video into like brain rot, basically. He took it, he cut it down to like 1/4 of the length. He put up graphics and sound effects and nonsense. It was garbage. I mean, obviously it took effort, but it was literal brain rot. That's what it was. And I said to him, well, first of all, I do edit my videos. If you've watched any other one but that, I do edit them. And he's like, no, you don't. And then I'm like, watch. There's a montage in the beginning of like this video of so many of my videos. And no, I don't put tons of editing, like, I don't know, graphics and subtitles in all my videos. But I do edit them. Like, I have to cut them. He said there's no editing in any of my videos. So he just watched the one, saw that I had 10,000 subs, and decided that he could offer his services as an editor. And it was basically, I don't know if it was a scam or what, but he didn't just reach out to me, he reached out to the boy Ryan and did the same thing to him. And, well, I can't say that he was a fan. Anyway, I basically told him, no, I'm not going to be having an editor for this channel. It's going to be all me, and I'm going to do what I want. So, anyway, I think this turned out pretty well. I like how this looks. What I need to do now is or at least next, with this build, is figure out how I'm going to lay out that zombie. Jesus, man, let's go kill it. Let's kill him. But what I was saying is I need to figure out how I'm going to lay out the chests in there, and that's going to take a lot of wood. As well as in the corner, I'm going to have a stairwell in the corner, so it's going to take up a significant chunk of the build, but it'll look cool. I need more torches underneath here or something. There we go. Last 4 torches that I have. How's this looking anyways? I'm just curious. Alright, I'm digging that. That looks pretty cool. Once that's like a real proper skyscraper, or at least a giant building, it'll be extra cool. I'm pretty excited for that. And right next to this thing. This is almost done. I have 1 more beam. I need a lot of torches for this build. The amount of coal that I've poured into torches just for this is insane, but it's necessary. Anyway, yeah, I need to build the layout for that building here, but that'll be another time, I think. All right. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for this video. I talked about everything that I had on my mind and did a little bit of work, but it's more about relaxing gameplay and talking to you guys and getting some feedback. So if you're watching, leave a comment. Thank you for supporting the second channel. I think after this, I'm pretty hungry. I'm going to go get some food, and then I'm going to walk my dog. Maybe I'll put some pictures up on the screen right here. We've got a little bit of work to do. I went and grabbed, where is it? Lots of coal. We have a decent amount of cobblestone to work with as well for the building over there. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to fire up the furnaces, And while those are going, I'm going to grab a bunch of wood and finish up the beams on that massive canopy structure thing. 8 coal makes a perfect stack. Sun going down. That's pretty. The modified snow texture pack really is kind of, it's growing on me. Anyways, I'm almost done with this beam. I figure out like how I did this torch placement specifically. It was something like this, right? Anyway, while I was gone away in Canada for a little bit, visiting my girlfriend, a lot of exciting stuff was happening with Better Than Adventure. Now, the update did come out, which I tried, and I think it looks pretty cool. A lot of the blocks I'm really a fan of, as well as some development stuff going on in the community. Namely, the devs revealed the deer, which they're going to add. I think it's kind of cool. It'd be cool to have like a mob that you could properly hunt. You could play big game hunter in Minecraft. They had a competition on deer designs. People to submit their own textures and models and stuff, and they would add the best one. I like that because BTA, even though it has like 6 main developers or something like that, it's kind of a collaborative effort with the community. They take suggestions all the time. Also, the developers, they don't take money for this. They refuse donations, so it's not like they're trying to profit off of people's work. It's like a collaborative effort for people who love the game, and I really admire that. I made my own deer model, but then Blockbench kind of crashed on me. I was using the web app on my laptop, and I don't know, it just stopped saving, just didn't want to save anymore. Just gave me a pop-up saying that it saved, but didn't put the file anywhere, which is super, super annoying. I thought I did a pretty good job with the deer model, but someone made a better one. I'll admit, I think his name is Mazov. He made a really good deer model that I think really fits the game's aesthetic, and I'm excited to see that happen. They just revealed a video of it. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm excited. All right, that is the last beam. That is the very last beam in this entire structure, this giant canopy that's supposed to protect me from the snow. We still have a few seconds left on the furnaces. I wanted to talk about some of my plans here. These things have not grown. I removed some of the torches on the walls, thinking that maybe they were getting in the way, but maybe I need to remove those torches. So maybe I'll just remove them and to just kind of stay out of this area because it'll become dangerous. I think I'm going to do that really quickly. Maybe these trees will finally grow, but yeah, now look, all the snow is going to fall everywhere. Maybe I need to remove all these blocks. Hey, it died. Oh no. It needs a little bit of light. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Will I keep it alive? I want these trees to grow so I can make use of the leaves that it has, because you can't move around leaves. There's no shears. Hopefully this does something. These torches shouldn't be in the way when they grow into fully fledged trees. I guess we'll just have to see what happens. I don't know. I'm sure that the stone is done cooking and everything. Where do I put my dirt? Over here. I have a little bit of glass to go around. We have plenty of smooth stone to toss around. This is extremely cluttered, sorry. Look at that, the sun's coming up already. Can you believe it? Alright, so my idea for this room is to have smooth stone pillars on the inside, and between the pillars we're gonna have rows of chests. On this side, where you come in, I'm gonna have like a foyer with couches and stuff, and maybe a plant. And then in this corner, we're going to have a stairwell, like a room for a stairwell that just goes up. So that means the left side is going to be what has all the chests. And then when we get up here, I think I'm going to try to keep it the same. This side of the building is going to be the chests. This side's going to be the fun stuff. This building is going to be huge. It's going to have so many chests. I'm never going to use all of it. I mean, I don't think I will. So this will kind of give us a fun way to fill it up. I went on a large mining trip recently to get more stone and resources, and I mined all the way out, and it came out right there. That's why the little tower's there. Anyway, isn't that pretty? That's pretty, right? We've got more building to do. Okay, maybe we avoid doing some jumps for a little bit. I want to talk a little bit more about some of the plans that I have for this world. So this building is not only going to be storage, but it's also going to be item transportation. And you might be wondering, you know, there's no hoppers, there's no droppers. Minecarts with chests don't exist? I don't think they exist. Anyways, you're probably wondering, how are you managing to do that? How are you gonna pull that off? Well, because this is a snow world, we have a unique opportunity. Water placed anywhere will freeze into ice when it has sky access. Then, if you have a water stream over ice and throw items into it, they'll move super fast. Over normal ground, they'll move very slowly. See, maybe you can kind of tell where I'm going with this. I want to make massive troughs? It's troughs. I want to make massive troughs leading from all the various resource centers of my world. This is just one of them for stone, but I have some for ore, I have some for wood. I want them all to lead to the center of the world, where I'm going to have my massive center city base. I want to build like a city there with skyscrapers and stuff. I've never done that before, but it seems like it'd be pretty cool. I want all the item streams to lead there. Any items tossed in from here will move very fast, and then I'll just go there and pick them up. The reason I want to do this is if I mined here for like 2 days and I have 2 inventory worths full of stone, I can't bring that all back by myself, or I'll have to make multiple trips. So what I can do instead is I can gather it all up and toss them into the item streams, and then get my minecart, head all the way over there, pick it up, and put it into a chest. Also, there's this thing with lazy chunks, that if items flow into lazy chunks or unloaded chunks, they will be kind of in stasis, they won't despawn. So I could do that and not really have to worry about them dying after 5 minutes. I don't really know how far I am away from spawn. Like, there's no coordinates in this version, so I'm not really sure if they'll unload, but I can't see spawn. It's quite a bit beyond my line of sight, so it should be fine. Anyways, in this building, I want to have like an item shoot against the wall or something, and then it falls into a water stream that will run on some ice adjacent to the minecart track that I also want to build here. And I'm not sure how I'm going to make either look, but it's a cool project. They're both going to require a lot of resources. And also, I want to get the center build done first, like the center of the world build done first. I want to build a skyscraper there that acts as like a cool base. I'm not really sure how that's going to turn out, really. I don't know what design I'm going to use or what. I think that whatever it is, it will be super cool. Hopefully. I'm going to need a lot of blocks for it. I have a lot of little projects going on in this world, and I think I'll probably show them all off eventually. I have a lot of ideas that I want to do, and hopefully I'll be able to share all of them with you guys. It's kind of similar to my beta 173 world. I had so many projects going on there, and still do have so many projects. I started over the course of like 2 years and just never finished. Most of them were never finished. I've always been that way for the most part, but I haven't played that world in such a long time. Since a lot of you probably subscribe to the main channel for that reason, for watching that beta 173 world, you might be wondering like why I don't play it anymore. I think, did I do this correctly? Did I do this right? Hold on. Let's take a trip down real quick. Sorry to interrupt my train of thought. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, like, this is sort of got tiers to it. Yeah, that is correct. It caps off with a line of smooth stone slabs. Anyways, I really need to eat something. Oh, and my stone is done. Oh boy. Just in time for me to re-up on some resources. Alright, as I was saying, you might be wondering why I don't play the beta world anymore. And it's weird, and I don't entirely know the reason why. I think a really large reason is because I started kind of playing it for content reasons, like forcing myself to play for content, because the first world tour did good and the second world tour did great. That was my first successful video. And then after that, I started thinking like I need to make a world tour every month. I want to keep people happy, you know, people are expecting this from me, so I should do this. And I realized that I don't play nearly enough to justify having a world tour every month. Like, I just don't play the game enough. So for the third world tour I ever made, which was about like this floating village on water or something, I built that entire village in just a few days and then made that for my world tour because I was like, oh, I need to have something new. I need to have something interesting for the world. I don't know. It just kind of felt inauthentic. And then I mostly stopped doing it after that. Videos and streams on there, like I started projects for streams and I started projects for other videos, I think, but it never really felt authentic anymore. I realized that a lot of what I was doing in the world wasn't like natural. I didn't start doing it because I wanted to. I started doing it because people expected it of me. People want you to like start and finish a project in a video or a stream or whatever, and so that's just what I kept doing until it became too much. And now I just have no desire to return to that world. That's, I think, the main reason why I don't play it anymore. When I started this series, or like before I started it, I told myself that one, this is going to be super relaxed, and two, I'm not going to force myself to adhere to some kind of crazy standard, like, oh, I need to start and finish a single project in one episode, or, you know, I need to have some kind of narrative going on, or whatever else. I'm just going to play my world and record it, and then show it to you guys. That's how a lot of Let's Plays were back in the day. That's what I'm doing now, and hopefully it's relaxing and, you know, entertaining to watch, and it doesn't like burn me out of playing this world. So far it hasn't. I've been pretty excited to get back here, and I'm really excited that this thing is done. I wish I could get a cool overhead shot, but I guess this building is going to have to be a little bit taller, huh? I probably will return to the beta world one day, but oops, I did this wrong. But that will not be probably for a while. I do have a beta 1.1 world for the double negative challenge that I will return to somewhat soon. But before I do that, I'm going to start a new series on the main channel, so a high effort series, not like this one, on Better Than Adventure. I have been convinced I want to do it for sure. I think it'll be super fun. Oh, I screwed this up again. I downloaded the new Better Than Adventure instance last night, tried it out, found some cool seeds, but I think I'm going to try my luck and generate a random world. I am a little particular about biomes. You know, hopefully I get a good one. I'm really looking forward to doing that, so hopefully I can get that out soon. My school is picking up a bit, as expected, because I'm moving on in the semester. It's going to get more and more demanding. We'll see how I'm able to keep up with this channel during that time. Hopefully I can keep up with it rather well. But in the meantime, I'm just going to relax, take it easy, have fun making cool videos, and I screwed this up again. I think, honestly, we only need one more story, and then it'll be done. It'll look pretty cool once I have one more story going on here. That's what we're going to go for, and that's good, because this is all the cobblestone I have left. I haven't grabbed this stone from these yet, but I know that I need more. There's also the interior to consider, which is also pretty cobblestone heavy, as well as the base, which I started on. I made this little cobblestone lip, but I need a lot more cobble and a lot more stone to finish that part off. I'm sure I'm going to need to do a lot more stone mining. Okay, the sun's going down, and now we have a pretty cool view of this canopy structure thing. Look at that, look at all the torches. I think that turned out pretty cool. Here's kind of the shell of the building. This is all the cobblestone I have to my name right now. I don't have enough to do the interior. It's going to require basically double the amount that I have, but I do have enough wood to do all the floors. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to try, well, I don't think I have enough cobblestone. I was going to say I'm going to try to do a roof, but yeah, need more cobble for that. That's just how it goes. So let me go grab some wood and start working on the different floors here, light them up, all that stuff. Do you see that? Maybe now you do. Look. He's kind of like Batman, but he's shooting me. That shot with the moon behind him is pretty cool. Anyways, I don't know what to do about that. How do I knock him off? Shoot. What do I do? What do I do? Hold on. Can I? No, okay. Nope. Okay, I have an idea. Let's go down here. I'll put water down there. Okay. I'm gonna go on top. I'm gonna jump down and hit him off and then fall in the water. How about that, huh? So I'm gonna get him to shoot me first and then I'm gonna jump. Watch this. Boom! Wait, I wanna see. Yep. There's a little arrow down there. I'm gonna go get it. Okay, bad idea. Bad idea. Alright. Look, we got our arrow. That was funny. You know, every time I realize I'm running out of food, it makes me wish that fishing was in this version, but it isn't. And I wish it was, because sometimes it's just relaxing to sit back and fish and get lots of it and then cook it all, you know, whatever. If there was a mod that added it back into this version, then I think I would definitely download it. An hour or two ago, I went back and changed the thumbnail for the first video I made on the channel. And the reason I did that is because I guess, like I said, I'm experimenting. I'm still trying to figure out how I want to do this. And what I did is I just like took a new screenshot of that landscape over there, and I changed the font to like, what is it, Comic Sans, which I thought was kind of funny. And then the title I changed to like relaxing in old Minecraft or something like that, like relaxing Minecraft gameplay to relax to, something like that. And the reason I said that is because so many of you guys said that you put this on in the background and like sleep to it or play video games or do your homework or whatever. I think I mentioned that at the beginning of this video. I figured I'd lean into it a little bit, you know, put it in the title, but if that doesn't work, then I'll remove it and try something else. It's all a work in progress, and I have the freedom to kind of experiment and do what I want with this channel, so not too worried about it. Anyways, the first thumbnail changed, and I don't know what this video's thumbnail is gonna look like yet, but we'll see. And thank you to my girlfriend for giving me advice on how to make a good thumbnail. If you guys have any suggestions on what you think about that, or like, what do you think I should do differently, just let me know. Again, as always, leave a comment. And you know, I'm curious, what's going on with you guys? Like in your lives, what are you dealing with? What are you up to? See a good movie? Did you go somewhere cool? I don't know, we just get like a friendly conversation going. I don't mind. You know, I'm just curious what's going on in your guys' lives or your Minecraft worlds or whatever. Feel free to leave a comment about it. I just got back from Montreal, Quebec. I was doing like a little birthday vacation for my girlfriend. We went to a lot of places. We went to like a high tea place. It was fun. We went to a pub that you play board games at. That was cool. We did a lot of stuff. We made a charcuterie, like this really fancy charcuterie board, and it was a little pricey, but it was totally worth it. It was great. It was really tasty. I'll put up a picture of it. Yeah, overall I had a great time, but because I was gone, my university work is a little bit backlogged, so I might have to spend some extra time doing that. I'll figure it out. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right. We're so high up. Oh, look, no clouds. That's interesting. I mean, they're over there, right? But there's no clouds here. It's kind of nice, right? I talked about why I don't play beta as much. You might be wondering why I play alpha instead. One, because this world, I feel like just hasn't been spoiled yet. Like, I just do things. The world is a little bit easier for me to manage. I don't have so many unfinished projects. I have a lot of projects, but they're all kind of cohesive. Like, they all fit together as a purpose. That's helped me. I haven't made this world expressly for content. I don't feel pressured to build things or get things done for it, which can sometimes kind of kill a world for me, to be honest. And it is simpler for sure. So it's like a lot easier for me to manage. You know, I come home from work after working 10 hours. I come home from college after driving there an hour and driving an hour back, you know, and I have projects I gotta do at home. I got videos I gotta make. Doing an alpha world is just so simple. It's just relaxing. Like, I don't have to spend so much time thinking about so many different things, because it's just not a lot to think about in this version. So I guess it boils down to simplicity. Plus, I love the colors and I love the aesthetics. I love the permanent snow going on everywhere. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? Aren't those colors pretty? I like that. The bright green and the snow everywhere. It's nice. Look, we're almost done with the roof. No, I haven't even made any tea yet. Maybe I should go make some tea. There we go. That's all the floors finished. And of course, I still want to do a roof. I still have to do the base, still have to do the interior. That's where we're going to require a lot more stone that I don't really have. Maybe, you know, no, I should hold on to it for now until I have a lot more. I got to do a lot more mining for this. So since all I can really do for this is wait, or just come back to it another time after I've done a lot of mining. I don't want to do a ton of mining in this episode. I mean, I think it's kind of boring. I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to switch to doing that roof. Oh, these still haven't grown? What am I doing wrong? Where's Deadly Dirt Block when you need him, huh? Tell me what I'm doing wrong here, please. All right. I bet you it's all the snow. You know what? That's what it is. That's definitely what it is. It's all the snow here. Let's try something crazy, okay? Snow can't fall on slabs. Yeah, I probably didn't even need to place the slabs there. You know what? Maybe it needs like a torch nearby too. Put a torch there. Put a torch there. Now it's kind of like out of the way. And the torch won't melt all the snow, but if I break the snow, it won't fall on it. It shouldn't fall on it because the radius at which snow is melted by a torch is smaller than the radius at which snow is prevented by a torch. Maybe you don't know what I mean by that. How about I come up with a visual example? Okay, here's what I mean. When you place the torch down in a snowy area, it'll melt this many blocks away from it in this kind of diagonal pattern. Basically, up to 2 blocks away on all sides, and then there's blocks between that create like a diagonal. So you have this diamond shape, if that makes sense. It melts the snow similar to how it spreads light in this diagonal shape. But this is what happens if you place down a torch in a cleared out area and then let it snow all around it. What I did is I placed a water bucket here. I let it destroy all the snow. Then I placed the torch, and then snow kept falling and falling and falling, and it only fell in this radius, which is double the amount of this. So this is what I meant in the garden area back then, but I also kind of want to use this technique to keep snow off the roof of this thing by putting it in the dirt areas, so I won't have to use so many torches, but we'll see. So the idea on how I'm going to lay this out is a single layer of dirt that corresponds with like the bottom layer of these beams. I'm going to have like a large rectangle here, then when I get to this one, it'll go up one. But one thing I also want to do that I don't want to forget is place torches underneath the areas where these beams kind of change elevation. That way, and I didn't think about this before, but that way when I'm underneath and this is all complete, I can look up and I could still kind of see the roof, because otherwise it would be pitch black. I wouldn't be able to see anything. So if I put torches everywhere, I will be able to see everything. By the way, sorry if my audio has been a little inconsistent. I've been trying some filters and OBS out and stuff, just seeing how it works out. Anyway, I took a little bit of a break from recording and I did this entire section of dirt, and I'm still gonna try to figure out the torch layout here because I don't know if I want snow to be on there. Probably not, it looks kind of ugly, but maybe it'll look cool once they're all in. There'll be like little snow dots in between everything. I don't know. That is like one row done of this thing, and that reminds me, I forgot to light up the underneath, so I'm sure there's tons of mobs. But yeah, I'm gonna keep working on this and it'll finally be done. I don't know when I started this. I know it was months and months ago, but it'll be cool to finally have it finished in my world. Now watch this dive. Boom. Ouch. Oh, I took out a torch too. Oh no. Anyway, after I did that, I just started mining stone. And you know what? Sometimes mining stone can actually be very therapeutic. And I got enough stone to do up the base of this build, you know, just something simple. I put torches all the way on the bottom. I filled that out, so now it's a little bit more solid looking. And I have a decent amount of stone. I have some inside. I have some cooking. Hopefully that's enough to at least complete one side of the interior, because I want to know what it looks like from the outside. But it's certainly not enough to do the whole building. I know that. So out of curiosity, I furnished an entire floor. It takes about 3 stacks and 36 cobblestone. So I have enough to do one more complete floor and then partial of another floor. I think what I'm gonna do is for now just work on like this side of the building, that far wall, and get that done, and then put in the glass, because I just want to know what it looks like from like over here. The other thing is that it takes like, what is it? 2 stacks and 4 glass to do an entire floor, and I have enough to do 1 floor. So yeah, we're definitely hurting for resources. We need a lot more to finish this build. I'm just going to do what I can and then call it. I just made a cup of tea. It's called Snowy Mountain John. It's green tea, and it's actually 2 years old. The first time I ever mentioned tea on this channel was I think my second world tour. And I just mentioned that I was drinking tea. I was drinking Snowy Mountain John. It's the same exact tea. Not only is it the same type, but it's actually like the same bag of tea that I bought 2 years ago. I've had this tea for 2 years, and I made a cup, and it's still good. It still tastes great. I mean, if you have pure tea, you don't have anything else in it, it'll last you a long time. As long as you take care of it, it'll last as long as you need it to. I did put too much honey in it, though. Yeah, that's way too sweet. Alright, I don't have enough blocks to finish the inside, as I've mentioned, but I do have a decent amount. I figured I might as well work on some kind of roof design. I have an idea, so I'm going to start throwing that together. By the way, have you guys heard of Vintage Story? I keep hearing people talk about Vintage Story, which I guess is like, I won't call it a Minecraft clone, but it's like Minecraft inspired, but it's way more survival-ish. I feel like I should try it sometime. I don't know, I feel like I should try it out. Could be really cool. How long is this? Should I count this? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's 21 blocks long. Oop, the clouds are running into my face. Dang. I'm gonna do a layer of these slabs all the way around, and then I think the middle is right here. That's the middle block. Say I sectioned it off into 3s. Did I do that? Yeah, I could. I could do that. I thought I would do this, and then let's try one more slab on top of all these. Then some stone. I don't want this to be too crazy. Probably won't even be able to see this from down there. Alright, let's take another dive off. Okay, right here. I don't want to mess this up. Don't want to mess it up. Alright, now. No. Whew. That was so close. Okay. You guys are about to be able to see my world spawn for a second. Guess it'll have to be another video. You can't even see that right from here. Let me get up on top, take a look. Yeah, okay, there's that. I think it looks okay. The problem is that it's like too small of a top for this. It needs to be wider. Turns in too sharply, I think. So, let me go fix that really quick. What sucks about mining this all up is that destroying stone means it turns back into cobblestone. You gotta cook it again, and destroying full block stone slabs means you only get one slab back. Kinda sucks. Oh well. Just enough slabs to finish it off. Okay, let's jump back on down. Let's see, what's a good spot? Right here. Can I make it? Alright. Boom. Only, what was that, a half heart? Yeah, that's a little bit better. I feel like it still needs to be tweaked a tiny bit. I was in this chunk error pit that I have by my mining base, just trying to pick up some sand for some windows, and I noticed that it lends a really interesting view to the colony. Check this out. Got all our buildings over here, the little overhang, and then the massive canopy structure that I'm still working on. It's kind of cool. I only managed to find 20 sand though, which isn't cool. I did come here a lot in the past looking for sand. Maybe you can tell there's little holes here and there. It's mostly a gravel pit, which I like gravel pits, but right now it's not what I need. I might have to just go pick up the sand from somewhere else. Maybe I'll find some somewhere. Maybe I'll find some sand over this side. Ooh, flowers. Seems weird to get excited for flowers, but there is no bone meal in alpha. Any flowers I want to place, I have to find, and look at that, jackpot. Boom, about to do some torch mining. Three stacks is good enough for now. Also, there's a lot of coal here, so if I'm ever in a pinch, I can just come back around here and look, there's lots of caves. I managed to find 3 mushrooms, which don't spread in this version. At least they spread very slowly. In beta 1.7.3, they spread super fast. They cover every single cave that you haven't lit up underneath your base, head to toe. But in this version, it's not quite the same way. So similar to finding a flower, finding a mushroom is also kind of a big deal. And I would never turn it into stew, because I might be able to use it as decoration. Alright, I got the sand in the oven. While we're waiting on that to cook, let's take a look at the large warehouse building I have over here. So, oh my gosh, look. The trees grew. Wow. Perfect. Well, this one's not perfect. It's a little too tall. Deadly Dirtblock left a comment on my last video. I was trying to grow these trees in this garden so I could use the leaves, because you can't move leaves with shears. There are no shears. There's no way to move them around. You have to grow trees and then kind of mine the leaves until you get what you want. I wanted to shape some bushes out of these trees, but they weren't growing. I put 2 saplings here and they just weren't growing. Deadly Dirtblock, who's basically a walking old Minecraft encyclopedia, told me that I needed to add a little bit more height so my trees would grow. And they did. This one's a little too tall, so I'm gonna break it down. They did both grow. Alright. Anyway. I started working on the interior of this building, and I wanted to put tons of chests in big rows here. So I started on that, but chests are expensive. They're very expensive. That's the thing. I don't have enough wood. I am kind of out of wood. This is like all that I have right now. I used to have a lot, but I used most of it building that canopy out there. And now I'm out, so that means that I'm gonna need to take a trip to the wood farm. But before I do that, I'll show you the rest of what's going on here. By the way, I tried decorating a little bit because, again, I wish I could use bushes, but it's just way too hard to get a tree to grow in here. I need to have a stairwell going on here. I haven't done that yet, so right now we have the dirt stairs. I finished the interior walls of every floor. I just need windows, hence the glass I'm cooking. Alright, and I changed the roof design, and you know what? You guys didn't really get a good look at it. Anyways, here's the canopy progress so far. We're just about halfway, and it looks like I missed a block right there. I have a torch addiction or something, because look at that. That's actually quite expensive. Good lord. I still have a lot of dirt to place, and once I do, it'll be finally covered, and I'll start mining underneath and getting all the stone without having to worry about all the snow falling on top of it, keeping it out of my eyes, keeping things nice and clean. That's really cool. The torches create this crisscross pattern on here. Looks like there's some snow here and there I need to clean off. But yeah, that's where we're at in this. The thing is, I'm completely out of dirt. I have no more dirt left, at least at this base. We have to go get some. So that's two things that we need to go get, and they are coincidentally both at the tree farm. So that's where we're going to be going today. All right. Well, looks like we'll be getting there a lot sooner than I thought. There's the tree farm. This is world spawn. I didn't plan that. God. Anyway, at least we're close. Actually, let me do something. I'm gonna relog. The reason I'm relogging is because chunk loading works differently in old Minecraft. See, in modern, you load a radius of chunks around you, and as you move, a certain radius around you stays loaded, and all chunks outside that radius become unloaded. Well, in old Minecraft, everywhere you travel loads chunks, and they stay loaded the entire play session. That's why sometimes your game can crash due to lack of memory, because you've loaded so much of the world by traveling. So that's why I reset the game. Hey, like touching stars. There too. So by relogging, it unloads all chunks, including the where I just died, so I won't lose the items that I just dropped everywhere. Anyway, here's this Mario statue I made. Alright, this is the work in progress tree farm. I guess I haven't really shown this on camera yet, except on a stream once, and not a single tree has grown. Cool. Oh. It's a miracle. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Alright, lots of dirt. I guess this is what we came for, right? Yeah, we have more than enough, more than I can carry. I also want to bring this gravel here. Well, since none of these trees have really grown, I can't do a lot of harvesting, so I'm going to go back to the mining base, and while I'm at the mining base, this place will stay loaded, meaning those trees should all be grown by the time I come back. We're going to test that theory. There's the center of the world obelisk. You can just kind of barely see it on your screens probably because it's probably pretty dark. It'll be day by the time we reach the mining base. Kind of knowing where this is and my world helps me orient myself and tells me where everything else is in relation to this thing. Eventually, this world center, I want to make like this gigantic metropolitan megaplex thing. I want to combine a castle and a skyscraper. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's a massive project for another time. For now, it just tells me where I need to go. Here from the distance, you can kind of see the new roof that I put together. I feel like it just works a lot better with this style of the build instead of that slope thing I was trying to do. And of course, we're still missing lots of windows. And would you look at that, all of my stuff still hasn't despawned, but I have to put all this dirt away first before I can even think about picking that up. Oh. I just got scared for a second. I thought I was dying, but no, it's because items have a very short, like, rendered range. Fun fact, the smaller an entity's hitbox is, the closer to you that it'll stop rendering. Does that make sense? Like, you can only see items within a certain radius. Same with chickens, but you can see gas from really far away. This is a quirk of the old game. I don't think this is how this works for most modern versions, but this is just a weird thing that I figured out. The size of the hitbox is directly correlated with how far away you can see it, or how far away it renders. Alright, well I got my glass, now I'm just gonna try to finish up these windows. Hopefully this is enough for what I need. And that is all that lasted me. I finished the second story, almost finished the third story. The fourth story is definitely not done. I'm willing to bet that I need probably 4 stacks of glass to finish everything up. Also, I want to finish this roof up. That's why I grabbed the gravel. I want to put gravel on top of here. On the top of a lot of large buildings or skyscrapers, they just pour gravel on top, and it's to keep like the tarp roof down or something like that. So I'm just gonna go down the stairs because I am not gonna risk that again. As I was saying before, here's the building. Here's the canopy. We are almost halfway done with it. It takes me so long to place all this dirt. It takes me so freaking long. I just listen to off-grid YouTubers or like bushcraft videos or something while I'm doing this or why I'm mining a lot of stone. I don't know, I like doing it. Like just before this I was placing lots of dirt and I was watching a guy talk about Coturnix quail and he was incubating and hatching them and they were super cute when they popped out. It makes me want to have quail. But I'm not sure if I should just have chickens, like that's kind of normal, pretty sustainable. I mean quail have their benefits but they're tiny. That's the thing, I feel like you need a lot of them. Whereas the chickens you could probably just have like 6 and be good. Topical. This is the underneath of the canopy. Looking pretty atmospheric so far. So when it's finished, just imagine this kind of view, except longer, because we're still missing quite a bit of the roof tiles. Dang, this project has been huge. It's been a lot of fun though. It's been pretty satisfying getting it done. I trimmed away all the land off the edge of this thing because it was partially buried in some spots, like here and here. Yeah, over here I kind of like trimmed the land away from all the pillars. But yeah, that being said, we need dirt and we need wood. And there's more dirt at the tree farm, and there's certainly more wood. So let's head on over. I just found another mushroom under a tree here. You know what I'd really like to find is sugarcane. Sugarcane normally spawns all over the place, but there's no water because everything is turned to ice. So that means sugarcane won't generate next to it. Sugarcane doesn't generate next to ice, which means it doesn't really generate anywhere in the world. You have to be lucky and hope that world generation has created like a large tree that overhangs a cliff that's above some water and that prevents the ice from generating there, which means there's water, and then also hope that sugarcane generates next to that water. It's a very, very small chance, but it is possible. That's how people get sugarcane in this snowy world type. I guess I forgot to mention the entire world is like this, snowing all the time. But yeah, that's the only way to get sugarcane in this type of world in this version. I've seen people do it. I just want to get mine so I can start making bookshelves and things like that. Well, it'd be nice with some roses, but I never seem to be able to find those. It's literally just dandelion fields everywhere out here. Okay, check it out. Look, on top of that hill, I doubt you can see this, but I see like 1 pixel and it's red. I'm going over there. Boom. Look at that. I don't always go flower hunting just because it's so tedious, but it's good to have some in stock. Anyway, hey, this is kind of a cool view of the tree farm area. I hate that the slabs are there because they just look so weird. So maybe for future expansions in the tree farm, I need to kind of incorporate the height limiter, the thing you put over the tree to stop it from turning into a large tree. I need to incorporate that into the build somehow. But that bell tower looks really cool. By the way, I'm drinking the last of my Iron Goddess of Mercy oolong tea. It's an oolong with like rose peel and lemon zest, I think. You know, I've noticed that a lot of tea stores, they have the same name for this stuff, but they all do it kind of differently. This one was pretty good, had a woody flavor. I was really craving it today, and it's the last of it. I'm enjoying it for sure. And wow. I don't think this means my theory was proven wrong. I know this is how this works. I just think I'm unlucky. Only 2 trees. Oh, boom. 1 other tree grew. I don't know. I promise that's how chunk loading works in this version, but yeah, I must have just planted these when I first left, except for those 2, I guess. But yeah, look at my dandelion to rose ratio, to brown mushroom ratio. It's unfair. Also, here's my 1 fishing rod that does nothing because there's no fishing in this version. Watch. You know, in real life, it's a full moon tonight. Full moons are awesome. If you live in a rural area, it just brightens everything up. You can see everything, even though it's dark. It's really cool. Also, I just made myself another cup of this tea. I just reboiled the same leaves. That's it for Iron Goddess of Mercy. Not quite as tasteful the second time. Anyway, I made 8 axes. A stone axe gets me 65 blocks. So I'm expecting about 8 stacks of logs from this endeavor. I'm not leaving till I get it. And you know what? That probably won't be enough for all the chests I need to make, but it'll be enough to satisfy me for now. So we're gonna stick with that. Yeah, since it's daytime, I figured we might as well check out this little bell tower that I built. Here's a fun, not so fun fact about this tower. I originally had a completely different video planned for the very first video on this channel. And in that video, I built this structure. I was really proud of it. I thought I had some really good commentary, but when I went to look over the video files, I realized I had my mic muted the entire time. I lost the entire thing. So I went and I tried to like dub it over and pretend that I was actually playing the game or like giving live commentary, but I just couldn't do it. I don't know, just not very authentic, and it was just kind of dumb, so I gave it up. And I put this whole project aside for another time, and you guys get a different first video on this channel. Regardless of all that drama, I still really like this build, so let's just take a quick little look at it. Here's our beautiful minimalist interior. I like this checkerboard pattern I put on the stairs. Up here, not a whole lot, but it does lead right into the tower. You can see out these windows into the progress of the tree farm. Looks like some are really growing. And alpha trees take like 2 to 3 days or something crazy to grow. So me going there and back actually really did help with the progress. Let's go up. Just another room. Through the center. And there we have our bell. This is the alpha gold block. The old gold texture was this really goofy, like lighter top half, darker bottom half, but it looks really cool and iconic. It was changed pretty soon after this version, but I like it. I think it fits alpha pretty well. We get a great view from here, by the way. You're probably wondering what that is. That is one of my first big dig projects. I plan on building a castle here as one of the first builds I ever planned on building. I decided that the center of the castle would also extend into the ground and have this basement type feature. So I started working on it, and it was just kind of a way to like passively collect cobblestone for other builds, but I eventually dug it all out and decided I needed way more cobblestone, so I started that mining project over there. This is kind of on hold until I have more stone to throw around, but yeah, I do want to build a castle here. I want to build a tree farm themed castle, and so far we just have this little courtyard and this little bell tower, but I want to keep it going and keep building more structures that hold more trees so I don't have to wait for them to grow. I can just mine tons at a time. That'd be really cool. And then this main building, I want to have like this basement that extends down, but on top, you know, there'll be hallways that lead to other parts of the build or even railways. So lots of plans. Lots of plans. I'm not too pressed on completing them by any kind of time frame. This obsidian took forever to mine. I think it looks really cool, so it's definitely worth it in my book. Anyway, back to tree farming. Okay, this is kind of random, but I want to test a weird theory of mine. This theory starts with a fact. All trees generated upon world generation will have snow layers on them if you generate a snow world. They'll all have snow layers on them, but if you ever grow a tree, snow will never fall on the leaves because snow isn't meant to fall on leaves. They're transparent blocks. That's fact number 1. Keep that in mind. Here's fact number 2, or really kind of a quirk. I have to get up on top of here for this to work. So, like snow layers, torches can't go on top of leaf blocks. But if I go to options and change fancy graphics to fast graphics, leaves look like this. And I can place torches on top. It's a little bug. So my theory was, oh, proven correct already. I was wondering if I could make it snow on top of leaves if I just switched fancy graphics to fast. And that's all it takes. Okay, so normally snow layers would never fall on these. Isn't that interesting? Little alpha quirks like this. Snow is just going to keep accumulating on top of these. Boop, boop, boop. And they're going to stay on there too, unless I break the leaf blocks. Check this out. I just spammed torches on this tree. And now back to fancy graphics. Look at that. Oh, interesting. It looks like when there's a block update next to it, it'll break because it realizes it can't be on there. Yeah, see? That's snow. There's some snow here. The torch caused the snow to melt, breaking the snow, which updated the torch and broke the torch. But other than that, looks like my theory was proven correct. See, right now, my tree farm just isn't growing fast enough, so I'm resorting to chopping trees just all around here and replanting them. It's just not as fast as I need it to be, so that's why I really need to start expanding this farm. My idea, I think I said before, was to make a castle, and each kind of structure part of the castle, each basic cube, would have a roof. But instead of a roof, it would be a tree farm on top. That was kind of the idea. So when you look at it from a distance, the roofs are all big fluffy piles of leaves. Like, I thought it would be really kind of a cool vibe. That's the current plan. We'll see where it goes from there. I do know it's going to require a lot of stone. To start my stone quarry, I'm going to need a lot of wood for the chests. You know, it's kind of like a little bit of a cycle. All these farms that I'm making, all these bases that I'm working on, I like that they depend on each other. I feel like having them depend on each other has really motivated me to continue working on this world as much as I have. I have a very long-term goal that I want to eventually reach. I have to get these 4 bases out here up to speed and running before I attempt the large project, which I'll discuss at another time. But yeah, I'm just out here chopping some trees because waiting for them to grow is just going way too slow. So check this out. This is the front of the garden. I wrote here, I don't know if you can see it, Zone Alpha, capacity 43 trees. I'd like to have a sign for this for every little tree farm area that I have in this future castle build. But yeah, this is how many this is meant to grow at a time. It's kind of an odd number because back here, there's an indent. I decided to be a little creative. Instead of making this just a rectangle, I pushed it back and I was able to fit 3 more trees in here. Anyway, I need you guys to know something. I just made the most bomb bibimbap I've ever had. I think it's pronounced bibimbap. It's like some Korean thing with lots of different vegetables and rice and sometimes meat or kimchi. I'd had leftover bulgogi and I made some rice. I threw the bulgogi on it. I chopped up all these different vegetables I had in my fridge real fine. And then I made a sauce. I made a custom sauce based on the flavors that I wanted, and it was absolutely perfect. Finishing touch, I fried an egg, but left the yolk runny and put it on top with some sesame seeds. I'll throw up a picture of it since I've been throwing up a picture of something every episode. I think I want to continue doing that. But man, it was amazing. It was delicious. I don't think I could ever make this again. It was just a perfect storm where I had everything I wanted to put in it. I just had it with me already. I don't think it's going to happen again, but I'm glad that I was able to make it because it was really good. If you haven't ever tried bibimbap, I would recommend it. I would recommend you go to like a Korean barbecue place. Korean food is my favorite East Asian food by far. This is what I like to see. A fully grown, ready to be harvested, ignore that one, tree farm on my alpha world. Anyway, before we get started chopping all that stuff, I have a few things I need to craft. One is a very important tool when you have a tree farm in Alpha 1.1. Also, I need a new sword and some new threads. Leaf decay is super buggy in Alpha, so having a flint and steel is incredibly useful. Hey, look, I got it right the first time. Like, leaves won't decay or they'll get stuck or, you know, something. It's just weird bugginess. I don't know why. That just happens. Boom, boom, boom. Does anybody else do this? This armor won't last me that long, but it should help for any surprise attacks. I am running low on stone to make axes, so I'm gonna have to head back over to the quarry somewhat soon, but I'm gonna make one more big harvest, and then we're gonna head on over. Okay, that was a full load, besides these 2 that didn't grow. So that's about 41 trees, because this tree farm hosts 43 trees. Ooh. Get out of here. Oh. Anyway, this is how much wood I got from chopping the entire thing. So about 3.5 stacks. Nothing super impressive, but that's why I need to make this thing a lot bigger. But before I make it bigger, I need to start harvesting stone from the quarry. Actually, there's a lot of projects that kind of require the quarry to be finished, so as soon as I'm done here, I'm gonna head over there. Now here comes the fun part. I have to clear away the leaves from this house as best I can, because this house is made of wood. I built this house first, then the tree farm. Then I realized I wanted to utilize the flint and steel in this tree farm. Obviously, it's a little bit of a fire hazard, so what I've been doing is burning from a corner over there, and then clearing leaves away, and putting out any fires that catch in the house. And that has worked for a pretty long time. I haven't had any losses, but if this eventually burns down in an accident, then I'll just replace it with stone, so no big deal. Alpha fire is awesome. Watch this. It's a lot faster than any future versions, that's for sure. Speaking of it being fast, I should probably head over to this side. And just like that, all cleared up and ready for the next batch. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to replant all these saplings and grab my stuff, and we're going to get on our way towards the quarry. All right, we are ready to go. Look who decided to grow after I was already done harvesting everything. Whatever. All right, so we're going to head over to the quarry. I want to correct something that I said in the last video, where I said that all chunks explored during a play session are loaded the entire game. That is true, but random tick speed only occurs in a 19 by 19 chunk radius around the player. That means things only happen in a 19 by 19 radius all the way around the player. Who said that to me? I should look it up. There's a guy named the Crafting Federation who mentioned that in the comments of my last video, so thank you to them. Also, if you're unfamiliar with old Minecraft versions, you may be wondering, why is leather armor completely filling up my defense slots? That's because back then armor system worked a lot differently. You see, any type of armor that you made, whether it was leather, iron, gold, or diamond, always filled up your defense slots all the way to the top, if you had every single piece equipped in your slots. And as they take damage, that defense bar will go down. So the more damaged a piece of armor is, the less defense it'll give you. Leather armor will wear down very quickly, and so defense will wear down very quickly, whereas diamond armor wears down very slowly. Because of this different system, I've always felt that leather is the only armor worth making, because if you make iron or diamond armor, once it's halfway down, it's just not really useful anymore. And once it's a quarter of the way down, it's basically useless. So it's just kind of like a waste of diamonds and stuff, and I wouldn't recommend it. And leather's so easy to get. Look, I mean, cows spawn all the time. The modern armor system might make a little bit more sense. It has its cons too, specifically leather being the lowest armor tier. I mean, you think you'd want to start out with the lowest armor tier, but it's harder to get enough leather to make an entire leather armor set than it is to get an entire iron armor set. And that's because of the changes to mob spawning. Prior to the adventure update, mobs just kind of randomly spawned, and they despawned when you left the area. And they just will spawn continuously. After the adventure update, it's way more complicated than that. The kind of spawn is a feature of the terrain, and then they might respawn if there's less than a certain amount of mobs in the mob cap. But it's very slow, and it's very, didn't seem to really happen that much, so it just makes it hard to find. This makes cows a lot rarer unless you breed them, and it's easier to mine a bunch of iron than to start a cow breeding farm. Also, one more thing, I've been using this music track for the past few videos, so thank you to RetroVex Ambient for that. But what do you guys think about it? Should I change it, get something new? It kind of has ethereal vibes to it, but I could do more relaxing, or I could do a different ambient track. When I pictured making this series, I wanted to use an ambient track that I heard sometime in the last few years from some YouTube video somewhere, and it's like the perfect background ambient track. But I cannot find it. I heard it in someone's video, and I have it just stuck in my head, but I just can't find it anywhere. I don't know how to look for it, or whatever. I think it was in the back of one of those web mystery videos, or like a 4chan mystery video. I kind of had this perfect background vibe going on. I really liked it, but I just haven't been able to find it since then. I don't even know what video it came from. Okay, I just made some tea to help with my sinuses. It's not allergy season or anything, but I'm just allergic to both my cats. I used all the wood that I had to finish furnishing the chest room. It was about 1.5 stacks of logs that I used to do the rest of the chests in here. And for now, I'm gonna leave it. Like, this is a lot of storage. I don't need to put tons of storage in every floor, at least not yet. What I do want to do though is get proper stairs going so I can travel up and down a lot more easier and touch up the roof. So that's what we're gonna do right now. Oh man, this tree. I just want it to grow lower. It did it again. Okay, whatever. I just want that tree to grow the same height as this one so I can use all the leaves to make bushes, because I can't move them around with shears. There are no shears. Those were added in beta 1.7. This is alpha 1.1. Now here we have plenty of stone. I want to use some smooth stone and some slabs, and then I'm going to use wood stairs. I have way too much room in here. Let's dump off some of this wood. And I'm going to keep this all here for whenever we need it. Hopefully this will last us a pretty long time. I won't have to make any more trips to the wood farm, from this place at least, for a while. Okay, I have 4 stacks of cobblestone cooking away. I want the... Ooh, I can't even reach. Ooh. I want the stairs to reach there. They're going to be too wide. I can't reach that one either. Hold on. Boom. Let's remove some of that. Stairs are kind of janky in alpha. The direction depends on the blocks that they face, and I really dislike how that works, but whatever, right? So for the sake of this build, I'm gonna have to put some wood blocks underneath this stairwell here just to make sure it works. See, this one's just sticking out, but if I throw a block underneath there, then it still won't work. So that's cool. There we go. That was the secret. It's just really bizarre. Okay, there's our first staircase. It goes all the way up. The other thing I wanted to do is make a wall over here, which might make it kind of tight on this side, but I mean, you could always just go in here if you need more space. So the reason it comes out so far is that it covers this window, and from the outside, you won't really be able to tell what you're looking at through the window, especially this one. But from the inside, if this wall went up this side, then you'd see like through the window and it wouldn't make sense. So for internal consistency, we're gonna keep it like this. Need a little more stone. It would be cool if I did this, and there's like a slight trace to the stairs here. That looks kind of cool. All right, this is what that looks like. I think that looks kind of cool. I'm digging it. And then, you know, maybe in the future, if we want to have a secret way to get to the basement, I can put a little door over here or something like that. But for now, I'm not going to worry. I don't really need it for anything. I should probably make this crafting table a more permanent feature in this room. Though, yeah, that's a fine place for it, I think. That'll work. I'm going to repeat this design the exact same way. It's going to be like a tileable staircase. Pretty cool stuff. There's our second staircase. I'm going to repeat the same thing over here. Ah. What? Did that torch break my fall? Huh? That's really confusing. Okay, so when you go up here, you'll go up the staircase. Beautiful. Come out this side. And then if you want, you can go up to the next floor, you know, do something crazy with your life. Wow, look at that. And I still have a few more to build. Okay, I finished up this stairwell and some of the roof I'll show you in a minute, but for this next bit of decoration, I need a little bit of iron. I gotta say, I really like how this base is coming along. Also, I managed to finish every single window. They're all filled now. It was a ton of glass, but I got it all done. We're gonna need some rails for this. So here's where we're at. We got the bottom of the stairwell. I'll show you how it looks on the way up. By the way, between this clip and the last clip, I took an exam in late 20th century film history. And I felt like I did pretty good. I think I did pretty good. I don't know, we'll see. Alright, this is the last story. It goes up here, and then out onto the roof. And I chose gravel because on top of a lot of large buildings, the roofs are just like this gravel material that holds down a tarp or a protective tarp or something. It's just cheap and easy to do. I think that's correct. You know, I'm not an expert in this kind of stuff. Anyway, there was, if these clouds stopped getting in my way, there was one more decoration I wanted to do. And it's something that was used pretty commonly, and maybe it's used today, but I don't know if I see it as much, but it was used pretty commonly in a lot of older city builds, older Minecraft city and skyscraper builds, and it was this thing. If you arrange 4 rails into a circle like this on top of a raised platform on a skyscraper roof, it kind of looks like a ventilation fan kind of deal, or like a vent. So I've always kind of tried to keep to that tradition whenever I build a skyscraper or a modern building like this, which isn't often, but you know, I would show you a really cool view of it if there was no freaking clouds. All right, there we go. I just turned it on to fast graphics really quickly. All right, check it out. This is the top of our skyscraper. Nothing to do a whole lot up here, but it just looks pretty cool. Okay, the next thing that I need to do to get this base in working order is to finish this canopy. And then once this is done, I can start quarrying out all this material and storing it in there. And it'll mostly be dirt, because I'm probably going to use all the cobblestone that I can get. Anyway, I'm going to use up what little dirt I have left at this base, and then we'll see where that gets us. Okay, yeah, that's all that I have. That's all the dirt that was in the chests at this base. However, I'm not going to run to another place to get more and then run all the way back, because we still do have a lot of dirt here that we can use. I'm talking about all this dirt down here. I have to get rid of it eventually, and it's the most useless part of the quarry, but it has to happen. You know, I have to remove all the layers of dirt, and I might as well just remove them and move them up here. Look, I'm almost done. I'm so close to being finished with this. Just 2 more rows, and that row right there, and then that little bit. And then this will be finished. I think this actually looks super cool from the bottom. That actually looks really, really cool. Look at that. Wow. I'm pretty proud of how this turned out. I think this looks super cool. I was afraid it was going to look like really ugly, but I'm digging it. The torches almost look kind of industrial. I'm really digging that. But yeah, I need to start tearing up all this landscape, leveling it down, and moving it up to the top. Ain't no time like the present. So I just fell again, and I took no damage, but I actually watched my defense bar drop. So to me, that means that the fall damage is being completely blocked by the leather armor, which is interesting, because I didn't think that was how that worked. Like, I didn't think that was actually how it worked. I thought you still took a little bit of damage, but apparently it's completely blocking it and absorbing that fall damage, which is interesting. I'm still learning things about this game, I guess. Okay, I need to talk about something or I'm gonna pass out. Like, I'm so exhausted. Well, how about we discuss the BTA videos and stuff that I've been planning lately. So in the last few episodes of this alpha series, I've discussed wanting to start a new BTA series, and I still definitely do, but I've decided to push that back. And the reason I decided is, 1, I already have a series and I really should just do 1 at a time, and 2, because I want the nether stuff that they have in the works to drop. And by the nether stuff, I mean the big nether overhaul that they're planning. It's got, you know, the new biomes, potentially new ores and other mechanics that they're planning on adding. And I want that stuff to be in the game so I can show that off in the series that I do. I have this issue when playing Minecraft that I discussed in my recent video essay, but it's like, I really care about consistency, and consistency really affects like my motivation to play the game. So if you haven't watched it, what I mean by consistency is the fact that the version of the world I'm playing on is stable. So normally when you play modern Minecraft, you expect that the game's going to be updated every once in a while to add some new stuff or new mechanics or whatever. And because I have this expectation that more stuff is going to be added, it kind of creates this idea in my head that the game is unfinished. And a lot of the time I end up putting off playing the game to wait for an update to drop, or I put off playing because I may miss out on new features and stuff if I create a world in the current update, and so I might as well just wait till the next update to create the world so I can have all the cool stuff that's going to be added. That's something that kind of demotivates me. Like, I care about consistency. It's always bothered me that the game has felt unfinished in this sort of way. And while I really like BTA, kind of have the same issue with it. That's something about old Minecraft that really appeals to me, because I can just stick to one version and I don't ever have to change it, and I don't ever have to worry about it changing. I can just keep it the way that I want, and that way it makes the world feel complete. Now, of course, I can mod it, I can add stuff to the game if I really need to or want to, but it's only when I want. So that's one reason that playing on a single version really appeals to me. Not knocking BTA for that, not knocking Modern Minecraft for that necessarily, but it is part of the reason I'm going to put off this series. However, I am still working on a BTA video. I was actually writing the script for it earlier, and the idea for it came after some discussion with the developers and the community members that there's a lot of stuff in development for the mod, and I think it would be really cool to have a comprehensive list of everything that's going to be added, or they're just thinking about adding, or they might add, or they were going to add but decided to scrap. So I thought it'd be really cool if I made an iceberg video compiling every single feature that I can find will be added or might be added or whatever to BTA. Maybe you think iceberg videos are kind of played out, but I've always liked them, and I've also always just kind of wanted to do one. They just seem really fun to do, and so far it is fun to do. I'm enjoying it. They are kind of generic, but I don't know. I just think they're neat. I've always wanted to do one with the stereotypical like Death Note music in the background and all that stuff. And the creepy atmosphere given to a subject that's not necessarily creepy. I kind of just like that stuff. So that is the next video that I am working on. I've been writing the script for a while now, just like you just get all the details down. It's taking a lot of research and a lot of like digging around the Discord server for proof and mechanics and discussions from the developers and that kind of stuff. And I know that I've already written the word developers in BTA about 1,000 times in that document already. But anyway, if you're a fan of Better Than Adventure, then that's something that maybe you can look forward to on my channel. And also something you can watch that'll make you look forward to the future development of the game, because there is a lot of really cool stuff that's in development right now, and a lot of stuff that they will add, apparently, so stay tuned for that. Ooh. I think that's the last one. Yeah, I think that's every single panel. Oh my god. Wow. That took a long time. This is such a huge project. I don't mean like it just took a long time to do this bit. I mean, I've been working on this for months and months, and I haven't put all my time into it, of course, but it's just such a massive project. Wow, look at that. Dang. There's snow layers here and there I need to clear up. Let me do that really quickly. Yeah, I know like some other people might like be able to pound this out in a single day or something like that. I am not that kind of guy. I never have been, but you know, it's a big project. I set my mind to it and I got it done. And you might be wondering, well, how much dirt did you have to mine to completely finish this thing? Let's take a look. Whoop. The answer is actually very little. Like underneath here, I've been mining stone for a while. So that was already excavated. And then there was just a bunch of dirt like on top of it that I was ignoring. So I mined up a lot of that. And then I mined out some over here. And yeah, just basically mined out some of this stuff over here, some of these layers. So like about that much. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to dig. So much. And that was like, I don't know, 2 inventory worths full, I think. I'd say 2 inventory worths full, or 3 chests full of dirt blocks. So it's a good thing I have this building, because, you know, I'm not a dirt connoisseur or anything, but I will be. So I'm going to need to have a place to put it all. Maybe one day I'll use it for something important. Look at that. Finally done. That is a really cool visual. Look at that, huh? And that's so cool. It's so nice and bright underneath here too. Like there aren't any mobs spawning. Of course I need to, as I dig this, keep moving the torches downwards. Wow, that's pretty cool. Basically the plan after this is to just keep mining dirt, and obviously I need to get stone at the same time, so I'm just going to mine a little bit of dirt at first. A little bit of dirt, a little bit of stone, a little bit of dirt, a little bit of stone, until all this dirt is gone. Then I don't have to worry about it anymore, except for the minor pockets of dirt that naturally generate underground. As this whole thing gets dug down, I'm going to work on the walls too, so like check this out. I've continued these pillars down the sides, and also I'm going to continue these sideways thinner wood pieces here. I'm going to continue that all the way around, and then every once in a while I'm going to put a new one. I'm going to try to have ladders on every single. That way I can just exit this thing from any place at any time whenever I need to. That was a ton of work. That was a ton of work. Wow. I'm really happy that I got this finished though. Look at that. Really cool. Let's go on top of the skyscraper and get a good look at it. You know what? Yeah, that's a good idea. That's what we should do. Oh my gosh, look! The tree grew! Hooray! Finally! Look at that. We're gonna worry about that in a minute. Alright. Wow. Look at that. Maybe it doesn't look good on YouTube because of the video compression, but wow. There's some snow I gotta clear off eventually. I think I'm gonna do that before I forget. That's quite the visual. Dang, we really got a lot done this episode. I am still not finished. The episode's still gonna go, but we've got a lot done. I feel really accomplished. I got this finished. I got this place basically finished, and it looks like I'm about to get the garden finished in a second. So we're doing good. We're making good. Sun's rising. It'd be cool to watch the sunrise from the top of this place. I am pretty sure I am above the default height limit in alpha, and that's what's causing this hard line kind of, what is that called? I don't know, you know, horizon, that's what it is. This hard line horizon. I feel like if I go lower, it doesn't look like that. You know, whatever. It is what it is. Maybe we can get a look at this thing during the day, huh? Wow, look at that. Okay, it looks like I missed a row of torches right there. And now you can't really see because it's daytime, but it looks like I missed one row of torches right there. And yeah, I gotta clean off the snow, so let me go do that. Yeah, okay, look, the horizon line is a lot like a smoother transition once you're a little bit lower. That makes sense. So the hard line horizon thing was definitely being caused by the height mod being above the height limit. There we go, that looks a lot better. Now, if there are snow layers over there still, I probably won't be able to see them, but it looks like it's 100% complete to me. Now, my other concern is that there may be torches underneath that I may have missed. If that's the case, I'm gonna have to pillar up and place them by hand or something, and I don't really want to do that, but I'm pretty sure I got them all. All right, let's see if we can get down the quick and easy way. Okay. Wow, that almost went really poorly. Dude, if I was a millisecond less, that water layer would have been lower, and I would have smashed to pieces on this ledge. Wow. Okay, all right, let's get a bunch of stuff to make up the garden here. Let's do some flowers, maybe even some mushrooms. I've got another bucket for some water. We need some more logs for sure. Okay, so I think the first step is to make sure that I can preserve as much of these leaves as possible. Now, like I said in the past, leaf decay in alpha is pretty buggy. So even when trees are grown, they'll start decaying in a weird kind of way. So we've already lost some of the leaves. What I want to do is preserve as many as humanly possible. Now, I'm pretty sure placing logs still preserves them. Like, they check for logs nearby, I think. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to place lots of logs underneath every leaf that I can. What I really want is the leaves to be in the outside, and then I'll shave them down afterwards. So now that I have all my logs in place, I can, I think, remove the main ones. Okay, next thing I do is shave them all down as much as possible. Hopefully we won't see any of these decaying. Okay, now I can remove all these slabs underneath here. So far so good in the leaves. The ones that are missing they were already not there, so we're doing good, I think. Finally put these stairs back. Okay, so the next thing is I think I want to make these even, so I guess I'm going to chop up some of these. And there's a hole right there, so I'm gonna remove these as much as it pains me. And then boom, we have our leaves. It would be really neat if we had like a fountain kind of shot out water right here. I feel like that'd be really cool. Not sure. What if I change this wall entirely, because this pattern design doesn't really work with what I'm going for here, and instead had like a stone fountain that shot water like right here? That could be cool. Let's try that. Okay, we have this stone section. If I want water to come out of here, I probably need to make that double thick. Yeah, and let's change up this wall design while we're at it. I'm okay with this. It'd be really cool if we had a little brick pond right here. Yeah, I like that idea. Let's do that. We have 6 bricks to go around. That's enough for the floor of the water to be brick, and that is good enough for me. Let's do the outside as smooth stone. Let's have the water flow out of here. I don't know, I think this is kind of cool. It's like really zen. I like this. I think this looks really cool. Having a brick pool, like bricks in the bottom of my pool, is like such a unique look to me. I don't know, it's just a kind of a design principle I've used a lot in old Minecraft. And now we need this grass to grow, but what we can do in the meantime is plant our flowers. So let's do that. Now we got some flowers on the sides. I think it would be nice to have some benches here. Let's do a bench. Let's do another bench. Let's put signs in this side. Oh, you know something I just noticed, and you can't see it here? When you're placing a wall sign in Alpha, it looks like this, right? This is what we're used to, the little sign menu. However, when you place a normal sign, you get the little stick that the sign is posted to, and it covers the done button. I haven't seen this in any other version of Minecraft, so that's kind of a new thing to me. All right, now we have our beautiful garden. I love this. I love little garden areas. This is a lot cleaner than ones I made in the past, but I think it turned out pretty nice. Okay, so I came out here to pick up some of the items that I may have dropped on the outside, and I did. But now I'm wondering, since this is a skyscraper, and now this looks a little bit less medieval and more like modern, should I update this building to be more skyscraper-ish? And the reason I ask is because, you know, now it just kind of doesn't really fit the theme of the overall build. It would be pretty easy. I would just get rid of this balcony, fill it with stone, change the roof, and then put windows here. And I think that would look really good. So I'm not opposed to it. Then the question is, that was where the train tracks are supposed to come through. That's where the minecart's supposed to come through when you arrive at this place. So I might have to do something different. And I have an idea. Right now, this room is just a chest room, but I have lots of areas for storage now. So what if instead of having that as a chest room, I had that as a stairwell, and that stairwell went underneath this place to like a subway station, and the subway station would be where you got off in your minecart. So you'd arrive coming this direction, you'd go straight into this hill, and then you'd go underneath into the subway station, you get out, you come up through there, then you're at the mining base. Of course, it all depends like the overall height of the train tracks. So they'd have to come in lower than this thing. So they basically have to come in at this level at the very least. I mean, I'd want it to be a little bit lower if possible. Okay, so like at this level, which means the train would be about this high instead of a lot higher and coming through there. To tell you the truth, I'm not entirely opposed to that idea. I mean, I'm really not. I think that'd be really, like a really cool build to have it be underneath and have like a little modern subway station. Of course, the question is, does it kind of interfere with plans that I have over there? Because originally I'm thinking like I want a minecart track down every single axis. So what height are they going to be at? I had to decide what that's going to be. But with doing some thinking about the build in the center of this world, I feel like I could have a lot of leeway with the minecart tracks. Having them low to the ground is not a bad idea. They're a lot easier to work with, they take up less resources, you know, you don't really have to worry about designing it so much. So maybe I should do this. Maybe that's a good idea. And I do want to start working on a minecart track to the center of the world. Obviously I don't have a base there yet. I can build a temporary one that these minecarts could arrive at for now, but I don't have an established base there yet. That's something that I need to work on in the future, but first I need to finish all these farms. This one is almost up and running completely. Just have to get the minecart track in order and I have to start mining all that dirt away. The tree farm needs to be expanded, and there are some other builds and other parts of the world that do need to be finished as well. Each one of them is dependent on each other. One of them is from ore, one of them is for drops, one of them is for wood, one of them is for stone. They all have to work together, and the best way to tie them all together is to have a train track running to the very center of the world. You know, It's about time I finally returned back to the alpha world. I mean, to be fair, I was here just a few days ago, but that's far too long. Because I have a lot of plans for this place. Plans that include a little bit of a remodel for this building here. I want to turn it into a skyscraper, and I want to dig out a basement for it. So that's what we're going to do, as well as attempt to start a subway station underneath this place. Hopefully we can get that all done. Might take a little bit, but that's okay. Enjoying the process. That's the best part of alpha. Oh yeah, by the way, I finally found a purpose for this hallway that kind of hangs over this chunk boundary thing here. As maybe you can see, there's this little chunk border glitch in this area. I built this hallway first and I didn't really know what to do with it, and I decided it'd be really cool to have an elevator at the end here. Now, there are no pistons in alpha or anything like that, but there are some pretty funky boat mechanics. Let me show this off here. I'm going to get in this boat, press the button, and ta-da! Now we're down. Simple as that. Pretty easy, but there's an interesting way of getting back up. So let me get back in the boat, hit the button. It's a little bit janky, but look at that, we float right to the top. Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff. And if you're down here and there isn't a boat readily available, you can just press this button and it'll come down to you. Pretty nice. However, if you're up there and you press the button, it doesn't move. Like, opening this door won't move the boat unless you're inside of it. I don't know why that is. Like I said, it's a little janky. Oh well. So, why would I need to have an elevator to get down here? Well, originally it was for sand mining, but I think I actually pretty much got all the sand that was down here. However, I did find a skeleton spawner in that cave over there. That little cave by the chunk border. You know, so I guess if I wanted a skeleton farm, I could use that to get there. But skeletons only drop arrows in Alpha 1.1. They don't drop bones. That's a later addition. They wouldn't be terribly useful unless I had a bow on my loadout. It is pretty satisfying, I gotta say. Okay, this project requires that we smelt quite a bit of cobblestone, so let's get the furnaces fired up. A lot of people really seem to like the last video, which I thought I'd call it unrelaxing as a joke, but it seemed to, I don't know, resonate with a lot of people. I got a lot of really nice comments, so thank you. The comments do make my day, if I'm being cheesy. It is true. Thank you for everyone who decided to click on that video, and I hope you enjoy the content to come. With that being said, let's tear this thing to pieces. Let's start with removing completely this wood roof. We don't need it anymore. I could just burn it, but I run the risk of burning down the bottom floor too. I'm not really totally sure how fire spread works in alpha. When it comes to fire and lighting fires in this version, the rule of thumb is better not to do it. By the way, I'm currently drinking one of my favorite teas of all time. I managed to finally get my hands on Morning Mindfulness. I originally tried it over a year ago. I got it as a gift, and then I went to the same tea store to try to get some more because I loved it so much. But I found out that it was seasonal, so I needed to wait. However, I was recently informed that it was coming back permanently because people liked it so much, and I'm pretty happy about that, so I went and bought a big bag of this stuff. And it is just as good as I remember. I put a lot of honey and a lot of cream in it. It's like a breakfast. But right now I'm drinking it in the evening. It's good for any time, really. This stuff's so good. Okay, we kind of have this thing going on the edges where there's a smooth stone block every other block up against the corners. So let's do that really quickly. Something like that. And we need that over here too. Which means I need to destroy the glass right there. The windows were this kind of layout down here. Let's try to repeat that up top, so I need to get rid of this one. I hate breaking glass. Sorry, painting. Okay, let's get a look. Okay, now it looks something like this, and I like that better as far as like fitting in the theme. I think that this area should definitely be kind of revamped a little bit. Or maybe I keep it. Like, the wood roof stands out against everything else. Yeah, you know, maybe I'll leave it like that. Just add a little bit of variety. But this building, you know, now it kind of looks like it needs a third story. And the thing is, I don't know what I'm going to do with a third story. I bet you I could think of something, though. I feel like this build is definitely asking for a third story to really look complete, though. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Alright, stone is done cooking. Wow, that went by kind of fast. This is pretty damn atmospheric. I mean, I say that almost every time I see the sunrise or the moon set, but it is pretty damn atmospheric. You guys ever notice that skeletons don't have bows in Alpha? Can you see that guy over there? He doesn't have a bow. They still shoot me. You know, they don't have a weapon to do it with. They just materialize in front of their faces. So I guess skeletons are kind of wizards. I feel like there's a superhero that can make like explosives or bullets with their minds. What is that, Rexplode from Invincible? Or Psylocke, one of the X-Men, right? Or Psylocke a bad guy, I don't remember. Beep beep bop 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 beep 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 bop bop. Alright, we got that done really rather fast. Huh. Look at that. Okay, now it looks kind of weird. Why does it look weird? I did put that antenna on the top. You know, maybe that was kind of a bad choice. Okay, you know, I think the main issue with it now is that roof kind of cuts off too short, so maybe I should raise it a block or two and just get rid of that antenna. Let's change some things and see how it turns out. Changing this roof is going to eat through like 10 pickaxes. That looks a little bit better, but maybe I shouldn't use cobblestone. Maybe I should try something else. The height was definitely necessary. It's the design of the roof that I'm kind of on the fence about. Let me change something really quickly. That's a little better. I don't know if you can tell, but I gave the top of the roof a little bit of depth, just like I did here. However, I think there's one more thing I can do to really kind of spice that up. All right, I put little slabs in those indents. Now the question is, should I remove that top row of full slab blocks and replace it with stone? Or should I leave it how it is? If I keep tweaking this forever, I'm just going to end up developing builder's paralysis and never be able to get anything done. I promised myself when I started this world I would not concern myself too much with overall design, like to the point where it becomes almost impossible to build due to all the different little combinations you can do and not knowing how they'll turn out. You develop like FOMO for building, like fear of missing out on the right combination of blocks. Does that make sense? I get that a lot when I play modern versions, and it's a big reason I'm kind of discouraged from playing modern. So going back to alpha is supposed to get me away from doing that. All that is to say, I'm going to stick with this design for now. Okay, the building renovations are complete, and I know what I'm going to do with the second story. I'm going to fill it up with more furnaces for smelting and stuff, but this third floor, I'm not totally sure. I could put a library up here, but I don't have bookshelves. I need sugarcane to make bookshelves, and sugarcane is nearly impossible to find in a snowy world on Alpha. I am probably going to make an entire video about searching for sugarcane in this world one day. Not today, but probably sometime in the future. So I just got done watching a show on Netflix called Apple Cider Vinegar. That show was great, honestly. Like, the visuals were amazing, the storyline was amazing, the pacing was great, but it filled me with so much anxiety. You know, that's not very common when I watch something. I don't really get that feeling. I can only think of a handful of shows that have kind of given me that same anxiety from watching. Uncut Gems. I got really anxious watching that. The first 2 seasons of The Boys gave me that kind of anxiety. And I'm not an anxious person, but that show, Apple Cider Vinegar, which is about like a scammer getting exposed, and you know, I'm not going to spoil it too much, but it was really good. That was a really anxiety-inducing show. I totally recommend it. It's more of a documentary, but it reminds me of the Netflix show Beef, which was fictional. I really liked Beef. I don't really think it gave me anxiety. I just, you know, it was some good drama. I liked it. I'm not really a drama person, but I did enjoy that show quite a bit. Any of you guys see those? Let me know what you think. Anyway, I went down here and started digging out like a basement for this place because, you know, digging stone always kind of relaxes me. I need a little bit of relax. There's something kind of therapeutic about just digging stone slowly with the stone pickaxe. You guys might wonder why I'm only using stone pickaxes to dig. You know, it seems kind of counterintuitive, right? So tools have lower durability. In alpha, I would run through all my iron picks very quickly if I were to start using them. And if I went caving with iron picks, all the iron that I mined in a cave would be less than the amount of iron that I would get from mining. So it's just not good to use them. Like, I have one in my inventory in case I find, I don't know, diamonds or gold or something, but that's it. I never use it, because if I started using it regularly or just used it to strip mine or cave or whatever, I'd technically be taking a loss. They adjusted that later, like beta 1.7.3, that is not a problem, and I like that about the version. I'm not really upset that I can't use iron pickaxes regularly. You know, stone is renewable. I can just keep making pickaxes. It's not a big deal, and it kind of slows down the pace of the game for me, which that's not a bad thing, you know. Slowing down, taking things easy, appreciating some of these larger projects a little bit more. That's not a con. I don't mind that. But yeah, I'm just digging to chill out. I've been watching some like off-grid survivalist YouTuber called Living Off-Grid with Paul. He seems like a pretty zen guy. I think he settled somewhere in like Tennessee or something like that, around that area. Appalachia. How do you say that? Anyway, he's this martial arts guy that moved off-grid somewhere in the south and just kind of been vlogging his journey, and he seems chill. It's relaxing. I've been watching that while I dig. I kind of like that. Nice way to wind down at the end of the day. I should probably actually think about how much I'm digging out here. I'm just kind of absentmindedly doing it. I dug this trench here. That is perfectly in line with all these torches that I placed. These torches are on an axis. I don't remember which one, but it's like an axis of the world. It runs between these two torches. I made a line that goes all the way back to the center of the world. There are no coordinates in alpha, so I don't know for sure, but I do know that that's the center of the world. Anyways, the minecart would have to come into here somehow, and I don't want it to be super low. It needs to probably be a lot higher than this, that's for sure. You know, I kind of feel like a house flipper. Look at this, I'm just busting up the ceiling, busting up the floor. I need to start moving these items to the main building, which means I need to start labeling chests with what's in them and that kind of thing. But here's something that I forgot to show you guys. I planted a sapling here as decoration. I thought it wouldn't grow, like the conditions in here were not enough for it to actually grow. I mean, I thought so. There was only 5 blocks of space here, but apparently it was enough. Because look, I think this is trying to be one of those balloon trees. You guys know what a balloon tree is? It's like, it used to happen in old versions when a large oak tree, the one with all the branches, would generate, but it would generate without any branches. So you just get this really short balloon-shaped tree. Large oak trees, they generate really weirdly compared to normal oak trees. So I guess that's why this happened. I have to find something else to put right here. Boom. How about a mushroom? That's fine, right? So yeah, I think I'm gonna designate this row as miscellaneous. Here's the question. Is it possible for me to stick a sign onto a chest? In alpha, there is no shift clicking. You can't really do it. So if I want to cheese a little bit and, you know, place a torch on top of a crafting table, I have to click the underside of a block that's floating on top of this crafting table. I can't shift click. See, it just opens the crafting menu. This is what I have to do. Ta-da! You gotta find a way to cheese the game a little bit. So I want to know if I can do that with signs. So look, I just opened the chest. What if, okay. No? Alright, whatever. Side of it, okay. I tried clicking the side of the torch, that didn't work. That's fine, I can still put the signs here, and they're not too intrusive, so I don't have a problem with that. Let's start by sticking all my dirt in this second row. I've already got quite a lot of it. Let's stick the cobblestone that I get in the third row, although I'm sure this won't be here for long. Let's start off strong. I am going to call this chest Mob Drops. Let's stick this all in here. Passive on the left, hostile on the right. Let's do this one as foliage. Saplings, flowers, mushrooms. This one should be food, stuffs. Yeah. What is food stuff supposed to be? I mean, why not just say food? I don't get it. It's kind of hard to read. Oh well. Next up is ore. You know, I guess this is all subject to change. I'm not really sure how I'm going to organize everything in the future. I think wool should be its own chest. I've actually got quite a bit of wool from just punching sheep that spawn around the base. Miscellaneous, that's how you spell that, right? That stuff will go right there. So that stuff I don't know how to organize, like a saddle or flint, snow, glass, paintings, I guess. Redstone torches, buckets. Let's do wood types here, and that will signify like different blocks that are wood, like stairs or ladders or something. This will be stone types. Up here will be sand, gravel. You know, this is just like moving in real life. No, it's not. It's not like moving in real life at all. You know, I don't think I've mentioned this. I'm actually trying to move to Canada right now. I'm trying to get a work visa so I can go live there. I want to be an editor one day. Like, that's what I want to do as a job. I'm trying to do that right now. Hopefully there's some good editing jobs there in Canada that can help me get a work visa, but I still need to finish my degree, get my demo reel going, and get my resume up. Call this one stone, call this one logs, and then we have one other chest for, I don't know, something else. I'm about to empty a lot of these chests in a moment to build this subway system, but it's nice to have everything finally moved out of this building over here. Yeah, a little bit of monster lore. Oh, and if you're curious why I'm calling myself Monster, that's probably because you don't know that this is my second channel. It's the second channel for a main channel called Monster. I made this to upload like simpler gameplay and just kind of like relax too. So far it's doing pretty well, you know, but I just wanted to chill out and have a good time, so that's what I'm doing. I want to add some similar stairs in that building, like these kinds of stairs. And so that middle floor and top floor will probably both be furnace rooms. So I'm going to grab some cobblestone to make more furnaces. I'm going to grab some stairs, grab some stone that I just put in here, and some slabs. Stairs are pretty weird in this version. If you've seen other alpha videos, you probably know that, but they are a pain in the butt. They change direction based on what blocks are around them. I don't fully understand it, and if I tried to fully understand it, my brain would break. So I'm pretty sure that staircases like this work without giving me a ton of trauma, but we'll see. Oh yeah, here's a fun one. Check this out. Watch, if I place a stair block underneath another block, it just turns back into a full block. I don't know why, but it does. If someone tweeted Notch telling to fix this game. If I have a big staircase like this, it doesn't really leave a lot of room for furnaces. So I guess when I get to this floor, I should just stick with a ladder. I think that's probably the best idea. Let's pound out these stairs down here while I'm at it. Oh yeah, from certain angles, these stair blocks, they're a little hitbox, or whatever it's called, they're placing blocks. It doesn't appear. So, like, I don't know how to explain it, it's just weird. Look, I can't. Look how it's flickering. Can you see how it's flickering? I can't place the block of wood on here from certain angles. I don't know why. Stairs are awfully buggy. That's why most of the time I just opt not to use them. I definitely don't use them for decoration. Even if they would look good for a roof or something, man, building a stair roof in alpha is just the worst experience. Look, it might sound like I'm ragging on alpha a little bit. I love alpha. I'm just saying I don't love alpha stairs. Alright, temporary staircase kind of deal. I'll probably shape that up in a minute. Just want to get rid of these ladders. Just put a nice clean dividing wall between here. And I guess this will just be a little secret area that no one will ever see. That's fine. There you go. So when you come in here, look, you can go upstairs or you can go downstairs. That's pretty nice. I like that. Okay, crafting table here. Let's make more furnaces. How many can we make? 32? That seems like a good use of cobblestone. I'll probably never need this many. Yeah. The furnaces are weird too. Look at this. It just... they're so strange. I want to explain this one. Is it just because I placed them in a weird order? Hold on, let's try upstairs real quick. Yeah, look, they're all facing each other when I place them. Let's do this. Huh. Interesting. That's interesting. Hold on, let me... Okay. One against the wall. One against the wall. No, okay. Against the wall. Is there a trick I could do to get these all to face outward? These furnaces. Yeah, look. Okay, wait. Uh-huh. Huh. Look at that. Huh, so if I place them all procedurally, they'll all face like that way. But if I place them next to a block that's facing forward or with no blocks on either side, it'll face forward. Does that make sense? I don't even know how to explain this. I'm just kind of getting a feel for it. It looks like I'm going to have a lot of furnace mining to do. I would like them all to face outward. That'd be pretty cool. This is a thing you don't really have to worry about in modern, you know? Again, I'm not digging on alpha. Okay, whatever. It would just be nice to have these face outward so I could check the status of the furnaces, you know? Alright, we got our perfect furnace row. Boom, boom, boom. Let's put another crafting table up here. Let's put some fences right here. Bop, 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 beep. Bop, bop, bop. Alright, that's cool. Let's put a beautiful painting. Wow. There we go. Beauty of Minecraft is that I can put a wool painting right next to burning stoves. And there's no risk of a fire. There we go, that looks nice. Let's put one more right here. Yeah. Looking good. Looking good. Alright, so the top of this building is officially fleshed out. Now we gotta worry about down here. Look at the moonrise. That's kind of an interesting point of view, isn't it? Rising right up this slit. So this is what I have so far. This is our railway coming in. I think this is an awesome view, but I do kind of miss some of the colors that would lended to this structure here. You can see the wood roof on the other side, and I'm keeping that to give it some contrast. But it would be nice if there was some more colors here just besides stone on this side. Maybe I put a sign here. What if I made a billboard? What if I made a tiny billboard here? I have no idea how that would work. How would I do the letters? I could swap out the cobblestone roof here for wood. That would do it. I don't want to think about too much right now. Anyways, here's our railway. And it comes into here. I did a little bit more mining. And it stops right here. Here's the area so far. Nothing crazy. You're going to exit on this side, call all the way down a hallway, then go up the stairs. And if you're wondering, why don't I just, I don't know, go this way, right? It's shorter. You'd be right. That would make more sense. But the reason is because of how minecart systems work in alpha. You need to use something called a minecart booster. And that I'll show more later. But basically, another minecart has to come from somewhere else and push this minecart. And since this track is on the right side here, it has to come from this area. So I can't have the hallway come through here because it'll go into the work area. I have to have it come around. Now, you might be wondering, why don't I just put it on the left side? Well, in my head plans for this entire project of minecart rails on every single axis, you know, the axis is technically between these two blocks. You know, it is a thin line between these two blocks going this way. That means anything I trace out is going to be 2 blocks wide. So where do I put the minecart track? And I just made like an executive decision and I said, oh, it'll just go on the right side. Facing away from the center of the world, it'll be on the right side on every axis. And then I called it good. You know, I want to stick to that, so here we are. Now, is this inconvenient? No, actually it's not. It's kind of nice. I like long hallways and things like that. I think this will turn out to be pretty cool. But before I decorate this place, I want to get the system up and running. So let's do that. I thought that little green piece of tree over there was a creeper. It kind of freaked me out for a second. Anyways, I built this right here, and I just realized I don't have enough iron to demonstrate what this is supposed to be. So we might have to take a little impromptu trip. Whatever. You know, I just tried to explain it, but I realized that I can't, not without minecarts. Those are very important. And I have no iron. I used every last bit of iron I had at this base to make all the rails that I have. So, you know, this wouldn't be bad as wood. You know, I might like that actually. That might be nice. But yeah, let's dump off some of our resources that we're not going to use. It's not ideal to be making a trip like this at this time, especially when the night just started. But it'll be fine. It's kind of a short walk. I'm also bringing some wool with me for this project that I have in another area. This is going to be the first time I've actually shown this off. Now, on my main channel, I did make a video about this place, but as far as Mahjong Blonsky goes, this is the first time I've ever put it in a video. So, whatever. But yeah, it's very close. Like, here's the mining area. You might already be able to see this other place. This pillar is just an entrance to a mine. When I go caving, and I cave for a long time, and I realize that I can't fit anything else in my inventory, or my health is too low and I have no food, I just dig straight up and I leave these little markers. So every once in a while in this world, you'll see a marker like that. And eventually I'll get back to mining there, but not right now. Here is the mining base. I called this the mining settlement, but it's really kind of expanded into a lot more than what it originally was intended to be. Now, there's a lot to see here. I will probably show it off more another time, but I need to grab some iron, and this is the place where I've got a lot. I actually have a lot of iron here, surprisingly. I'll just take 1 stack and call it good, I think. And then I need to drop off this wool. I think upstairs I actually, yeah, I have some more rails up here. Nice. You know, everybody's going to be curious, I guess, what this stuff is, so I might as well just take a quick peek. This is an EATS road, an EATS road. It stands for Ethos something terrain system. No, travel system. I can never remember. But I spent a long time figuring out how to build this. There are no tutorials, so I spent a while just kind of hashing out all the functions of it, and I think it turned out pretty cool. I also really like how this station turned out. I like how it looks. I really like the slab floor we have going on here, and I probably will repeat something like that at the rail station I'm building right now. And then down here is a place to load the system with new boats and the redstone wiring underneath here, so nothing super fancy. You're probably wondering how this works. Well, these water streams carry this boat here, and the boat is going to be underneath the hitbox of these ladders, keeping it a certain height. That stops it from bobbing up and down, which actually allows you to build up a lot of speed. And I never let this flowing water drop below like this level right here. That's why they're only 3 blocks long. So it keeps it at the perfect height. Now when I get in here, there's a pressure plate that isn't activated by the boat, but is activated by me. When I get in here, it'll activate the system and I will be sent on my way. And a new boat from behind will be put in its place. Watch this. Boom. Alright, here we go. Now the question is this faster than a minecart? The answer is I don't know. I think it's actually about the same. It's certainly noisier than a minecart. But the main thing about this is that it doesn't take any iron to build. It's a lot cheaper in terms of ore, but in terms of stone, it is way more expensive. It's kind of just cost-benefit analysis, so, you know, whatever. Here's the other station. It's slightly different. Over here, I was planning on building a passive mob farm, and I realized that I needed a lot more stone to build it. That was one of the reasons I went to go build the quarry. So everything ties back to that place. That's why it's important we get that place hooked up to a rail system first. But yeah, once I get enough stone, I'll come back here and I'll build a passive mob farm, but it's not needed at the moment. Down here is just a very similar system. The redstone, you know. Where does this door go? I forgot. Oh, to nothing? Okay. Alright, time to go back. Just saw a June bug in my room. Anyway. I really like this chair. This is just a mining building. It has a mine shaft that goes down, and nothing fancy there. Over here, this massive wood build, this is a big creative project I was working on. It's a painting museum. It doesn't really have all the paintings yet. And I designed this entire structure in such a way that you need to travel through every single painting exhibit, which are sorted by size, in order to get to the very end. And at the very end, there's going to be the minecart track that takes you here. So this is like a very fancy minecart station. And all the floors are wool, and that's why I originally needed a passive mob farm, because getting the wool for the floors was taking way too long. So I started that project, then I started this project, and at this point I have more than enough wool from just passively collecting it from sheep that spawn around me to finish that thing. The passive mob farm, as I said, is kind of on the back burner. Don't really need it right now. You can see both bases from right here. Well, it's a new day, and as you've noticed, probably, I removed the roof from this hallway. I thought about making it wood, but when I removed all the cobblestone, I realized how much I liked it being open like this, and I decided to keep it. And to be honest, it actually kind of it breaks up the color a little bit from a distance, because between these, instead of a hard gray block, it's like sky when you're looking at it from over there. I don't know, I feel like it helps. I'll have to show you later. Anyways. I recorded a lot of attempts to make the minecart system work, but I ended up kind of struggling with it. I did eventually get one figured out, but then I ran into a really nasty bug. And I asked the modification station people about it. They're a group of retro modders. Basically, they told me that the minecarts that I was using were being stored in the wrong chunk, and that was causing them to disappear. I caught them on camera 3 times disappearing as soon as I turn away. So there'd be 2 minecarts right here, and then I'd look away and they'd be gone. It's apparently because visible chunks, like what you're looking at, are loaded first. I don't know how to explain it. They don't even know what causes that to happen. But anyways, I recorded a lot of that footage, but I don't really know how to kind of edit it in a nice, cohesive way. So what I'm going to do instead is just show you the highlights. Okay, now I can finally demonstrate how this thing is supposed to work. Back before the addition of powered rails, a way to move your minecart from point A to point B without losing momentum was to just send it down a long hill, until someone discovered minecart boosting. Minecart boosters are the primary way people in Alpha used to build their stations, and you can do a lot with it, surprisingly. Minecart boosters have a lot of capabilities. We're just going to go over some of the main ones today. I'm going to build them. I'm going to give an in-depth lesson or something. You can look it up. From my understanding, I'm not totally sure, so don't take my word for this, but when 2 minecarts collide, they have the capacity to generate infinite momentum. If I put the minecart here, and it starts moving that way, it'll push that minecart, because hitboxes are weird, up and around, and then back onto this track where the previous minecart's been sitting, and then it'll push that one up and down into the track. Let me just show you what I mean. Yeah, okay. Oh, well, that didn't work. Let's try that again. Okay, see? So they're kind of boosting themselves. These 2 minecarts are pushing themselves back and forth. It's like a perpetual motion machine. It's pretty cool. The best part about this is that if I logged out of the game and logged back in, it would still be here. It would still be moving. And the same cannot be said for redstone clocks or torch clocks. In Alpha, it's like really buggy. They'll freeze up when you reload your game, and it sucks, but I know that this one is pretty much 100% reliable. These minecarts have a surprising amount of momentum. So the goal here is to have my minecart here, and then press a button that redirects the track of one of these things and sends it over up onto a track like this. Yep, don't do that. That will push my minecart right here and get it on its way. Now I just have to build the redirecting system. Okay. Alright. Click. And the window was to... Okay. There we go. Here it goes. Wow, it really didn't have that much momentum. I was expecting more. Normally these are longer. I tried to build a compact one, but maybe it really does have to be a lot longer than this. Some renovations are in order. Okay, so I was making changes to the system, and then I decided to go back and watch some tutorials from like 14 years ago on how these things actually worked. And there's some stuff I forgot. There's a lot of directional madness when it comes to, you know, minecart tracks and behavior and things like that. And I'm starting to think that maybe this won't work. Okay, now I just need... Oh, we have a guest. Okay. How did he see me? What? That's weird. Anyway. Oh, another one. What's up? No, I don't want any feathers. Gross. What was the idea behind making zombies drop feathers? I mean, I know that they did in Alpha and in Pocket Edition and whatever, but like, why? What was the thought behind that? Anybody know? Anybody want to comment their theories? Because I have nothing. Anyway, the next thing I need to do is to hook this up to a pulse extender. The reason I wanted to have a pulse extender is so that this track will remain turned for a longer time, hopefully a long enough time for it to do a full cycle of going back and forth. Because before I was pressing the button and the minecart was like over here, and it was flipping this thing really quickly and not giving it enough time for the minecart to come back all the way here and go into the new track. So I need to add a pulse extender, and I don't remember how to build one. Man, everything in Alpha is so tedious. I mean, there's a lot simpler. The base mechanics are a lot simpler, but it is way more tedious. I don't mind it though. Consider the fact that I'm trying to learn how to do like one thing, and in modern Minecraft you might want to try to hash out the best. In modern Minecraft you might struggle with making, I don't know, a creeper farm or something, and that's a massive operation. But here I'm just struggling with making a minecart starter thing, a way to boost my minecart. So yeah, I hear zombie, but I don't see zombie. Whoa, whoa. Jeez, right when I thought I was safe. Back to this, okay. Starting up the booster. There's our pulse extender. That didn't do anything. Looks like I need to move this entire thing back a block. All right, let's do it. Oh, no! Oh my god! Oh no! Oh, that actually made my heart race. Oh man, so much bad things would have happened if he just blew up. I would have died, I'm on 2 hearts, and I would have destroyed all this freaking hard work. Man. He must have came in through here, right? Dang, these streets ain't safe. That really freaked me out. That really got to me. I was a little loud there. Whoops. Anyways. Alright, this is working. Now I gotta play a leapfrog with this. Oh, I got hit by both oncoming vehicles. Alright. What if minecart collisions did damage to you? That would be interesting. That means you could create really wacky mob farms where you just rammed minecarts into mobs. Alright. Enough goofing around. Why can't I hit the button? I can't even press it. Alright, there we go. Alright, there it goes, there it goes. Well, oh. Look, it got stopped by this block. Alright. It's like it only lets me hit this button from certain angles. Yeah, look. So this must not extend the pulse that much. Okay, so we can actually do a little bit of a test here. This right here, this is the output of the pulse extender. This redstone line right there. This should be a shorter pulse than that one. Let's try it. Why can't I press this freaking button? I don't understand. That literally does nothing. I'm not crazy, right? That literally does nothing. That should be turning on. How is it turning if that literally does nothing? It's because this redstone line is right above this one. Okay, I had my facts very wrong. I don't need to power both of those. I just need to power this one. So let's try it now. Look, that turns off extremely briefly. Wait a minute. Oh no. Oh no. This isn't a pulse extender, this is a pulse limiter. This shortens a pulse. How did I make that mistake? This is a pulse limiter. That's why it's so brief. It's a pulse limiter, not an extender. Oh no, I'm stupid. Okay, from the ashes of stupidity rises the phoenix of geniosity. I don't know where I was going with that. Whatever. This is a little circuit. This is like an incomplete redstone clock. With 3 NOT gates, it'll spin around forever. Maybe you're familiar with those kinds of redstone clocks, but with just 2, it stays in this locked state. However, when one of these is powered, it'll flip to the other one. So it's like a flip-flop. So I hit this one, and boom, it flips to the other one. And yeah, look, it flips back. Pretty simple stuff. So this is the perfect solution to my problem. Let's say I hit this button, which activates that curve track and turns the thing onto here. And then somewhere along this way, there's a pressure plate checking for the minecart. And when it hits that pressure plate, it'll activate this side of the flip-flop and turn that gate off. It stays on as long as it needs to, because this track won't turn back until the flip-flop is turned back, which requires the minecart to go around in a loop. Am I making sense here? Next thing we gotta do is make a pressure plate for the minecart. Pressure plates and minecarts kinda work, kinda not always. We're just gonna do the best with what we have here. The heck? Am I crazy? What just happened? Guys, where did the minecarts go? I am at a loss. I have no idea what just happened. Are they hiding? Are they like hiding underneath here? Maybe they're underneath here? No, that's not it. I just relogged and that didn't make them come back. So I guess I have to make 2 more, which sucks because they're pretty expensive. So that torch's default state is on. When that pressure plate is activated, that torch flips off. So when both of these torches are off, let me move this up one. Oh. Dang, I'm... oh, he got stuck in there. Oh, wait. Is it just gonna kill him? Oh, or is he gonna kill me first? Whew. Oh, oh. Whew. How long is this gonna take? Oh. Wow. There's a lot of really wild stuff happening right now. Alright. Let's test this. Alright, we need to put another minecart right here. Let's test and see if it comes all the way down, can hit that pressure plate, and keep going afterwards. Alright, now the question is, does it have enough momentum to actually push this minecart a somewhat considerable distance? Yeah, I'd say it does. The next thing is hooking up that pressure plate to something to turn that torch off. What? They just disappeared again. What is going on here? Okay, it looks like some of the minecarts reappeared. Not all of them, just 3, but at least I got them back. Yeah, here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tear this entire system out and redo it from scratch. So eventually I did get this thing to work, so let me give you a proper tour. We have the stairs that lead down to this hallway. It's a little bit of a short hallway because right above here is the grass. This is kind of our temporary waiting area. I'm gonna have a slab floor here too. Maybe make this a little larger with some better decorations. And this is where we get in our minecart. So in order to make this minecart move forward, we have to use the minecart boosters. So let me... Oh, I didn't put that there. It just reappeared. Yeah, okay, it's really buggy. Whatever. This is just going to be a temporary showcase because I haven't found a way to fix the bug yet. But this is how it's supposed to work. So look, these guys are kind of giving each other perpetual momentum. When I press this button right here, it sends a signal to this flip-flop circuit, which turns off this. There's a redstone torch activating this curved track, and it turns it this way onto this track. That minecart comes this way and hits this pressure plate. But it continues because it's being carried by this minecart. The momentum from it is helping it along, and it continues on its way all the way over here, presses the minecart that I'll be riding in that way, and then it rejoins the original track. This pressure plate flips the flip-flop back into place, which closes this loop. It was really a mess before, so I finally got it all laid out very nicely, and I'm pretty happy about that. So, you know, I'm gonna stop these from... Oh! What on earth? Did you see that? It just duplicated before my eyes. Did that item stop it from moving? It did. That's, okay. Oh, and they kept moving after I removed the item. That's interesting. That means it stored the momentum. What is going on here? Minecarts are very bugged. And, I hope there's a hotfix out there sometime soon, because I'd like them to work properly. Oh, they're pushing me. Oh. What? This is so funny. Look, they're deciding that they can't go this way, so they're just turning around. I'm just turning them around with my body. That is so strange. Alright, well, anyway, let's see the system in action. If I could press the button. There it comes. Ta-da! Here we go. Pretty nice stuff, huh? Okay, I broke that rail right there. Oh! Nope, don't open inventory. What? Why is it going so slow? Okay, it's like a little bit of a standoff here. I guess the minecart tracks are kind of confusing its path finding. Oh my gosh. Was I wrong to do that? I guess it surrendered, right? Alright, let's watch this in action. There it goes! Ta-da! Pretty cool stuff. See, I love how this works. I just don't like how it's so buggy. I wonder if it's having the glitch because it's so close to a chunk boundary, which is right here. Maybe. I don't really know. But I'm gonna shut these off because I don't want them to disappear again. Oh, hello. So for now, I think I'm gonna leave this area be. If I can ever get a little mod that fixes some of those bugs, then I'll return to it. But for now, there's not a lot I can really do. Worst case scenario, I never get a mod that fixes that glitch. If that happens, then I'm gonna have to rely pretty much solely on these boat roads. I don't really have a problem with that because, you know, there's always an alternative option. Even if it is a little more time consuming to make, there's always something else we can try. Welcome to my alpha minecart station. Now you're probably pretty familiar with the main function of a minecart station, but in alpha, it works completely different than it does in modern. Take for example, the mechanism that starts the minecarts. Pretty different. Let's do a little test drive and you'll see what I'm talking about. So, hop it in the minecart, hit the button, that other minecart comes past, and gives us a push. Oop. Oh no. As you can see, that actually gave it quite a bit of momentum, a lot more than a powered rail would ever give it. Essentially what is happening is that other minecart is coming by and pushing this one. It uses something called minecart boosting, and it's kind of a bug. I don't really know if it's failed minecart linking technology, or the hitboxes are slightly larger than they should be and it's just pushing it, or what, but it works. And in a minute, I'm gonna go into the back room and show you the mechanism itself. But first, this is a little terminal area. Got it nice and decorated, little plants, nice little chairs, and a little kiosk with all the different screens for the destinations. You can go to the city, or the desert, or another desert. You know, that also kind of looks like a shrub in a desert. So here is the staircase up, and back here is the maintenance tunnel. So this is the mechanism. It's a little cramped in here just because I had to make it fit with the other structures in the area. But what happens is the button is on the other side of this wool block, and it opens this door. And because hitboxes of minecarts are weird, when that door opens, it goes through and then loops all the way back around. When it comes down here, it kind of hooks to this other minecart, which kind of perpetually boosts it. It gives it a lot of momentum. Again, it's a bug. Not totally sure why it works, but it just does. This is the kind of technology that was used back in the day in alpha. So let's take a look at this again. That one goes back into place, and that one goes all the way around. As that one goes down, it's given a lot of momentum by this minecart. That minecart travels all the way around, hits the minecart that I'm in, and gives that a lot of momentum, and pushes it forward, and the whole system resets itself. Powered rails, activator rails, detector rails, they don't exist in alpha. It's all very rudimentary stuff, taking advantage of bugs and natural mechanics that were in this version. It's pretty cool stuff. I really like it. It's just a different way of making things work in this version, and I think it's really charming. And as you can see, this minecart track, it's not finished. So we have a little bit of work to do here. Now, prior to this, I actually had an entirely different system that still used minecart boosting, but it was set up completely differently, and I changed it, and I'll explain why later. But first, I have a little bit of stone mining to do because I want to extend this track to the center of my world and build a small terminal there as well. And that's going to take a lot of stone that I certainly don't have, but thankfully, we are at the quarry area, so I'm just going to head over here and start clearing out some of the stone underneath this area. Look at all these animals. Nice. Free wool. You know, I had my girlfriend play this the other day, and she was kind of walking around, and I told her to kill a pig, and she wouldn't do it because she didn't want to hurt it. And I thought that was kind of cute. So you guys might be able to tell, but I'm feeling a little under the weather. I've been sick the past few days. I've been kind of running a fever. And my favorite thing to do when I'm sick, besides just play Minecraft, is to drink lemon, ginger, and honey tea. It's probably my favorite tea of all time. I mean, even though it's not real tea, there's no tea leaves in it, it's just herbal tea. It's probably one of my favorites, especially when I'm sick. I don't know, it just makes me feel a lot better. It's actually what got me into drinking tea in the first place. So if you're familiar with my videos, and you may not be, I pretty much always talk about some kind of tea that I'm drinking. I'm a big fan of tea. I've been drinking it for about 3 years. And it all started when I was a kid. My mother used to make me lemon ginger honey tea whenever I was sick. And that was the only time I ever drank it. But when I got a little older, I started making it for myself when I got sick. And then after I got better, I just kept drinking it because I liked it. And I ran out, so I went to the grocery store and I saw that, oh wow, there's all these different kinds of tea besides the one I'm used to that I could try. So I started buying new teas, trying them out, started doing breakfast teas, you know, really simple stuff, Earl Grey, English breakfast, the bags I sell at the grocery store. And I did that for like a year. I was just drinking like bagged tea and all the time, you know, I liked it. And I stopped drinking pop too, which I think has been kind of a positive change in my life. It's probably the majority of the sugar that I consumed. And then one day my grandmother, who's since passed away, she gave me a gift card to a local tea shop that I hadn't heard of before. So I went there and they sold what's known as loose leaf tea. So they had these giant tins full of tea leaves, the entire tea leaves, not the ground up stuff they put in bags. And they had so many kinds. And that's when I really got introduced to tea. I love that place. It was probably one of my favorite places to be ever. You know, you go up there and you ask them, oh, what's monkey paw white tea? And then the people working there, they'd take down the tin, they'd let you smell it. And it's just the best thing ever. You know, I love being there. Super cute shop. I was always the only one in there, which was kind of a hint to what happened later. But I loved it. It was pretty nice. It was cozy. They had all kinds of teaware. They had little cookies and treats. It was just nice. And I bought way more tea than I could ever drink from that place just because I liked going there. And I still have a lot of it years later. Ooh. But what ended up happening is that place closed, I guess because, you know, it wasn't really in a great spot where it would get noticed. And loose leaf tea is just kind of niche. You know, it wasn't like in a big city or anything, so it just wasn't popular enough, which is unfortunate. And they closed down, and I was just devastated when I heard that it closed. It was really sad. It was my favorite place, you know, and, you know, I still think about that place all the time and how much I miss it, to be honest. Oh no, he hit the sheep. I had to try to time my hits between the invincibility frames. Thankfully, I pretty much have enough loose leaf tea to last me a million years. And there is another tea shop that I know of that I go to now, but it's a chain and it's not my favorite. It's pretty good, but it's not as good as the other place was, unfortunately. Through the internet, I was also introduced to Eastern brewing, or pu'er, gong fu brewing, in which people will use fermented tea leaves, sometimes for years, put them in a small bowl and steep them for like 30 seconds. And pour it into a little cup, drink it, steep it again, drink that, steep it again, over and over and over again. And the tea is supposed to taste different for every single cup, and you appreciate it for the differences that it has. It's very slight. You don't sweeten it like I do in Western brewing. It's pretty interesting. So I don't really do that as much, but I have a lot of that kind of tea as well that I've ordered from online, basically. Tea cakes that have been pressed, some of them 20 years or older. The outro of every video on this channel is me pouring a cup of a young shu pu'er called Gingerbread Man. It's from White 2T. It's like the third or fourth steep, and that pour in particular is like the third or fourth time I did it, and it still has a very dark color and it's very thick and very rich. Really unique stuff. So like if you really want to understand tea as a medium, like I would totally suggest it, but it is it's not cheap. It is a little bit of a money sink, but it's not terrible, right? I like tea a lot. I don't know if you could tell. And I'm probably going to drink gallons of this lemon ginger honey stuff. All right, the next thing I got to do is continue building this little bridge all the way to spawn. And I think, at least for now, I'm not really going to decorate it. I'm just going to keep it flat cobblestone, just because decoration is going to take so many resources, and it's low enough to the ground that I don't think it's necessary, unless we go over a crevasse or something like that. You know, if you think about it, train tracks aren't decorated, they're just built on the ground with gravel underneath. I don't mind just making this a straight cobblestone path. It'll save me a lot of time. And we ran into our first hill, so I wonder how close we actually are to the center of the world. Hey, look, mushrooms. Oop. That's a nice surprise. Mushrooms are pretty rare. Okay, so we have this hill to go through. It looks like we're gonna have a pretty long underground tunnel. Might come out right here, and then over this hill. Yeah, and then it looks like, yeah, those two hills, and then we reach the center of the world, which is right there. Sounds good. That's a really pretty view right there. Anyway, the railway is pretty long right now, and I'm curious how far this booster will actually take us. So let's check it out. All right, here we go. Isn't that pretty though? That's quite nice. And we're still going. My goodness. We're about to reach the end of the trek. Wow. It took us all the way to here, and we were still going. I mean, look, it's a lot more powerful than powered rails in modern. That's for sure. If we make this longer, it will stop eventually, and when it does, we're going to add another track booster to keep the momentum going. But we'll worry about that when this thing is complete. So I've been digging this tunnel and ran into a small issue. We're quite a bit below the actual world center. And I guess I should have thought of this when I was making the track, but I made it low to the ground. I'm like, oh, this will be fine, but no, it won't. And you know, now that I think about it, this is not like a great spot for a minecart station. I mean, it's not very flat. We're kind of on a hill here. So something's got to change. I'm gonna have to have a thought about this. I kind of think that the best course of action will be to go back somewhere along the rail line over there and raise it up, have it go up an incline, and then come here and it'll arrive at the center of the world, maybe about this height. You know, I think that's not too bad. About that height might be good. You know, that way I don't have to do a bunch of digging. I want all the axis railways to be the same height exactly. At least starting out from here, right? They might have to change like I'm doing over there. But if I start at this height on all axi, they'll mostly clear all terrain and I won't have to do a bunch of digging, which is save me a lot of time, I guess. Still, I kind of like the look of it being on the ground. I don't want to do a bunch of terrain changes, like go up and over hills and stuff like that, just to make it level with the ground, because it'll just like be kind of a bumpy ride and mess with the momentum of the track. So, all right, yeah, this is the new plan. I'm gonna start building this back from the center until I meet up from where I left off. Oh yeah, check this out. This is an interesting bug in alpha. So alpha 1.1.2 is the last version before the Halloween update, which added the nether in. So in this version, there is no nether, no netherrack, but there is still a way for infinite fire. With logs, and I think planks are also the same way. When it's on fire, if it isn't consumed by a certain amount of time, the game will stop trying to burn it. So it'll just be on fire forever. And that's pretty interesting. So you could potentially make a fireplace in your house with fire constantly burning if you just kept burning logs over and over until they stuck. So it is totally possible. I was clearing a tree here and I chopped it down, then I burned the leaves away, and it spread to this tree over here and burned all the logs except this one. So, pretty cool. I don't know if you guys can see this, but when I start breaking a leaf block, it makes the clouds above disappear. See, it just flashed blue. That's interesting. Anyway, check this out. I made a little tunnel through here. I was digging through this hill. I thought it would be cool to have like an arch going through on either side. Pretty aesthetically pleasing. I like that. Well, it looks like I may have overshot a little bit. Dang, this is a lot higher. It's a lot higher than that lower track. I should have done this from the beginning. I should have had it high up. I mean, I don't mind how that turned out. I like it a lot. But it really does make more sense to have it high off the ground. I just thought it'd be cool if it came in like a subway station, and it still can. So I guess I gotta remove a lot of this bridge and then have it come up that way. Now, here's something I've never seen before, at least in this version. Little light glitches. Look at this. There's a little shadow from where the bridge was. That definitely exists in newer versions of Minecraft, but I haven't really seen it in alpha like this. I'm just showing you glitch after glitch after glitch. Hopefully that's the last one, right? Pig is banished. Get out of here. Cask of Amontillado right there. Alright, now let's see how far it takes us now. I want to know if this thing will send us over that incline. Alright, here we go. I don't think we've slowed down yet. Dang! Shot. Oh! Well, it shot us right up that thing, and it seemed like we had pretty good speed when we came off. I may not need to add a single booster along this track. That would be crazy. Alright, finally, the track has made it to the center. It's fully complete. Now we just have to come up with some kind of center station. And it's only going to be temporary, because eventually I want to have like a big base at 0-0. I want to have a really cool base here. I've been thinking about the design a lot in the back of my mind during the day or whenever I'm driving or whatever. I think I have an idea of how I want to pull it off. But I can't really do all that right now. It's going to take a lot of resources, a lot of materials. So for now, I just need something kind of temporary that'll keep the mobs out and the snow off my head.
So I'm not going to spend a lot of time decorating it or making like anything super fancy. In fact, I'm actually going to push these back a little bit because I don't want the room to be so big to accommodate those. So it basically has to be big enough to accommodate the rails and the boosters that'll get it going. And I don't have enough rails on me to make a booster. I'm completely out of iron. I can't make any more rails. I'm going to have to go to the mining colony over there, this direction, to get enough iron to make some more rails. Ooh, spooky cave. Look at that. You can just barely see the end of the Eats Road over that way. I'm going to go there first and it'll take me to the mining colony. I don't know if heading to this thing first is faster, technically, but it is more fun. It's a pretty cool view, too. Check that out. Alright, here we are back at the station. Still really love these lava ceiling lights. Alright. A lot of an automatic transportation system. This is totally impossible in modern, at least like this. Ta-da. That's pretty. I swear to God, I'm just getting sicker. I feel sicker. I hear it's going around now. Any of you guys been getting sick or know anybody getting sick? I hear it's kind of been passing around everywhere. I'm gonna grab some more coal. I'm definitely gonna need some. But yeah, this is the little mining station. Oh yeah, if you want to check it out. This is the actual strip mine. Nothing fancy, although this is kind of fancy for something that I would do, to tell you the truth. It's treated me pretty well. I don't really care for strip mining. I like caving. I find caving to be a lot more engaging. However, you know, I'll just pick a direction, mine straight down, and put on a YouTube video, put on an Outdoor Boys video or Kyle's Cabin or something. I find that pretty relaxing and just kind of mine away. All right, I'm going to leave that cooking. We have 4.5 stacks of rails. That should be good for now. And let's head back to the quarry. A lot of people have asked me how I got the snow to be kind of like smaller like this. And I just made a texture pack, but it's not as straightforward as it is in like modern, I guess. So let me know in the comments section if you'd like me to make like a short tutorial video on how I did it or how I achieved it, so you can make your own, or I'll just kind of give you the pack that I made for myself. I don't know yet what kind of materials we're going to need, but I suspect that we're going to need some glass, which I just don't have, so. But I do have some stone. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take some more wood. So for those of you that have seen the last video on this channel, the original minecart system I had here was completely different. It was a lot bigger and a lot more complex, and it took a lot of trial and error to get there, and I eventually kind of ran into a roadblock in which the minecarts powering the system would despawn whenever I was looking away. And BestSoft100, who is a developer for BTA, or Better Than Adventure, he made a patch that was supposed to fix that because it was apparently just a vanilla bug. It had nothing to do with any of the mods I had installed. But I actually opted to use a completely different system, which I've showcased because it's a lot smaller and lightweight. Also, I switched the side on which the track is being powered because I changed the track to be 2 rails wide instead of just 1, which it was previously. And I'll try to show you why right here. Let me remove this section of track right here. So originally I was just gonna have a 1 wide track, and that was going to save me a lot of iron. Obviously it'd be a lot cheaper, until I found out that this kind of creates an issue, and I'll show you what I mean. So if I'm going in this direction and I get a boost, then I have plenty of momentum. You know, I'm going pretty far. I don't have a great way to give myself momentum, so this is just like a little temporary thing right here. All right, but if I'm coming this way, okay, this thing will basically stop my cart and send it back the other direction. Oh, that's another glitch. I swore there wasn't going to be another glitch. I guess I lied. But yeah, so you can't use the same track because these booster minecarts, they're monodirectional, they're unidirectional. They're directional one way. You can only travel one direction when you're going down it. You can't go back the other way. So I have 2 tracks, and I'm going to have boosters on either sides where they're needed, and that way you can get up and down the track without issue. There is a way to split a track in half, a single line track, that allows you to split it into 2 and then get boosted and then go back into 1. And I might do that at some point, but I just think that this looks better and more consistent. Plus it's just a short distance. But yeah, that's why this looks different from the last video. With that all said, it's time for the final test. Let's see if this minecart can get us to the center of the world. I really dislike this turning thing that minecarts do. that kind of forcibly turn your head if you change direction. Oh shoot, this is gonna be a problem. Ooh. Yep, that's not ideal. Wish there was a way to measure my speed. It looks like we might make it all the way to the center without a single booster. Oh no, oh no. Dang, we did it. We almost died in the process, but yeah, we made it all the way to the center of the world. I don't know how long of a track this is. It's probably like 200 blocks or something. I really don't know. There's no coordinates. Can't see my coordinates. But yeah, that's really impressive. It'll save me a lot of headache without having to add any extra boosters. The next step is to build the station, and it's just going to be a temporary build, so nothing fancy, pretty cheap to make. I don't want anything crazy going on here. Oh shoot, this is not looking good. Oh man, okay. Phew, I really need to get some food. Here's a little old Minecraft fact. So back in the day, when these versions were new, building with stone was considered to be like more sophisticated than building with, I don't know, cobblestone and wood. Because you had to mine it and then you have to smelt it back into stone. So building with stone and stone slabs was considered to be like sophisticated and fancy. If you go back and you watch any of these old versions at the time they were new, everybody's minecart stations, everybody's builds were made of stone. Nowadays, if you tried to pull it off, it would just look ugly and out of place. So kind of had a fun idea for the roof. What if on the roof I had a bunch of crops growing? So I would have a source of food at the center of the world at all times, or at least until I replace this building with something else. I think that'd be pretty cool. I want to do that. I haven't grown any crops in this version yet. Also, I'm not totally sure how I'm going to get up into this thing from the bottom. Like if I'm coming at it from, over here, I'm not totally sure. I was thinking I'd do like ladders up through here or something, but I don't really know. No, I know. I'll put stairs up here. That's a good idea. All right, I'm out of stone, which means I need to go back to the quarry and grab some more. So I've set up a booster on this side at the main station. It's not the prettiest thing in the world, but hopefully it'll get the job done. So let's test it out. All right, here we go. I wonder if this will give us as much of a boost as the one back there. It's quite nice. Ooh. It's a pretty nice way to travel. I do kind of wish it was a little faster, but it is certainly faster than walking, at the very least. So yeah, took us all the way to the station. Nice. Now, the only way to get seeds in alpha, I think, is to till grass. I think, yeah, you have a small chance of getting seeds if you till grass. The other thing is, if you just walk on farmland, you don't have to jump on it. It'll de-till itself. Is that the word? But yeah, it'll break crops, it'll break the farmland. All you have to do is walk on it. In modern, you have to jump on it, which is a little bit more fair. So I do know that in beta 1.7.3, there is a little bit of a glitch that allows you to walk on farmland without breaking crops. And it's by putting a fence post underneath. Like for whatever reason, it translates to this block that it's part of the fence or something. So when you're walking just slightly above the farmland, like right here, 1 pixel above. It's something like that. But yeah, putting fence underneath it will prevent it from being crushed when you walk on it. At least it does in beta 1.7.3. So in beta 1.1, which I've also played, it doesn't work. So I'm about to test it out right now. Yep, doesn't work. All right. That means I have to lay out the farmland in a very specific way so that I can harvest it all without walking on any of it. So I'm gonna likely have to create rows and stuff. Oh man, I wish I had gotten that on camera. I just got my first music disc. I haven't gotten one before. And, oop, am I getting another one? No. Oh, shoot. Okay, please don't. Oh no. There's the tree farm. Yeah, anyway, got my very first music disc. Disc 13 is my favorite. I just like how eerie it is. Nothing else really quite matches the vibe of Disc 13. It's just so different from everything else. Disc 13 and Cat were the first ones ever added to Minecraft, fun fact. So in this version, only Cat and 13 exist. I don't have any diamonds on me, but if I go back to one of the bases that has diamonds, the tree farm or the mining base, I'll bring one back and put a jukebox here so I can listen to it. But for now, it's gonna stay in this chest. So I gotta go find some water to put in the farm so I can irrigate the crops. And those little water ponds that are everywhere, they're like little craters in the ground with water that you're kind of used to seeing all over the world. Those are not in this version. They're not in alpha. I believe they weren't added until like, I think it was alpha 1.2.6 or like really early beta. I'm not really sure. I don't totally remember. But they're not in alpha. And while it would be helpful to have those around as a source of water, I hate them. I hate how they look. I hate how they mess with the terrain. Never like them. I always just cover them up whenever I see them. I cover them with dirt. They never look good. I'm sure most of you guys feel the same. I saw a post a while back on Reddit, on the Minecraft subreddit, of a dude like doing side-by-side comparisons of a before-after shot of terrain before he covered up the water pits and after he covered up the water pits. It looks so much better and more natural after he covered up the water pits. It just looks better. Don't care for them. My hate for the water pits knows no bounds. This is going to be a really inefficient farm. It's just going to allow me to walk all the way around and collect all the seeds and the wheat that I grow. But the outside, there's just not really a great way for me to irrigate it. I mean, I could put water here, I guess, but then I wouldn't be able to reach the corner, so it'll grow just slower on the outside, and that's fine. I don't expect that I'll have to use this place very often, if at all. It'll just be nice to have. Alright, this is going to be a little bit of a pain, but to get enough seeds to do that farm, I just have to keep tilling grass until I get enough seeds. Underneath this tree, I got 1 seed. And since it's a snow world, it's kind of extra difficult just because there's snow covering everything. That's the grind. That's the alpha grind. I choose to play alpha not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Boom. Yeah, I should probably remove these torches, or these are going to stay farmland forever. Sorry guys if I, sound kind of weird or just like not as energetic as usual. Again, it's because I'm sick. I hope you guys can still enjoy the video despite my sick voice, so let me know what you guys think. Okay, seeing that creeper climb onto the rails has kind of just made me realize that it's not quite safe. Actually, now that I think about it, I do have these stairs that just lead up here. I didn't think about how dangerous that was. Oh man, what do I do about that? Yeah, if this becomes an issue at some point in the future, then I will address it, I'll change it, but for now, I'm gonna leave it how it is. Anyway, using up 4 hose has yielded me 27 seeds. Nothing substantial, but it'll get us started. Ta-da! Alright, this is kinda the finished product. I think it looks pretty cool. I'm a little iffy about the wood balcony thing here, but I think this thing looks pretty neat. I'm liking the windows, and even the dirt on the roof is kind of cool enough. It gives it a difference in color, enough that it looks pretty neat. I believe that if you built something like this in modern Minecraft, you just couldn't ever pull it off. It would never look good. But because I built it in alpha, it looks super charming. All right, here's the inside. I have a chest. I have some furnaces, and only one of these directions is set up with a minecart track, this one. So far, with more to come, I'm probably going to do this one next, towards the tree farm. Up on top of here, I have these little things to stop the snow from getting inside. But yeah, we have our crops that are growing, so if I ever come here and I'm like, oh no, I've been fighting mobs all day, down to half a heart, need some food, all I gotta do is just go up here and craft some bread. Pretty cool stuff. Alright, let's take this thing for a spin and give it a push to get it started. And boom, here we go. Nice. I'm super happy they got this set up. I've been thinking about setting up a minecart system ever since I started this world, and now it's finally coming to fruition. And look at that, we got quite the view here. Really nice. You can see a lot from up here. Yeah, maybe building a minecart track that goes above the ground was really the way to go. Welcome to my alpha painting museum. It's a little unfinished, but the basic premise is that it contains a different exhibit for every size painting and puts all the paintings up in order of release. As you can see, we have all the 1x1 paintings that exist in this version of alpha in order of release, and if they're released at the same time, then alphabetical order. The museum is kind of structured in a way that it funnels you from one exhibit to the next, so you have no choice but to kind of walk through every single one of them. And again, it's very unfinished. I have a little bit of work to do here, especially in this garden area. I need some bushes and some flowers and maybe even a little pond.
and the second floor is in need of a roof. This is where I was going to put the 2x2 paintings. I've built it with enough space for each one in mind. Here I believe is the 2x4 paintings, or the 4x2, whatever you want to call them. Kind of suffering from lack of roof here as well. The 3x4 paintings would go on either end of this hallway. Here we have a nice lookout over into the garden area. And this would be the very last room, which I believe would contain the 3 4x4 paintings in alpha. One here, here, and here. And then here's going to be a stairwell. So maybe you noticed every single exhibit kind of led into each one and funneled me all the way to this very last room. And I go up that stairwell, and on the top, which will be in this section, is going to be a minecart station. And that minecart station will take me probably that direction over to the quarry. So yeah, I've got a little bit of work left to do on this thing, but I need more logs than this if I'm going to continue. I have to figure out how this room is going to basically lead over here. I'm not totally sure. So I started putting a stairwell here, but I ran into a teeny tiny issue with the stairs. Now you're thinking, like, why don't I just break this and place it back into the correct position? Stairs in alpha, as you can see, don't work quite like that. They're directional, and they change directions depending on what blocks are surrounding them. At the time, Notch didn't think of the idea to make them manually directional, you know, face whatever direction the player faces. I mean, that technology existed in the game, you know, I can pick which side of a wall this torch faces on, but I can't do the same with stairs. So, kind of have an issue here. Not only does it depend on what blocks surround it, but also if there is a stair block above it. See? Ah, shoot. What'd I do? Sometimes you'd be trying to mine a stair block and you'd accidentally mine the one directly underneath it. That's because sometimes their hitboxes are hollow. Yeah, so this isn't really working for us. I'm not really sure what to do to rectify that. This is just kind of an issue with what way this entire structure is facing. So I wonder if I need to take this staircase and turn it around completely, so have you come up this side and go up that way. Probably what I'm going to have to do. If there's a block to the left here and a block here, which block does the stair face? Well, it's picking this stair block to face because that's its priority. It picks one direction first, then goes to the next one. The block on this direction is picked over the block on this side just because of the way that it works. I believe it's facing south. I'm not totally sure. But yeah, I've got to remove this entire staircase. Which is a little bit of a pain because stairs are not mined any faster with an axe. Oh, there I go again, mining that block. Stairs do not mine any faster with an axe than they are with your fist. Wood blocks are, but as you can see, it's just as slow as it is with my hand. So no point wasting a tool over it. Oop, I can't even mine it there. So they kind of trick you when you're breaking them, and they don't like to be broken quickly. Not a lot to love with alpha stairs, that's why I barely build with them, but sometimes they are practical, like in staircases. Most people seem to be allergic to full block staircases being permanent in their builds, kind of like this, you know? I'm starting to wonder if I should just do that. This spells doom for us. Oh. Yeah, okay. Bad start. It seems like it wants to face that way, no matter what direction these stairs are kind of coming, which poses a little bit of a problem. I do have a weird solution, though. I'm going to try to put signs on the side of these stair blocks, but they don't really want me to. Boom. Check that out. Look at that. Now I have signs in the side of these stair blocks, which puts a block right there. So now this stair is surrounded on 3 sides, here, here, and here, and equalizes, so now it's facing this direction, the only side that doesn't have a block. So that little sign there
keeps it all in order. It looks kind of cool, like a little banister. Ooh. Boom. Anyway, I think this place is turning out pretty cool. I especially like this little fountain here, although I'm not totally sure about this single brick block on top of it. Maybe I should remove that. And I don't really know. But anyway, this isn't the only thing over here. There's also the Eats Road, the boat road, which I'm not really going to bother with today. But there's this place, the little mining outpost that I built. But I'm not interested in mining right now. I'm more interested in wool, because I'm using that for the majority of the flooring in this building. Ooh, I have a lot of steak here. That's pretty nice. Now we have a little bit of a problem. Watch this. I think I can just... yeah, punch him right through the door. Cool old alpha feature. Where's the other one? Oop. There he is. Yeah, just punch him right through the door. Look at that. The sun's coming up just in time. So I started this project just for fun. I had no use for it. I wasn't going to make it like a minecart station at all. Ooh, I'm missing some blocks here. But yeah, I started it just because I was building so many buildings out of stone, and I wanted to try something different. I wanted to build something out of wood, but I reversed the typical wood builds that you usually see in alpha. So normally the posts, you know, all the framing is logs, and the center is planks, because, you know, that's just the way everybody builds, and it's cheap to build that way. I decided to flip it around and do it the opposite. It would kind of give it a different color scheme, and it's pretty cool. It's also very expensive. But yeah, this is one of my favorite builds on the entire world. It's just not finished yet. And hopefully today I can get that done. It got really spooky over here. There we go. But yeah, I flipped the staircase back around just because I wanted it to be as close to that side as possible. But using the sign trick, I can get it to work this way too. So let's head up top. I also promised myself I wouldn't bother about making all the little details, like every single entrance and stuff like that, be exactly consistent and spend all the extra time. And that way it's more of a diverse build. It's not robotic in the sense that it's not the same throughout the entire thing. Like that entrance over there is like slightly taller than that one. You know, and I didn't think about that at the time. I just was making an entrance to the room to whatever fit best in that area. And I think that fits best. And I've managed to fit every single room inside this entire structure. Got them all to wrap on top of each other like a coil of rope. Up here, this will be our largest room yet, and it'll span this entire rectangle. So I'm gonna fill it all out with wool. And I had to collect all this wool passively, just from sheep passing by, punching them, taking their wool. You know, and over time, all my other projects, I've just kind of been passively collecting wool until I have enough to finally finish this entire structure. And it takes a lot longer than you'd think. You can just barely see the first leg of posts of the quarry over there. How about that? Anyways, we're done. And I just realized I need a lot more building materials to finish this thing. That's for sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's kind of what we got going for the walls right now, but we don't have nearly enough wood to finish the structure, and we don't have enough stone. I want to do stone slabs for the roof all the way around, and I want to wrap every edge between every floor in stone slabs like I've already done right there and started to do here but didn't finish. We need to go make a trip, grab a lot of stone, grab a lot of logs. That's a bit of an errand to run. It's also a little bit, it'll take some time because I got to visit 2 different places, but that's okay. This is one of my favorite views from the painting museum. I really like this big window thing. I like building windows like this in old Minecraft. I've been doing it for a while. Really simple. Wouldn't work in new Minecraft, but it just looks very nice. Check this out. You got quite the view on here. Right now it's very dark in here. I gotta throw up torches on all the walls so we can see the nice paintings when we get them up. Because this is too dark. You can't see the paintings at all. Alright, we're gonna head this direction first. And that's kind of what that place is looking like on the outside. I feel like it's going to look pretty cool when it has the 3rd story on there. But yeah, we're going to head right over to the quarry, which is conveniently placed right here. Man, I've been having a week. So it's my last semester at university, and I'm a film production student. So this is the semester where I need to do my thesis film. And for the thesis film, I'm on a production team, and I'll be editing and animating the film. So the film is live action, but it has an animated section in the middle, which I volunteered to animate. And that's also functioning as the final project for my animation class. So kind of killing two birds with one stone. One for the thesis class, one for the animation class. Oh yeah, as you can see here, I've been doing quite a bit of mining. And it's a lot of work. I have my plate full, and there's so many projects in that class besides just the final film that I have to worry about. And besides that, I'm also taking Filmmaking 2 at the same time. Now, Filmmaking 2 is a class that you're supposed to take before you take Filmmaking Thesis. Oh, this is all the stone we have, though. See if we have any slabs over here. Yeah, we do. Okay. I hate to rob this place of all its stone, but we need it. As I was saying, I'm taking Filmmaking 2 and Filmmaking Thesis at the same time. Now, normally, you start with your intro to film, you'd go to your screen criticism class, then you take Filmmaking 1, Filmmaking 2, and Filmmaking Thesis. And then you'd finish out, you'd graduate. But I've been taking all my classes out of order, and that's because, well, I'm a transfer student. So I transferred from another college. So I'm taking my bachelor's, but I'm compressing it all into 2 years. So I'm taking a lot of the stuff at the same time. So I'm taking Filmmaking 2, which is like, this is how a camera works. And Filmmaking Thesis, which is, I need to have a complete film by the end of the year, or I don't graduate. So pretty interesting. Also kind of stressful, but it is my last semester before I graduate for good. And then I gotta start looking for a job. See, I want to be an editor. That's what I want to do. And I've been getting a lot of practice on the YouTube channel, which is pretty nice. This channel has been kind of an exercise in quickly editing, streamlining my editing process. And I've been enjoying it for sure. And I know that a lot of other people have also been enjoying it because I've gotten quite a lot of positive feedback from everybody. Everyone seems to really enjoy the videos, so I really appreciate that. It's actually quite shocking to me that they're doing so well. So I truly appreciate it. So yeah, hopefully that's a good omen because I'm kind of stressed about what the job world holds for me. You know, I want to be able to make it. I want to be able to earn enough to support a family one day doing editing. So. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, this is Sparta Pit. Oh shoot. Oh my god. Oh. Death from above. I don't even know what happened. That went terrible. I just fell into a pit and died. But yeah, that is to say that with my job, I have a lot on my plate, and I'm trying to get a video out to you guys every week. And again, I hope you've been enjoying them. It seems like you guys have been enjoying them. I just want to keep delivering the same quality stuff that you guys enjoy. And feedback is also definitely always welcome. So again, big thank you to you guys. I really appreciate it. But now I gotta find out where the heck I died. It's probably near the shore somewhere. Down there? No? Oh shoot, I'm screwed. I have no idea where I died. Hey, look, a mushroom. What was it over here? Nope. That's kind of a nice view though. I know I'm always saying like, oh, that's a nice view, but that's just something I consistently appreciate about this version, you know? Just nice views everywhere. I feel like I'm running out of time here. I did have a single diamond on me. Ooh, another mushroom. Ta-da. Oh, was it over this way? Maybe over that hill. Shoot, where was it, man? That quite literally was a pit of death. Oh, man. All right, I went back and watched the footage and, oh, yep, here we are. Oh, man. All right, we're in luck. Got my diamond. That creeper did uncover some iron, though. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, if you're wondering, the snowball sound in alpha is, I think, just the bow sound way slowed down. There's a little bit of trivia for you. Oh hey. Hey, look, a dungeon. Wait a minute. Hold on. I don't even have a sword. That's not good. That's a skeleton dungeon, I can hear it. It's the most dangerous dungeon you can have. Oop. He saw me. I wonder if I could just hop down there and... Oop, okay. Come on. Oop, good thing I got steak on me.
Hey. Alright, clear. Now check this out. There isn't an actual miniature skeleton in here. It's just a fancy fiery block. Alright, let's see what's in here. Nothing fancy. I guess the real treasure here is the moss stone. This is the only way to get moss stone in alpha. It's actually the only way to get moss stone up until the adventure update. You have to find them inside of dungeons, which are these, you know, little naturally generating structures. Where'd I put that crafting table? Oh, I've got it in my hands. This is actually the only type of generating structure prior to the adventure update. So yeah, finding these is always a little kind of fun. You can still make your little mob farms, although making a mob farm out of this would be kind of useless because skeletons only drop arrows. And I don't really have a great need for a lot of arrows. Maybe one day, but not today. But yeah, this is the only way to get the moss stone, so it's a rare block to build with. So if you ever see someone in beta or alpha building with moss stone, just know they had to find it. Whenever I see moss stone in an old build, I appreciate it a lot more because I know that they had to go find it, you know? They had to store it up rather than just craft a bunch or however you get it these days. You know, I can't believe it. I've been here before, but I never saw that dungeon. Like, I've crossed by this way so many times, but I've never seen that dungeon until now. That's crazy. Ah. Alright, finally. The center of the world. I made a change. If you've seen my other videos, I made a change to the structure. I wrapped the top side with these stone slabs, and I think it looks a lot better now. I think this looks a lot better. Let's check our wheat farm. A little bit to be desired. Now, interestingly, there's water underneath these stone blocks. This irrigates this farmland all the way out here. Water can irrigate farmland up to 4 blocks away, which means it can reach all the way over here. It doesn't have to have like farmland connecting from here to there. So I can walk in between here and collect all the wheat and have every single patch of farmland nice and irrigated. It's all very efficient, and I don't have to worry about trampling the crops. Now you may be wondering, why did I bring a diamond all this way? Well, I want to make a jukebox because I recently obtained my very first music disc. So let's listen to it. Vibes are off the charts. I love this. Disc 13 is probably my top favorite disc of all time, for sure. And it was the first disc added alongside Cat, if you didn't know. Anyway, I started adding a new railway to this station. You know, I only had that one. I started adding one this direction, which should lead us towards the wood farm. And it's incomplete. I mean, obviously, it doesn't even lead there yet. So, oh man, I can't hear it anymore. Because I'm not quite sure what structure this thing should lead to. I want it to lead right into the wood farm, and I want to build a tower. The complete tree farm requires a lot more planning, and I'm still not totally sure how to tackle the build. There's Mario looking at us. But yeah, that hole that I've dug right there, if you can even see it, that's going to be the center structure of this build. And then everything's going to be coming off of that. Let's drop down and hope that creeper doesn't notice us. Perfect. He noticed us. Oh. Boom. I want to build this section up to be the center of the build, maybe? I'm not totally sure. I'm not totally sure how to proceed with this. I don't want to get stuck with analysis paralysis, because then nothing's going to get done. I need to treat it like I have the painting museum, where I just build and make everything work, and I don't worry about the small stuff. Yeah, but currently the tree farm is fully grown, so I'm going to start chopping away and hopefully get us enough logs to finish the painting museum.
Yeah, harvesting all those trees, it's 43 trees by the way, gets us about 2.5 stacks, which really isn't a lot. I guess I gotta get replanting, huh? But yeah, you gotta love how the alpha fire just eats away at everything in its path. I cleared a bunch of leaves around that house beforehand, so it's safe. So that's why it didn't burn down. You know, I think while I wait for the next batch to grow, I'd like to finish this bridge here. This bridge needs some finishing. And you know, it certainly looks finished, but the underneath, I have kind of just left like this. For too long, I feel like it'll look a lot better if I filled in these arches. The thing is that it's pretty deep. I gotta remove some blocks to get at it, so. Kinda like that. You know, since we were on the topic earlier of school and stuff, how's your guys' studies going if you're doing studies? You know, how's your school life treating you? Or your work or whatever. And just leave a comment if you'd like to talk about it or start some conversations in the comments section, you know. It's kind of neat, you know, to make a video. And it's one thing to get a comment and read it, you know, that's pretty cool, right? But to go to the comment section and see that your video has basically sparked new conversations is kind of like, that's pretty cool to me. I don't know, something about that I like. Hey, come here, sheep, come here. All the little conversations in the comments section, I like going back and reading them. I don't know, I just think it's pretty cool. Oh no. Alright, there we go. A very small adjustment, but an expensive one nonetheless. You know, at least it won't bother me anymore when I look at it from the side. That's our current rail line. It goes quite far. Kind of my idea for this would be to have this come into a tower, and then it comes into that tower, the rails go down, and they come out this way along a lower bridge. I think that'd be pretty cool. And it would have to be above that little piece of land right there, which would mean that it would come out somewhere like right here. And I would like it to come out here, but I just don't know. Another thing I need to think about is how much obsidian I've been mining just to build this structure here. I don't know if I'm going to continue using it to decorate with. I mean, obsidian is a lot more time consuming to get. There's no efficiency 5 or anything in this version. And it takes 15 seconds to mine each. Not ideal. Not any saplings have grown, but trees take a lot longer to grow in alpha. That's why we have tree farms. By the way, the world spawn is like right over there on that shore. It'd be cool to build something in that spot. Alright, I've harvested this a couple of times, got a decent amount of wood, and I think that'll be enough to finish up the painting museum. So, I'm gonna let this sucker burn. I'm gonna look at it from a distance, because I guess I haven't done that before. Yep, there it goes. That looks kinda cool. It would be neat one day to have the entire castle finished and light the roof of every single building that has trees on fire at the same time and just like watch it burn. I don't know how I would do that, but you know, could be cool. Oh. Yeah, spiders have a habit of just randomly becoming unhostile, even though they've been previously hostile towards you. Well, you know, I really am up quite high. These clouds are very close to the roof of this thing. I guess I just never really noticed that. So here's what I think. I'm going to finish this roof, run it back so it meets up with that back triangle. Finish that roof, finish that roof. Then this top of building will kind of meet right there, and I'll have to figure out what to do with it on the other side. That's the working theory right now. Hey, look, you can see the lava roof light thing from here. That's cool. You know, there's not very many blocks in alpha that have a lot of vibrance. Water and lava are one of them. Obviously, the grass is vibrant, but that's everywhere. They mostly have these brown and gray blocks to work with. And the bricks. See, bricks are special because like they're the one kind of reddish block. I thought about building with water, like in a structure, to make it look like a roof or something like that. Have it flow over the top of a castle so it looks like a roof. And that way it would give a really like vibrant blue hue to everything. That'd be kind of neat. I've seen someone do that, I think. Man, was it Modern Beta? Somebody made a build out of water. I think that's what that was. That's pretty cool stuff. That's what we're looking at for the roof on this structure. It looks pretty cool. Oop, the pig scared me.
Yeah, over here, I like how this kind of comes off like that. My main concern is that it covers up the wood trim on that side, which might make it look kind of uneven, but, you know, oh well. Oop. Oh, man. And nobody looks at this side anyways. Oh boy, I think an animal got in here. How did he get down here? At least he didn't let one of the boats loose. That's happened before, believe it or not. This guy somehow wandered all the way in here. Wait a minute. What the heck? Huh? What, am I crazy? His horns are flying off his head. They keep switching sides. What the heck? Look. And then when he turns his head this way, this one flies off his head. What? That's weird. I haven't seen that before. It's like depends on which way I look at him. I was just going to show off a cute cow that wandered into my museum, but I wasn't expecting his horns to become possessed. Jeez. What about this one? This one weird too? It is weird. What? Has that just always been a thing I never noticed? Okay. Alright. Possessed cow horns. You know, I was originally going to cover up the roof with wood to keep it consistent with everything, but I actually really like the contrast that the roof here gives. The entire build is just wood and wool, so it's nice to have like something different up here, I think. Gotta patch up this hole though. Oop. I think this little section here, I'd like to have a peaked roof going that way. I think that could be cool. I just realized it's gonna end up being taller than this roof over here. That's okay, I guess. Here's our next issue. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna raise this wall. So I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna raise this wall a fair amount to match with that one over there. So that wall is about 6 blocks tall. So this is a little too short. Maybe I should widen this entrance. No, I kind of like it being thin like that. Alright, here's where we're at the moment. This is actually pretty tall, and I'm gonna need a lot more stone. I don't know if I have enough to finish up this roof here. And I definitely don't have enough to finish up whatever this is gonna look like. I have no idea how this is gonna turn out. I don't even know if you can see this. We have quite a lot of room to work with here. Now I'm just wondering, what style of roof do I go with over here? What if I had a massive window, the biggest window out of all of them? One of those rectangle windows topped with the triangle, like I have right here. If I had a bigger one right here, that could be pretty cool. And I would just keep that running back. You know what, I think I should do that. Go big or go home, right? Alright, I have a picture of how this final room is gonna look like. And obviously I'm not done with this one over here. Let's give you a look in the daytime, because it was kinda hard to see at night. But this is this room so far. It's very tall. Here I was gonna put a little window right there, just a small one though, to let a little bit of light in. I was gonna finish this roof up and add like a fence right here. Then in here, check out what I'm envisioning for this room, okay? Giant windows, huge windows on that side, huge windows on that side. This side probably just like normal, but in the middle we'll have a glass framed entrance for the minecarts. And then this is going to be going all the way that way. A pretty fancy bridge, I think, would complement this build. So this is where you're going to come in, and you can travel from here to the quarry. And I have no idea, you know, how this is going to hook up with the quarry over there, because I can't see it right now. But however it does, it'll be a fun creative challenge I can figure out at another time. But yeah, but right now I'm going to trace out how I think this build's going to look, and then probably going to spend a lot of time getting some glass. Yeah, I just realized that this is not even. Oops. Alright, I've run this through a few times, the different shapes and all that. I think this one is definitely the coolest. So we're going to keep that. And yeah, it's really tall, which means that this room is going to be exceptionally impressive with the giant vaulted ceilings that we have going on here. I'm pretty excited for that. And it makes me wonder, what should I do with all this space? I could make a giant chandelier in here when we're done. Well, we'll see. We got a lot of room to work with, but also it's going to cost us a lot of materials. Alright, there's a small change of plans. So maybe now you notice that this is odd numbered, or there's a single post in the middle. And that's because that post was one block over to the right, because I didn't realize that I needed to add a wall on that side. And if I were to add a wall on that side, well then there'd just be this random wall over there and not over here, and it would make the whole room uneven. So I had to change it up, change my design. And I do like the old one better, but it just like doesn't physically fit. And I thought it would, and it doesn't, unfortunately. So I had to change it to this. It's not so bad from the outside. I do like the old one with the big sturdy post in the center though. I changed it like this so it looked more like framing of glass or something. So yeah, that's the update. Alright, I got them both fixed. That took way too long. Just goes to show it's just so much easier to do it right the first time. I do like that we're just underneath the clouds, so at least these clouds won't be cutting into the roof. When I'm in here looking up at the vaulted ceiling, like the clouds won't be cutting in. That's kind of a nice little happy coincidence. I was using my water bucket to climb this thing, and I water bucketed all the way to the top, and then it froze. You can't break it to get the water back, because if you break an ice block that has nothing underneath it because the water is flowing away, it'll just break. So it'll just be gone. So now I got nothing to break my fall. And there we go. That is going to be the entrance for the minecart. Pretty wide, pretty grand. I'm liking it. I guess that means I need to just fill the rest of this box with wood. And I don't have a whole lot left, but hopefully it's enough. Before I do anything else, I gotta refuel. What's so fun about building a structure like this is that it's almost like procedurally generated. It's not generated, I built it, right? But I didn't start with any plan, I just had an idea. I wanted to have every painting exhibit, and so I just started putting room after room after room. Like, I wanted to have this thing in the middle, I knew that, but after that I just started wrapping rooms all around the center structure, and I just kept going and going, and it creates this crazy unique structure. And like, obviously it's a little bit messy, there's a little bit of a mess, but that's okay, because I think that gives it tons of charm, and it's been really fun to figure out where this build is going to go. So in a way, I've just been procedurally generating this from scratch. That's my favorite way to build, and old Minecraft makes it super easy to do that. I have a very similar build in my beta 1.7.3 world, where I just like procedurally built a castle at my spawn, and that was probably my favorite build in that entire world. Even though it's very simple, it was so much fun to make. There's just something cool about that. And you can't always do it, right? You can't always procedurally generate a build like this. Sometimes you have to think of the entire structure from beginning to end if you want to have it the way that you need it. But with this one started as just for fun. I didn't have any intention of making it into a rail station or anything like that. I was just building it, and then I found that it had a cool purpose towards the end. So far it's gotta be one of my favorites, if not my favorite build on this world. The quarry area is a competitor for sure. If you think about it, I procedurally generated that build too. Like, I just knew I wanted to put a quarry there, but I just kept building. I kept adding stuff to it, a big storage building, you know, a hallway, minecart station. I just kept adding to it. So I got the same kind of satisfaction with that build as I did with this one. Honestly, that's the way you never get bored building in Minecraft. That's the way to do it. When I start a project thinking about, okay, it needs to look like this, and I need to have this amazing castle, I need to have this amazing structure thing, and I can't mess anything up, then it just like kind of takes the fun out of it. You know, this is what I find fun. I find stuff like this to kind of be the heart and soul of Minecraft. This is how I built when I was a kid, I guess. When I played Pocket Edition with my brother and my friends when I was a kid, this is kind of how I built, and that's what made me fall in love with the game in the first place, so maybe there's something to that. Anyway, enough talking about that crap. Dang, that is a big wood wall, and I don't have nearly enough to finish it. Yeah, we're out. Alright. Oop. I don't know why I did that. You can't even see it, it's so big. It'll be nice to finally get this snow out of here when I have the roof on for good. But for now, dang, look at that. That's a lot of wood. I used all the wood that I had. It's still doing it, look. It's still... Let me relog, hold on. Whoa. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh. What the heck? That wasn't fair. This cow is totally cursed. It's still doing the thing with the floating horns. Get out of here. That cow tried to kill me. Anyway, tomorrow Tomorrow I'm going to work on my thesis film. There's a crew of 7 guys coming over here. We're going to try to shoot the thesis film. I don't think we're going to get it done in one day, but I'm going to spend pretty much the whole day tomorrow doing that. So I don't have a ton of time on my hands. I don't think I can finish this entire structure in just this video alone. I think I'm going to place as much glass as I have on me up there and then call it a night. And that's okay. When I started this series, I swore to myself that I wouldn't start pushing myself to start and end a project in a single episode, because that's what kind of killed my passion for my beta world. Like every time I live streamed on it, every time I had a world tour, I was like, oh, I need to start and finish a new project within the live stream, or I need to do something new. I need to have a new thing every time I record it. And all that pressure just kind of turned me off of the world as a whole, and I don't want that to happen here. So this series is less about like, okay, today we're gonna build a farm, today we're gonna build a castle, today we're gonna build a minecart station, like, and more about just chipping away at my world slowly, enjoying the process. That is the main takeaway I want people to have from this series, and that is the main goal of the world and this YouTube channel. So I hope that's okay with you guys. I don't want to run this like a big fancy 100 days hardcore world. Just want this to be nice and easy and relax. Just something for you guys to watch at the end of every week. Yep, that was 64. I broke one because I misplaced it, but that is 64 panes of glass. But yeah, that's what the structure's looking like so far. It looks pretty cool. Just chopped a full load of the tree farm, and we are ready to make a trip over to the museum that I've been building. I've already made a trip over there and dropped off some raw material, so I should have enough to fully complete it. So we're gonna make our commute right now. And it's good timing because the sun is setting and I don't even have a sword yet. So yeah, I busted my sword at some point in the past. I haven't bothered to make a new one. I want to make a diamond sword, and the only diamonds I have, I think, are at the mining base. So that's the first thing I'm gonna do when I get over there. I'm gonna make a brand new diamond sword. There it is, the unfinished painting museum. And if I'm lucky, I'm gonna get this done completely. There might be little bits and bobs here and there that I don't finish, but I want to at least completely finish the interior and that section, as well as get all the paintings in order and labeled. But first things first, as promised. Ta-da! Check that out. Alright, now let's head up and start working on that final room. Oh, have some invaders. Boom. One hit kill. This is the only sword that allows you to do that to passive mobs in alpha. Every other sword takes 2 or more hits to kill a mob. Another thing that makes the diamond sword great in this version is being able to kill a hostile mob in just 2 hits instead of 3 or 4, which makes it really effective for combat, especially against skeletons, which are the biggest pain in this version of the game. Alright, here we are. Time to start stacking logs. By the way, if you're curious how I created that opening sequence, I was using this hide UI mod made for me by a Discord user named Tori, so thank you very much to them. I've been looking for one of those for ages, but I was never able to find one, so I do really appreciate it. However, I think I'm going to keep my UI on in the thumbnails of these videos. I've always kept the UI on, and I honestly think it makes it stand out from other Minecraft thumbnails. Everybody hits F1 when they take a picture for their thumbnail. I mean, it's pretty standard practice. You don't want to have that stuff in the way, but I don't know, I think it kind of lends a little bit of charm to mine, so I'm just going to keep it. However, I do always Photoshop out the Minecraft alpha text. So if you're ever looking at my video thumbnails, you may notice the hotbars there, but I'm always removing the text. Alright, that was quick. That's what we got to work with. I think this looks pretty nice. The next thing on the agenda is to finish up the roof. This is going to be pretty cobblestone heavy. We've got quite a lot to do here. Some of you might wonder, why don't I just shift click everything? And the answer to that question is that functionality doesn't exist in alpha 1.1.2_01. So I do everything manually. And I believe that there are mods that exist that allow you to have those kinds of inventory tweaks. You know, you can drag around items or shift click and do that kind of stuff. But I don't know, I don't feel the need to install them. There are a lot of quality of life mods that exist, that's for certain. But I don't feel the need to install every single one of them. Oh man, I messed this up. Oops. I gotta think about how I even want to do this roof. How did I do this roof? You know, I should go down and check. Was it double layered? Yep. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, it looks like this is a single layered roof, just like everything else in here. That saves us a lot of stone, so that's good. And at some point I need to think about putting torches all around the roof edges and everything, because I don't want mobs spawning on top and then falling onto my head when I try to exit the building. That being said, I really like how this looks. And some people suggested that I had a glass ceiling, and I'm not so sure I want to do that. And the only reason I'm not so sure I want to do that is just because I really like the kind of lodge feeling that this gives. You know what I mean by a lodge feeling? I don't know how to explain it, but I think it's cool. And this is how much 3 stacks of cobblestone got me. As far as the roof goes, I need a lot more than that. The reason it's uneven is because I mined some, because I placed it in the wrong spot. That's okay though. I also have this roof over here to do. Now, I think I packed some away in the mining base, so I'm just gonna check it out, and we're gonna take a shortcut down here. Okay, so here's another little bit of trivia. Okay, if you've ever seen any of my other videos before, you may have noticed this. If you haven't, that's fine. But I do water bucket clutches a lot differently in alpha. I do this. I make a water blade and then jump into that. And the reason I do that is because, well, one, it's a snow world. If I jump and then place the water, it'll place 1 block above the ground, which I'm not sure if that's how it works in modern. I think in modern you'll just replace the snow. Maybe not, I'm not totally sure. But also, water doesn't break your fall the exact same way. If I were to jump into a 1 block deep pool of water, which I believe that this over here is 1 block deep. If I were to jump into 1 block deep pool of water, I could still take damage. I don't take damage all the time, but I can still take damage. It's still possible. Well, sometimes I don't. I'll try to prove this to you. Hold on. Alright, I don't know. Am I crazy? Okay, in beta 1.7.3, this is always the case. Water does not break your fall properly. So... okay, yeah, look. Okay, I took damage. I'm not nuts. I was starting to wonder if that was just a bug with beta or something, and it's just not an alpha, and I don't have any reason to be doing what I'm doing. Yeah, okay, so... jumping into 1 block deep water doesn't stop you from taking damage. If I were to do a standard water bucket clutch from all the way up there, I might die. So the reason I use the water blade technique, I make 1 little layer of water and let it float down, is because I can hit it before I hit the ground, and that'll break my fall. Because water is still supposed to break your fall. It does sometimes, but I guess the game doesn't recognize it breaking your fall sometimes as fast as it recognizes you hitting the ground. Does that make sense? So it gets confusing. You'll take damage sometimes, not all the time. So it's just a better way to do it. It's a little weird, but that's how it works. That's the best way I've found to do things. Sometimes you can make several water blades if you're afraid of a really tall height, and that's a lesson I only learned later on in life after I have died so many times. I'm pretty sure I lost my last diamond sword in a failed water blade clutch, like 2,000 blocks away from here, and I unloaded it, so it's probably still floating around out there if I were to go visit. One of these days I'm going to dedicate a video to going and getting that sword back, and probably also looking for sugarcane at the same time. Alright, I definitely don't have as much stone as I thought I did. That means we gotta head over to the quarry and do a little bit of mining. And let me show you what a modern style water bucket clutch looks like in alpha. This is definitely gonna kill me. I'm gonna do it from down there. All right, this is a decent height, I think. Well, all right, here we go. Hey, it worked. Yeah, see, since I placed it on snow, it went 1 block higher than the ground, and that was enough to break my fall, but it also got everywhere. And this is a weird thing, okay? I can't place and easily unplace it, and that's because in alpha, you can't affect the block that you're standing inside. My hitbox is inside that water source, which means I can't pick it back up. It's just kind of weird how that works. It's very inconvenient. The water blade method is just better. All right, let's test out this diamond sword. Boom. 2 hits is all you need. All right. I mined a few layers down, and I actually broke into a little cave there that I haven't explored and will probably not really concern myself with at the moment. I don't really feel the need to go caving. There are so many cave systems around here that I've marked and seen but haven't really messed with. Anyway, there's plenty of caving opportunities for me. The thing is, how I feel about caving is that It's only really fun to do yourself. It's not really fun to watch. That's just my personal opinion, but I don't think it's probably very entertaining for me to record and then post to YouTube, because it's like very basic task. It doesn't require a lot of creativity, and it is a lot of fun. I do love caving, but I don't think it would be very entertaining for you guys to see. So we cut that stuff out. I try to cut out as much of the mundane as possible, unless I have something I want to ruminate on at that moment in time, but normally I don't. So other than that, I like to just kind of record the action stuff. All right, that is how much cobblestone we managed to come up with. Hopefully that's enough. I have a feeling it's not, but I want to get back to building, so we're gonna go do that. This place is shaping up pretty nicely, but let's craft a lot more of these slabs and then get to placing. So while I do this, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the music that you're currently listening to. One of the things that people tell me that they enjoy most about the videos, or that suits the videos the best, is the ambient music. I remember asking, I think in the third or fourth video on this channel, if you guys like the music or should I change it, because I've been kind of using the same music since the second video I posted here. And everybody said how much they liked it, the vibes that it gave, you know, the etherealness it had. And I agree, I really do like it. The problem is I kept using that music and I didn't make it. I didn't ask the creator for permission. I didn't own it. It wasn't mine. I originally had that ambient track from another video on my other channel about this world, actually, a different part of this world, which I haven't shown off here on this channel yet, but I downloaded that track for that video. Basically, I was searching on YouTube for ethereal ambient tracks. I was trying to find this one track I heard years ago, or something that it's still stuck in my head, and I still can't find it, and a lot of people tried to help me find it when I talked about it before, but never got it very close to what it actually was. Unfortunately, regardless of that, I found this one that you're currently listening to instead, and I thought it sounded great. So I downloaded it using certain means that YouTube would probably disapprove of, and I put it in the video, and I didn't think about it. I was not expecting very many views, so I didn't think it mattered. And I got a few thousand views, and somebody said, by the way, the music is like Windows 95 ambient nostalgic soundscapes by Retrovex ambient. And I was like, oh, okay. So I like went to the video where I got it from, because I just downloaded it, didn't think about it, and I put a link in the description. I called it good. And then when I started this channel, I started using that music because I thought it really complemented the vibes, and I just wrote down the name of the artist in the description. I didn't think about it. And then recently it was kind of dwelling on my mind a little bit that I didn't own the actual music, and I was just like, the channel was actually doing well unexpectedly, and I didn't own the music that I continued to use and got a lot of attention off of, so I felt like that was kind of unfair. And I was also curious what other music this guy had made, so I went and looked at Retrovex Ambience channel. They have a lot of cool stuff. The one that I picked, I think, is my favorite, but in big bold letters under the description is, do not use my music for anything at all. This music's not to be repurposed whatsoever. And I read that and I was like, oh no, I screwed up badly. Like, I should have checked. In my defense, I had no idea that the channel would do as well as it is, but I still should have checked. So I saw that and I was like, oh man, what do I do? I'm in too deep. People like the music too much. I have to keep using it. So I went to his bio because it said that there was this contact information in it. And I opened it up and the bio said, I've removed my email due to too many messages. So, you know, it'll be up at some point. I'm like, oh no, I can't even contact him. Well, I poked around. I kind of like sat on that. And then one day I basically saw in his comment section that he linked to Discord server. And he was online, so I sent him a big message explaining the situation. Like, I started using your music. It was kind of stupid of me to do that without really thinking about it. Didn't expect my channel to get so big, blah, blah, blah. And Retrovex told me that, first of all, he thought that my videos were great because he'd seen them. And they also told me that they left comments in some of my videos, like they watched them. And I had no idea. I missed them. And apparently, Retrovex actually really liked the use of his music in my videos. That was kind of best case scenario. And then I said, well, is there somewhere I can buy the music? Like, buy a copy for use so it's more fair to you, and link to his Bandcamp, and bought the actual track. And now I have a .FLAC file of that ambient music. So it's a lot higher quality than what I was using before, which was a pretty low quality MP3 rip of the music. So what you're listening to right now is the high quality version. I don't know if it translates very well to YouTube compression, but it is the official version of that track. So you're listening to high quality stuff right now. Anyway, it was pretty good news to hear that Retrovex is a fan of the channel, so thank you very much. I hope you guys all check out their channel because they got a lot of really cool stuff. So yeah, that's the story of that music, and I just finished that roof, and I still don't have enough stone to finish the back roof, but that's looking pretty cool. I think we're on the right track here. I just need to go mine even more stone, so oh well. But again, thank you very much to Retrovex Ambient for the great music. These videos wouldn't be what they are without it. I truly do appreciate it. And I recommend everyone go check out their channel. It's in the description. There's a lot of great stuff on it. Go listen for yourself. Okay, that's a perfect stack. That should be enough, I think, to finish the entire project. That I don't want to jinx myself, but I think that should be good. By the way, if you guys are curious why I dig this out like the way that I am, I have this gigantic quarry, right? But I've been kind of digging out these 16 by 16 cubes into the ground, just straight into the ground. Maybe you can probably guess, but yeah, that is the size of a chunk. I don't know if they actually fall on any chunk boundaries. I'm not totally sure. They're kind of random. So I built this entire structure actually very specifically, and if you've noticed that the slope of this roof is like super janky and like kind of weird and uneven, that's because I didn't really care about the shape of the roof so much as I cared about the dimensions of each grid. And this is kind of a grid. If you look up, these wood lines represent our grid here. Like that corner to that corner, right where that torch is, right where my crosshair is, that's 16 by 16 blocks. The entire structure is like this. The corners are pushed out just a tad bit farther. So that post to that post, there's 14 blocks between here. And then that part of the post and that part of the post add up to 16. Now here, that's block 1, and then that is 15 blocks long because this corner post sits on the outside. So that kind of creates a weird slope shape. All that is to say, I've divided up this entire quarry into 16 by 16 areas so I can at least be able to easily track my progress in digging this whole thing out. You're probably wondering what the exact dimensions are. It's basically 7 by 6 chunks, so I'll throw up the math on screen because I don't feel like calculating it right now. Besides all that, I think I have enough stone to get done what I need to get done today, but those are always my famous last words. I try to do all the resource collection between recording for videos. Sometimes I don't have time, but most of the time I just underestimate how much stuff I actually need. By the way, that is looking really cool. And those posts don't line up with that at all. And that's just because that left side, that's not as wide as these two sections, is the stairwell. It's 4 blocks wide. So it's shorter than those sections. And that creates these posts that look like they're basically shifted over 1 block. I'm not going to change it. I don't care. I think it looks fine. It's off a little bit. It might bother some of you, but I've basically given myself permission to not be a perfectionist when it comes to this structure. And that's maybe the reason why I've been enjoying it so much. Also, here's something else. This room here is built to accommodate 3 4x4 paintings. It's the last room in the exhibit. However, I was recently informed by a certain Gory Oregon. There are only 2 4x4 paintings in this version of Alpha. I thought there were 3. Looking at the painting version history list, I guess I mistook one of the 2x2 ones for a 4x4. So that's slightly unfortunate, but I can easily modify this to just accommodate 2. That's not a big deal. If anything, it'll give us more room to admire those 2 paintings. You know, I think before I get back to it, I'm gonna make a cup of tea real quick. Alright, I'm back from my tea venture. That was so corny. I made myself a delicious cup of strawberry white tea. Now, normally I'm not a fruit tea drinker. I like to stick to just normal tea, and if I go anywhere from there, it's usually like oils or herbs added to it, or just herbal tea. I don't do fruit tea very much, but this is really, really tasty. The white tea and the strawberry go together very, very well. Like the strawberry's just been preserved nicely, so the flavor it brings out is very good. I have another strawberry tea that I just think is kind of mid, so I'm glad this one turned out to be really nice. So I got this tea when I went to northern Michigan. I took a little vacation up there. There was about 6 feet of snow on the ground at the place that I was at, but I managed to make my way to a cafe, and it was a really cute cafe, but they had their own tea that they were selling. I got this strawberry white tea. It's just called strawberry white tea, and it's super tasty, and I don't regret it. And I put a decent amount of honey in there too. I assume maybe this is the kind of tea that needs it. Okay, let's make a little bit of scaffolding here. I want to do up this window really quickly. Let's make this window 2 blocks wide on either side. all the way up to the top. Let's grab a little bit more of that. There we go. Can you guys see? Maybe you can see now. That goes all the way to the top. That goes all the way to the top. I need to place... Can I reach? Can I reach? Yes, I can reach. I have to extend the roof line just by... Oh, I misplaced that one. Oh! 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 You guys might be wondering why I switched to my fists when I was such a dire situation, and that's because I wanted the satisfaction of watching it fall to its death. I find that so satisfying, knocking mobs off of ledges. Of course, it didn't really get me anywhere, now did it? Thankfully, it didn't destroy very much. Yeah, I do gotta think about lighting this up sometime soon. Let's do that. Like, we have these thicker edges, so I don't think it's out of place to have this thicker top beam and a small windowsill. And a small, thinner line on the center. And I think right there is a good spot for the divider. I'm sure that has an actual name. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, there we go. There's our window. And our next issue is kind of the line around where these walls meet the roof. I think I'm just going to fill it in completely with logs. Wish I had a better scaffolding block. Oh yeah, that's another little alpha quirk. You can keep items in your crafting grid inside your inventory. So I can hold them in there and craft at a moment's notice. Alright, there we go, and I added some torches just so you could actually see. Now you might be thinking that, like, where I put these wood lines is just kind of weird and arbitrary. Yeah. So arbitrary, in fact, that I'm about to move these posts just to make room for these two paintings, because I originally thought there were going to be 3. Now I know there's going to be 2. Yeah, okay, let's do one straight up the middle, and then we'll have our painting, like, right there. Ta-da, there is the new wall for our painting gallery. I wonder if I should just fill in... Yeah, I should probably fill in underneath these stairs. Is that weird? Does that take up too much room? I think it's actually fine. Maybe I could even put a flower box in between here or something, or a chair. Yeah, I think this room's looking pretty good. Just needs glass. Another thing I have to go mine. Let's throw together some fence posts there. There we go. Cool. Okay, so we have several things left to do, and I want to try to organize every single task. But first, I'm going to go on the roof and evenly space torches everywhere. After the incident with the creeper, I don't want that to happen again, that's for sure. So we're going to go up here, place torches everywhere, everything's nice and lit up. And you know, I don't know like the most optimal way to do this or anything, but I'm just gonna try my best. You know what's annoying is when you place torches on snow layers, they default to wall torches. And I don't want wall torches, so these torches aren't totally even. I just realized that there's 2 blocks between these and the edge, and 3 blocks between those and the edge, but I don't care. Alright, I can probably cover this up. Nice. Alright, that roof is done. Now let's head on to this one. Not totally... that works, I think. Not pretty, but I think that'll do. Alright, I think those are evenly spaced, and yeah, I know it's not really nighttime, and I can't tell for sure, but I'm pretty sure these are doing good. Let me put one up here, though. This roof could probably use 2 extra. Alright, the next step is to go around this layer and just kind of creatively place torches everywhere. So, like, where these little junctions meet on the windows, that's a good spot. I want to get up there and place one. Yeah, let's do that. Ta-da! Let's do some down at the base of these. Some around these corners. Now I could put the torch in line with this thing, but I kind of want to create the illusion that that build up there is lined up, so I'm going to put it right here instead. Shut up, cow. Alright, looks good. Ah, I need some food. Food spotted. Okay, that's not enough. Good thing I got a lot of steak. Whoa. Nice. Now, I could see how having to navigate through this entire building to get to the top may get kind of annoying over time, but, you know, oh well, it'll force me to appreciate the paintings every time I walk up here. I actually made a bunch of custom paintings for the game. Inspired by Christoph Zetterstrand's work, I took some of his other paintings and made my own Minecraft paintings out of them. And I wish I could have a mod that would put them in the game alongside the original paintings without removing the original paintings, you know what I mean? And then I would build another painting museum somewhere that's like modern style. I would build a modern painting museum, and I'd host all the new ones there. I think that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, I shouldn't have blocked that up because I still need to get around. Yeah, right here, oop, right there, right there. Oh, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do that. Boom, 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 boom. All right, same thing. We're gonna do these at all the cross sections. This is gonna be a pain because it's so dang tall. Okay, there we go. Some people hate torch spam. I love it. The next thing I gotta do is get enough sand to finish up the windows. And I'm gonna head over to the island that I'm planning on turning into a passive mob farm. That's a really cool view. Look at that. Nice. Now just imagine if it was actually complete. Anyway, this island over here, I basically have to completely remove it because any grass blocks that are exposed to light, whether it's torches or sunlight, even if it has a snow layer on it, will spawn passive mobs. I have to remove pretty much all the land in there, and I'm not just gonna dig up all the dirt and then leave chunks of grass laying around. So I'm gonna remove it all so I don't feel bad about destroying the beaches over here. Look at this, these people are a menace. They're just spawning everywhere. You're not supposed to do that. See if I can hit that sheep. Boom. Score. If you're wondering why I have these weird chunk borders over here, it's because I changed my seed to this world a while ago, so monoliths would generate in my world. And if you're wondering what a monolith is, you're just gonna have to keep watching because I'll show them off at some point. You don't get to set your world seed in alpha, but you're still using one to generate the world, right? So I got an MBT editor and I changed the world file. I changed the seed to be another seed that would have the monolith in it, so I could change the chunk generation to match that new seed. I could go out and find it, but the barrier between where all the old chunks generated and where the new chunks are generating is this hard line right here. That's why it looks like that. And that's why people ask for the seed to this world, and I'm like, well, why do you want it? You know, like, a lot of alpha worlds are pretty similar, but I mean, it's not like my spawn is incredibly unique. And also, if I gave you the seed to my world, you wouldn't get the exact same thing. My world's a mess. Yeah, because it's a multitude of different seeds that I've just used to get cool terrain to generate. I mean, you're not going to get the exact same result, so there's no point. Also, you can't create a world with a seed. Not really, anyways. It's kind of complicated. I guess what you could do is you could create a world, open up NBT editor, delete all the region files, change the seed, and then reload it. And then I think it would basically create that seed for you. I'm not totally sure. Ooh, iron. Alright, that's enough sand, I think, for now. This station looks like such a complete mess. I'm excited to build this passive mob farm, because not only am I going to build the passive mob farm, but I'm going to convert that entire island into like a giant station. It's going to be really cool. Low on the list of priorities, though, right now. I actually have made a list of different tasks that I need to get done in this world. If I ever get stuck and not sure what to do, I can always refer back to the list. Now, you know, you can't really see it from this side. This wall is kind of in the way. Oh, well. Boop. Here we go. Alright, let's throw these in the furnaces. Ooh, a pleasant surprise. I'm running low on coal. I need to go strip mining soon. While that's cooking, something I really do need to do is start terraforming the outside of the museum because I built it floating in some spots. That needs to change. Luckily, I have literally no shortage of dirt at my disposal. If the elevation drops down here, I will just throw some wood down. And if it drops any lower than that, I'll just change the terrain to slope up into the building. Okay, yeah, right here, the elevation has to change. So let's do that really quickly. Boop, boop. Beep, 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 boop, 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 bop. Beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop, bop. There, that's fine. Here's some trouble because this kind of got built over a cave a little bit. Actually, there was a massive cave system right here, and a creeper came here and blew up some of it recently. And I covered up so much of it just to hide it away. But yeah, there was a big cave cutting all the way through here, so I patched the terrain so I could build this kind of district. This is going to take a little bit more work than I thought. Hey, get out of there. Pig's taking a swim in my water fountain. How cool would it have been if Notch added birds all those years ago? Imagine adding birds to this game in the original mob style, like the very simple style. The kind of birds that I'm thinking about would just be ambient mobs, basically. They'd sit on the ground, and as you approach them or something, they just take off flying away. Like, they'd be little tiny mobs, and as you approach, they just fly away. That'd be like my dream mob for birds, and they would have ambience. So in the game files of this version, and I think most future versions after this, there is an ambient loop track for bird sounds, and it's never been used in the game, not even one time. There's a mod called Matmos, an old mod called Matmos, that adds atmospheric sounds to the game. So it adds like wind, it adds waves, it adds birds, stuff like that. It's cool that software existed all the way back then, and you can even add to it and make your own with expansion packs. And it checks like the amount of blocks in a certain area around you. Like if there's this many air blocks or this many water blocks, it'll play the corresponding sound. One of the sounds is bird song, and I think that listening to that mod from all those years ago, with the bird sound and everything, it's really nice. I really quite like it. And I don't know if it exists for alpha. I know it's for beta 1.7.3. I think that's it. But like bird nature sounds, I think would fit so well in alpha. I think they certainly would. So it'd be cool if there was a bird mob and that bird mob made bird sounds. That's my bird manifesto. That's about as complicated as it gets. I just think that'd be neat. I even made a mock-up of a bird mob one time. I think it needs a little bit of work, but it was my attempt at what a bird may have looked like if it was ever added back in the day. Alright, I think that looks like pretty accurate to how a non-cave-like terrain would be. That looks better. I bet you those windows are done cooking. Alright, I think at this point I probably changed the music on you guys. This music is from C418's brand new album, Wonderstop. And I've been listening to it. I haven't listened to it completely, though I have found some that I do really like. Though so far I have to say the sound design is great. There's been a few that I found that I really like. So Wonderstop is an album made for a game that C418 worked on with the creator of the Stanley Parable. And I know that's a popular game. I haven't played it because this is literally all that I play. But yeah, he made it. C418 wanted to make it with him, and then some other people were involved, and I don't know. So what's super interesting is that a lot of the songs in the album are tea themed. Even more interesting, the game that this is for is about running a tea shop. And I was like, dang, this guy is a man after my own heart. How about that? But you play the game, it's like not making real tea. It's like fantasy forest kind of tea making. So it's not like super accurate to real life, but it is still about a tea shop. Now, the game itself doesn't really interest me. I bet, you know, if I was unemployed and not looking for a job, I could probably sit down and like really probably enjoy my time playing it. It's one of those like, what is it? One of those cozy games, I guess. Kind of like Stardew Valley, maybe? I don't know what genre that is. Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing, and you run this tea shop and you do chores and you like run around, plant stuff, clean the garden, serve customers, that kind of thing. It's supposed to be relaxing, but there is also a storyline, and it's your basic like character dealing with trauma, this thing that's like really popular in modern games these days. The bad guy is secretly mental illness, that kind of stuff. And I don't have anything against that. I feel like it's a little overplayed these days. But this game has been in development for 7 years, so I can't blame them too badly for that, you know. Regardless, it looks like it's cute, looks like it could probably be pretty fun. It's not for me. The album is pretty nice though. That's what I'm most interested in. So my first impressions, it's very nice, but all the songs you could tell are definitely made for one game, because they keep using the same melodic motifs like throughout the entire album. The same melody is repurposed many times. It's very rare that it breaks away, and if it breaks away, then it's another like sub melody that's also heavily used. And that's not a problem, especially if you like the music. But I still think that C418's best work is the Minecraft albums, obviously. And the thing is that Minecraft albums are for one game as well. But C418 had the freedom to basically turn every song into something completely unique from each other. And that's something that's kind of missing, in my opinion, from the modern tracks, like the new tracks that they're adding to the game. They're all kind of samey. The worst offender by far was the Caves and Cliffs update. I think it was either 117 or 118, where a lot of Lena Raine's like Caves and Cliffs music was added. And Lena Raine is a good artist, don't get me wrong, but all her songs were like ambient tracks, and like they were all the same and just not like very interesting. And I was kind of tired of hearing them. Like I was tired of listening to them when I was playing my Modern World back then. again, I think she's a good artist. I've listened to her other stuff, her stuff for Celeste, and I like that. I think that modern Minecraft music suffers from trying to be different when like the idea of Minecraft music is so firmly established in the cultural zeitgeist. It's just so hard and seems pretty much futile to try to even break away from that. But I get that, you know, Microsoft and Mojang want to kind of forge like a new identity for the game or something like that, you know. That's like branding stuff. I'm not going to get into that. So back to C418. You're listening to some music from Wonderstop right now, some of the stuff that I really enjoyed. It's a good album. It is all very samey, like I said before, and that is not a bad thing. Each song isn't like as unique and as diverse as some of his other albums. Some of his non-Minecraft albums, like 2 Years of Failure, 148, and Excursions. Those ones are great albums by C418. Also One, which is a soundtrack for the Minecraft documentary. One and Excursions also are kind of samey. They don't repurpose the same melody as heavily as Wonderstop. I think One definitely repurposes the same melody over and over again. There are enough songs in One that are different from each other that I can thoroughly enjoy it. Excursions has kind of a running theme, that's for sure. So you'll notice that there's a running theme within all the music, but they're all pretty different. One Phrase, I like that a lot because they're all pretty different, and they're also all like, their remixes are just new versions of his previous works. Now, I watched a little bit of the gameplay of the game, and I could tell you that Daniel Rosenfeld's music is uniquely suited to that game. It really helps contribute to the atmosphere of that game. So he for sure did a great job. I'm out of tea. But as far as his albums go, not the best. I'd still rank, I think, 5 of his other albums above it, but it's still good to listen to. And it's 89 songs long. It's 89 songs long. That's like the longest album I've ever heard of in my life. I think definitely the longest I've ever tried to listen to in my life. 89 songs is a lot. Anyway, that's enough C418 posting. I'm a big fan, obviously. All right, with those final touches, I think the exterior of this entire building is fully complete, but the interior still needs a lot of work. So in this room specifically, I was kind of hoping, and it might be kind of weird, so I'm not totally sure about this, but I was kind of thinking that I could have crossbeams coming along here. About a crossbeam running there, and another crossbeam running there. Would that be weird? I kind of want to try it though. I want to have like a thick crossbeam up there. So I definitely didn't need to remove the staircase, but I got caught up in my C418 talk. So yeah, kind of like that. You know, that's a little bit weird, but I dig it. I want to have one here and one there. This means I got to pillar all the way up to the top of this building and hope it don't fall off. Alright, I realize it's kind of hard to get an idea of what this actually looks like from up here, but I don't want to break my scaffolding just yet because now I want to build trusses here. And they're going to be vaulted roof trusses, so they're not going to have a bottom beam. All right, taking the fact that that is the center of the room and it's an even length, let's put them right here. Let's start there and right there. And I'm going to throw torches on these trusses so you can actually tell what is going on with the build. Imagine if they made torches fire hazards. That would suck. The only way to light up anything in alpha is fire hazards. Lava and torches and fire, like actual fire. That's the only way to light anything. Goodness gracious, we made a big mess, but let's look at that ceiling. Nice. I think that looks really cool. I think that works perfectly in here. All right, now we got these beautiful vaulted ceilings. I like that. This is where our minecarts will enter and exit the museum. That is a whole other project. I'm going to leave that be for now. But what I do have to do is finish interior decorating. And this space is so huge that I am not sure what on earth to put in here. You know, I don't think a chandelier would look bad, actually. What if I did a chandelier? Of course, it would be 2 fences wide, but imagine if I made a big fancy chandelier. Now, it would be difficult. And the only reason it's difficult, and I'll show you why, is because fence placing is incredibly tedious in alpha. Check this out. Also, the recipe is different. Look, I can't place fences unless there's a block underneath them, and another fence doesn't count. I don't think... Okay, slab counts. I don't know if glass counts, but I don't want to test it. I don't want to waste glass. But yeah, you have to place the block underneath first before you even think about placing a fence. So building a chandelier here might be a tiny bit annoying. And the thing is, when I build it entirely out of fences, it'd be cool if I made an iron chandelier. That would be neat. I like the idea of that. There's no block in this game quite like iron except snow and walls, so let's ignore those. Iron is pretty unique. It's got a unique texture. and it's just never used because of how rare it is to come by. And I certainly shouldn't even think about using it because I need iron for other things, but hey, if I'm ever running incredibly short on iron, I can take apart my chandelier. This is looking pretty sick, by the way. Look at that. Dang. This is quite the structure. Beautiful. There's one more thing I do want to do, and that's plant some trees right here, but not just any kind of tree. I want to make custom trees. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plant a tree like right here and plant a tree right here. And then when they grow, I'm going to plant more trees on top. And I'm going to keep doing that until they're the desired height. And then I'm going to shave those trees down into a fancy shape because that is the way you manipulate leaves in alpha. You grow a tree and then you break them into the shape that you want. No shears, no way to pick up leaves. Imagine if it was golden iron. That would be something. This is going to amount to so little blocks. It's not even funny. Let's cook this up though. All right. This is a bad idea. This is a bad way to spend my money. All right, we have 13 blocks. How much gold do we have? I think that's like 3 blocks, right? Yeah, check that out. Okay, but aren't these blocks gorgeous though? Look at that, isn't that pretty? Like I said, there's nothing else in alpha quite like this. And I very much wish that I could have access to more of them easily. Every iron ingot is precious in alpha. So the only thing I'm really willing to use them on is decoration and rails. That's pretty much it. But this is all the ore blocks. This is all the ore blocks in the game. And as you can see, they're all the same texture, just different colors. But look at that. There's nothing quite that unique. This is the only yellow block, I think. I guess unless you count lava, which you shouldn't. This is the only blue block. Water and ice are the only other blocks that are blue, if water is even a block. And you can't put ice anywhere near a torch. And iron, there's already 2 other white blocks, but it's just unique enough. All right, cool, we can get 2 more gold blocks. Look at this, not 1, but 2 chicken gifts. How about that? Of course, they are entirely useless, as always. Can't craft them, can't throw them. Let's think about this. Yeah, okay, I have a small idea of what I want to do. All right. Let's get up here. So they're going to hang from the center of this crossbeam. So I got to start building the actual chandelier first. And I'm going to build it, I think, starting right there. Yeah, okay. Boop, boop. So yeah, pretty tedious. Okay, and then I'm going to do this. So let's help myself out. Fences are full blocks in alpha. I don't know if you can see that. Maybe you can see their hitbox. But yeah, I can't go like close to them or anything. Okay, so let's do this. That's 6 blocks down. Now I only have 6 more left to build with, and then I'm done. Let's be wary of that. Oh man, is this too close? I have to lower this whole thing. Alright, I'm excited to see how this looks from the bottom. Am I like weird? I guess we're about to find out. Wow, that does look weird. that looks so strange. Doesn't it look just kind of like a drone or something? Like one of those Maverick Pros. How do I avoid it looking so weird? Here's what I think. I should lower this by a block and shorten every edge. I should shorten every edge just by a tiny bit. Let me think about that. Yeah, let me do that. Okay. All right, now this version is definitely a little bit cheaper, and maybe I'm kind of a coward for doing it this way, but yeah, that looks pretty good. But you know what? You know what? I always could go the extra mile here. I think I have an idea on how to use the last 6 of these blocks, and I'm gonna hate myself, but it'll look so cool. So we have to do it. We just have to. There's our masterpiece. That looks great. Now it's kind of like a loop shape to it. I think that looks exceptional. Yeah, I think that turned out really good. I like that a lot. There is our extremely expensive chandelier. At least expensive for alpha standards, but dang, doesn't that look good? I love how much that contrasts with everything else. I mean, that's perfect for this. It's like a big grand central station. All right, the only other thing to do in this room specifically is to just kind of like organize all the torches and stuff and get rid of all the snow. Later on, I'll worry about furnishing it, like adding a waiting room or maybe stalls, the actual rail lines, plants, that kind of stuff. That'll be a little bit later. All right, it has been a long work day, but I finally got back home and I went through and I cleaned up all the interiors inside of this building. So that means that I went and placed all the torch at what I thought were desirable and logical locations around joints and hallways and posts and things like that. I cleaned all the snow out of every single room. Added doors here, planted one sapling, and I took all the torches off the ground. That was my one rule that I gave myself when trying to figure out where to put them. I took them all off the ground. I think it looks nicer. I tried to keep them away from the ground as much as possible, but here it was kind of necessary to light up the bottom. And yeah, I think we're doing pretty good. This hallway doesn't look like my favorite, but it's just a little weird. And in here, it's pretty arbitrary where I actually put the torches, but you know, whatever. And then this last room upstairs is not really any different. I did clean it up a tiny bit. So the very next step is to finally finish adding all the paintings and the signs commemorating them. So I have the Minecraft wiki, I have the Minecraft Java Edition painting history list up, and I'm sorting these all by release, and a lot of them were added on the same date, so I'm also sorting them alphabetically. I'll be showing the original painting that was used to create the in-game painting on screen while I place these. So here, this one here is called Albin or Alban. So I wish I could have italics in the science, but I can't. Let's do in quotes, Alban. I'll say, can I put his full name? Christoph Zetterstrand. There was no way that was possible. I'll just do by KZ. It'll be easier to type. And then the date. February 23rd, 2010. And I know like Europeans like to do day, month, year, and Americans do month, day, year. So to make it easy, I like to spell out the actual month so everybody knows what I mean. Albin by KZ, February 23rd, 2010. Beautiful. This one is called Aztec. Aztec by KZ, Feb 23, 2010. Nice. This one's called Aztec 2. This one's called Bomb. This one is called Kebab. Fun fact, many of Chris Zetterstrand's works are named after kebabs. This one is one of my favorites. It's called Plant, probably because it clearly depicts a subject, where the other ones are way more kind of hard to read. This is another one of my favorites. It's called Wasteland. There's this theme that KZ sticks to, where he'll frame a lot of his paintings on the bottom left and right with like Adobe. And that's how they got this one. A lot of those paintings are that way. There we go. We have the 1x1 painting exhibit. I've been working on this for so long, and this is what I envisioned the whole time, but it's finally coming together. That's crazy. Now, that just makes me wonder if I should put a sign right here saying like entering 1x1 painting exhibit. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do something fun. I've always done this pattern with my signs. 1x1 collection. There we go. That sounds fancy. Now either I just put it on a sign right here, or what if I put like fence posts across right here and then had it like that? Can I put a sign on a fence? Yeah, I can. That'll kind of mess things up a little bit, but maybe it'll be cool. All right, what looks better? I kind of like that. I do kind of like that. What do I do by torches though? I just like lower them by a block? Yeah, I'll just lower them. 1x1 collection. There we go. Nice. Okay. So that means here you're entering the 1x2 collection. I'll do an X over Y. So like 1 block on the X-axis, 2 blocks on the Y-axis. All right, there we go. Now entering the 1x2 collection. You know, if someone told me that museums actually purposely will funnel people from one exhibit to the other with their architecture. I don't remember who told me that. There's a term they gave for me that perfectly described that phenomenon. There was an actual word for it, but I just don't remember. And I'm sad because it was a good term. Nah, that wasn't it. Wrong. Oh well. Okay, this one is called Wanderer. This next one is called Graham, and it was added on September 18th, 2010, in Alpha 1.1.1. All the paintings in the game at this point in time were added either in InDev 2010-02-23 or Alpha 1.1.1. That was pretty much the only two updates that had paintings in them. Oh, hey, look, our tree grew. That looks nice. Doesn't that look nice? Something about like how this place frames this tree out makes it look super nice here. My other idea for this place, okay, was a rock garden. Like I would get some sand or some gravel and lay it out into patterns or something like that with like cobblestone on top. I'm not totally sure yet. I know I should put flowers here, that's for sure. Maybe I should put a rock garden. I'll worry about that a little bit later. This is the 2x1 collection. This one is called Courbet. And yeah, these paintings are like even, so I've decided to always put the signs on the left, at least for this exhibit. This painting is called Pool. This one's called Sea. Thought about putting a torch here in that empty space, but then particles and stuff are getting in the painting and I don't want to ruin the view. One of my favorites, and I think this is one of many other people's favorites. This one's called Sunset. This is another favorite of people's, and I think mine. It's just a derivative of this painting, as you probably know. This one's called Creebit, and it was one of those released in Alpha 1.1.1. The first paintings were added in InDev. The next set of paintings were added in Alpha. InfDev never received any paintings, which is crazy. InfDev only lasted a couple of months. All right, here we go. Here's our 2x1 painting exhibit, looking pretty nice. I probably chopped over 1,000 trees to build this place. Has anyone ever tried Zozona? I feel like I want to make it. All right, now we are entering the 2x2 collection. This room is actually built one block taller to account for the extra height increase in paintings. Oh, look at that, there's our tree. Maybe I should name the tree Joshua. All right, these ones I actually have to place the paintings. So this one, the first one is called Bust. And it is not... Yep, there we go. I need a kind of a nice way to light up these bigger ones too, so I think I'm just going to throw 2 torches on top of every painting so you can see them a little better. One thing I really miss in Alpha is glowstone. What? I guess the painting got stuck on the wall and I didn't see it because it's a flat item, but they turned to face you, so look, I can see it now. Huh. Anyway, one thing I really miss in Alpha is glowstone, just because, I don't know, it's really convenient having a block that's also a light source that doesn't catch things on fire. Alright, this next one is supposed to be Match. That one. Oh, got another offender. Yeah, I think Skull and Roses is the next one. Oh man, I just had it. Oh, this one's taking forever. Goodness. Boom. Okay, finally. I think this is the only painting that has a blue border. Now, the side textures of the paintings all borrow from the back texture, but every single painting has a border. There's only like a few different color borders. So like this blue skeleton painting, I think is the only one for years to ever have this blue border. That's like the smallest amount of Minecraft trivia possible, but that is that's how it goes. Can I fit this one? No, it doesn't fit. Oh no. That's okay, that's why we gave ourselves an extra line. Alright, this is one of my least favorite of the paintings, just because I think it contrasts poorly with everything. It's called Stage. It was right there. Dang it. Boom, okay, there we go. Stage. When they originally added this painting, Stage, the spider in the top right was smaller, and in Alpha 1.1.1 they updated it to be like this giant spider instead of the small one. I just realized I really screwed this up. I was supposed to start the paintings from here, like go left to right. And this whole blank wall, I was supposed to start it from here. That's why this is too wide to accommodate for this very specifically sized wood panel. It's supposed to start here and wrap around. Because there's one more painting after that, it's void. And that means I have to, off camera, move all these around. So, oh boy, great. All right, they're all moved over. This last one is, ooh, first try, called Void. That's unfair. Yeah, this one's called Void. You may be wondering, why am I even bothering writing down the date if there's only 2 of them in the whole museum? And the answer to that is professionalism. I just realized I wasn't recording, but we didn't get too far. This is the 4x2 exhibit, and I called it an exhibit because there's only one painting, and I wanted to change it up just a tiny bit for fun. And it's this one, it's Fighters. And it doesn't really sit evenly in this room, but that's okay. Fighters is done, so we're gonna head over to the 4x3 collection. And the way paintings place in this version is weird. Look at that, see? It doesn't place from the bottom left corner like it does in modern. That was a more recent change to paintings. Oh, that's exactly what we're looking for. That's the one that we need, but it's one block lower. So some of these paintings, like this painting in particular, will place from this block instead of right there. They won't fill the entire space like they do in modern. Can I reach that? Whoop. Whoop. All right, this one is obviously called Donkey Kong. Alpha 1.1.1 was the 10th and final Secret Saturday update. That also added sneaking. Sneaking is a godsend. It's so hard to play in dev without sneaking. All right, yeah, but there's Donkey Kong. The other end of this hallway, we're gonna add a skeleton. That one, that was quick. Whoop, whoop. Also added in 111. The very last exhibit, the 4x4 collection. There are only 2 more paintings left. Both gonna fit in here kind of strangely, so I'm willing to bet I have to place it here to get where I want. The first one is Pointer, and the last one is Pig Scene. Huh. First try. Dang. All right, let's just see if we can keep that luck going. What if I got it right here? Ooh. Not what we want, though. Imagine he had a giant building with just, like, those put everywhere. That'd be cool. Ta-da! That didn't take too long. All right, Pointer. And last... I could have said last but not least, but I don't understand why I need to say but not least. This is just the last one. So yeah, there we go. We have Pointer. And we have Pig Scene. And this is the only painting that's like really heavily edited, I think. They just slapped on this pig face. When I was a kid, I don't know, I thought that this thing here, and call me crazy, but I thought this thing was a giant, like, griffin. You know what a griffin is? Like a giant bird lion, but it had a pig head. Like this white part was its mane, and this was its body, and that's like this right here is its wing folded up. And those are its legs, and that's its tail. And I thought this was a girl with her griffin, but like looking at the original painting, I realized I always kind of subconsciously thought that, but looking at the original painting, I realized that this is a girl and a dress, and those are her legs. And she's sitting down, this is her canvas, and she's painting a pig. This pig face is not accurate to the Minecraft texture at all. I think it's slightly expanded. But yeah, this painting threw me off for the longest time. And like, it's probably obvious to most of you, but I was a kid when I formed that subconscious bias, so can't blame me too much. But yeah, that's every single painting in the whole museum done. Wow. Or I guess I'll walk back through and talk about it. I think this turned out very well. I'm very happy that this is finally in place. I guess the next part of this build is decoration. So going around, adding plants, adding in, like chairs and seats. What I want to really add is bookshelves. I know that may or may not be out of place, but I really wish I had bookshelves I could add. The thing is that I need sugarcane. I don't have sugarcane of any kind. Also, I don't know what to do with this section. Originally, I thought it'd be cool if this area led to an underground subway station, like went underground, and then that's how you got here. And that would make some sense considering that my other railway station that's over there is also underground. But then that negates the purpose of the entire complex. Too easy. Too easy. Dang, look at that. That place is massive. Oh, that's cool. Oh, those trees grew. Okay, so I want this one to be a little shorter, I think. So I'm gonna chop this one up. And that is a little bit of a gamble. I feel like when you mine the leaves, you have less of a chance of getting the sapling than if they just break naturally. Am I crazy? This here is kind of unfortunate that so many of these leaves broke upon generation. I wonder if I should just break that and try again. Yeah, it would be worth it, I think, to just try again from the beginning. I have to fight the urge to light those on fire with flint and steel because, you know, we have a little bit of a fire hazard here. Thank God lightning doesn't exist. I guess I can try to get after planting some of those plants and stuff. Oh yeah, we officially have an entrance here, by the way. Oop. Not for you, though. Yeah, we officially have a door to get in. You know, it's not very grand compared to the rest of the building. It's not very illustrious. How do those sheep suddenly become naked? I'll never tell. All right, well, for starters, I think it would be cool to have little plant boxes. Roses, ooh. The thing is, I am kind of limited here. It would be really nice if I could have some leaves, some bushes in here, but like it's just so complicated. I don't want to tear up this entire wall just to get some bushes in here. Here's what we'll do instead. Fake bushes. Hopefully those won't grow. I think that looks good. Normally I would be decorating with paintings, but in the context of this painting museum, I don't think it would make a lot of sense. I mean, here's what I think I'll do. I'll put some tables there. There we go. That's kind of neat, I think. I like how this looks. I think this is fine. But let's do flower boxes on those sides. Here, 2. I'm gonna run out of flatters soon. There we go. Looks nice. Table here wouldn't be so bad. Alright, same thing up here. Let's do this. I guess I gotta move these torches a little bit because to make room for this. That's okay. Over here I want to have something different. Let's do... There we go. Some seating. Okay, here's something weird. I think... Yeah, I could just plant a mushroom right there. There we go. Something other than a piece of dirt. That would be neat if there was a table here. Let's try that. There we go. Little table in here. This room definitely needs some stuff. I'm gonna run out of flowers soon. That's pretty. That'd be cool if there was a little tiny chandelier in here. Let's do it. You only live once, right? I need way more fence posts. Now, this chandelier isn't going to be totally functional, and that's okay, because I'm pretty sure most chandeliers don't have, like, an actual function, besides looking nice, you know what I mean? Yeah, that looks kind of like something. I wish I could put torches on it, but I just can't. Like, it's just not possible. Looks good nonetheless. Here, we can pretend there are torches on it. I like this transition room, looks pretty good. Alright, down this hallway, I think I want nothing. I want this to be a very straight shot to admire the painting from. Like it's all the way at the end of the hallway. It gives a pretty cool perspective. I don't want to add anything in front of it to mess with that. You know, I would be willing to maybe put a flower box right here, but that sign's in the way, so no. I'm out of stone, oh no. I gotta go get some. I think the worst part is that I don't actually think I have any in the inventory. These guys are annoying me, being noisy. Get out of here. Oh, yeah, we have some. Okay. Oh, no. I have to break this. Yeah, to be able to make a full block, it checks the block above it for it to be empty, because it kind of still places like a traditional block. So I had to remove that sign in order to make a full block of slabs. A little bit of a breakaway from what we've been doing already. It looks nice, though. Over here, I think it'd just be nice to have some seating. Maybe I'll put another mushroom in here. I don't have a single red mushroom at this base, unfortunately. And that would be nice because this is just brown like everything else in here. I'll just add a little more light. Okay, that's better. Up here, I feel like this, if any room deserves a chandelier, it's definitely this one. However, again, I don't know how to fit it, so it's kind of the problem we keep running into. And again, I can't actually put any torches on it if I were to make it out of fence posts. Let's be creative here, okay? First, let's do this. Secret method. No shift clicking in this version, and it's really not needed, I guess, until later versions. But if you wanted to place a torch like this, I had to remove that back one and then place it against that dirt block on the bottom side, so it defaulted to here. This doesn't always work. All right, let me think about this. I have to build this from the bottom up, you know, with dirt first before I actually place anything. I think I'm gonna put it right here. The bottom's right there. then like this, then like this, and then this is gonna be weird. I have no idea how this is gonna turn out. It's hard to imagine how with just dirt blocks. Oh boy, this is getting confusing. Okay. This is working out really weird. Oh no! Ooh, that was a close one. Okay. That's what we're looking like so far, but I think that's actually good. I'm just gonna add like... Alright, there we go. There's our chandelier. It looks pretty nice. Actually turned out very well, I think. I don't know if you can tell, I am kind of a chandelier enthusiast. Even in Modern, I was building chandeliers just all the time. Although I don't know if they're very good. This one's quite different from that one, but you know, I try. I just think they're neat. I have to fight the urge to put paintings everywhere. It's what I'm used to when I try to decorate places. Because I already did put paintings everywhere. I'm pretty sure though that means we're done. Like we're done decorating. The only room that remains to be finished is this one, and I don't want to decorate it until I know for certain how this railway is going to look. Decoration's looking pretty good. Oh yeah, there's one room all the way downstairs, like when you very first enter, that I still need to do. And that room I think should be the foyer or the clerk's area. Does that make sense? Looking good down here. This whole place is looking pretty nice, if I do say so myself. Dang. Yeah, right here. This needs to have like a desk or something. Oh, bless you. So let's do... That's our front desk. Up. So right here, I am gonna make a bunch of signs. That's what I'm gonna do. Dang. I'll put the admission prices for certain age groups or something. Tickets sold here. Okay, tickets sold here. Let's do 18 and younger, 18 through 60, 60 and up, and veterans. Okay. Let's do 18 and younger. This is pre-inflation ticket prices. Okay, let's say $4.50. 18 through 60. That's full price. Let's say $9. 60 and up. They get a little reduced price. Let's do $7. Veterans get in for, I don't know, free. How about that? You know what I like doing? I like doing sign art. What if I added this line as a border? But what if I don't know, made something fun here instead? There you go, it's a little exclamation mark. Check that out. I remember spending like 30 minutes on a multiplayer server in beta trying to figure out how to create a pork chop with sign art, like depict a pork chop for a pork chop chest. That took me so long, but I did eventually do it. I wonder if I have it up. I wonder if I could find it. Okay, yeah, this is a beta server that I'm a part of. I don't really play it anymore, but it is pretty active. It's called Back to Beta. Some of you are probably pretty familiar with that name. And I logged off in this mansion, and I am totally lost. It's a heck of a view, though. That's for sure. Let's see, where's the nearest nether portal? I believe there's another portal in there. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I cleared out this nether hub a while ago. There was this little service room that I made. Yeah, okay. Here, I made all this sign art. So this is like trash, this is refuse, and this is supposed to look like a waste basket. This one over here is flammable, stuff that could actually burn, so like wool and wood. And I got a little caution sign here. This one's construction materials, so stuff you could build with, and obviously this isn't sorted at all anymore. But I made bricks. Can you tell what that is? This is the last one. This is the pork chop. This is as good as I could get it, and that took me a long time to figure out how to do, because it's all centered, right? It's all center paragraph. So you have to really figure out how everything's gonna line up, and there's some mushrooms in here. I was like, oh, I'm gonna take some of those. But yeah, kind of a weird detour, but I just wanted to show that off because I am kind of proud of it. And I don't think I'd be able to sit through and do that again. Oh hey, you know, it's good timing. These two trees are growing and it looks like they have most of their leaves. Oh, okay, there it goes. Dang, they're just disappearing in front of my eyes. The next stage of the tree growth is here. I wanted to do this. I hope that's possible. I want to grow another tree right there. Alright, I think there's plenty of room for the next trees to grow. And then when those grow, I'll probably call it good. And then I'll shape them both into a custom tree. It'll be pretty cool. And it'd be cool in here if we had some benches. So let's just add some like benches on the side. Gonna need a lot of signs for that. That looks nice. I feel like, let's do this. Now I can't put a ladder there because of that sign, but you won't notice probably. I'm totally bereft of dandelions, that's okay. And this place will be called the Zetter Strand. Oh, I can't fit it. Oh no. Strand Museum. There we go. You might have already known this, but Notch was married to Christoph Zetterstrand's wife for like 1 year, and then they got divorced 6 months after Minecraft officially released. I want to try out the rock garden, and I want to use gravel, because I feel like sand would just contrast too much. Let's do that, and then put like a single stone right there. That's pretty feng shui. Let's move it away from the wall a little bit. It's kind of different. I'm gonna dig some of this up and make it look like there's a path circling around here, I think. Hey, this is kind of looking nice. I actually kind of like this. Chickens just both laid eggs at the same time. Okay, we're looking good out here. I kind of wonder if I should do this. Kind of adds a little bit of a border to the rock garden. Like without fully adding a border, if I added a full border, then it would just take up too much space. So this kind of adds like a miniature border. It hints at a border. How about that? I think that looks good. Uh-oh. Cask of Amontillado strikes again. Yeah, that looks pretty good. There's not a lot of depth to the floor, which makes it kind of hard to differentiate, but I think we're doing good here. I kind of wish I didn't have to put torches on top of these rocks, but I do if I want this to not have snow on it. Man, my ultimate dream. And I didn't think about this. And if I had thought about it, the structure of this entire place would probably be pretty different. But it'd be nice to put glass just above here and completely stop snow from falling on this exhibit entirely. I don't know how I'd properly accomplish that, though. I could try that. Could try it. I'm gonna do that. You know what? When inspiration strikes, don't let it go. Oh yeah, eggs stack past 16. I added some bricks around the roots of that tree. I think it'll look pretty cool. Alright, let's get up here. This is gonna be kind of strange. Alright, so I think the plan is to just fully wrap around this entire edge here. Okay, let's find the center. I think that's the center right there. Okay, here we go. That lets in a lot of light. Here's a little weird creative choice. What if I did this? I know it blocks a lot of the actual glass, but from the bottom it might look fine, so I just want to know what that looks like. Yeah, look at that. That looks. I kind of like that. I like how the glass kind of creates the depth. Look at that. That's pretty cool. There we go. This looks interesting now. I can probably remove these. Remove these off of here. Let's add a little bit of depth to these rock gardens here. Doesn't hurt, right? I'm digging this. I think this is a nice change overall. Remember, the tree's name is Joshua. Look at that. Now you just have a beautiful view when you're sitting and waiting to get your tickets. Or I don't know why you'd sit and wait to get tickets. I guess you'd get in line, right? Whatever. You're sitting and waiting for the rest of your family to arrive from their commute so you can all enjoy the paintings together. Alright, I just had kind of a stupid idea. Whenever you see a painting at someone's house, you always like jump into it because you're thinking like, oh, maybe it's a secret entrance. Everyone always does the secret painting entrance these days. It's not a secret anymore. And it kind of feels weird that I would have all these paintings in this museum and not one of them would be a secret entrance. You know? Here's my thought. What if these were entrances, and I had a secret clubhouse, and I just built it as an extension onto the back of this thing. And you pretty much never notice it. Again, it's on the back, it's kind of being blocked by a hill, and you'd have to jump through the paintings to find it. I think that would be pretty cool. But okay, here's an even crazier idea. What if, do iron doors exist? Okay, because if there are iron doors, I could add a secret key somewhere that would allow you to access the clubhouse. Only when you unlock the iron doors would you be able to get inside. I bet you iron doors aren't added yet at all. No, I bet you I'm getting my hopes up for nothing. No, just enough to make one iron door. All right, don't let me down, don't let me down, come on. Hey, nice. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. Of course, I can only make a one right now, but that's fine. Yeah, so I think all I gotta do is extend this wall. I'm gonna change this roof to be pitched here so I can extend it out in kind of a natural, not weird way. Let's think about how big I actually want this to be. That's 3x3, let's just extend it by. So tomorrow I am hopefully finishing shooting the rest of my thesis film, and I really need to get started on it because I'm the editor for the thesis film. I need to get editing on that quick. I'm excited to get that done though, just because I am excited to show it off. I have the final product. Maybe we'll even take it to some festivals, but I also want to put it on my resume and my demo reel and stuff and be able to show off that I not only edited this entire film, but also animated it. And it's short, you know, it's a short film. It's not like huge, but I think it'll just look good because it'll be like quality work. I don't know. I'm excited. It's like first time I've been part of a big production like that. I am looking forward to seeing what everybody thinks about it. Last Friday we filmed for the first time, and you know, it was really cool to set everything up and get the set working. And my main concern, I guess, was keeping the fire at a safe level because like I was the only one, I guess, who understood how to make campfires well enough to confidently do that. But also setting up the set, you know, helping with the boom and the mic. I'm not really my job is to edit, so I was just there kind of to supervise. I think it went really well, although we got, I think, 29 shots out of like 76 done. So we really need to grind the second day because our actors do not want to come back and make another hour-long commute to film a third time. You know, they're ready to be done, and you know, that's how actors are, so that's how it goes. That's okay. All right, I hope this is enough slabs to finish off this thing. Oh boy. Not looking good. It takes 18 to finish up one row, so that is not enough. Of course, I take on an extra project last minute. That means I have to go get more resources. Oh. That was terrifying. What the heck? That was so creepy. I mean, no pun intended, but it is kind of a cool pun. That was awful. Like, as soon as I came out to the door, they just started, like, walking right toward me. It's like they were waiting for me. Kind of freaky. That was totally the last of the stone, wasn't it? Yep, that was the last of it. Okay. Oh no, I don't have enough to make another pickaxe. Alright, let's head down. Alright. What was it? 18 per row of shingles, I guess, if you could call it that. I think there was like 4 rows left to do. And that's 72. Alright, let's just get 2 stacks of stone and call it good. Hey! How about that? 2 diamonds. And so close to the center of the mine shaft, too. I guess starting the secret room really was the right thing to do. Ooh, iron. Kind of just what the doctor ordered. Oh, there's 6. Now I can make another door. Hey! How about that? Oh, another 2. Okay. I got 4 diamonds. What? No way! This must be the same vein, because those 2 diamonds I mined were right here. That's kind of weird that it generated like that. You know, if you never mined around there, you would miss some. Yeah, that was quite a successful mining trip. How about that? I got 6 diamonds and 8 iron and 2 stacks of cobblestone. And I only broke like 3 pickaxes. Alright, I went and just finished up that roof, so that is what this looks from behind. And, you know, I kind of like how it gives it an extra feature. But it's not too suspicious. At least, you know, I don't think so. All right, here is a secret room. I think it just needs something that's actually worth accessing back here. And that something would be cool, a really cool secret library with a giant bookshelf that wraps around this side, and then maybe even a fireplace. That's a terrible idea. No, this place is all wood. I am not risking that. Fake fireplace. I don't mind having a fake fireplace with no fire. I can't decorate it right now. That's just because I don't have anything to make bookshelves with. But I do want to create these painting entrances. Okay, I'm kind of running out of time to get this done, but you know, I just like creating work for myself, I guess. All right, cool. So like, you can't even really see the door behind here when you're looking at it. It looks pretty much normal. Like you can't really tell what's going on. Try to hop through, you know, nothing. So the way that you're gonna be able to access this, you're gonna have to use something called a boat key, and this is I think something Ethos showed off on the first videos he ever showed off. But first, we got to figure out where we're gonna hide it. And the answer to that question is I don't know. It'd be really clever if it was in the garden area, like right behind one of these stones. Where do I put this? But another place it would be like really hard to spot, I think, would be right here. Like I put the boat key right here. But it's weird to pour water on the interiors, you know, but it would work. Basically, I guess I should explain myself. The way the boat key works is you pour water in a secret spot and the water flows down and lifts up a boat off of a pressure plate, and that causes those doors to open, but I need a place to put the water. So if I put it like right there, that chicken just drowned. If I were to put it right here and then have like a hole here that led to the boat key entrance, I could do that and that would work pretty well. Actually, maybe not. I think I'd rather be outside, like it's just a more natural place for water to be, I think. So let's just, let's stick it behind here. We have to make it really inconspicuous. So let's remove all the light down here. I think right here. Yeah, okay, there we are. Okay, so we're under that painting, under this painting. Guess I need to actually get some redstone. Oh. Thankfully, I got quite a lot of redstone. And redstone components are simple enough that all I need is redstone and wood, and I have everything I need to make anything I can possibly make. Hope mobs don't ever spawn in here. Hope it's lit up enough. You know, it's kind of ironic. I'm saying this is a secret entrance, but really it's not, just because, well, I'm showing all of you. I actually kind of debated, just like, what if I just did this on my own and didn't tell anybody? You know, sometimes the best part of a secret is sharing it, so I don't mind that. It was already defaulting to an on state. You know, doors kind of have weird logic. So there we go. It's being powered right now. Good. Let's go over here. So they're both being powered open right now. Can I actually get through here? Yep. Nice and easy. All right. Not bad. Now we have to make the boat key, the actual boat key. So yeah, so we basically want this water to flow kind of away from here. So let's have it kind of flow this direction. Water only goes so far. Have it come this direction. Not sure how far it'll actually spread, so let's go check on it. And this is really obvious, isn't it? It is really quite obvious, but that's okay. You look at this and you don't even know what it's for. Okay, so the water spreads about right here. That's good, that's good, that's good, okay. I think this only needs to be 1 block tall. I'm not totally sure, but we'll see in a moment, I guess. I want to make it look at least a tiny bit nice. Okay, so it goes something like this. So that's some glass all the way around. Ooh, well, okay. So that kind of comes in and flows right there when the water is here. So let's close this up. Well, hold on, I need to break this. All right, the next thing I gotta do is shove this boat in here. I might have to break this. Okay. Let me see. Does this work? No, it doesn't work. Maybe I have to shove that boat over more. Let's do that. I hate wasting all this glass, but it's for science. Okay, we got it in the corner. Now let's try it. Hey, look, it works. Perfect. Break this. There we go. Not bad. Okay, so that's there. This wraps around to there, and we should be good. This should be totally functional. So let me remove this. Oh wait, why isn't that rising? Is that because there's an item on top? Oh shoot, is it because there's an item on top of here? Oh no, I pushed it out of the way. Why do I always screw this up? Come on. Alright. Alright, here comes the real test. Right now they're both closed. Alright, if I remove this, then they should... Oh, they're open now. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, yeah, this just needs to be opposite. Nothing too crazy. This is something Etho, I think, first came up with. He was his first to make a video about it. It was called boat memory, I think. And it's a really cool technique. So check this out. Can't get in. Locked out completely. No way to get inside. I come over to the garden. If I'm a member of the secret club, I know to put a water bucket there. And now I can get in. How about that? That is super cool. Man, that's kind of got me hyped up. Isn't that neat? And then when you're done, you just come over here and you remove the water. And it turned off. Now we officially have a secret entrance in the painting museum. I love putting like just completely secret rooms inside of giant structures. Like the structures get so big, you can hide an entire room in them. You know, whether it's a basement or completely above ground, you can hide an entire room and people won't know unless you know about it. I remember I played, I think it was a 1.15 server once, and I made this giant town hall. And in that town hall, I made air ducts using the whole crawling technique that I think was a newer thing around the time. I made air ducts that went all throughout that entire building into a secret meeting room. If you climbed like a random shelf full of stuff, it was like a decorative shelf, you could use the trapdoors that I used to build the shelf to set yourself inside the ducts. And you can climb all the way through until you reach the secret meeting room. So yeah, I just like stuff like that. I think it's really neat. Yo, this is super stupid, but right over there, that part of that tree that's like glowing because I guess there's a torch nearby, I came out of here and I looked at it from far away, and like from right there as I was moving, it looked like it was like some giant mob or something. Like a giant white four-legged mob. I don't know. I just pattern recognition, you know? And I came over like I was walking and that top bit looked like it was its head. I don't know. Kind of like a giant chunky llama. I know that's not scary, but it's just like, it kind of looked like it was staring at me for a second. That's just like weird. A giant chunky llama doesn't sound scary except for the fact that llamas, I don't think were introduced till a 1.11. I mean, even then it's not that scary, but it's just like, I don't know. It's something you totally don't expect to see in this version. And then you see it, and you're like, what the heck, you know? That's like the lamest creepypasta ever. But yeah, it's literally just lit up trees. Anyway, I'd say that I am completely satisfied with how this turned out. You know, I've been working on this for months, and just chipping away at it. I literally spawned 2 other farms and different bases just to get the materials to build this place, and it's finally built. The only thing I need to do is the railway, and I guess these 2 trees, but whatever. But yeah, the railway that goes to the quarry. Yeah, but other than that, this thing is totally finished, and I think it turned out amazing. I love that I was able to pack so much detail in there. The secret entrances, the paintings on everything. It looks really good at night, especially I think from far away. Let me go get a far away view of it. I wonder if I should get rid of that tree, but I kind of don't want to. The big one that's kind of like blocking my view of it. Yeah, I probably should. I should probably remove it so I can see the whole thing in its entirety. All right, that tree is completely gone, and I think that looks fantastic. I never quite imagined that it would turn out the way that it did, but that really does look amazing. Hey, look, the sun's coming up. I am super happy with how this turned out. I don't know. This is just pure satisfaction for me. It was very expensive. I think I chopped over 1,000 trees just trying. Is 1,000 trees a stretch? I don't think it is. Just maybe 500. Between 500 and 1,000. The amount of trips that I've made from that wood farm to here just to build this thing. The amount of trees I've had to chop, and like the wood I've had to mine, and the sheep I've had to punch just to build this whole thing. I mean, good grief. But it was worth it. I mean, that is a huge structure, and it looks amazing. I don't want to keep talking myself up. I'm just happy that it turned out well. I think when I get the railway done, I'll upload a tour of just this building alone as a separate video, so you can see the whole thing from beginning to end without any cuts or anything like that in a cohesive manner. But at the moment, this is what we got. Now I've got this huge building, but trouble is, what do I do with a room like this? What do I do in a secret room? And I would like to put a library back here, or at least the entrance to a secret underground library. I think that would be pretty cool to do, but there is a small issue when it comes to that. In alpha, books are craftable by only 3 pieces of paper. There is no leather necessary. And paper, of course, is craftable by using sugarcane. But our problem is, this is a snow world. All water is frozen, all land is snowed over, and as you may have guessed, that pretty much makes it impossible for sugarcane to naturally generate, which poses a pretty big issue for me. I need sugarcane to have a sugarcane farm so I can make bookshelves. But there's no sugarcane to be found. If it generates, it'll generate next to ice and then die because ice can't support its life. However, it is possible to find sugarcane, it's just very rare. Certain, very specific conditions have to be met. And I'll explain those conditions in a moment. Alright, now we're approaching the center of the world station. So for this video, we're not going to do any building, we're not going to make any cool redstone mechanics or any crazy farms or anything like that. No hardcore challenges here. Today, all I want to do is chill out and explore my world. I want to look for sugarcane. That is the goal of this video. I just want to see more of this beautiful alpha world. And I mean, it is beautiful. Coming from a colorblind person, I love the colors. But I want to explore the rest of it. I want to try my very best to find sugarcane in this video so I can make a sugarcane farm, make the libraries that I want, and have access to a really cool new block, as the palette in alpha is quite limited. I don't really have many options. So that's what we're doing today. But I do need to do a little bit of prep. So I just grabbed some logs and some food from that base that we were just at. I also grabbed some string and some arrows. Now, I've never made a bow in this version, not yet. But there's a first time for everything, and I don't know what I'm doing incorrectly. Maybe this is backwards? Huh? Wait, it is backwards, just not in the way I was thinking. I do that all the time. Alright, here we go. There's our bow. Now, for those of you who may not be the most familiar with this version of the game, bows work a lot differently here than they do in modern Minecraft. Check this out. Right-clicking with a bow and having arrows in your inventory, obviously, instantly launches it forward. There is no drawback. You have no ability to control how far you want to shoot it. You can only angle up and down. And since it shoots instantly, you can do this. Pretty crazy. And you may also notice there's no durability on this thing. Now that I have this bow, I can use it as long as I have arrows. I never have to make one again. Little alpha quirk. Now, they're probably not as powerful as modern day bows, but they will help keep me safe on this journey because I do not want to die out here, especially if I find the sugarcane. Because there's one more thing about this version. There are no coordinates. No way to tell where I am when I die, and if I die, there's no way for me to know how to get back, except by memorizing the landscape. So we're not going to risk it. I'm going to take a lot of food and a little bit of wheat. And of course, we're going to wait for day. Now I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to this rough map of the world. Now, if we zoom in, we see that this right here, where I got my mouse, is 0, 0. Now, this looks like land and water, but it's not really land and water. It's kind of confusing, but just ignore it. Now, the journey to find sugarcane won't be aimless. I'm going to head to a specific destination and hope that I find it along the way. And that is this bright red splotch right here. Now, that's a monolith. And this is also a monolith, and I've been to that one already. It's a lot bigger than this one. But this one's still pretty big. I've never been here either. I want to explore it. Now, this is a little bit of an alpha quirk. And if you want to know what a monolith is, you're just going to have to watch the video and see it for yourself, because I really don't know how to properly explain those things in a way that does it justice. Looks like we got a visitor while I was waiting. Sorry. So the direction to that big red splotch on the map is about that way. And I have plenty of coal. I'm going to try my very best to continuously mark my trail with torches. So just in case I could find my way back. Don't test me. So on the way there, we're just going to walk and talk. I'm going to tell you a little bit of trivia about alpha, whatever's been on my mind recently, a little banter. So if you want to put this on in the background, I don't mind. Go right ahead. A lot of people do it anyways, and I think that's perfectly okay. Okay, we're coming up on a pretty big chunk border. Now, the reason there's a chunk border here is because the seed I used that I just plugged into that little map thing that I showed you is not the original seed of this world. Originally, it's something completely different, but I wanted to have a world that had monoliths in it, and mine did not, so Ooh, iron. I'm gonna go mine that real quick. Ooh, right there, too. Nice. I didn't have any monoliths in my world. I really wanted one. So I kept kind of generating seeds until I found one that had some big monoliths nearby. And actually, the red splotch that's more to the left on the map is the largest one I think I've ever seen. in person or just out of anyone else's worlds, it's the largest one I've ever seen. That's why there's this weird chunk border, because this is basically generating a completely different world than what was originally here. But now that we're kind of past it, we shouldn't see this anymore. Now, let me tell you the secret of how we're going to find sugarcane in this world. As I said before, because of the snow everywhere, because of the ice everywhere, it's pretty much impossible. But sometimes it does generate on land and then dies. Sugarcane only grows on dirt and grass in alpha. It doesn't grow on sand. So we need to be checking shorelines that have a lot of dirt, a lot of grass, and see if there are any items just floating on the ground. So there's nothing on that island. I want to make some progress going forward, so I'm not going to like circle everything. Plus, we have a time limit once we generate a new chunk. We could tell this chunk was just generated because the sapling's floating everywhere. In alpha, when a tree first grows or generates in the world, a bunch of the leaves will fall off and break, and that's because leaf decay is totally broken. No way! What? It's right there! Man, this was short. I cannot believe this. What the heck? I can't believe it. It's right there. I did not expect this to happen so quickly. Wow, look, some of this is water. How did that happen? This must be a cave? I wonder how that generated as water. That is so strange. Water ponds don't exist in this version. I think I know. It looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like this area is all stone underneath here. Yeah, okay. Look at this spotty kind of terrain here. This is a small terrain feature that still exists to this day, called erosion. And that's just where the topsoil of the ground is just removed in kind of this weird manner. And I wonder if that has something to do with this water naturally generating in the snow world. I've never seen it happen. Wow. I can't believe we already got it. I was going to say there are two ways to find sugarcane. The one I just mentioned, obviously, but there's another way. If a tree were to generate hanging over a lake, there's no ice underneath it, and there's no snow underneath it, sugarcane can generate there and not break. But I guess there's three ways it can generate, because erosion also seems to give it a small chance to form. That's so cool. All right, well, I'm still going to head to that monolith. I still want to find it, and I still want to show you guys. It is really, truly epic. And I wouldn't be doing you guys service if I just talked about it without showing it. But I definitely hear spider spawner down here. Yep. All those spiders noises, whatever they're supposed to be. Yeah, that's interesting. Spiders don't make noise, not in real life. I wonder where Notch got the idea for the spider sounds that we hear in the game. Like, we're pretty used to them, but spiders don't. Ooh. That's the first time I found cat. And 2 saddles that are kind of useless. 3 wheat. What's over here? Huh, doing pretty good. I don't need these saplings, so I'm just gonna toss these. The real treasure of this dungeon is the moss stone. There's no way to obtain moss stone in alpha except in dungeons like this. It can't be crafted, it can't be found naturally, except for here. So whenever you find one of these, you always have to dig up the floor and grab the moss stone, because it's the only way to get this block. And as I said before, the block palette is pretty limited. That's why we're on this journey to begin with. So far, we are doing great. I mean, I found sugarcane, and right next to the sugarcane, there was a spider spawner. I don't think I found a spider spawner in this version yet, so we're doing really good. I've gotten really lucky. That eases my mind quite a bit from all the stress I've been feeling lately, so pretty happy that I logged in today. What is that called? Serendipity? Is it the term serendipity? I think that's correct. All right, looks like we got about 49 blocks of moss stone. It is just called moss stone in the game files, I believe. I really can't believe our luck. That's pretty awesome. But now I think I lost the torch trail. Yeah, I believe that we came from those trunk borders over there, so it shouldn't be too hard to find my way back, but I'm just gonna leave some over here that are obvious just in case. So I'm gonna keep going. Who knows what we might find? I might find some clay, which is also pretty rare, not as rare as sugarcane. I might even find more sugarcane. So I'm excited. That's a good omen. Let's just hope that when it turns night, I don't die. Right there again. Look at that. Just over the hills where we just found it. You can still see the chunk borders over there. How did this happen? This must be more erosion, but it's just happening in the water. Like completely, no land. Okay, that's interesting for a few reasons. Now, obviously, sugarcane is rare. I'm not denying that. Take it from me. I've explored so much of this world, I've never found it. So to find it 2 times in a row is pretty crazy. But I remember making a post on the r/Golden Age Minecraft subreddit asking people who had Alpha 112 snow worlds just like me how hard it was for them to originally find sugarcane. and a lot of them said they never found it before. You know, it took them hours of searching, and I thought, well, I'm probably gonna be pretty busy looking for this stuff, so. But as it turns out, nope. As soon as I tried to look for it, I found it. But now the sun is setting and this is gonna be a little bit dangerous. I'm pretty far from home. Here's some more unwarranted trivia about the game. There are no beds in this version. I cannot sleep. I cannot save my spawn point. So if I die, I go all the way back to the center of the world. That's why I'm so paranoid about it. And I definitely haven't been marking my torch trail properly. So that's another problem. It is probably too dark for you guys to even see. Check out some of this beautiful natural terrain I just found. There's like this naturally generating cove surrounded by mountains here. And in the center, there's this little flat island. I mean, look at this. Isn't that cool? The terrain gen in this version is so whimsical. Like, compared to modern, it's very, I guess, tries to be realistic. And that's not a problem. But something to be said about this being a fantasy game and having fantasy terrain. You know what I mean? You know, I actually think that this would be a good spot for an outpost. So let's do that. This is another thing I like doing in old Minecraft. Whenever I go exploring, I love to just create little forts here and there on my way. And then if I ever come back, because it's unlikely I'm going to tread by the same spot 2 times in a row when I'm exploring this far away. But if I ever find it, it's like, oh wow, I can't believe I built that. You know, like it's kind of like a little treat. So I think that's pretty cool. I'm already breaking my promise not to build in this video. Sorry to disappoint. There we go, we have our little hut right here on the water, and a nice spot for it too. Again, you guys probably can't see it very well, so we're gonna wait till the morning, so when the moon goes down, you'll be able to see how cool this spot really is. I'd say for right now, I'm gonna leave a few things in this chest. I'm gonna leave a saddle, I'm gonna leave some food here just in case I happen to stop by in the future. These mob drops I don't need to be bringing with me. And I'm gonna put 1 sugarcane. Worst comes to worst, I can come back here and grab this one. Okay, I got a little bit carried away and I decorated this place a little bit more. I think it looks pretty charming. Nothing fancy, but I think it's cute, so I'm keeping it. But yeah, look at this terrain. Got this U-shaped little mountain area. Oh, we have a visitor. Check that out, this cave. Huh. Should I go down there? I think I should. Oh, there's a creeper down there. Oh. Oh, watch out. I wonder if I gotta shoot that creeper again. Oh, it did shoot that creeper. Look at that. Another music disc. Good thing I got this bow, huh? Boom. Just like that. Boom. Check this out. We got a lot more arrows, although probably not as many as we spent. We got another music disc. The same one, of course, but because there are only 2 music discs in this version, there's Cat and 13. That's all that was added at this point in time. And we got a lot more iron. And iron is, you know, pretty useful in this version. I don't use it for tools. Maybe you've noticed. Oh, I should probably stop talking. Okay. I don't use it for tools. That's just because tool durability is way lower than it is in modern. A stone tool only can break 65 blocks. An iron tool can do a little more than that, but I just don't find it to be worth it to make them, because if you were to go caving and use iron tools, you'd walk out with less iron than you walked in with because you had to keep replenishing. So I use iron for decoration, and I use it to make rail systems. Rails are the most important thing in this version. I should probably turn around before I get too ahead of myself, but let me get this one more. Oh, hey, look. There's sand right there. Let's try it. Huh. How about that? No, I was expecting water to be on top of this. Well, we got another music disc, and we got a lot more iron just from that little caving trip. Serendipity's hitting full force. I'm pretty sure I'm using that word correctly. Hey look, this is one of those conditions that I said it would be possible to find sugarcane in, a tree generating over ice. No sugarcane here, but this is kind of what I was talking about earlier. You know, alpha terrain is always pretty cool. These views that we're getting are pretty nice. I guess let me tell you a little bit about why I had a long week. So I'm a film student, and this is my last semester before I graduate. But not only is it my last semester, it is my last month. And a lot of people tell me like, oh, you know, your last month, your last semester, things should be winding down for you, you know. That's not the case at all. It's cranking up hard. So over the last weekend, I had to be a part of 2 separate film productions. They're both a lot of fun, and some of them even had professional actors. On one of them, I'm the editor and the animator, and we totally failed in the sound department. I mean, the audio was peaking the whole time. I tried to bring this to the director's attention, but we were in such a time crunch that we just couldn't bother to fix it. And that really is gonna bite us in the butt later down the line, but we only had a little bit of time with our actor because, ooh, clay. I was hoping to find some clay. But yeah, we only had a little bit of time with our actor because they didn't like the commute. Talent is going to be the way that it is. So because of this, I have kind of the large task of trying to fix the audio, which is in some parts completely unusable. But yeah, the audio sounds terrible. It's very scratchy. It peaks all the time. And I may have to get the actors to dub it over, and I really don't want to do that. It's stressing me out a little bit. It's probably something I'm going to have to do, and I'm also the audio engineer on the other film project. Not only that, but I also have a final project I have to complete for my animation class. I have to animate something. And I have an industry research project where I have to basically get ready for the working world, and that's a whole other thing. Will I be able to get a job as a video editor? I don't know. Honestly, right now with, you know, this channel, I love doing this. I really love doing this. It's the thing I look forward to doing every week is making a video. I don't stress too much about it, and I get to relax and just play the game and share it with everybody, and I'm pretty lucky to be able to do that. I never thought that so many people would be interested in my world, and now that everyone is interested, I found that I enjoy making videos on it even more. I mean, it's just compounded. So don't expect the videos to stop anytime soon, but I need to think about, of course, getting a job. I spent every last dime that I have on my tuition this year. I have no more money left. I'm pretty much completely broke. That's just the name of the game, but I need to be getting a job, and of course everybody needs a job, right? Everybody wants a job, but I'm in a little bit more of a bind, and that is because I need to get a job in the place that I want to move to. It's out of the country. I'm trying to move to Canada, and I can't move to Canada unless I get a work visa. So I have to find a job in Canada. Not only Canada, but Quebec, which also requires you to speak French, and I don't. So I have to learn French. So my plate is shaping up to look like this. I have to fix my thesis film, edit the thesis film, finish the animation, finish the industry research project, finish the other end of year film. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the exams for my history class that I have to do. I gotta create a show reel so I can start applying to jobs. I have to actually apply to those jobs. I have to secure a visa for myself, and I have to learn French. And wait a minute. Do you guys see that? We almost missed it. Oh my goodness. I almost walked right by it. All right, enough belly aching about how busy I am. Wow, that is huge. Hold on, it's still nighttime, and you guys probably can't see what we're looking at here. I'll wait until morning, and then I'll show you what I'm looking at. Oh man, I was just crafting some ladders, and this spider jockey showed up. Oh, this could be terrible. Oh no. Get out of here. Phew. Dang. I think it really took me down a notch. Sorry for that abrupt cut. I was trying to craft some ladders so I can get up on top of that monolith there. I guess you guys probably want to see what I'm talking about. Alright. Take a look at this, okay? It's possible you may have seen nothing like this. So you might know the Far Lands, a crazy tall generation that looks like Swiss cheese at the end of the world. This is, I don't want to say it's similar, but it reminds me of it. It's reminiscent. It's these huge walls that stretch up all the way to Y128, and they generate all blocky like this and huge blobs. I mean, sometimes you get small ones, but this is an exceptionally big one. It's huge. It'll probably take me like 20 minutes to walk around the entire thing, just from the looks of it alone. Okay, so there are a lot of really cool features to monoliths. Before we get the ladders and go on top, which I'm sure I have more than enough to do that, let's take a look underneath here. You're about to see something really weird. Can you even tell what we're looking at here? Maybe, maybe not. Let me make a better staircase than this. All right. We are underneath the monolith. So basically, this entire thing, this massive piece of land has been shifted up from the normal terrain that it's in, all the way so it reaches the top of the world. And it leaves this gigantic gap underneath. And this entire thing under here is full of water. And not only water, but look, can you see those little blue spots? Those are holes into the void. It generates tons and tons of holes in bedrock. This is very, very deep. I can't swim to the bottom without dying. Underneath here, you can probably really get a sense of scale of how big this thing actually is. It is massive. Nowhere else in an alpha world will you ever get a view like this. It's crazy. All these little blobs everywhere are gravel that's fallen from the ceiling. Look, there's another little exit over there. Let's exit over that side. I'm gonna run out of ways to talk about how awesome this is. This was removed, I think, in the very next version. I mean, just, isn't that so cool? Doesn't this look so eerie? There's nothing really like this in modern Minecraft. And it's a shame that it went away, but it is a bug that causes this. I think Ant Venom did a video on these a long time ago. Sometimes you can find dungeons that spawn around here, the edges, because it's all like underground but also open air. But I haven't seen one. All right, this is, I think, kind of the other side. We finally walked all the way across. I think we started over there. So let's get out of here. Okay, here we are on the other side. You know, I've never gone in one of these caves that generate in the side of the monolith. I wonder what they're like. I am pretty sure that despite this looking like a big chunk of land has been lifted out of the ground, that diamonds don't spawn like at the bottom of this. The ores haven't moved up with it. I think they generate after the monolith generates. All right, well, let's get up to the top of this thing. You guys probably want to see what it looks like from up there. So, let's go. Oh yeah, by the way, in Alpha, you can do this bug where you place ladders a block apart from each other and you'll still be able to climb it, just because the player's hitbox is 2 blocks tall. And Minecraft wasn't that complicated back then. If you were touching a ladder, that was good enough to climb something. Some of you might remember that. All right, here we are, the very top of the monolith. This is equally crazy to look at because it's just completely flat. Only flat terrain up here. That's like quite the screenshot. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. That just looks really cool to me. So this monolith is gonna generate, let me take a drink of water. A little differently than monoliths normally generate, and that is only because I have a height extension mod. So that extends the build height from 128 to 256. Dang, look at that, that's a bit of a drop. And that doesn't change world generation at all, except that when the game goes to place foliage all over the world, it'll also place it here because there's actually space for it to generate. All right, now we're at the other side of this thing, and you know what? I don't quite remember where we came from. Maybe we came from this side over here? Probably, right? I'm gonna get lost, I swear. Yeah. Look down there, that's the little staircase that I made to get into this place. And that means that over there, like right over there, that's when I spotted the monolith and headed over. Okay, it's getting dark up here. But yeah, man, isn't this thing just huge? And the sunset up here is really something to look at too. All right, home is basically in this direction, so let's get off of here. I don't know for sure how I'm gonna do this in a safe way, like make ladders down. So I'm gonna do that next to these waterfalls so I don't die. I feel like I'm gonna die. Okay. We're doing good. This is really quite dangerous. Oh God, okay. Whew. Hey, we did it. I don't know if that'll be easy to climb back up, but we did it. I'd really like you guys to be able to see what I'm looking at right now. It's nighttime, so if you're watching this and you want to look, I suggest you squint, but if not, I'll turn up the brightness and contrast so it might be a little easier for you guys to see. All right, now we are going to head back, and hopefully we can find our way. I'm pretty confident, though. I feel like I know where I'm going. Right now, I am drinking a Oreo milkshake. Normally I drink tea, but right now I got an Oreo milkshake. I used to drink these things when I was a kid. I haven't had one in actually a very, very long time. But I remember when I was a kid, my, Oh man, goodness gracious, we are really in for it. Oh no. Hey, stop. Don't do that. Good thing I packed a lot of food, huh? Hey, look. Oh. That was weird. Okay. Thinking the sun's coming up soon. But yeah, look, there's one of our torches, so yeah, we are on the right track. Yeah, my mother, when I was a kid, used to be a waitress, and I would just get dropped off at the restaurant she worked at. Sometimes, you know, I'd be lucky and I'd get an Oreo milkshake. This is like my favorite dessert when I was a kid. And I'm still a milkshake enjoyer. If I ever go to an ice cream place, I ask for a milkshake instead. I don't know, something about the texture. I just like it. And I like the fact that I can drink it and it won't drip on me, I guess. I don't really consume a lot of sweets these days, but I guess today is an exception. Now what's interesting about Alpha Minecraft is there's not really a big reason to explore unless you're trying to look for some cool terrain and stuff. Because there's no beds, you kind of want to stick near your world spawn. You don't really need to go anywhere else. And if you do go exploring while the world is infinite, and maybe you can find some really cool spots, there's like nothing to look for. Monoliths, of course, are the exception, but that's a bug. The only generated structure in the game is the dungeon. There's no villages or other things to look for, and being 100% honest, I am okay with that. It makes the world feel like very empty and very lonely, but in kind of an intriguing kind of way. You know what I mean? Like, I am the only person in this entire world. There's no one else. No matter where I go, no matter how far I roam, that I will never find anyone else. I will be all alone. There'll be no sign of other human activity. And it's a little bit lonely. It's kind of creepy sometimes, but it really makes the vibe of Alpha for me. I think it makes the vibe for a lot of other people too. We're gonna see if I can find some clay here. We get lucky? Nope. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like if I lived in the game. I don't mean sometimes. I've thought about this quite a few times throughout my life. Like, what if I was in the game, like the game was real? Not like the upcoming Minecraft movie. I just mean like if I was the player in the game. If I was a player in the game and everything was real, then what would it be like? Would I just go crazy? The whole world would basically be my oyster, but maybe I'd go insane from lack of human contact. I thought about that a lot, especially when I was a kid. It was kind of like a little form of escapism to me. I used to read little Minecraft novels that were at my library about a guy that was transported to the world of the game, Tron style. He was zapped by the digitizer from Tron. I mean, that's basically what it was. And he was put into the game, and it turns out the villagers had a prophecy about him coming, and they had their own history of the world. It actually went really in depth, and as a kid, it was kind of a great book. And it took some liberties with the source material of the game, but what the heck? That just happened again. Nowadays, if I read something like that, I probably wouldn't find it interesting. But when I was a kid, that stuff was awesome. It was, I think, called the Game Night 9999 series. So maybe some of you recognize that name. Well, it's about this kid. He gets transported to the game and he's stuck there. And there's this evil Enderman that's summoning all the mobs, and he wants to take the mobs to the real world and conquer the real world using the same method that the kid got transported to the game. And there's even character development because the kid, prior to being put into the game, was a griefer and kind of like a bully. Like, we open with him just kind of like bullying other players because, I don't know, he thinks they're not good enough to play the game. It's a little bit childish, right? But he goes through a little bit of character development. He manages to get a bunch of other players on his side and, tell him that he's changed and learn that there are consequences to his actions. When he punches a villager, the villager really feels it, and it hurts its feelings. That kind of stuff. I think, now that I think about it, the book opens with him just like going to a random village in his world and just murdering like a lot of the villagers. And then later he gets transported into the game and the villagers are there, but they can talk to him and they have their own history and their own lives. And they tell him like, hey, you murdered my wife. You murdered my wife, you murdered my kids, man, what the hell? That's a bit heavy, don't you think? I mean, because he eventually is like the best friend, like they become all his friends, they all fight together to defeat the evil Enderman guy. I forgot about that. He murdered like so many of them, their wives, their kids, and they just all forgave him. That's crazy to me, I don't know. Maybe I'm not remembering that. Am I remembering that correct? I don't know. The book was written by the father of a kid who loved the game so much that on the kid's birthday, he bought him a server. And like he had all the stuff on the server, you know, he had all these cool builds, whatever. And then one day some hackers got in, or maybe some people just got into his server and they griefed the whole thing and uploaded the grief to YouTube. And maybe it's still up. I never looked it up myself. You know, back then, I guess either he didn't think to have a plugin or that kind of stuff just wasn't as widely used. So his world was destroyed and, you know, he was heartbroken, and the father decided to write the books that I am describing to you based off of that experience. About a bully who realizes that there are consequences to his bullying and that kind of stuff. I am so lost right now. But there's a chunk border. Oh, hey, look, there's some torches right there. Huh. Whoop. Yeah, there are some torches right there. I think I overshot a little bit. I think I went a little too far to the right, because this torch trail is to the other monolith, the one that was to like the left on the map that I showed off. That's to the other monolith. And oh, hey, you know what? Can you see that? There's clay right there. I'm gonna grab it in a minute. Check it out. There's a little bell tower over there. All right, it's dark now, but I grabbed all that clay and I ran out of room in my inventory to store it, but luckily, Alpha has this little feature where you can keep items in your crafting grid, and I don't have to worry about losing them. Oop, we got a visitor. I marked this little torch trail to monolith. But yeah, here is the tree farm here. I've been working on this little structure here lately for a future pretty big build. I've been planning it out, and I'm pretty excited about it. But I'm not really worried about that right now, so we're just going to drop off all this stuff that I got. Hopefully I can fit it where I need to fit it. I'm gonna keep this one disc on me. I'm gonna keep one sugarcane here just in case I lose it. All right, yeah, I guess I should go plant this stuff. Like I actually put it in the ground. I can't wait to start building with bookshelves. I really kind of been missing it. There's so many things you can do with that block, besides even just make libraries. It is really interesting that in this stage of the game, they made a block like that is purely decorative. I don't know if there's any other block that is purely decorative. I think most blocks have a use. You could say stairs are decorative, but really they have a use to move you from one block to the other without jumping. Same with slabs. Slabs were added first, I think. Are there any solely decorative blocks? I don't think so. I mean, I think every block is used in one way or another. I guess stone. No, you mine stone. You mine stone in the ground to get cobblestone and to go strip mining and caving. Yeah, bookshelf does nothing except look pretty. I guess besides flowers, which I don't even think flowers count because they're a natural feature of, like, just nature has flowers. All right. This will be the first time listening to this disc. I haven't listened to this yet in this world. So now we have both types of music discs. Here we go. All right, I got some of the stuff planted. I kind of just want to have it all over the place, so I just never lose it. The music's coming across pretty nice. All right, so I decided to go ahead and kind of concept a layout for a sugarcane farm. And this is the layout so far, and I went and placed all the water in this really specific combination, in this really specific layout that allows you, ooh, look, my tree grew. It allows the most sugarcane placement possible, so I can do it pretty easy. Sugarcane grows real fast in these old versions, so I'm not worried about filling this whole thing up, but right now I am just gonna fill this up. I don't know if I have enough blocks to do it, but we're gonna try, and hopefully it goes well. Beep, beep, beep. By the way, the music you're listening to right now is actually by a fan named Shelby Obzut, and I guess it's meant to evoke the feelings that she gets when she watches my videos, and I like it. It's pretty neat. So I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit and let it play so you guys can get a good listen. You know, I brought up the game night book a little bit ago, and I didn't really get to my point. My point was that when I was a kid, I used to kind of like fantasize about being in the game as like I don't know, like a little bit of escapism, I guess, but also just fantasy, because I was just a kid, right? I would think about what it was like to live in a game, and I guess I drew from that book a little bit. I even used to make comics and stuff about people who got transported into Minecraft when I was little. I wrote little stories and stuff about how, like, a character who is a normal guy gets transported to Minecraft, or a dude who already lives in the game. There's this one that I have somewhere around my room that I made when I was in middle school, okay? And it's about this guy who, I think his name is literally Alex, and he's friends with Notch. And Notch, like, is doing a presentation for some reason, and he has the thing from the little digitizer from Tron, and he shoots his friend Alex with it and then puts him in the game of Minecraft. And at this time, I had never once played Java Edition. I had only ever played Pocket Edition. I really wanted to try Java Edition, but I didn't have a computer to try it on. So I just wrote about it. Like, I thought I would just, I would write about Java Edition, and it was pretty cool. But I got a lot of things wrong. Anyway, this guy, he goes on mishaps and adventures, and he tries to get around the world until he runs into Steve, who's been there for a long time. And he kind of shows Alex the ropes, and like, I don't know, it's just kind of cringy. I have it somewhere. Maybe I'll show it off one day. I never thought I would do that, but I had other stuff, other bits of literature that I had made, or stories that I made. When Minecraft Story Mode came out, I loved it. Not because it was a good game, because looking back, it was not. But because it was, what's the term? Like wish fulfillment? It kind of like let me imagine what it would be like to have like a bunch of Minecraft characters, how they would act, like if it was real, what it would like to be in a living Minecraft world with history and other people in it. And I just thought that was just the coolest damn thing. Sue me for being cringy, because I certainly am, but I thought that was awesome. I don't even know how I got on this conversation topic to begin with. I guess it was a while ago, right? But yeah, I used to pretend that I was in a game or think about what it would be like to live in the world of Minecraft, A little cringy, true, but back then the game was kind of filled with like a lot of mystery and kind of like wonder for me as a kid. I didn't understand everything about it. And then as I got older and I continued to play the game, I started treating it as basically a piece of software, because that's what it was. Learning how to build big farms and take advantage of game mechanics, and thinking about it as lines of code instead of thinking about it as like an experience or an adventure. That's one of the things that really made me fall in love with it as a kid, and I've never felt like that way since. Just, that's part of being a kid, right? You kind of think fantastically about things. But yeah, all that is to say, I used to consume basically a lot of media when I was a kid about how like people were alive in the game or how the game was real. I used to look for books about Minecraft at the library. I thought it was just the coolest thing ever. And sometimes I wish I was a Minecraft character and that kind of stuff. Maybe one day I'll show off the comic that I wrote. It went unfinished, obviously. All right, so here is the sugarcane concept farm that I kind of came up with. I built this style of farm before. This is a little bit different than that, but I have these lanterns hanging down in every loop. And I think that looks pretty cool. Honestly, I think it's pretty neat. It's kind of different from the other builds that I have. And also my first time building with the moss stone I've been gathering, so pretty happy about it. Now, the sugarcane farm, when it's fully ready to grow everything, it won't be the largest sugarcane farm in history, right? It'll be pretty big. I think one day I would like to build a more serious farm, like just a bigger one. But right now, this is gonna do just fine first, I think. Because like I said, it grows so fast, it's just like not a concern. But there's another thing that I would like to mention to you guys, and it's that a lot of people have asked what mods do I use. I use a few, or asked for like the snow texture pack that I use. And I decided, so many people were asking, that I would make it available to download, as well as list all the individual mods available to download. And this is on my Discord server. So if you want to download my instance, as in I'm using a third-party launcher, Multi-MC, and I'm using a specific instance. If you download that and drag it into Multi-MC, you can have all the alpha mods already pre-installed, ready to go. But if not, I have all the mods listed separately to download alongside the instance. So you can go download all the separate mods, and you can install them at your own discretion. You can put them in the default launcher, whatever you need to do. They should all work pretty well. And yeah, that's in my Discord server. I don't post download links in the description of my videos because I think sometimes YouTube thinks they're suspicious. Like I had a friend of mine who had download links for a tutorial of his that had to do with old Minecraft, and his video kept getting taken down. I think it's because he had those links in his description, so I just want to try to avoid that entirely. Okay, this is how the complete farm turned out, and I think it turned out pretty well. Now we obviously need some more sugarcane, but I am gonna harvest all of this and then plant all of it except for 9. Okay, it should go like this. 1, 2, 3. 3 books. 1 bookshelf. I guess I'll place it right here. That's a good spot for it. Look at that. Our very first bookshelf. The very first bookshelf in the entire world. I'm excited. Just because this opens up so many new building opportunities for me. I know it doesn't seem like a lot to be excited about, but if you're an Alpha Snow World player, I definitely think it is. I have just exited a strip mining session that turned into a caving session that turned into a dungeon busting session. I found so many dungeons, but I couldn't do anything about them. I couldn't clear them because I got down to 1 heart and I'm completely out of food. I have nothing left. When I usually get in that kind of situation, I mine out of the cave and I mark it with a little pillar here, just in case I want to go back for the treasure or for the loot that I may not have been able to get, because my inventory is pretty full. In any case, I came out of here and I'm completely lost. I have no idea where this is. I'm near a chunk boundary from when I changed my world seed, but I don't know which side is the new seed and which side is the old seed. Thankfully, it is gonna become day soon. I don't want to die out here now with all this loot that I've gotten. It's taken me hours to get all this coal. I mean, that's some pretty good stuff. And almost 2 stacks of iron. That's something I really want to keep on me. So I'm just gonna pick a direction, gonna try to find where I'm at. Now, this just makes me wish I was paying attention wherever my old bases were, because if I had been, I would have looked at the sun and stuff and be able to find my position like that. Now, if you don't know, Alpha doesn't have coordinates. There's no way for me to find my position. So I really, really am lost. Like, this isn't ideal. Not only that, but there are no beds. No such thing as a bed in this version. No way to set my spawn point, nothing like that. If I die out here, it's for good. If I die out here, there's almost no guarantee I'll make it back here. Good thing is, found some food. You know, it's not a bad spot. I kind of like these low hills and these flat areas between them. It wouldn't be bad to have a base here. If I were to make a little base here, and I'm considering it just because of how lost I really am, I wouldn't know how to get back there from where I'm at. You know what? I wonder if I recognize that mountain over there. Oh, you know, now that I think about it, maybe there's a good chance I can actually find something I've made if I just follow a chunk boundary. It's very possible that that might be the method that rescues me here. In a way, I don't really mind being lost. That's kind of exciting. You know, that's something that used to happen back in Alpha. Like, let's say your base was far out. Take X's Adventures in Minecraft, for example. He built a base far out because he just traveled in his world until he found a spot he liked. But when he died, he didn't know how to get back there. He was completely cut off from that spot because there were no coordinates. Unfortunately, that kind of made him quit his series. But to me, being lost like this is really cool. I mean, it's like, you just don't get lost in modern Minecraft. You know what I mean? Dang, there's a lot of cool stuff here. Look at this little overhang with the mushrooms. Wish I could take them with me. I guess I could give up the dirt. You know, I don't feel like I need to take that with me. But yeah, you can't get lost like this in modern Minecraft. Whether that's a good or a bad thing is up to you. I kind of like that this is a possibility in Alpha. It makes it a little bit more challenging. It also makes it a little bit more fun to explore your world practically. Now, this isn't the mountain that I thought it was, but maybe it's a different mountain? Guess we'll see. Possible I go up here and I see more mountain. Wow. Very mountainous through here. Look at that. Look at that range. That's cool. Went from lowlands to highlands. But yeah, the trouble with the whole chunk boundary thing. If I knew which one I'd already generated, that means it's probably pretty close to my base. I could just kind of like follow it or head that direction. If I go to the newer side of the chunk boundary, it's very possible that it's just then been generated. As in, brand new land, brand new territory. So of course, if I go that direction, I won't be able to find anything. Looking down there, can you see where my cursor is? There's some water in the ice. Yeah, and that only happens in world generation. In the snow world type, all water exposed to the sky will freeze. But in generation, occasionally, water can be formed. So that means this chunk must be new. So whatever side of the chunk boundary this is on, must be the new side. I think the chunk boundary is back here. Okay. Oop, there's some iron. I should go get it. Anyway, I think the chunk with the unfrozen water was past this boundary. And this kind of looks like it could be a corner. If that's the case, and yeah, it's looking like it is, that means that this must be newer. I could be totally wrong, though. It could be that I generated that chunk with the exposed water a long time ago and then just immediately left because it's so far away, so it never had a chance to freeze over. I could be going the totally wrong direction, but the fact that it's a corner might mean something. I'm gonna hedge my bets going this direction, even if those mountains are more beautiful to explore. Alright. Hey, look! Civilization. I was right, oh my gosh. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. Over there I was just deciding if I should go this way or that way. If I had gone the other way, I would have been well and truly lost. Yeah, but even though I was probably only, like, what, 400, 500 blocks away, I couldn't even see this. This over here is a little project I was going to turn into a passive mob farm because it's an island in the middle of the ice. It's so far away from other spawnable positions that I could basically just kind of remove all the grass here and then have a good place to spawn lots of passive mobs. A little dirty, needs a lot of work done. How are we doing on the boat system? Oh, we got nothing. Do we have nothing? Let's check. Okay, we have 2 boats loaded. That's not too bad. Looks like the sun's going down, so we got found just in time. Alright, here we go. You know, I am kind of sad that the whole thrill of, like, being lost and no idea where I am with actual valuables was kind of thrilling. Kind of sad that it's over, but maybe I'll go back to that area someday. You know, it was really nice looking. Alright. Anyway, we made it back in one piece. I do want to go back there sometime because there was all those dungeons, and dungeons, if you don't know, contain moss stone, which is one of the rarest blocks in the game. It can only be found in a dungeon. You can't craft it. You can't find it naturally anywhere else. Not in this version of the game. It would be worth my time to go back there, especially since I've only got 24 at least this base. Got a lot of good stuff in this mining trip though, that's for sure. Almost forgot this stuff I keep in my crafting grid up here. I have a lot of redstone and I pretty much never use any, but pretty soon I am gonna need a lot of it. You'll see why. But yeah, little off-the-cuff adventures like this really make me appreciate the version that I choose to play. I don't know, just something about it. You know, walking around my world, looking at all the scenery, seeing the stuff that I've already built and established here, it really just makes me very excited. Like, I am excited for the future of this world. I want to know how it turns out. I want to know what happens to it. I have a pretty vivid imagination, at least when it comes to this place. Like, when I walk to the center of this world, I'm imagining a vibrant city center, streets lined with colorful trees and stalls and tall, towering skyscrapers, things like that. When I take this rail, I'm imagining a big gothic castle with obsidian vines wrapped around it and green roofs that grow trees. On this road, I imagine a massive industrial artificial island where I can have my passive mob farm. And this direction, I'm not sure. So far, everything I've built in this world has been purposeful, but I do have a lot of ideas for builds that are just for fun. Actually, I have quite a lot of ideas. I kind of want to finish everything that I do already have going on first before I get to those things. But needless to say, I'm pretty excited about how this world's going to turn out. So I went all the way around my world, and this is all the iron that I have left. I'm going to turn it into rails for today's little project here. Alright, I'm going to leave myself 12 iron because that's enough to make 2 more minecarts just in case, but goodness gracious. We did make quite a bit of rails, alright. Oh! I got distracted, oh my goodness. I need a clock or something. I'm always trying to estimate the time of day and like how long it's going to take me to do something by looking at the sky. I've never found clocks to be useful, but when I first played Beta 173, which does have clocks, that's one of the first things I made. In that version of the game, I really wanted to make good use of the time. I wanted to make good use of my day, and then when it became night, I would go mining. So when I was mining at night, I'd want to know as soon as it turned day so I wasn't missing the day. I feel like I could use very similar logic here, but my plans are on such grand of a scale that it just like doesn't matter. The only reason I'm worried about it being nighttime is because it makes it hard for you guys to see, and I want you guys to see what we're doing. Okay, so this is the current bridge to the tree farm, and it's incomplete. Maybe you can see all the way down there that the rail actually ends. It doesn't go the full length of the bridge. The bridge is pretty far, but that's why I made all these. Now, let me tell you something completely different. When I was a kid, I used to be obsessed with trains, and I had a bunch of toy trains that required tracks to play with so they could go around and do whatever set path you had for them. Well, one day there was a toy that came out. It was a train that picked up the track behind it and then placed it in front of itself continuously. So basically it would go forever. Anyway, you might be wondering why I told you guys that. Well, we're about to try something a little unique. Not quite the same, but we're just going to see if this is possible. I'm going to spam rails as fast as I possibly can and see if this will carry me all the way to the end of the bridge. Okay, here we go. Oh, that was terrible. That was terrible. All right, we're going to try that again. Okay, second time's the charm. I know I can do this. I know I can, okay? I guarantee you this is definitely possible. All right, here we go. Oh, man. What? Oh, hey. We kept a little bit of momentum. Alright, whatever. Imagine I went into the top of a monolith or something and then did that. I could travel all the way to the other end. I only bring up monoliths because that's the flattest surface I could find in this alpha world. Okay, my objective today is to finish this railway. And in order to finish this railway and have it come over to there, I'm going to build a tower right here where that bridge ends. So the minecart track will go on that tower, lower itself, then come out closer to the ground and go straight that direction, towards the tree farm. That's how I plan on handling that. Though now that I think about it, you know, this land over here is pretty high off the ground. So I guess it wouldn't... Whoa! Oops. Oh no, I fell in here. Well, anyways, I've been working on this area a lot too. I've been trying to figure out the exact purpose of this place. And I had a really crazy idea, and I don't want to share it quite yet, but some more excavation is definitely necessary. But you know what also is necessary? Is a lot of obsidian. And I have a plan to get tons and tons of obsidian using some old alpha quirks, but we're not doing that today. Today we're just going to focus on making transport to this place easier, because if I do that, it's going to make all these subsequent projects a lot easier by extension. Alright, well let me go and cut these trees down so I have a better view of how I want this to come across. Nice. Now I realize that what would be most convenient would be if that were to come into a tower and that took us straight this direction into where this structure would be. That's why this is a little bit tough. I don't know exactly how I want this to turn out. Now that I think about it, it wouldn't be bad if it came all the way this direction and then just did a little turn and then came out right here, or at least in line with this center, so that it attached to this structure in kind of a symmetrical way. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to worry about the details too much. I'm just going to build the tower, I'm going to line it up, and then get started on it. Alright, here, right here, this little piece of dirt. This is our cross section, a little bit of a compass rose for the layout of the build. And you may notice something. This build is not going to technically be even, because this bridge comes into here 2 wide, even. And I want it to come out 1 wide to save on rails and also just to make it smaller and cleaner. I have to do a little conversion inside this tower, but not only that, I have to kind of shrink one side of it by a block. That's just going to have to be how it is. I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I want this tower to be kind of gothic looking. Like, I built with the gothic style a few times. I really enjoy it. I think it's pretty cool. So we're going to go for that for now and see how it turns out. Now I just hope that whatever I'm envisioning in my head looks as good in my imagination as it does in real life. Well, not real life, but you get what I mean. Alright, so the idea is I'm going to have this center stone structure. And let me trace this out with a little bit of dirt. I want some walls coming out like this. Oop, like that. We're going to have corners kind of looking like this. Sort of like this on every corner. We're gonna do this kind of pattern. And maybe you can't tell how that's going to turn out yet. Let me use the actual blocks to kind of show you what I mean here. We're going to have a corner that looks like this, at least for now. I think that base is just far too wide. Because, I mean, this tower doesn't really need to be that tall, and yet I'm setting it up to be huge. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to shrink just this side. It's 5 blocks in the middle. I'm going to make it 3 blocks. I'm going to leave the other side alone completely. That should be all I have to do. And I'm going to leave it like that and then take whatever comes afterwards. Anyway, yeah, I think shrinking these corners was the right move, because now I can kind of believe that this tower is going to fit a lot better than it did before. Though I did make another unfortunate mistake. I accidentally expanded one of these corners out the opposite way, this one, so I need to fix that really quickly. Okay, the next step here, now that we've got our sides shrunk appropriately, is to build these arches. So this part right here, I want to go up into an arch shape, and I want it to be a really gradual arch instead of a nice, neat, small curve at the top. I want it to be like gradual and kind of weird. So, Jesus, look at all those cows. We want to bring that all the way down to like here. Let's keep this in mind. We want to take our minecart from this track down to here. Before I get started on these arches though, I am going to make a cup of tea real quick. Be right back. That is good. I just made some Earl Grey green tea, and I've never found that before. I got it from this grocery store in Michigan's capital, and obviously that's kind of far from me, which is too bad because that stuff is so good, and it's good any time of the day. If you're familiar with Earl Grey, it's like a lighter version of that. That's the best I can describe it. It's really tasty. It's a lot more floral. Obviously, it is also green tea, so not everybody likes green tea. I don't drink a ton of green tea myself, but this is probably one of my favorites. This grocery store, they just basically had a big barrel of the stuff, which is just my dream come true. And, you know, you scoop it out into a bag. I got a ton of it. I've had it for like a year, I think. It's lasted me this long, but I'm actually down to, I think, 1 more cup after this, and then I'm toast. The great thing about green tea is that you can usually steep it 2 or 3 times. I mean, I usually just stick to 2. Yeah, that's a good height, I think. If I keep my tea leaves out, I'll drink the first cup, and then I can go and re-steep the leaves a second time. And it's not as flavorful, so you do it for a little bit longer. And there you have a second cup of tea. And you can't really do that with black tea, just because of the way that it's processed. But green tea, oolong tea, white tea, pu'er definitely. Pu'er can be re-steeped like 10 times. I don't really know if that works for tea bags, though. Of course, I don't drink a ton of tea bags. I do sometimes. That grocery store I got it from was actually super cool. They just had so much stuff. Like, and it's just very nice in there. They have high quality ingredients. They got everything you could really need. The butcher section was just so cool. They got so many different meats. That's the best kind of grocery store. And obviously, that is very expensive, so I don't really go to that often. They have an extensive cheese and extensive meat section, and that is my favorite. They have all kinds of mushrooms, all kinds of peppers, onions, plants from other parts of the world that normal grocery stores just don't sell. Going to a big fancy grocery store is like a treat to me. Honestly, going to any grocery store is a treat for me. I don't know. And a lot of people think I'm weird for this, but I actually really love going to the grocery store because when I'm there, I kind of just get creative. I look at all the different ingredients and I think about all the different foods that I can cook. Today I went to Trader Joe's and all I got was some vegetables and a little bit of cheese because I want to make huevos rancheros. And it's an altered version that I've been making for a while, but it's super delicious. I got some Roma tomatoes, green peppers. I already had some onions, corn tortillas. I got some really sharp cheddar cheese, which is my favorite. Jalapenos, garlic, the works. Man, Trader Joe's. Yeah, some of you probably don't even know what I'm talking about. Trader Joe's is a grocery store chain here in America. Arguably the best grocery store chain. It's extremely cheap, but the products are super quality. It doesn't quite have the same variety as other grocery stores, but I don't mind. I like to make do with what I can get there because I save so much money just shopping there. This is not an ad or anything. I'm just a happy customer. It's kind of rare that I'm a happy consumer of anything. But yeah, this is not a sponsorship or anything like that. I'm never going to do a sponsorship on this channel, don't worry. But yeah, I just love going there. I love that they have samples, you know, sometimes. I like going to the wine section and getting a sample of whatever they got there. Running low on cobblestone, that's not good. But yeah, love going to the grocery store. Love looking at all those different things and thinking about what can I make next? You know, getting inspired. Just a weird, really mundane thing that I enjoy. This part's going to get a little personal. I guess there was a point in my life a few years ago when I just found no satisfaction in anything. You know, a lot of that had to do with like life choices that I made. I was a little bit lazy. I wasn't very active. You know, I didn't do a lot. Just kind of lived this lethargic lifestyle. And I realized I don't want to live like that. Like That's no life to have. It took a while, but I started just kind of making physical changes, started making mental changes. Now I take a lot of happiness out of little things, like going to the grocery store is an event to me. I love cooking, I love tea. Getting into tea really helped with that, honestly. Like if I were to say the biggest thing that changed how I look at life for the better, I'd say getting into tea. Because tea requires patience and it requires appreciation for subtle taste, stuff like that. Before that, I used to just like work at a Subway and I drank the pop that they offered all the time. And obviously pop's not good for you, right? But I mean, it's easy, it's extremely flavorful, full of sugar. And I made the transition from pop to tea, which is kind of the opposite of that. In a way, I think that kind of represented my transition of lifestyle, or the way that I look at life, to more relaxed. Like, I used to be stressed all the time. I used to be like sad all the time, all that stuff. Recently, I went to the doctor and I had a resting heart rate of 65, which is crazy considering how it used to be. Anyway, God. I wasn't really planning on getting onto that subject. Oh, that was a bad idea. Oh no, my torches. Oh, there it goes. I was not planning on turning the conversation into anything like that, but, you know, oh well. I guess it's my channel, I can talk about what I want, right? So yeah, another reason I recommend getting into tea. You know, I have no idea if anything I ramble about actually sounds good, or if it even makes any sense. I feel like there's been too many times in my life when I'll just, like, talk about something to people, and then I'll replay that conversation in my head and I'll realize, like, I don't think I made any sense to them. I feel like I just confused the hell out of them, made them think I was weird. That's another thing I'm trying to practice, you know, being concise, using less words. Less is more, that kind of stuff. Oh, look at that. I guess the creeper must have fallen off the bridge. That's too bad. Well, too bad for him. I don't care. All that tea talk kind of reminds me. A few years ago, I had a little bit of a YouTube series that wasn't about Minecraft. It was live action. And it was called Monsters Tea Time. And I would just basically talk about stuff like I just did to all of you. And I stopped doing that because I felt like it, one, came off as preachy, and two, because I don't feel like I have enough life experience to be giving advice or talking about how I help myself or what I do for myself as if it's a universal truth. You know, everybody's different. There are a lot of 20-somethings going on YouTube recording themselves in their car or their room and saying, you need to grind now, or you need to do X, Y, and Z. And like, they might be right. There's a lot of obvious advice out there that I don't think you need a 20-something on YouTube to tell you to do. But a lot of the time you can tell, like, they're 20, they're just getting into adulthood. They think they're getting things figured out. I was kind of the same way, and I realized that, so I took those videos down. So they're not really watchable anymore, but maybe one day I could have a high quality tea-related show where I just make tea and maybe talk. I don't know. Mr. Rogers style, that'd be fun. Anyway, take a look at that. I really kind of got too far away for you to be able to even see that, didn't I? That's kind of what we're looking at right now. I have to fill these empty little spots with cobblestone, and I think probably make a design right there. I think that would help this look a lot nicer. For now, I think it's going pretty well. This tower is probably going to end up being really short and squat, and that's not a big deal. But right now, I'm kind of totally out of stone. I need to go grab a lot more from the quarry, and I'm sure I even have some at the mining base. While I'm on this railway, let me show you guys something I found the other day when I was just kind of searching through old archives of Minecraft posts and stuff like that. I talked before about how I used to make comics for Minecraft, like I just scrawled them in my notebook, and maybe one day I'll show them off. I was looking for Nerdcube's old Minecraft comics. I never really finished reading them. I found that this one guy made his own version inspired by Nerdcube's comics. He made his own website and everything, so let's take a look at that. That'd be pretty cool. This webpage is called Minecraft, and so is the comic. This is interesting because this was made in 2011 and it's still up. This dude, he made this comic. I guess Steve is spawning in the world, and the pig talks to him and scares him. He has 0 comments. Whatever, right? It's kind of a basic story. I think he finds somebody and then they go along somewhere else, but the whole point is, this dude made this entire website. He started this entire storyline, and this is the very last panel of the entire thing. After that, I don't know, he posts like this picture of Steve dancing, and then he makes this comic about a creeper saying he likes trains, which is oddly topical, I guess. And then he made an updated version of his comic where he basically just kind of changed the background. And that was the last one he ever did. That was it. And ever since 2011, there's never been another post of this. This is a really good find as far as like web archaeology goes. I feel pretty proud for finding this. It says it was made by this guy named Technological, but that's just, if I search the term technological, I don't think I would really get anything useful. Technological Minecraft comic. Yeah, see, I'm not really getting... Oh, hey, look. Thabor showed up. I know Thabor. Yeah, I know this person. They're a developer for BTA. How about that? But yeah, I'm not seeing anything that looks like it might be Oh, this is AI. That's terrible. Okay, anyway, we went a little bit off the rails there. Oh, wow. I don't think I actually have to go mining. There's a lot of stuff here. Hold on. Let me just steal all this. When did I cook this stuff? I don't even remember. Yeah, there's plenty of stone here that I don't even have to go mining right now. That's kind of nice. Not bad. Hey, while I'm here, you guys know this boat elevator I made? Right here. Kind of takes me down to this chunk error area. Well, besides that mysterious cabin over there, there's not really a use I have for this area. I used to just mine sand down here, but I actually got all of it. The only sand left is under the ice, and I don't feel like it's really worth digging up. I did find that in that cave over there, there's a skeleton spawner pretty far in. I could make a path from here to there and make a mob grinder. So I actually started to build a tower here a little bit ago, but when I started building it, I realized that like it was massive. It was way too big. There was no point in having it there. I was taking up so many resources. So I thought, yeah, I'll build a tower here maybe one day, but it'll need to be very tiny, not like super huge. I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, any excuse to use the boat elevator is a good excuse. Tea's still nice and warm. Okay, here we go. So this past week, I posted 2 videos on my channel that were not these long form videos that I have usually been making on the weekends. One of them was an April Fool's video where I just showcased quirks from the Betacraft proxy. On April Fool's, all the sounds were changed to be like meme sounds or whatever, brain rot sounds, that kind of stuff. That's a summation of that. The other one was a topic I talked about in a previous video about how I used to wish that I lived in the game. I gathered all the clips in that video that I was talking about that, because I talked about it separately a few times, and I compiled them into a single video. It was about 4 minutes long, and I posted that. Initially, I posted it as a short. I wanted to try to see how I felt about doing shorts on this channel. After doing that and having it up for a little bit, I realized I just don't really like making shorts. I've made them before on my other YouTube channels. You know, originally I liked doing it. I thought it was kind of like a fun medium. I liked it for the same reason I kind of like old Minecraft. Like, there's limitations. It was 60 seconds and you can only do it in a vertical format. I thought that was some fun limitation I could work around to make a cool and concise video. At least that's how I felt about it when I was new to it. Later on, I realized that the majority of people watching shorts are little kids, like people who don't really care for what I do. And 2, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of effort that's just not appreciated. Oh no, am I gonna fall off of this thing? I think I'm gonna fall off the very end here. It just feels as if it's not really worth the time and the effort to do. Oh, oh! That's fun. Does that make sense though? I just feel like making them isn't very rewarding, and also I have a little bit of a guilt complex because I feel like I am just contributing to the wave of brain rot constantly being produced on YouTube. I don't mean to sound pretentious or anything. I feel like this channel is supposed to be the opposite of brain rot, you know, something slow and relaxing and kind of chill. And to make a short seems like it's the antithesis of that. Granted, the first one I made was a 3-minute long short since they expanded the time limit. And I tried to make it slow and like not super flashy. Some of the people who watch this channel were telling me that it probably wasn't a good idea, and I kind of agree with them. So I took it down, and then later I uploaded it as a real video. I like re-edited it into a actual video and uploaded that. People still said they didn't care for that, and that was because it was stuff they already saw. It was just clips from a video I already made. And they really have a point. This channel is to experiment, right? But basically, I have a lot of little angels and devils on my shoulder telling me I need to be doing more to promote the channel. Like, I want more people to see my stuff, of course, but they're saying, like, make shorts, accept sponsorships, you know, do this, do that. And they have good intentions. You know, they want my channel to grow. They want to see me doing well, and I appreciate that. But I don't really want to sacrifice what this channel is about in order to achieve goals like that. Like, I want my videos to do well, and I'm told that uploading stuff like clips, compilation, and making use of your original content is basically free advertising. That's the term I've been hearing a lot. Free advertising for people who might want to watch your stuff. And they might have a point, but at the same time, it kind of feels like it cheapens my main videos, my long videos. I mean, the whole point of this channel is kind of to be chill and relaxed and take it slow. And if I'm out here trying to repurpose content and make quick cuts and stuff like that, you know, that just doesn't seem like it really fits. So I don't think I'm gonna do that kind of thing. If I ever made a short video, again, it would be an entirely new topic, something that I haven't previously shown off of the channel. Maybe a short tutorial, a short explainer, a little showcase here and there. I don't really want to sacrifice the channel's those values for more clicks. Does that make sense? I already kind of feel like my thumbnails are a little clickbaity. I don't want to go much further than that. This channel is for experimentation. That's true. But there's certain standards I want to hold to. For example, I never ever want to have a sponsor on this channel. I've had Whoa! Oh! Being double teamed over here. Oh my goodness. What was I talking about? Anyway, I've had sponsors actually approach me before and say like, hey, if you advertise, you know, my product, you advertise my server or my videos even. I've had other YouTubers offer me money to advertise their videos. And I'm like, well, I didn't find them and enjoy it on my own. And I also probably didn't enjoy it to begin with. I don't like the whole sponsor business model. I feel like it's a little bit predatory. Small YouTubers are just trying to like make it, right? They just want to make it, so they're willing to accept pretty much any deal that they get. Kind of like a young actor getting into Hollywood. You know, it's nice that there are a lot of opportunities out there, but every once in a while you meet Harvey Weinstein. Crypto scams, stuff like honey that steals your money, cheap products that might have been made by slaves, that kind of stuff. Seems like a mixed bag, and also it takes creative control away from my videos. Not only that, but I mean, you gotta admit, if I opened this video with, first, a word from our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends, the best game I ever played, everyone's playing this, like some BS like that, like you would click off. You would not sit here and listen to me lie to you, right? Like that is just lying. I understand why the people do it, and I'm not hating on them. I mean, live TV thrives off of advertisements. That's the only reason it can exist. The origin of watching video was made possible through sponsorships, was made possible through ads. I don't think that the idea is inherently bad. I just think that a lot of sponsors are kind of predatory on their creators and the audience, and I don't think it would fit here. So I guess this is a little promise that I'm gonna make to you guys, and you can hold me to this. I don't care how much they offer me. I am not ever doing a sponsor on this channel. Mahjong Blonsky will never see a sponsorship. Now, I'm not opposed to the idea entirely. If I had another channel that was offered a sponsorship, I might take it if I just made different content. But I would like to choose. I think the only sponsorships I would accept would be like if a tea company, that would be great. Like I would have no qualms about supporting that. I would probably actually enjoy it. I could be honest. A tea company or maybe like food. Like meal kits or like cooking supplies, you know, like actual stuff you see at a store. Not crap like Manscaped or games nobody plays like World of Tanks. As far as videos on this channel besides the normal videos that I do, yeah, showcases, tutorials, I wouldn't mind dipping my toes into that pond. Oh, I almost fell. You know what I'd really like to do? If I had more time to do this stuff, and hopefully I do in the future. I've been loving making videos here. But if I had more time, I like to show off mods for old Minecraft. There are tons of mods for old Minecraft out there. My ideal situation, on Fridays I could release this type of video, and then on Wednesdays or something, I could release a similar type of video, but it would be on a modded world. So I would download a mod like Not So Secret Saturday, and I just started a world on that. And I would make videos just like this, and I would be discovering what that mod has to offer, and the audience would be discovering it at the same time. I think that'd be pretty cool. There's so many mods out there I want to try. I mean, BTA, I talked at one point about wanting to do a BTA series. I will make a Better Than Adventure series, just like how I do these alpha worlds. There's Not So Secret Saturday, Better Than Wolves, Better Than Beds. That's a new one I heard of. There's a newer one that was kind of started by a fan of this channel. She said she was inspired basically by my videos, called Alpha Advanced. That mod looks like it's a ton of fun. I've been watching the development of the mod. I've even kind of provided some of my feedback and like even pixel art designs for it, for some of the textures. I like making pixel art in the spirit of old Minecraft. So yeah, I'd like to have an Alpha Advanced world. I'd recommend you guys check it out. It's like tea trees that you can grow and harvest tea leaves to make tea with. I think that Tori, the creator of the mod, brings back the old classic wool colors, not the modern wool colors, but like the classic ones that are like kind of neonish. They're cobblestone bricks that she made that I think perfectly fit with Alpha. That was the thing that originally got my attention. There's just a lot of cool features. I'd love to start a world on that and make videos on that too. My ideal schedule looks like this. On Fridays I make alpha videos. On Wednesday I pick a random modded series that I've started and make a video on that, or I start a new one. One day I hope that I could reach that kind of standard, but For now, I'm just going to try to stick to making these weekly. Hopefully one day I'll have more time to make what I want. Am I making sense? I'm curious, what do you guys think? Would you watch something like that? You know, me showing off new mods and discovering how they work and all the new features about them as I go? Would you be interested in seeing something like that? If you would, just like leave a comment. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. The Alpha series won't go away if I were to do that. I would just be doing both. I don't want to make any promises. I mean, that's an ideal. Maybe I would have to be a full-time YouTuber or something to be able to do that, but I don't know. I just think it would be really fun. Anyway, I have been talking way too long. Let's get a look at this thing from far away. Okay, that's what we're looking at right now. I think that turned out really cool, but it doesn't really look gothic, does it? Maybe the roof will make it look more gothic, but so far I think this looks awesome. There's just a lot more construction work needs to be done, so I'm gonna be quiet for a little bit so I can focus on how I want this to turn out. Okay, hold on. I feel like I'm about to get a music disc. Hold on. No, no, no. Don't! Alright, I took a little bit of a break to go get some more cobblestone, and I wonder... Wow. Compasses do exist. I guess a lot of what I said in the beginning of the video is kind of null and void. I had ore at the time. I gotta just use the compass to get back home. Why did I think of that? I guess I thought that Alpha didn't have compasses yet? What I said about how you don't really get lost in modern the same way you do in Alpha isn't completely untrue. I just had some forethought when I first created the world, and I built it right around spawn. But if you never built around spawn, then that compass would be kind of useless to you. You wouldn't really know how to get back to your base if you were lost, unless you recognize the path from spawn to your base. Still kind of true. I don't know. It was fun while it lasted. How about that? Okay, back from the mining trip. Here is what this tower is looking like so far. Although this bridge is kind of in the way. So I'm going to hop down and we're going to take a look at it. But yeah, we're very nearly close to being finished with it. The outside, not the inside. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh, no. Oh. Okay, here's what the inside looks like. Kind of a mess. Yeah, I'm missing that corner there, but yeah, I think this is turning out really good. I'm going to build some lines coming like that, and then I'm going to have the roof and some spires coming off the top. That's the plan. I'm cutting it kind of close though. I'm running out of time to do this. Wow, it survived. I think I'm taking this as far as I can today. Let's take a look at it. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut this build a little bit short, and it's just because I was so busy all week with everything I had to do for school that I didn't really get to it. But that's what that looks like right now. And you know, that's not bad. I think this looks pretty good. The roof is turning out nice. It is not quite in the Gothic style. It's a little bit more regal, or a little bit more elegant. I think if I wanted this to be full Gothic, I would have to break up a lot of these straight lines, add a lot of points, add a lot of ridges, some more arches, loops, and corners. That tower, in the distance, is only represented on my screen by a handful of pixels. It's mostly obscured by fog, and undoubtedly, YouTube's compression will leave it with a minuscule level of detail. With how small that looks on the screen and how simple, it makes it hard to imagine that that structure is actually a complete building that took me stacks upon stacks of cobblestone to create, hours to design, think about, it has a function. There's so much going on over there, and yet it just looks like a splash of pixels on my screen right now. Of course, I'm not just going to sit here and keep talking about it. Let's go get a closer look at that thing. Oh yeah, but look, it looks like my tree farm has finished growing. Let's check this out. Nah, just kidding, I already harvested mostly all these trees. Some new ones are growing. Anyway, look at that, the sun's setting right behind the tower. Let's make use of our minecart booster. And here we go. So look, now it's getting bigger. Maybe you can see this thing a lot clearer. This tower actually has a purpose. It's basically a waypoint from that minecart track to this minecart track. It takes me from the center of the world to the tree farm. It's not complete in the inside quite yet. I still have to make a spiral ramp all the way to the top of this thing so I can go up and down. The other problem is that this is actually 2 lanes of traffic. I have to make a system that fits in here that combines it into 1 lane of traffic. When you're heading towards the tower on this track, you'll be on the right side. And that track needs to put you on that single track going that way. But when you leave from the tree farm coming this way, it needs to put you on this track instead, opposite the one that we were just on. There's a way to do that. It's not that difficult. But the problem is that I just don't have enough iron. I don't have enough iron to complete this whole thing. I've spent so much of it making rails all around my world. For now, I just want to get the inside of that thing finished, and to do that, I think I only need a stack of rails or less, and I can get that much just from a cave nearby. So let's head over to the center of the world, drop some of my junk off, and then try to find a random opening in the ground over here. Okay, this is the minecart station that sits at the center of my world. This is 00, and I got quite a lot of loot that I can drop off here, just for the time being. Yes, it's quite unorganized. Also, let's head up top and look at the wheat farm up here. Hey, we're doing pretty good. Alright, 37 wheat is not too bad. Let's drop off 7 of these. Since food isn't stackable in this version, it is pretty useful and nifty to carry around a bunch of wheat with you. By the way, I don't think I've said it yet, but hello everybody, and welcome to my alpha world. I'll try to fight this zombie in 3rd person. Oh yeah. Alright, it shouldn't be too hard to find a cave. It's just gonna be a little quick mining trip. I'll probably cut most of it out for you guys, because I know it can be boring, but it just has to be done. It's something I need to do. Hope you're enjoying the background ambient music, by the way. Created by Retrovex Ambient, who so kindly lets me use it for this channel. I appreciate him very much. And I suggest you guys go visit his channel. It's got a lot of good stuff. Especially recently, he's been popping out a lot of new tracks that are sounding pretty cool. Oh, there we go. Jackpot. 2 caves side by side. See if we can find something good in here. Dang, this one goes pretty deep. Cool. Okay, coal. Oh, there's one above here. Anytime I see coal, I have to mine it. I mean, it's just a rule for myself. When I was a little bit younger, I just got lazy because I knew coal took so long to mine, and I just would skip it. But
it got to the point where whenever I went to go smelt something, I never had enough coal, and then I would have to run and make a quick trip to the nearest mine and look for the patches that I hadn't already dug up. And it's just easier to get the first time, even if it is kind of a pain. So I've trained myself over the last few years of mining and caving to just grab all the coal that I see. Oh, hey, look, daylight. Ooh, just what we came for. I do hear some skeletons walking around, though. Oh, hey, oh! Secret cave. Okay, I don't like my odds here. Boom. Oh. Alright, come on. Not bad. This cave system here is just like 1 by 1. Check this out. Yeah, didn't go anywhere. The reason these 1 by 1 cave systems happen is because there's bugs in Alpha's cave generation. So there's a chance that caves will be cut off at the chunk boundary just randomly, or start a completely different cave at the chunk boundary. And because of that, there's these hard lines that show up in caves, sometimes right along the edges. In that 1 by 1 cave, there was a hard line chunk boundary, cutting off what would otherwise be a normal cave, making it super thin instead. That's why we see stuff like that in Alpha pretty frequently, actually. Even into Beta 1.7.3, I don't actually know when that stopped happening, but it is pretty common, it is pretty irritating, but also can lead to some cool stuff. Hey, look, a brown mushroom. It's interesting, mushrooms are the only thing you can eat in caves in Alpha. I know that in Modern you can eat mushrooms too, but like, it's just interesting. Food is like way more significant in this version of the game. It just works totally differently. It has a different meaning. Let's say you're down to like 1 heart left and you're caving way down below the surface, and you have all these valuables you don't want to lose. You have no idea where you're at. If you were to find a red and a brown mushroom, that would be your saving grace. Otherwise, there's no way for you to heal up, and you're in constant risk of being destroyed by mobs or lava or anything, really. I speak from experience. Alright, yeah, I think we have plenty of iron to do what we need to do next. 27 iron. Let's drop 3 for an even amount. 3 coal should take care of the whole thing. I knew I heard oinking around here somewhere. Boom. Nice. Dang. That was like 5 drops of 2 pork chops in a row. How about that, huh? They clog up your inventory for sure, but it'd be nice to cook some of that alongside the iron. Ooh, another group of pigs. I will say that modern Minecraft kind of makes mobs feel more special or individualized because they stick around in your world. Like in Alpha, as soon as you go far enough away, they'll despawn. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be a zombie, it could be a pig, a chicken, whatever. They spawn incessantly and they despawn incessantly. They're extremely transient, so that makes Modern feel like their mobs are a little bit more solid with more character, and obviously the AI is quite a bit better. I'm not saying how they work in Alpha is bad, it's definitely different, it's definitely interesting. Modern's mobs just have more character, I guess. Okay, so it's the next morning, in real life, not in the game, and I was cooking up some of that iron that I got from yesterday, and then a creeper, I guess, crawled in and exploded all over me. Yeah. Removed every single furnace. That's not ideal. Okay, it's very possible that when a furnace is destroyed, even if it has items in it, it won't drop any. Oh, thank goodness, I grabbed all the iron first, okay. Alright, well that's unfortunate. Okay, I don't think we even have enough glass to repair this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop off a bunch of this meat that I just finished cooking. And then I'm not going to concern myself too much with this. Not at the moment anyways. I don't mind fixing it another time. It's kind of interesting that there's a little bit of carnage inside this building. That sounds weird, but I don't know, gives it a little bit of character, right? Anyway, this is the road that I took to get to here from the tree farm base in the tower. But as you can see, there's a bug on it, so I have to go this way instead. Oh my god, okay. Oh, climbed up. Oh, okay. Dang, how'd he climb up with no arms, huh? I've got a lot of railways, and I've been trying to build railways all over my world, and I just built this one recently. If you're curious about where this goes, I'll show you. Alright, on the booster, I'm gonna try to place this track really quickly. Yes. Oh no, come back. Oh man. Thankfully minecarts slow down when they don't have players in it. I always wondered why that was. I always wondered, why do minecarts slow down when there's no players in them? It feels kind of random. There's this one time I was looking through old threads and discussions about Minecraft,
And Notch mentioned that he intentionally made minecarts slower when they didn't have anything in them because of momentum. And I almost made me smack my forehead, like, of course, right? When you have more stuff in the minecart, it's going to have more momentum, it's going to move forward faster. So that's a feature that still carries over to the modern day. And I just literally never knew why that was. By the way, I'm drinking a little bit of breakfast tea. This is Earl Grey that I got locally, combined with some pu'er and black tea. I just made a mix and it's really tasty. Super good with a lot of good organic honey that I also got locally. Top-notch way to start the day. Excuse my slurping. Alright, yeah, here we are. This is where this leads to, and not terribly glamorous. We have an Eats boat road over here, and then we have this weird island that I've been just destroying, and this little station with lava on top of it. Depending if you're familiar with my channel or not, you may or may not have seen this structure before, but it is basically an under construction way station for this island. And this island is, at some future date, going to be a passive mob farm. It's in the perfect location for one. We're far away enough from any land that I think I can get passive mobs to spawn here pretty reliably. The thing is that I was building it so I would have wool for a build I was doing, but then I actually completed that build from all the wool that I've been collecting just by killing sheep before I could finish the passive mob farm, so now I don't really need it. I do want to get it done one day. I think it'd be really cool to just take this entire island, remove all the dirt, and then make it look completely artificial, like a big brutalist industrial mess. You know, if you think about it, we're farming these little innocent creatures that don't even hurt you back, so they don't even fight you back, so I feel like it would be kind of appropriate. Maybe that's a little bit cruel, huh? Anyway, I could take that way back, but I'm sure you guys want to see the boats road in action, so here we go. This road's super fun, I love this thing. There's a lot of different ways you can do it, too. I just have a fun idea for like a monorail type system that I want to do at some point. I'm not sure where I'm going to put it. I think it would be a cool feature in a city that I might build at some point, but here we are, already arrived at the other side. You can't even see where we came from, that's how long it is. Alright. I love this station. Okay, I guess while I'm here, I should check and see if I have any iron in this spot, though I doubt that I do. Yeah, I don't have any. Been getting a lot of diamonds, though, lately. And over here in front of the painting museum, I've been trying to grow like a ton of trees so I can carve the leaves out to a shape of something interesting. But right now it just kind of looks like a mess. Although, to be honest, I could kind of see if I were to get more logs and make it look like there were branches between these big blobs of trees, it would look like a giant bonsai tree, wouldn't it? That would look like a giant bonsai tree. I should do that. That'll solve my problem. I grew like 100 different trees there, and they just didn't turn out the way that I wanted. Alright, let's see what we can do here. I think let's go in like this. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much, huh? It's gotta come up to that block. Like that, maybe? That looks pretty strange. Okay, yeah, that looks really weird. Let's do this. Let's make it look like it shifts over some. Hey, I don't mind that. That's like a really interesting little custom tree. It's not super fancy, but it doesn't have to be. I like how this looks, actually. I don't mind that you can't move leaves in alpha, it just kind of adds a little bit of challenge to the version. One of the reasons I play this version is because it's not easy, not everything is convenient, not everything is quality of life. It really makes the player work for what they want, and if you want a cool custom tree, you gotta find a way to figure it out. It might be poor game design, but it is a challenge that I enjoy. I still haven't gotten a railway connecting these two bases yet. That's the next thing on the agenda. Once I get all those other railways finished, the minecart station is at the center of the world, so the access railways are pretty important. This one, not so much, because it's just out here kind of randomly. Though I'm kind of wondering if I should just do another each road. Wouldn't that be cool? Like I talked about it before. Like imagine instead I did another each road from there to there. I think that would be pretty cool. It would be expensive, but I think it would look pretty awesome. And then I would just build another little skyscraper out here that the each road went to. That's a fun idea. I should write that down. I have a big list of things that I want to do in this world. I never run out of ideas because I'm always just writing them down. Also, today is actually my mother's birthday, so I'm going to spend a lot of the day doing that instead of doing this. So this video is probably going to come out a little bit later than I wanted to, and apologies for that. That's just how it goes, though. She's more important than this to me. A little bit cheesy, but it's true. Alright, where should we go? I don't know. Alright. Okay, here we go. When I was going to get my mother a gift, I went to this kitchen cookware place because I thought maybe she'd want something from there. And they had the coolest stuff, man. I'm a big cooking nerd. I'm a big kitchen nerd. They had these fancy, like completely stainless steel clad copper core pans that were $300. I saw some really crazy equipment there. Just top of the line stuff. Love looking at the knife section, all the fancy folded steel knives, the Damascus steel knives, which technically aren't stronger than regular steel, but they look super cool. Lots of really cool stuff, and I'm sad because I am a poor college student and can't afford any of it. But if there's one motivator for me to make a lot of money, it is so I can afford a lot of fancy kitchen supplies. And tea. Let's not forget that. You know, after a while of being there, I realized that I was really just looking for myself and not for my mother, so I instead just got her a gift card to a massage therapy place, and she loved it. Okay, let's head back. I was kind of hoping that it would be daytime when we did this, but that's fine. I know it makes it a little bit difficult to see, unless you're, I guess, watching in complete darkness. There's the Mario just now peeking out. Okay, now everything's coming into view. Man, this place is really growing. Ever since I built that tower here, it's allowed me to really envision what this place is going to look like when it's finally done. I'm excited to work on that part next. I'm excited to work on everything next. I want to build everything. I want to build everything in this world. I have a big list, as I've mentioned, of stuff I want to build, and I want to build it all. I'm really happy people like these videos because it serves as an extra motivator to build all this cool stuff, and also it keeps me accountable. Like, I won't abandon this world. I won't be abandoning this world anytime soon. Enough that nonsense. All right, let's get down from here. Tower's still looking really good. Next thing we really got to do is just finish that interior, finish the minecart rails, and then we're good to go. I just realized that I may have to make a few more minecarts for the boosters inside of there just in case. But we're going to test it. We're going to see how this turns out. Alright, hopefully a stack of rails is enough for everything, because I'm not so sure that it is. We have plenty of stone, thank goodness. So one thing I was doing actually besides playing this world was checking out Alpha Advanced's new test server. So Alpha Advanced is a mod that I've kind of been following for a little bit because it's for alpha and I really enjoy it. I've even gotten the chance to make some of the textures for it, which has been pretty fun. And it's been developing pretty quickly. It just adds some cool stuff. It adds like flint bricks, tea, adds new cobble bricks and stone bricks that I really like. It just adds more creative options. And then there's like pig variants, there's world variants. There's some more stuff. I don't even know everything that's in it, but it is genuinely a pretty cool mod. But yeah, I joined the test server and, you know, it is just temporary. People are already building forts and houses and all kinds of cool stuff. And we all built like a really close-knit town, which I thought was really awesome. I tried building with the new marble blocks and the flint bricks, which I haven't really messed with before. They look pretty interesting together. I even made a tiny little tea farm, which, because multiplayer is brand new, it's a little bit buggy still. I think right now I'm showing off some of the footage that I got from the server. And again, it's temporary, so it's going away soon. And I would recommend that you all definitely check out Alpha Advanced as a mod. It's pretty fun. I would love to start a series on it one day. Remember I talked about wanting to do like modded series on this channel, besides just the series that I do now, like video series on different mods for old Minecraft, ones that came out recently, ones that came out a while ago, and that's one of them I definitely want to try. So, but yeah, I would recommend that you all check it out. Tori, the lead developer of the mod, recently opened up a Ko-Fi, so I decided I'd put something in just because I've been enjoying it. Okay, check this out. This is literally the mechanism I was talking about. When you're coming this way, you're coming on the right side, and you're getting in this minecart, so it's going to turn on that track right there, and then continue that way. I don't want to lose it. Like that. And it'll come down onto a single track. But when you're coming up, you'll turn onto this side. So yeah, it wasn't too difficult. I guess the next test is to see if that minecart booster will give us enough momentum to come all the way up this tower and go all the way to the center of the world. So let's do that. Let's give that a try. Here we go. Oh. All right. Okay, here we go. Big test. All right, here we come. Up the rail. It's going to be a little herky-jerky. Okay. All right, we're up. We're still going. It's pretty good. Doesn't look like we're slowing down at all. Man, we're still going. Okay. I think we're going to make it. If this does slow down, it'll be kind of sudden and like jarring, so you never know if it's good until we get all the way there. My goodness. There's no way. It took us all the way there. We went up that loop and everything, and it took us all the way here. That's crazy. I should have grabbed some glass for this place. Dang it. Missed opportunity. Alright. I can at least fix up the floor here. There's one thing I want to do before I head back, and that involves that tree right there. The biggest tree around, I think. Kind of random, but I want to build a tree house because I saw one on the Alpha Advanced server, and I realized that I used to build these all the time when I was a kid, and I stopped at some point. I used to like go inside of these things and hollow them out and then just like make little houses. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to make one just for fun. Probably never going to use it for any practical purpose, but that's okay. Okay, so we come out right here. Let's replace some of this. Thing is I don't know if removing these leaves will do more harm than good. I don't want to accidentally create a window, you know what I'm saying? It's been so long since I've done something like this. My goodness. Oh no, we have a hole already. Okay. Plugged up. Guess it's not bad to have one window. Got a little bit of a view, right? That's not too bad. Okay. Well, we can't put a bed up here, so it can't be a real tree house. But we can furnish the place a little bit. This just reminded me, when I was really young, brand new to Minecraft, actually the first world that I ever made, the very first world, I made a tree house. I thought it would be good to have a little outpost on my world because I was so, I don't know, I was scared to explore it because I was, again, a kid. I'm looking for sheep, by the way. But I made this outpost and I'm like, I'm going to disguise it as a tree so the mobs won't know that I'm living up there. So I just chopped down so many trees and got the leaves and stuff, and then I made this gigantic, or super thick, weird looking tree. It was basically shaped like your stereotypical mob grinder, a very thick base and then this big rectangular top. And then I just wrapped the top in leaves and called it a day. I would take vacations, you know, I would leave my little main base, which was a tiny castle, and I would go over and stay the night in the outpost because I'd be like patrolling my world and stuff. It really wasn't that far, but dang, Pocket Edition was just built different. That's the version I'm talking about, by the way. I think it was like Alpha 0.6, 0.6? I don't really know the denominations for it. It kind of went something like that. And I remember when the first time I made a bow, I went to the top of that thing and I took pot shots at just random mobs and animals, and I felt really accomplished over it. Oh, just what we're looking for. That memory unlocked just now. Wow. Because this type of tree did not exist in Pocket Edition. This big tree? That's interesting when I thought of that, I guess. I remember when I was a kid, I was just scared to death of mobs. I don't know. They freaked me out. I want to see if we can get a second story going on here. There we go. Now we have a little window up here, too. We can see the rail station. How about this place, huh? I'm realizing I don't even know what to put in here. Let's put a painting. Okay, that one looks pretty nice. What about a table? Okay. A little cramped in here, a little bit cramped. Let's have a little flower pot going on. This means we gotta go get a flower real quick. Red one, that's what we want. A little rose flower pot. Doing pretty good. One up here wouldn't be too bad. Another flower pot on top. Here's my idea here. Let's remove this chest. Put a furnace here, and then put the chests in the attic. That way there's kind of like more of a purpose to it. Huh. How about that? Now we got a little tree fort going on. That's pretty cool. All right, let me get the full tour of this place. Oh, what? Oh, dang. Okay. All right, we're gonna fix up the train just a tiny bit. All right, cool. Here's our little tree house. Ironically, it's nighttime, so this is the time that I would have gone up into my little outpost to be safe. Headed up. Our first story, we got a nice little table with a painting and a rose in a pot. And then, you know, you can smelt, you can craft, you can do whatever you need. Got a window you can look out. There's a little water, the bay over there. You can observe the mobs from a safe distance. And the second story, here, we have a nice view of the rail station, another little flower pot, and a chest for all of our valuables. Whatever that might be. I don't know what to put in here. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait out the night, just like I used to. Oh. Oh, I hit it. Hey, I got it. It only took 30 arrows. Yeah, anyway, I am gonna wait out the night like before. And while I'm waiting, I am gonna make some tea. I'm really craving some oolong tea, so I'll be right back. The tea I'm drinking tonight is called Stone Milk Oolong. And check out these leaves, man. Fully intact, super huge, all wrinkled up. Looking great. I got this from a website called White 2T, and typically it's meant to be drank gong fu style. That is, in a gaiwan or a lidded bowl, and steep for around 30 seconds, and then drank quickly in a small cup, and then steeped again over and over and over. It's more of a meditation. The way that I'm doing it is just Western style or grandpa style, and that means that I'm allowed to put a little bit of honey in there and get away with it. All in all, super tasty stuff. It's got a really woody kind of flavor to it. I don't even know how to describe it. Oolong is so diverse and hard to nail down its flavor, but it's super tasty, and I can't wait to try it. Okay, I just realized that I wasn't recording the entire time I was working on this. That happens occasionally, but we're good. I didn't do, I guess, too much. I just kind of completed the inside of the chamber of this tower here. So the minecart comes in here, you go up, you go up, you go up, and this is the little inner chamber. The next part is I have to worry about getting this part of the tower done. Oh no. Oh, how did I do that twice? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to dig out like a mole. Yeah, I don't know if I even have enough blocks to finish the inside of that thing, so we're gonna check. I think I have a bunch of smelted stone over at the little tree hut thing, whatever I call it. This tea's so good. Sometimes you just want a serious tea flavor. Like, I like all kinds of tea. I like herbal tea. I like, Earl Grey, which is flavor added and stuff like that. But sometimes you just want a real tea leaf, and we have no stone left. Okay. All right, everybody. Here's the plan. I am gonna do what I can. I'm gonna finish up the rest of that thing, the rest of that tower on the inside. And if I need to get more materials, I'll just do that another time. I'm not gonna really worry too much about it right now. I wanna get this video out. It's a little late. I've been very busy working on my thesis film, working on my final assignment. How many times am I gonna do this? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've been real busy with schoolwork. I've been doing long meetings with my group. It was obviously my mother's birthday today, so been busy being a good son. This pattern will look cool, right? Sometimes I forget that I had to mine every single one of these blocks by hand. I mean, that is no small feat to do everything with stone tools. Goodness gracious. Pretty proud of myself. I imagine this roof kind of coming up into a dome-like shape. That would be pretty cool. But again, I just don't have the material. Alright though, we're doing pretty good. I got distracted a lot today. I definitely took some detours, but I felt like I made some progress. And when you guys come back to it, this should be finished. So no worries there. And gosh, there's just so much to work on in this world. I don't even know what to do next after this. The Eats Road between the museum and the quarry is kind of calling my name. So maybe I'll look into that. But I do have a lot of resource gathering that I gotta do. So let's go for a test drive. Zoom, zoom. All right. Here we go. Oh, nice. I picked up the cobblestone. Yep, you can't get me. Nice. Yeah, we don't get quite the same boost. All right, whatever. By the way, I don't think I've ever officially asked this before. I would sincerely appreciate it if you left a like, you subscribed, because it does help the channel grow a lot. It would help grow the channel, and I would really appreciate it. So if you're still here, you're listening, and you feel up to it, go ahead. I don't know. But of course, it's up to you. Right now I'm doing a little bit of a commute to my mining base. This way station here is a little unfinished, so don't mind the mess. You know something, usually if I make a video on this world, I'm always doing some kind of project, or I'm usually grinding away at one thing or another. I've built a lot of stuff in this world. Something you need to know about this version is that alpha requires a lot of patience. There's no enchantments, there's no villager trading, there's no end or nether dimension, not in this version anyways. The best tool I can usually get is a stone pickaxe, and that's because iron is just too valuable to consistently use. Any blocks I ever place, anything I ever craft, takes a lot longer to get than in a normal version of Minecraft. So yeah, this is a version of the game that rewards patience and slow progress. All that being said, I think in this video all I want to do is go caving. It's one of my favorite things to do in this game. I've always found caving to be very relaxing, especially caving in old versions of Minecraft. It's almost stressful in new versions. Those giant caves, I don't know, I never really got into it. The old caves is what I'm used to, and even though I've done it probably 1,000 times in my life, it just never gets old for me. I love disappearing and exploring these winding, long cave systems that I have no idea where they're gonna lead. I might get lost, who knows, I might find a dungeon. That's a rare find out here. Generally, I just like collecting ore over time and kind of managing my resources and fighting mobs and stuff like that. There's a lot of reasons I like it. Mostly I find it pretty chill, something I can do at the end of a long day to kind of help me prepare for the night. Now I'm out here looking for the perfect cave system to explore. I saw a few, but I want to find one that has a little bit more potential. I have a gut feeling about these kinds of things after doing it for so long. I'm also making very certain that we are in positive coordinates. That's an especially important part of caving in alpha. If you're in negative coordinates, if either one of your coordinates are negative, you have a less chance of finding ore. If both of them are negative, then it's a lot less. I don't know the exact rates off the top of my head, but always mine in positive coordinates in alpha, never mine in negative. It's just not worth your time. Always mine in positive coordinates in alpha. You're gonna find way more stuff. Dang, I have never been this way before. This ocean is huge. The sun's gonna go down soon. I gotta find a cave pretty quick. All right, there we go. I have a good feeling about this one. Got kind of a wide mouth cave opening here. Let's check it out. Let me organize my stuff really quickly. Oh, I knew it. Look at that. Deeper and deeper. Okay, here we are. Never get tired of mining iron. There's a lot of iron in here. That's pretty good. We're not very deep into the cave yet, though. One thing I'm for sure going to be consistently grateful for in alpha is that there's just a lot less item diversity in this version, and because of that, I don't really have to worry as much about clogging up my inventory. Like, all I gotta really worry about is coal, sediments like dirt and gravel if I even want to keep them, cobblestone, which is nice to have on hand, iron, gold, diamonds, wood, torches, tools. Sounds like a lot, but it's compared to modern, it's very little. I guess I picked wrong because although we got a lot of ore here, we really didn't have much of a cave to explore here. The thing is, this same cave system, it extends up onto this hill. I just saw an opening over here that I think that I could try. Though I don't have a good feeling about this one, but I don't want to be out at night. All right, let's see here. Yeah, nothing. This is a really nice little island though. It's like almost completely surrounded by ocean, and that's kind of rare in alpha. Like, terrain in alpha either generates above water or below water. That's it. It's just a giant noise map, so it doesn't get too diverse. Hey, look at this. Under the beach here. Hey, maybe we'll find something down here. Oh, that looks like it goes awfully deep. Okay, so I was right about the cave system. I was just wrong about the entrance. I do hear a lot of mobs, though. Thankfully, I have a diamond sword. We definitely need to make some more torches. Okay, we're in. Oh my goodness. Oh man, I picked a dangerous one. Ooh, that's not good. Hey, I hear a lot of spiders. Oh. Oh, okay. Alright, I get it. For situations like this, I brought a stack of wheat. Food is not stackable in this version, but wheat is. So if I keep a stack of it on hand, I don't have to worry about losing it while I'm down in the cave. I think pretty soon I need to go make some breakfast. I'm getting pretty hungry, honestly. I'll probably take a break, but it won't seem like a break to you guys. I'm thinking about making some French toast. French toast is one of my favorite breakfast meals if I want something sweet in the morning. There's a lot of different ways to make it. Usually I prefer sourdough bread and then an egg and heavy cream, vanilla extract, a little bit of cinnamon. Doesn't take too much. I like to go pretty heavy on the egg too. And then I have maple syrup, and this is important. I think a lot of Americans are used to fake syrup, but I have actually made my own maple syrup before. It's a very grueling process. I made it with my dad. Over the years, we've made it a few times, and it requires harvesting lots of sap from trees and, you know, being very patient while you boil it off, that kind of thing. But the result is so worth it. It's actually super, super tasty. This cave is huge. My God, I could see, look how far I could see down. All right. I'm not even sure how I should explore this whole thing. All right, let's kind of treat this as level 1 right here. It looks like there's a flat area. This is our level 1. The process of making maple syrup involves harvesting all the sap from maple trees, We do a tube and a bucket, and then we collect it in a big tank, bring it all back to the evaporator, and then we boil it for hours and hours, sometimes days, which means just sitting out there and constantly feeding a wood fire and going out and chopping more wood, just so it stays hot enough that it can consistently boil. It is really important that it stays a consistent temperature. But let me tell you, maple syrup never tastes as good as it does when it comes right outside. My goodness, that scared me. Maple syrup never tastes as good as it does when it comes right out of the tap for the very first time. It's delicious. I could drink a jar of it, honestly. After that, you know, reheated, it's not the same, and I don't know why. It's still delicious, of course, but it's just different. I think we're getting into some dangerous territory over here. I see a skeleton. Ah, where did he go? Did he fall? I don't want to die out here. That would suck. Oh my gosh. Whew. Oh. So yeah, I'm thinking that I'm gonna go make some French toast for breakfast with some tea. Probably some Earl Grey tea. It's nothing wrong with a classic. Recently I tried a little tea experiment. I took some green tea I had that I wasn't really drinking, and I got a bunch of it, and I put it in a giant gallon jar. And then I filled it with water. Ooh. Now let it sit in the fridge overnight, and that's called cold brewing. That's how you cold brew tea. You know, sometimes it's nice to have some iced tea on hand. So after waiting that long, I made a glass of it, and then I got some honey and tried to stir it into there with a fork for better stirring. And that was kind of a bad idea because honey doesn't really mix into cold water very well compared to sugar. And also the honey flavor just tasted kind of strange with it when it was cold like that. So it wasn't too good. I tried to have some this morning while I was going to record this video, and it had become bitter, which I didn't know that could happen. Oh. Dang, there's so many creepers down here. Yeah, I didn't know that could happen with cold brewing. I thought that was only when you brewed something for too hot for too long, but apparently, yeah, that's a thing that can happen. So I had to get rid of it, which, unfortunate, a little bit of a failed experiment. Next time I should do black tea, I think, because it's a lot more sturdier than green tea. We are doing really well. I'm telling you, mining in positive coordinates truly pays off because look at how much stuff I'm getting already. Oh man, that seems so pathetic. But I have more than a stack of iron, and that's really good for alpha. I think I'm going to make myself a deal. I'm going to allow myself a little bit of luxury. If I find 3 diamonds in this cave, I'll let myself have a diamond pickaxe. That's something I never really let myself make, just for saving the diamonds. But I guess I'm not saving the diamonds for anything there, except decoration, potentially. The block palette in alpha is awfully limited. I don't really have a full range of colors to work with, so a rare block like a diamond block is kind of is extra special, you know? Spider's staring at me from over there. Speaking of that, I don't have anything to mine this gold with. Actually, I'm going to need an iron or a diamond pickaxe if I want to pick this gold up because there's no other ways. Dang, look at this system. I mean, it's probably hard to see for you guys. This one spider... Oh. I was going to say it was trapped there, but then they got adventurous. I have a feeling there are diamonds down there, like right down there. But that's a bit of a leap from where I'm at now. It's a bit of a dangerous leap, really. Breakfast has got to be one of my favorite meals of the day, and I know that a lot of people say that it's overrated, and oftentimes I don't even get a chance to eat it, but it's like the one meal a day where you can have something sweet with something savory, right? Like I could have a pancake and I could have bacon. It's classic, but there's really nothing better. For a while I was making overnight oats, so I was getting steel cut oats and then letting them sit in milk and maple syrup overnight, and then I would put Greek yogurt on it in the morning and some granola and some fruit, and I would eat it. And it's pretty good, but I wonder if it kind of like messed with my gut a little bit. One of my favorite breakfasts of all time is the breakfast sandwich. Now it's like bacon, egg, and cheese, of course, it's not super complicated, but a few years ago for Christmas, my grandmother got me a breakfast sandwich making machine. And this machine was pretty special because what it did is it had several pans kind of sitting on top of each other, little pans. One would hold the bottom of an English muffin and your meat and your cheese, and the top would hold an egg and the top of the English muffin, and it would cook it all the way. And then when you were done cooking, you would remove the separator between the pans. The top half and the bottom half would fall on each other, and then you have a delicious breakfast sandwich. That thing was honestly perfect. I used to eat a breakfast sandwich every morning when I was living at the university campus. And when I moved back home with my parents to save money, I never took it out of storage, so maybe I need to be doing that. Like the skeleton. Ooh. He's like a turret. Get down from there. Oh my goodness. Got quite the mob waiting for me. I feel like we're pretty close to diamonds. This cave system's so impressive, but honestly, it's just so confusing. And I hear so many mobs. Oh my gosh. I'm being swarmed. I'm pretty excited to be done being a student. I can finally move on to the next phase, you know what I mean? And hopefully it goes well. A gift. Our first diamonds. Oh. Oh, he can't reach me. He can't reach me through here. That's funny. Too bad. Let's see if there are any more here. Always gotta check. Okay, got 4. Oh, hello. With the amount of mobs I've been seeing, I'm surprised that I haven't found a dungeon yet. Oh yeah, in the picture that I showed of my breakfast, I guess I'll show it again, I had a book, and it's called Name of the Wind. It's a fantasy book. I'm not really a fantasy reader. Like, that's not the kind of stuff that I read. I like science fiction. But my girlfriend got it for me. She wants us to read it together. She has a copy herself, and we're gonna read like 1 chapter a week. Ooh, more diamonds. So far it's interesting. It reminds me of a lot of other fantasy books. The thing with fantasy is they immediately kind of throw you into the world, right? Like within the first paragraph of a fantasy book, you're always introduced to like 10 random made-up names for countries or places or gods or demons or people in the book, you know, and it's just like, okay, here we go again. Gotta bust out the notebook, right? Like keep track of it all, because I certainly am not. When I was younger, I read more fantasy books, and they all are kind of that way. At least that's what I've noticed. Lord of the Rings is an obviously good one, and my favorite, I think, more than Lord of the Rings, is Game of Thrones, A Song of Ice and Fire. Maybe I should start rereading it, you know, for when Winds of Winter comes out, the next book in the series. That's been in production for, what, 16 years? Yeah, George R.R. Martin. He doesn't really need to make that next book, does he? He's already made his millions off the show. I don't even know where to explore next. Let's try here. Oh, hello. One of the books I read recently that I really thoroughly enjoyed was The Three-Body Problem by Cixin Liu, or Liu Cixin, I can't remember. But it's a phenomenal book. It's science fiction. Everything is so well written. I mean, it engages in so much scientific theory, and there's so much intelligent detail. It's really one of my favorites. Now, I know they came up with a Netflix show, but I don't know if I'm gonna watch that. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, get out of here. We are not in a great situation. Ooh. Hey. Don't do that. Oh my gosh. That was the last of our bread. Oh no. I have enough to make 1 bowl of soup. I think that heals me 5 hearts, but other than that, that was the very last of our bread. Let's go up here. I think it's safer this way. Okay, let's do this. I can make 1 bowl of mushroom stew. And yeah, that's 5 hearts. I'm gonna make 1 diamond pickaxe. Okay? That is so much faster. Huh, I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh! Hello. Phew. There's this one video I wanted to make recently. A month or 2 ago, my girlfriend was here, and I was streaming on this world on my other channel, and she was watching because she likes to watch. And then I think either she suggested or someone suggested that she should try it. So she's like, oh, I don't know, I don't know how to play Minecraft. She's never played it. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll just hand you the mouse and I'll take the keyboard and we'll work together. And it was a lot of fun, and she had a lot of funny reactions, I think, because she just, she's not really acquainted with the game. We did that, I think, twice. And I would like to edit that down into a video because I think it'd be kind of fun to watch. I'd like to edit it down into a video. And I've already got all the footage, so it would be a lot less stress on my back. Ooh. Stop it. I hit the guy 3 times, I swear. But yeah, let me know what you guys would think of that. I've been this way before, at least. Oh, hello. Ooh, some diamonds I missed. Yeah, look at that. There's some more diamonds right there. 4 more. When I was a little bit younger, I used to play a lot of adventure maps. I'd look online for the newest adventure maps that have been released and I'd play them. That's something I haven't done in a while, now that I think about it. But one of my favorites of all time was definitely Whereas in a Parallel Universe. That's the name. The guy who made it, he uses like a custom texture pack and everything, and that's nothing I know how to do. But it starts out with you in an office and you need to go get to the printer room. I think it's to print some paper. And so you have to get the key to the printer room, you gotta talk to the NPCs and like see what the deal is, that kind of thing. And then when you get to the printer room, you're actually reset. You're put back in the office you started in. Except the map is slightly different. Now you have to take a different path to get there. It's just a little bit different from the previous. And then when you get to the printer room that time, you're reset back in your office, but then it's a little more different. Like I think on the third time, the office is a lot nicer, and everyone's talking about their vacation to the Bahamas or something like that, like it's richer. And then when you get to the printer room the fourth time, it becomes a poor place, like the ceiling tiles are falling, you know, people saying they can't feed their kids. It's just, the idea of the adventure map is that every time you reach the printing room, you're transported to a new universe or a new parallel universe where things are slightly different, but you still have to get to the printer room. And it gets really crazy. There are some universes where everything's frozen over and everybody's dead. There's universes where aliens are coming. Like, I think in 2020, I wanted to make my own adventure map. I had tried before, but I had always failed. Or there's this one I tried really hard on, but I lost it. Like my world got corrupted and I lost it. And that was really sad because I wasn't making backups. Oh, over there. Hey, whoa, okay. Where'd he go? Oh no. Maybe I need to think about getting out of here. I really do need to leave if I want to keep my stuff, but there's so much more to explore. I mean, that entire section of cave is completely dark. Anyway, I worked on this new map. It was like homage to Whereas in a Parallel Universe. And I basically adopted kind of the same idea. Like you had to reach a certain part of the level, and then if you got there, it just resets you to a slightly different version of that level. And it was a lot of fun to make, actually. I think I got more complicated as things went on. There were NPCs just like the original map. Some of them had the same name, just as like a reference, I guess. Because, again, it wasn't my idea. Here we are. We survived, oh my gosh. That map, I think I reached like 20 different levels. And I've spent so much time on them. But I never published it. I never published that adventure map because I never finished it. I worked on it a little bit over the years, but I was never able to complete the map. I think one day I want to go back and I want to try to finish it and like get it done and then share it with everybody. Oh my gosh, another cave. Look at that. Our saving grace. Perfect. Ooh. Oh my gosh. This is exactly what we needed. Maybe I should go back in the cave, you know, head back down, see if I can get the rest of the stuff, now that I'm all healed up and everything. Why not? I'm not done. There's more to mine down here. I know there's more diamonds in here, I swear. Alright. Ooh! Oh, gosh. Okay, I get it. I think he aggroed that spider. Alright, alright. Dang, let's craft a little bit more mushroom stew real quick. I knew it! Puts us at 17 diamonds. Alright, I do hear a lot of mobs nearby. That's diamonds right there, isn't it? I just have to clear this water so I can get to them. I'm concerned that underneath there's obsidian and there's lava or something. Hold on. Okay, looks safe. Oh, I hear slime. This sounds so weird. Oh, there he is. You have to handle slimes a very specific way. They won't split. They won't split if they take more damage than they have. So like if I hit them with a sword and that does 5 hearts, and they have only 3 hearts, they won't split. It's something like that. So I have to punch them. Well, if I want any more slime. See? There we go. You might be wondering, well, what use do I actually have for slime in this version? The answer is none. It does nothing. You can't even make a block with it. I think that was 1.7. I think it was 1.7 where they added slime blocks. Yeah, slime doesn't do anything. There are no pistons. Who knows why it was added? I don't. There's a little guy right here. Sorry. Guess it's a cool trophy or something. Oh my gosh. Whew. Oh, I did too much damage to it. Yeah, it's actually seems super rare where I actually would find a slime chunk. Yeah, if I'm careful and I don't do too much damage to them, I'll be able to get a lot of slime balls. There's a difference in combat between Beta 1.7.3 and Alpha 1.1, which I think are two pretty popular old Minecraft versions. In Beta 1.7.3, the fist does twice as much damage. So while you get better chances of having the slime split and give you slime balls, punch them with your fist in Beta, it's not a guarantee because sometimes you can do a half heart, too much damage. Yeah, but in Alpha, the fist does the bare minimum amount of damage, which is just a half heart. Alright, there was one more guy over here. And let's buy some diamonds. Oh, oops. Should have learned my lesson from last time. Oh well. Got 25 slime. That, again, does nothing. I have literally no use for it at all. Maybe there's a mod pack or something out there that makes slime have a use in alpha, but I don't know. I'm gonna keep it vanilla. Slime didn't have a use until pistons were added, and that was in beta 1.7, so they existed for quite a while before they actually did anything, which is interesting. Especially considering that the idea for pistons came from a mod, the piston mod, but slime must have existed before that mod came out. I mean, it must have. I don't know for sure. Wonder if Notch had anything else in mind for it when he added it to the game, you know? It's like eggs. Eggs in this version don't do anything. Cake was added in beta 1.2 or 1.3, but eggs existed for a while, and no, they do nothing. Oh well, I'm keeping it. Ooh, nice. 28 diamonds, not bad. My goodness, there's this entire section I still haven't messed with yet. And over there. This is honestly one of the craziest cave systems I've seen. I'm running out of space to put things. Something I've realized recently is that whether it be, you know, chilling out playing Minecraft or making videos, editing, or working on schoolwork, I'm inside on this computer so much. I mean, it's not even funny. I don't hardly go outside anymore. That's to a point I have to remind myself, like, go outside, smell the fresh air for a little bit. I just hardly never do it anymore. Everything I have to do is on this computer. I guess that's one thing that concerns me about being a freelance video editor. I don't want to spend all my time inside. I'm switching my pickaxes because I've already used almost half the diamond pick. Wow. But yeah, there was a point where I was just getting so tired of it that I just stopped what I was doing. I went outside, took my dog for a walk, and I didn't bring my phone because usually I do. Even when I go outside, I bring my phone because I want to, you know, see if I have any texts I have to respond to, or, you know, maybe someone might need me to do something or answer a question for them, whether it's work or family. I can take a picture and show my girlfriend what I'm doing, but I left it inside. I was sick of that thing. And it feels so nice. I don't know. Just be completely away from it. I wasn't worried about missing text messages when I was out there. It just felt nice. Like I was unburdened and I could actually fully enjoy what I was doing. I went out there and then I noticed in the woods by my house there was some trash, and I spent some time picking it up, and then my dog found a deer antler, from somewhere, I don't know where. Ooh, rude. All in all, I had a good time, and I think I need to do that I think I need to do that again today, because I am on a screen so much, even for my job, you know. It hurts my eyes after a while. It starts to burn my retinas. That much time on a screen cannot be good for one guy. Around the same time, I was just like chipping away in this world a little bit, like maybe mining in my quarry or chopping trees. It's a good thing I can store extra stuff in here, huh? Pretty convenient. But I was watching this backpacking video from this guy named Xander Budnick. And he's a YouTuber too, and his job is to go out to these crazy places and go backpacking and go on these adventures and make videos about it. That sounds like a killer deal, and his videos are great, and it just makes me realize what I'm missing when I'm not spending time in nature. Does that make sense? Something I really want to try to do this year, at least one time, is just, I don't know, go on a fishing trip, or a kayaking trip, or a biking trip. Maybe all three. There's some salmon runs here in Michigan at certain times of the year. I'd like to go get some wild salmon, because I love fish. I catch as many as I can and bring them home. It'll save me a lot of money, and I bet it would be amazing tasting. Hold on. I'm glad I brought a lot of wood, at least. I want to go on a biking trip again. I did a little biking trip with my girlfriend in northern Quebec on this bike path. It's like 200 kilometers long. And I can't pronounce the name because it's French, but really pretty out there through the little mountains. And it was a lot of fun to go biking. I went biking on Mackinac Island as well with her on one of those two-seaters, and that was a little bit of a challenge, but once we got the hang of it, it was a lot of fun. So yeah, I just want to do one of those things. Besides the other big life moves I have to make, I just want to make some time to be in nature. It is a nice day today. Maybe I should go do that soon. Where'd you all come from? There's like a hit cooldown or something. That's why I take bad hits from zombies sometimes. It might look like I have no skill, but it's actually the game's fault. I promise. Found a few more brown mushrooms, thankfully. I am surprised I haven't found one dungeon down here, not even once. It'd be a lot harder to take home dungeon loot, that's for sure, but it would be cool if I could at least find one. When it comes to dungeons, ooh, there's actually... Oh, get him. My man. Oh, I'm out of arrows, okay. Ooh, okay. There's actually a 1 in 100 chance you'll find a golden apple, and that makes it the rarest item in the game. Because are you even going to search 100 dungeons on your world at all? Probably not. They're already rare enough as it is. So to find a golden apple is like one of the biggest rare item achievements you can make. You can't craft them because you can't obtain apples. The only way to get an apple is by killing Notch. I made a Notch farm one time. I had changed my name to Notch so the game would recognize me as him. And then I made a farm that just rapidly killed myself. It worked. I mean, I got an apple every time I died. Yeah, but that's a little bit impractical, I think, for alpha. I could try it. I mean, it doesn't hurt. It's not cheating. It's using game mechanics. Well, I don't know. Maybe it is cheating. Also, by the way, there's no lapis. There's no lapis in alpha, that's why we haven't seen any. That puts us at 33 diamonds. And now that I think about it, pretty soon I need to head to the little farmer's market nearby. There's a tiny farmer's market in the middle of nowhere, near where I live. They sell my favorite ice cream. You can get ice cream anywhere, right? But they sell ice cream that's like made with honey and eggs, and that's kind of how they used to make ice cream way back in the day. And I don't know, the flavor is just different. I love it. It's my favorite. It smells a little weird, but it's super tasty. The last one I had was a coffee ice cream. It had little bitter pieces of chocolate in there, which was super, super tasty. And I've been craving it. I feel like I want to go get some more. So I guess in an hour or two, when I take a break, I need to go check it out. Because they close, I think, at 5. When I'm out of spot to store things. Oh, alright. Ah, but we keep finding diamonds. I need to think about heading up soon. I'm not going to be able to hold everything. Oh, there's a hole right here. Rude. Oh, that's my last brown mushroom. Alright, I think we gotta play it safe and start looking up for a way out. I mean, the cave is far from cleared, that's the thing. But I don't have enough space and I have one more mushroom stew. Now I'm hoping I don't find a dungeon. I have no room for anything. Oh man, what do I throw away? I don't know. I mean, how badly do I need a shovel? Oh. Oh no. Okay. Do I make another pickaxe? No, I need to leave. I need to get out of here. Okay. Sorry, gold. No, I feel sad. I guess that's motivation to actually leave. I kept turning around and looking for more spots to mine in. Yeah, over this way. I feel like I've been down here for half my life. Oh, and of course it's nighttime. Alright. We finally escaped. Man, I don't even remember how we got here. How did we get to this island? I don't know. Okay, I think I came from that general direction. Over that way. Let's head that way. Okay, I went and got a snack and just sat AFK till daytime came. And I can't remove this pillar. Okay, cool. But that is the island that we came from, which means that I either came from this way, or I came from that way. And now I'm not sure. I should have marked my path out here. Alright, that was definitely the right direction, because look, there's the chunk boundary. Alright, let's see if I can scale this mountain. Next time I go caving like that, I need to bring like a stack of leather, or something, so I can just continuously make armor. Leather armor doesn't last very long, but it does give you full defense points. It works a little differently in this version. Nice. Alright, here we are.
Now, if I'm correct, the mining base is just over that hill. Look at that terrain, though, dang. Alright. Here we go. Coming down. Ow. Oh, look at that. There's the peak of the painting museum. I never look at it from this angle, but this little building is completely dwarfed by that museum here. You know, this isn't a bad spot for more buildings if I wanted to put them. Alright, finally. Alright, let's take stock of what we got here. First, oh man, I don't think I can fit this in here. I'm gonna have to change this to another ores chest. Alright, almost 15 stacks of coal, not counting all the coal that we mined and turned into torches. Almost 8 stacks of iron, that's really good. Just over 1 stack of gold. I have no use for gold at all, but it is pretty. And 43 diamonds. That's how much I mined in all that session. Yeah, I won't have to go mining anytime soon. Look at all those diamonds. I mean, I have a lot now. This is one of my favorite things in alpha. I really like it. I like the click-clack that it makes when we go across. And it's really fun. It's very satisfying. The thing is that I was going down this, I was like, man, I wish I had a cool view of that mansion right there. When I exit this thing and go the other way, I have a great view. But because I'm up against the wall on this side, I can't see it when I'm coming in. And that's kind of unfortunate. So I'm like, well, there's probably a better way to do this. So maybe I could use glass. I have glass right here. My hitbox is not affected by this block right there. Hold on, I just destroyed a boat, so let's check underneath and make sure we have enough to keep this thing running. So you have a little spot to load new boats. I click that wall and it goes up and loads into the system. When a boat falls into here, it comes through here, gets pushed up against this corner, and into this water chute. Boats will shoot straight up flowing water in alpha. And then there's one waiting right there. Let's add another one just to be safe. That leaves us with a very unsatisfying 1 block of wood. That's too bad. Oh well. Alright, so look. I click that. The boat gets loaded. We can watch it. There it goes. And now it's just kind of bouncing there. Entity collision also seems to propel boats to some degree. But maybe I'll do some experience with that one day, but not right now. All that is to say, I want to build another one of these. One that's slightly more efficient. So I structured the whole thing so that it kind of guides you through every exhibit before you can reach the actual top. And that's called enfilade. I think that's called enfilade. Someone left a comment in one of my videos saying that that was called enfilade. I'm no expert in any of this stuff anyways. Here we are at the top. This is meant to be the kind of the terminal area. And I built this little deck right here very temporarily. So basically, I want another Eats Road right here, going that way. And I have some ideas on how to improve the previous design. So first of all, this thing is wider and bulkier than it needs to be. It doesn't need to be 5 blocks wide. It only really needs to be 3. I don't know, think about it. Imagine this is only 1 water stream wide, and the center has just pressure plates. And there's another water stream going that way. Technically, a boat would fit down there both ways. It would be a tight fit, and 2 couldn't cross paths because they'd hit each other, but you could do it. I hope you can kind of picture what I'm talking about. Also, the ladders. The reason the ladders are here is because it has a very small hitbox, and they're cheap to make. But that boat, when it travels down this road, it gets pinned underneath those ladders, and that keeps it from bobbing up and down, allowing it to increase speed. These water streams only go for about 3 blocks before I go to the next one, because if they go any lower, the boat will bottom out and break. That's just how it works. Anyway, I can use these same mechanics and improve upon a design. So what I want to do is kill this zombie. Is make a new Eats Road out of glass. And not only that, I want to use as little blocks as possible. I don't want to use any pressure plates to stop the water from flowing. I think there's a way that I can kind of abuse water flowing mechanics to the point where I can make this very thin. It's going to be 4 blocks wide, not 3, because, well, that's the size of the entrance right there. But still, I think that this is something that I can accomplish. But I have to test a few things to make sure this will work as I picture it. Over here, I just walked over here from the painting museum. You can just barely see it over the treetops. Over here is where I want this to go. I want it to come in a straight line, so it's just going to come straight across and take us right to this quarry, so I don't have to walk back and forth. It'd be a lot cooler. I mean, technically, I have to walk all the way up
that painting museum, and then get in the boat road and then come over here and then exit that. I don't know how long that is compared to just walking. It's probably not that much of a difference. But it is cool. That's a good reason to do things in this version. All right, hold on. Let me grab just a little bit of water. Zoop. Boom. I'm in here because I feel like it's a pretty good flat spot to test out the new design for the East Road. This is sort of built on the principle that water will always flow to the nearest edge. So look. Oh, okay. If I place the water right there, it should flow here, not there. Right? Let's say I have another hole that's equidistant right there. If I were to remove this block, it would flow. Let's remove this wall. I'm going to place it there again. It's still going to flow here. Okay? If I were to remove this block, now it won't flow. It won't update unless I directly update it with a block. So using this kind of mechanic, I think that I can kind of brute force the flow of water on this East Road. Maybe a little staircase up here for demonstration purposes. Okay, so like I said before, the water has to flow 3 blocks out. So if I put it here, let's say I have an indent right there, okay? So there we go, we got 3 blocks. Then I need to have another water source right there that flows to here. The thing is, if I place it right here, it'll flow back to both because these 2 holes are equidistant. Look, that kind of destroys the point. So I'm gonna have to do this in a really specific order. This first, then I can remove this one, place that, so on and so forth. The cool thing about this is that once I have these in place, and I have to keep these guys in tow, because oops, shoot, didn't mean to do that. So I can remove all the blocks, I mean mostly, around these, and then just kind of have it float like that. No signs, no pressure plates, nothing. So pretty cool, right? Of course, it requires a lot of placement of dirt just to kind of trick the water into flowing certain directions. The other thing is you're gonna have these little big bulky catching stations for the water. And to avoid that, well, I accidentally ruined this thing, which is another downside. It's going to be really hard to fix. Once you ruin one water stream, I think you're going to have to kind of reset the whole thing. So that's a little downside, but that's okay. All right, so we're going to go to there. We're going to go there. And there. Cool. Let me remove everything. Okay, so imagine you have something like this. One thing I do want to avoid is these big clunky catch chambers for the water. So my plan was to just dig a hole below it at some point in the ground and then just let it flow. And because I'm letting it flow, I can remove them entirely. It's a bonus because it looks pretty cool. So theoretically, I should be able to board this just fine. Let's try it. Come on, boat. Watch, it's gonna hit the ground and then break. Oh, okay. Anyway, it works. Though now I'm ever so slightly concerned because I remember looking at my East Road, this third water level seemed a lot higher than this. I feel like it's lower just because it's flowing down into something. I remember when I said that if the water level gets too low, it'll bottom out. Yeah, we don't want that. So, there is a way to test this. Let's try it out. I can't place ladders above it because it'll update these. That sucks. I'm gonna place all this dirt back. Alright, these shouldn't update now. It should be fine. Okay, we have some ladders. Oh shoot, I just updated all these. Oh no, okay. Alright, so let's see. Oh, I'm gonna push them. Oh, all right. Got a pretty good speed going there. I'm just worried, you know, that it feels low to me. Let me go get some more blocks, okay, and then extend this a little bit longer. If I can do that, I can more safely prove that this thing will work across longer distances. You know what I mean? I'll be right back. All right, this took a minute to hash out, but I think it's ready. So I made it a little bit longer. I'm keeping some of the blocks here for now, just in case this breaks, and I don't have to spend a bunch of shovels just to fix it. But for all intents and purposes, if I were to remove all this dirt, it would still look normal. Anyway, my little impromptu boat loader. I'm pretty sure this is how this works. It should... Okay. It should get pinned. Yeah, okay. Now it's pinned underneath that ladder. When I open this door, it should start propelling me forward. Alright, let's try it. Oh, alright. Oh, wait, I didn't plan this very well. Okay, there we go. This door needed to be like right here. Alright, it's pretty much loaded correctly. There we go. Ooh. Ta-da! Alright, that seems like it works. Okay, I guess I can take down this entire thing. That's the proof of concept. The trick is going to be... Oh boy, the trick is going to be to create another one right here. One thing that's sort of a big concern is if I need to do a little bit of construction or something breaks or whatever on a single link in the chain, how do I repair it without it kind of screwing everything up, right? Because if I want to place this back, I have to fill this hole, which will screw this one up and so on and so forth. So it's like if I remove one, all the ones behind it, I'll also have to remove, and I don't really want to do that. So I feel like there's got to be a way to do this, to fix and replace one without just messing everything up. So here's what I think I can do. Let's say I need to remove this one, okay? Let's do that. Remove there. Let's put it back. I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay. Alright, I have another idea, believe it or not. So let's say I need to remove this one. Let's prep ahead of time. Remove this block. Place that there. Okay. We're on to something. Remove that. Alright, let's place it back. And now that's a little bit further. Nice. Now I should be able to just... Yeah. Okay, cool. So it is possible. I won't have to redo the entire bridge in case something breaks. You know what I mean? Alright, now I know that I built this platform out here, but I think it would be cooler if this whole thing started inside. The thing is, it's a little bit difficult, because right underneath this is another painting exhibit, so I have to be very selective about how I do this. But now that I know I can kind of edit this thing wherever I need to, I'm just gonna start it out here and then see what happens, you know? Gotta remove some of these logs, though. Gotta have one trail going that way, and one coming this way. To start this whole thing off, I'm actually going to build a dirt like underbridge kind of deal here. Let's see if I can even reach down. Like so underneath here, I'm gonna line it with blocks all the way, so I have some support for the water catchers. I guess this means I'm just gonna make a giant dirt bridge all the way. I mean, I don't even know how far this is gonna go, so this is gonna take a little while, isn't it? Yesterday was my college graduation ceremony. I graduated yesterday. Walked across the stage, grabbed the empty diploma jacket, all that stuff. Which means I'm finally done. I'm finally done with school. And it's a little worrying, right? Like... Did you hear that? Yeah, that happens if you crouch for a long time. Like when you crouch, you don't hear stepping noises. So if you just crouch for a really long time, it's like all the stepping noises you would have made catch up to you. Like that. Yeah, so that's just a quirk. Where was I? Yeah, my graduation. I did the ceremony, you know, I went out to brunch after, it was great. I'm done, and that means maybe I can finally start putting some more time into YouTube. You know, I really enjoy making videos. I have for a while, I just never really had the time. Between work and school, especially this being my last semester, I never really had the opportunity to just kind of make videos at my own pace when I wanted them. I never really scheduled anything out or plan anything out like ahead of time. I was just like whenever I got a moment, and that was usually never. Now I'm finally done. I'm thinking maybe I can start putting some more time into the channel, you know? I like making videos that are about all kinds of things. I have a giant list of topics I want to make videos about. Just like thoughts and ideas that I want to kind of explore about old Minecraft and things of that nature. But also I need to find a new job. The one I have now is great, but it's not the career that I want to be in for the rest of my life, right? I went to university for film production, and I am currently like a printed circuit board technician. Like I build printed circuit boards. You know, it's completely different from what I actually want to do. So I talked to them. I said, like, I'm only going to work here a few more months. I gave them a final day, and I'm going to try to find a new job by then. And if I can't, then I'm going to use that new time I have when I'm not employed to, like, edit new demos together of stuff that I can do, work on projects to impress potential future employers. Yeah, this tree was in the way, so I had to get rid of it. I actually already did get an interview. My professor reached out to me and said that an organization run by some alumni was looking for an editor, like an editing internship, a fully paid summer internship. I wouldn't do a free internship. Who can these days, right? Anyway, but yeah, I applied. They asked for an interview. I think the interview went really well, but I realized afterwards that I sent them the wrong demo reel. Supposedly they told me I'm going to hear back from them today. It would be really cool to work at this company. I mean, I'm not going to say a whole lot about it, but the opportunity would be massive for me. It would look great on my resume and all that stuff. It would be fun to edit film and videos professionally. It would be a good experience too. To kind of like celebrate my graduation and finishing my final classes, I went to a tea store and I bought myself 3 new teas. And then I went on a little mini vacation with my girlfriend up north, Michigan, and found another tea store. So I bought 3 more teas there. I haven't even tried them all yet. I'm pretty excited to, though. Ugh, get out of here, tree. Oh, that's really close to this tree. Oops. Oh, man. Oh, I don't want to start a forest fire. Please don't catch. Oop. Okay, a few. Oh, shoot. I didn't even notice. That's just 2 trees. It's not terrible. Oh, well. Here's a little alpha trivia for you. Logs, and I think presumably wood. If it catches fire but doesn't burn by a certain amount of ticks, it will stop attempting to burn, so it'll just stay burning forever. This is I guess, pre-netherrack type stuff. I haven't been able to get on this world for a while just because of finishing classes, finishing my thesis film, final projects. Oh, okay. All right. Boom. Oh, yeah. Anyway. But yeah, I haven't been able to get in the world for a while. I've been thinking about making this East Road like the entire time. In the back of my mind, it's just kind of been there. Okay, so I want this to come all the way over here and kind of like go over this existing rail. I don't know exactly how far it's going to be, but I do know it needs to end over here somewhat. I started clearing this chunk for a new station for this thing. I don't know how long it's going to take or like what the deal is going to be. But yeah, I think that this is going to come all the way out to like right here, and I'll call it good. All right, I'm going to say it's going to come about this far. Okay. Now we got to go back. This creeper's been following me for a little ways now. Get out of here. Alright. Alright, next step is to... Gosh, what is it? I don't know. I guess cover this thing with glass. Except every 3 blocks will be no glass. So I need to think about that, I suppose. I want these to be even. So it's going to go something like this. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I should push this back one. Okay, let me do that. I need to just continue this, I guess, as far as I can go. I just had like a Reuben sandwich with salami on it. It's pretty good. Rye bread. Crust is way too thick, though. Kind of hurts my mouth when I try to chew it. Oh, man. Aw. I'm so bad at this. I'm afraid I'm going to get this off at some point and not even notice. Creeper just blew me up. Oh, shoot. Anyway, I just had kind of a dumb idea. Let me fix this crater first, and I'll tell you what it was. So, I have all the glass up. All the dirt there is where the water is going to flow down into. And I was trying to think, like, do I just have it flow straight down into the ground? I mean, that would be cool. But I feel like it would be better if it was self-contained, not supported by anything. If I were to do that, I'd have to make, like, these big catch basins for all the water to stop it from flowing everywhere. And I don't want to do that. Then I had this really interesting idea. Water should be able to flow into other water, okay? And there is a way to get water to float midair without flowing. And maybe none of that makes any sense, let me just kind of walk you through how I'm thinking of this. I hate the freaking alpha cooldown. All right. This is an ice block. I froze some water up in the air, and now I'm going to melt it with the power of the torch. Look at that. Now, it's just floating water. Check that out, huh? Pretty cool. This is the advantage of snow worlds. You can make ice, and you can make stuff like this using ice. Obviously, when you update this, it will flow everywhere. I guess my question is, can I make the water that flows between the glass flow into one of these floating water things? And that'll stop it from coming down, and it'll look really cool, like water suspended on air, you know, that kind of stuff. Okay, now we have some ice. All right, so this is what I mean. Let me simulate that up there, just a tiny bit, okay? Okay, I got the water flowing. Shoot. Oh, I forgot about that. That just updated because snow fell next to it. Yeah, we can't let that happen. Good to know. All right, just to stop some snow from falling into critical areas, let's do this. Cool, okay. Okay, bit of a mess. This is our simulated water stream. Like, pretend it's flowing up there, okay? This is our little catch bin. On the bottom of the catch bin, instead of another block, it's ice. Okay, stay with me. So if I melt this ice while it's stuck in air like that, boom, okay, look. Now we have floating water right there. Okay, so if I remove this block, that's the whole point of this, is I remove the little catch bin. Whoa, look at that. It just stays in the air. That's so cool. Oh, man. Okay, so imagine that's the entire... Oh, that's not gonna be so hard to do. Imagine that's the entire bridge. Okay, yeah, I want to see if I can get this to go up one. Just one. Okay, I'm realizing this isn't really gonna work because now that I have this frozen, if I were to put water here, it wouldn't flow that way. It would flow somewhere else, and that doesn't really work for us. So I think we're just gonna stick to what I had before. But it's still really cool. That changes their plans a little bit. That means I have to. Place a block underneath every single one of those dirt blocks there. Theoretically, I don't have to do that. I could just put the water there, have it flow down willy-nilly, whatever, and then it would freeze. And then it would stop flowing and, you know, it might destroy some of these flowers or something, but it would mostly be fine. Okay, to prepare for my new plan, I went and I put blocks underneath all these over here, but the rest of the bridge, that's like, I don't know, that's just way too much work. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna let these flow just over the landscape. I don't care. I went through and I like dug some holes to kind of control the water flow a little bit, and I removed all the flowers because I don't want to lose flowers. They're non-renewable. Other than that, this is how I'm gonna take care of this little issue. And look, they're already freezing, so it should only be temporary. But yeah, this is turning out to be a lot larger of a project than I thought it was gonna be, and that's perfectly fine. Dang, I feel kind of bad about like getting water everywhere. You know what? I only have 2 buckets. What I should do is I should go to all my bases and just like grab all the buckets that I have. I don't really want to spend iron on it because, again, iron is non-renewable. But I have buckets that I've made, buckets that I've gotten from dungeons, that kind of thing that I could try to grab. Boop, beep. Yeah, let me go do that. Boop. All right, here we go. That's gonna look really cool when it's finished, I swear. Last night I had some super delicious tea called Black Dragon Pearl. It's one of the new teas that I bought, one of the 6 that I just got. And it's been on my tea wish list for a very, very long time. I don't even remember when I wrote it down. But what's unique about Black Dragon Pearl is it's a very full-bodied black tea. As in, the leaves are largely intact. They're not ground up, they're not chopped in half, they're not crushed, nothing like that. They're all together. And they're actually all wrapped up into perfect little spheres. I'll have to show some pictures of it because I really want some more. They have a very sweet black tea taste. It's very refreshing. I had it for the first time last night, and I should have checked right there for buckets. But I was gonna say, it was totally worth it. Super tasty. Perfect with a little bit of local honey. Apparently local honey helps with seasonal allergies. My allergies have been really kicking in and I've been taking these little essential oil pills my mom got me. I don't know what's even in them, but she said, try these instead of antihistamines, and I'm like, okay, sure. And they actually do work, and they give me nice breath. The scent is so dang strong, it acts like smelling salts. Whatever. Maybe you noticed, I recently put some lava on the inside of that tower, flowing down, and then I changed the spiral in the center to make it more even that was originally in there. And ever since then, like, the minecart booster has not been able to take me all the way here. I don't know what it is. It's disappointing is what it is. But I'm going to have to put like another one in there to make up for that, unfortunately. Buckets galore. Oh, I don't have enough room for this. Yeah, this is a problem I'm going to have to address at some point. I mean, look, this interior is really cool. It's kind of hard to see everything. And now it just, like, for whatever reason, I was able to get all the way from there to the center of the world, and now I can't without slowing down. Yep. Now I gotta walk. Alright. My dad just took me out to dinner. I just got back. I feel like I ate so much food, my stomach is pressing up against my lungs. Anyways, this is kind of a mess, but look, it's already clearing up. We have... the whole thing's almost completely frozen. Check that out. As you can see, like, looking down that way, there's just going to be these two stripes underneath here. I don't care. If anything, it makes things look more natural, right? All these trees, they have no snow underneath, so it kind of makes sense that these wouldn't have much snow underneath, right? This is going to be increasingly tricky. The next step is going to... oh, I have to remove these torches, don't I? Yeah. Otherwise, these won't freeze. I have to extend all this dirt out as far as I can, and then anytime I see ice, I'm going to cover it up. And it's funny, I was talking about how I wasn't really sure what to do with all the dirt that I had earlier in the video, but luckily for me, I actually have several double chests of it. It's kind of a cute house. Yeah, these are all frozen as well. I was a little bit more careful on this side because I didn't want these rails to break. If water flows straight down onto a block that can be destroyed with water, like rails, it'll destroy that item. It won't give it back to you. It will just erase it. Here's my amazing demonstration. Bump. No more flour. Alright, this entire row right here, this should all be dirt. I have a lot. Look at all that dirt. Pretty good. I just need to make as much room as possible. So I'm going to shove some of this glass up into my crafting grid. I'm going to keep it there. Hopefully I won't forget. Now I'm kind of thinking of it, I feel like I should have some idea of what this building over here is going to look like. I'm not really totally sure yet. I'm not even sure if it's going to go like right here. Whatever. It'll all work out in the end. I'm kind of sad because that job opportunity I was really excited about, that I applied and had the interview for, they never messaged me today. They said they would get back to me on Friday, but it's Friday and they did not. There's a story attached to that. So when I was at my graduation ceremony, I was talking to one of the guys there, and I was like, oh yeah, what are you gonna do like after we graduate? And so-and-so, he's like, oh, I just got a job. And this city is the same city as the place where I applied for. And I'm like, oh, you did? And then we found out that it was the same job position we were talking about. Turns out he knew them, like he knew some people who worked there. He already knew the alumni who worked there. And I did not. I never knew any of them. Like, that gives him a little bit of an advantage. And he said that he had just been told that he was hired. That was on Wednesday. It was the day after my interview was. So I'm like, oh, wow. So either they're hiring multiple people, or this dude just kind of stole the... He did not steal, right? But like, this guy just took the job opportunity. And I think that's what happened. Just kind of wish they would have told me, but I'll email them on Monday when they open and see what's up, follow through with that. Maybe they are hiring multiple people and they just haven't told me yet. I don't know though. Anyway, I got a lot of dirt placing to do. So I'm just gonna get to doing this. Oh no. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm placing this one block lower than it should be. Okay. Yeah, I have a lot of dirt placing to do. Alright, fine. Alright, every single dirt block has been placed. It's the next day, in real life, not the game. I've also got all those torches coming down to keep snow from accumulating. I think I mentioned it before, but if snow accumulates, and I have like a perfectly good water stream here, and I go to break the dirt block, and there's some snow on top of it. If I break it, it'll update, and I can't have that, so I made like so many torches. This is, I think, about a double chest of dirt. If you know anything about alpha, each stone tool can break 65 blocks. So I'm gonna need a double chest of stone shovels to remove it all. Yeah, alright. I'm sure it's more than a double chest, honestly. Anyway, the next step, I have to get glass and put it all the way around here. So the idea is I put glass up here. And if you remember at the beginning of the video when I was talking about the ladders, keeping the boat pinned down, glass will do the exact same thing. And it doesn't suffocate the player. And I think that if I sit here and I look out, then I can't actually see the glass. So I'll have a really nice view when I'm traveling. I don't need this glass to be every single block. I could do every other block like how I have the ladders over there. But if I want to have that nice view, then it does need to be every single block. And that's fine. I mined a bunch of sand in preparation for this little project, so it's all good. But I have to do this first, otherwise if I go and place it after all the water streams are in place, it will update all of them, as I'm sure you could guess. I kind of thought it would be cool to add little, like use slabs and make loops every 9 blocks as a form of decoration. And maybe that would be cool, but I don't mind just making it kind of low down like this, like minimalist. This project is taking so long, I don't want to add any more extra work to myself at this point. I did briefly entertain the thought of, instead of using glass, using ice. Basically where all this glass is, I'd have to fill it with water and then let it all freeze. And then the bridge would be made out of ice. But that's, again, I don't want to add more work to myself. It'd be cool though. You cannot obtain ice in alpha. It's not possible. You can freeze it in place, and it has to have sky access to do so, but that's it. That's all your options are. Maybe I don't have enough glass for this. That's not good. You know, one day I'd like to do more stuff with bricks. It's a very unique block, especially in Alpha 1.1. It's got this bright red sheen to it with the very white grout in between every brick. I think that a lot of cool builds could be made out of it, and it's pretty different from the rest of the color scheme of Alpha. It's so hard to find, you know, especially with the snow world, right? It's covering up all the beaches where clay might be, so it's no simple task. But I do have some ideas of things I would want to build with it. I do write things down occasionally. I do write things down from time to time, ideas for builds that I have, and you know, I have a decent amount of bricks. I mean, I got clay scattered all over the chests of my world. We really don't have any more glass. Alright. I need a lot more. Means we gotta go sand mining. That's fine. That's fine. Alright. Need to stock up some more boats in this thing. I've been kind of thinking about the boat loading system that I'm going to have for this new Eats Road. So here, multiple boats are stored at a station, and if you, I don't know, if I'm constantly coming to that station and traveling that way only, eventually I'm going to run out of boats. The way I've kind of devised to fix that issue with this current rail station is only have 2 boats at all times, one on either end. And when you take one boat from one end, travel all the way to this end. When you arrive, you'll hit a pressure plate that will release a boat that's already here, and that'll go to that end. So that way the boats are kind of always swapping positions, you know, you always have one on one side. I feel like that would be a pretty good solution to how this is. I feel like I released a few more boats, but they're just not here anymore. That's kind of strange. Oh, wow. Something happened down... Oh! What the heck? That's where they went. What's going on here? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. If I had to hazard a guess as to what probably happened here, one boat must have broken at some point, and boats can actually be held in place by items. So can mine carts. They'll stop them from moving forward. So there's a bunch of items here that were kind of holding them. And then when that second boat fell down, it collided with the items of the other boat, so it broke. See, they're kind of finicky in this version. Oh, there, now I have another one. The reason I came here is because I'm in the process of trying to completely remove this island. It's going well. But once I completely remove it, I can start building my passive mob farm here. Maybe you can see this place a lot better in the daytime. But yeah, it's just this tiny island that's completely surrounded by water. And that helps a lot, because that means there's very few spawnable spaces for passive mobs out here. Like these guys. Look, it's a bear. Hold on. There we go. Maybe the legs are too much. Look, you can kind of see. It's like, it looks kind of like a bear, right? I should remove the legs. There we go. He's standing up, you know? I feel like it kind of looks like a bear. Anyway. I just finished making another cup of that Black Dragon Pearl tea. Super tasty. I'm going to throw some videos up on it. Like I said earlier, very full-bodied, a very rich flavor. All that tea flavor is packed in tight with the pearls. Super good. Good with a big scoop of honey, too, to bring out some of that flavor. He wishes he could have some. I like doing sign art like this. I went through a couple different ideas for a face, but this is what I settled on. I don't know. Can you tell? Can you tell what that's supposed to be? Whatever. Still got some time, so maybe I'll make another one. That's a good spot for another bear. Like right here. Let's put his ears like way up here. Let's try this. Yeah, let's try this. His ears. No, I can't get them far enough apart because the spaces are so short, but there's still a character limit. Whatever, that works. That works for what we need. Let me do this real quick. Maybe I can make his eyes bigger. That looks like a bear. Look at that. He looks like he's kind of freaked out. Okay, it also looks like maybe a dude holding up a barbell, but look, okay, eyeball, the nose right there, little snout coming out, ears. That looks like a bear to me, right? I mean, that looks like a cuter, like a more innocent. Honestly, that looks kind of, it reminds me more of a ferret. Whatever, it's staying. This is a big scary bear. Maybe he's scared of me. I don't know. I like bears. I don't ever want to see one in the wild, but I like them. You know, there was this game in my recommended that I saw for a while. It was kind of like Roblox and Minecraft combined. And like the NPCs were bears that went around building things or something like that. It was something like that. I think it was called Voima. Voima? I don't know. I haven't heard about that in a while. Maybe I should check it out. Have any of you guys seen that? Voima? I mean, it looks interesting. It just doesn't look interesting enough for me to play it, you know? There has been a lot of Minecraft competitors. Now that I'm thinking about this topic, this is a very boring visual for you to look at while I'm talking about this. But yeah, there's been a lot of Minecraft competitors. One I saw recently was Reforged, or like, it's called Reforge or Reforged. It's by 4J Studios. It's their Minecraft competitor. But even, I mean, it looks cool, but even that, you know, it just doesn't look like it's unique or interesting enough to potentially overthrow Minecraft as the king, you know? I said this before to someone else, but if voxel games continue to be like a popular genre for decades to come, then the next big voxel game that everyone's going to play has got to do something better than Minecraft. Not just different enough to make it legally distinct, you know what I mean? It has to be better. It has to improve on existing concepts. It has to streamline things. And different's good too, but it also has to be better, right? Like, it can't just be the same thing reskinned. There's one I saw called Lay of the Land, where the voxels were actually like an super tiny, like the size of a single pixel on a block. Yeah, really interesting. And the shaders look great. It was more like it's kind of like 3D Terraria, I guess. It's tasty. See, I'm walking forward with no hands. This is a thing you could do in old Minecraft. I don't think you can do it anymore. Look, okay? If I hit E and W at the same time, boom. So I can walk forward without having to do anything. I do this all the time. Lock walking. I don't know what you call it. It's helpful because I'm eating in Danish right now. Oh, shoot. Okay. Here we are. All right, the next step of this whole thing. But for this to work properly, we have to travel backwards. So yeah, place block there, flows out. Perfect. Destroy the next one. Flows out onto the ice. So on and so forth. Oh yeah, I forgot that
like the water hitbox of the player's hitbox. You can technically swim in water this way. That's pretty neat. But yeah, it's a lot of this all the way down. Wait a minute. How did this happen? Oh no. Yeah, snow's gonna fall here, isn't it? Because this water's like, what is it, technically blocking the heat from the torch? Really? Oh man. Yeah, because it's not heat, it's light level that keeps snow away. Not skylight, it's just torch light. That's not ideal. I really need to kind of think of a way to prevent that from happening. But I'm afraid if I put a torch right here, it might put that at risk of melting. I don't want to accidentally melt that. Not yet, you know? Unfortunately, I know what I have to do here. I just don't want to. This means I have to put dirt above all these. Alright, well this dirt is all up. I kind of think maybe it would have been a little easier to just put some more torches down somewhere, you know? But at least for me, sometimes it's easier to inconvenience myself than to change my mind, so this is where we are. It's like a spider following me. Yep. You know, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I can finally feel that this is coming together a little bit. Alright, that was the last water bucket, I mean, for now, to get the bulk of this bridge done. I guess that means I actually have to go and remove all these blocks, right? I mean, that's all I have to do. So I'm going to start, I think, by removing all the blocks out of the center on the bottom, and then the top, and then shearing off the blocks bordering the water here. And I'm going to leave those torches there to melt all the ice underneath. So let's do that, I guess. It's going to take a lot of shovels to do this. All right, hold on. Let me make a chest or something like that. What happened to my bow? I must have dropped it at some point. I don't know where the heck I went. Oh. Oh yeah, I can't remove that, can I? Okay. Alright, I see. Yeah, I can't remove these ones. Right here, not yet. I forgot about that. Is there a point to removing the center then? I mean, at this stage? Maybe I just shouldn't bother. Yeah, maybe I should just wait to do this part. Alright, we're gonna do the outside first. Then we're gonna melt all the ice, and then we're gonna do the inside and the top, and that should be good. That should be, yeah. Ah, shoot. Should I melt the ice first? Maybe I should. Maybe I should melt the ice first completely. Yeah, I didn't think this through. Alright, if I completely melt all the ice first, and then remove every block, I should be good to go. I shouldn't have to worry about, like, this overflowing or something like that. See what I mean? Okay, well the trick comes with, how do I properly melt the ice? I guess I should just do that. Right? Okay, boom. Easy. Just place a torch next to it. And that should, I think, yeah, it'll reach over there and melt that one too, right? That one's melted. Oh, wait. Oh no. Oh no, I can't do this. Oh shoot, I forgot. Ah, I'm all over the place. Well, I kind of ruined this. Yeah, look, underneath here, okay? Once I remove this block, it'll flow. That's what I needed to do. Alright, I think I got it figured out now. I have to go underneath this entire thing. How am I going to do that? And remove every single block underneath, surrounding the ice blocks, like so, and then melt them. That's the plan. That's the plan. Which means I have to remove some of this water now. Okay. Yeah, I have to wait for that to freeze. That's fine. This is melted. Wait for that to freeze. Needs sky access to freeze. Let's see, right here. I'll let that freeze as well. That also needs to... Okay. Alright. I'll get this fixed, I promise. Okay, I died. Because my diamond sword broke at some point. I don't remember when it was, but it's busted and I need to get a new one. But so far, this looks really cool. I mean, this is the track that I normally take to the quarry. So you can see, maybe I need to get a little bit closer. Look at that, the water is already partially melted. So I removed all the dirt from underneath. I started melting all the water with torches. I had a few mishaps here and there, like this, that I had to repair, and that becomes a little bit harder once these bottom bits of water are in play. Well, yeah, I got slaughtered by a skeleton over here. Thankfully, it was just a skeleton. A creeper would have been devastating. All right.
So I ended up putting another line of dirt all the way down so I could remove all the dirt that's between the ice, and then I could go and melt it. I've been taking a lot of screenshots of different stages of progress of this thing. I'm kind of impressed by it, you know? I feel like I have something to be pretty proud of about this, you know? It's pretty cool. Thankfully, it's not quite the house of cards it looks like, because I've broken this thing 3 times already, and I've been able to repair it successfully every time, thankfully. So it is fixable, technically. Ow. I've been thinking, now that I am done school, and I have a little bit more time, I think it'd be cool if I started a new video series on Vintage Story. People have been recommending it to me like nobody's business. I'll be honest, I've never seen a single playthrough of it. In one of my videos in the past, I said that I did see it, like I was watching it. But that was kind of a lie, because I was watching Lay of the Land, not Vintage Story, and I guess I just didn't really think about how those were 2 different games. But the only thing I know about Vintage Story is that you kind of like lay out clay to dry, like in Better Than Wolves. That's it. I know it's very survival focused, so I feel like I would enjoy it. I was thinking this morning about how I would like to play a more survival focused mod pack or something, and then I realized, like, Vintage Story, I could try that out. I feel like that'd be pretty fun. Maybe I could release Vintage Story in the middle of the week. It's just, I don't know if I'll have time to make 2 long videos a week. We'll see. It probably won't be for a while if I start something like that. Because honestly, I wasn't even planning on making this video. I told everyone that I wasn't going to be able to even make a video this week because I thought I wouldn't have time, right, with graduation and stuff. But it turns out I had about 2 days, yesterday and today, to pound this out. So I'm going to try to get this done. I mean, it's like, which would be nice. It means I would never have missed a week. But it has been a little while since I've actually played this world. I do want to make another big, long video, maybe even 2 hours long, for next week. I think that'd be pretty cool, where I figure out that building and then like some of the surrounding area. And then I have an iceberg video I've kind of had on the back burner for ages, for Better Than Adventure. I've done so much research. There's like 141 entries onto that thing that I've made. I didn't just find an iceberg chart somewhere. I made it. I spent time researching it. I'm still spending time researching it. It's not done. And then I can finally make the video and narrate everything. But that's going to take a while. And I keep hearing about new stuff I didn't even know about, so. But I'd like to get that out and put that on the main channel, the Monster channel, all in due time. All in due time. Since I didn't get that job, I'm guessing that I didn't get it, unfortunately. Probably going to have a lot more free time, especially since I'm going to be quitting my other job, so maybe I'll be doing YouTube full time for a little while. That'd be fun. I mean, I'm not opposed to that. Just, you know, I need to eat. But yeah, let me know what you guys would think if I did a Vintage Story playthrough. I feel like that'd be pretty fun. Just to go through it completely blind. Just kind of similar to these ones, relaxing, low down, talking about life, that kind of stuff. I also thought it would be fun, and this is kind of unrelated, but those bears that I built earlier, like, what if I built a bear enclosure, you know, like a building that has different exhibits for all kinds of bears, like polar bears, panda bears, grizzly bears, Kodiak bears, Siberian bears, you know, I don't really know all the ones. There's sun bears, there's like honey bears? What? I don't know if that's a thing. Like a Pooh bear. It'd be cool if I could make a like an exhibit with all the different bears, and then they would have their own little enclosure. Honestly, I have a lot of ideas for buildings that don't particularly serve a use. I'm waiting to finish the center of the world, because once that's done, I'm gonna build a city around it. I'm gonna need to have a use, a purpose for all those buildings. So I don't think it's a bad idea to save up all my ideas, all my little creative ideas, and then put them to use once I finally have the center building complete, or at least laid out somewhat. You know, talking makes this go by a lot faster for me, because otherwise I'm just like watching some dude build an Anglo-Saxon hut. I mean, it's pretty cool. I tried doing that once when I was a kid. I used to watch a lot more, what is it called? Primitive Technology or something? Primitive something? That guy, John Plant, he goes out in the Australian jungle and he like builds little huts and things like that with only his bare hands and stuff. I think it's called Primitive Technology. Anyway, when I was a kid, I used to watch it a lot more, and I was obsessed with it to the point where I tried to do it myself. And I went out into the woods, and I'm like, you know, I'll take a hatchet at least, because I'm a kid, not an adult. I figured that was fair. I got a hatchet, and I cut down some trees, and I started digging little post holes to put the posts in. I was going to make my little hut. I got all the posts up. And then once I got them up, I was like, wait, how do I do the rafters? How do I do the cross beams? You know, I didn't think that far ahead. And then I just gave up on it because there were so many mosquitoes in the woods, and I was like, I don't want to do that. So that was kind of the last time I attempted something like that. I don't know how old I was. It's probably like 15. One day I wouldn't mind building a house properly. Like, I don't have to pretend to be some primitive man or anything. Like, building my own house, sawing the boards, using my construction experience, which I have a little bit. I have entertained the thought of building a house on stilts, just because it would be unique. You know, I only have the one life, right? So what if I just did something different from everybody else? I just built a big house on stilts in the middle of the woods or something. Like like one of those fire watchtowers. That'd be fun. Probably wouldn't be fun. Probably suck to build. I mean, but it would be cool to live in until I got old and couldn't walk up the stairs or ladders anymore. I don't know. I like to entertain like goofy ideas like that every once in a while, and then I forget about them. Okay, now I need a way to get up there and remove all that. And then the surrounding area with all the torches. And it'll be done. Alright, so I logged out and logged back in. And I phased through the block I was standing on. And fell to my death. Okay. Now, someone told me, Deadly Dirt Black, told me that if you crouch a little bit, like if you crouch like this, and then you exit, log back in, log back in inside the block. So doing that and logging out is dangerous, and I never remember that. Oh man, you have no idea the heart attack looking at this thing just gave me. From that viewpoint, it looked like all the water had flowed incorrectly and like broken or something. But no, it was because I was looking at it flat on, and I was seeing both of them lined up against each other. It looked like some awful chain reaction had happened. I don't know, just paranoid, I guess. There we are. This thing has killed me so many times. I wonder if the time lost to construction will ever make up for the time saved by this transportation. Hey, look, I'm Steve now. Recently, I saw at a store a little Mario mushroom candy holder thing. I don't know how to describe it. I got a picture. It's this little metal Mario mushroom thing. I don't really know the proper name for those. I think it's just called a mushroom. And the inside has these little sugar candies. And I used to go and get them at Blockbuster. Whenever my mother took us to Blockbuster, me and my brother, we go, maybe we pick out a video game or a movie or something. They always had them there. And I thought it was the coolest dang thing ever. We would always beg her to buy us one, but I think she only did like 2 or 3 times ever. I thought it was the best thing ever. I think it tasted a lot better than it actually did because, you know, we never got it, so it was such a kind of a special thing. And I saw it recently, I bought it, and I don't know, just it tastes like generic candy. But I just thought it'd be kind of neat, the novelty of owning one of those again. I haven't seen them since I was a kid. They also made a green one, you know, a little one-up mushroom. Both of these I remember tasting a lot better than they actually do. Oh well. But hey, look at that. We're done. It's too bad it's dark. I really do need another diamond sword. Let's do that and grab some logs. There's no logs here. I'm gonna grab these up. Okay, let's think about the loading mechanism that I'm gonna do. I took a 30-minute nap to rest my eyes and thought about how I was gonna build this thing. Here's another thing I'm gonna do. Let's put that there. Let's make use of some of these pressure plates. Put a water bucket there. Nope. Let me think about this a little bit more. I need to get some redstone. Alright, so now that I think about it, I need something to basically stop the boat for me to get out and also hold this other boat into place once I get out of it. With some dummy blocks right here. Okay, cool. And then that's not what we want, so I need that to be opposite. Okay, so that state is open, but now it's gotta Shoot, now it's kind of in the way of this water stream. Alright. Okay, what if I did this? Right there. So, when the player comes in here, they're going to be on this pressure plate, which is going to stop this thing. I mean, it should stop this thing, right? The boat's going to push you right here, and then when you get out, the boat's going to be able to get in position right there. And this boat will stop it until you phase through. All right, we're gonna try this out. I don't know how much faith I have in this contraption. Come on, boat. Oh shoot! I already screwed up. Yeah, all right. Let's try that again. I need to put the boat in there, and then I need to. Okay, I'm a tiny bit confused on what's happening here. Why is it stuck like that? Why isn't it moving? Is it because it's... Oh, it's stuck inside those blocks. Oh, there we go. So when I get in this thing... Okay, oh, here we go. Ha! I feel like I didn't do that quite... But look at the water. Wow, look at that. I feel like I should exit this thing. Oh. Oh, now I'm just... Okay. Ah. Ouch. All right, so let's mock load this thing. Let's simulate a boat coming in from the opposite station. Oh, all right. No, don't do that. Okay. All right, I think if I give this a push over here, give it a little push. All right, get in there. Ah, why did that happen? Let's try that again, I guess. Just fall. Scoot forward a bit. Okay, so that's where it's supposed to stay. Right there. I think that's correct. And then when I get in here, that opens up. I guess I can't tell exactly if this works until I get another one working on the opposite side. But yeah, look at that. Here we go. I find this kind of funny. Look at all the water just like falling. Now I'm wondering, if I had filled the gap between these top two lines of glass with more glass, I wouldn't have to stare at this. You know what I mean? Oh well. Woo! Wow, we had some speed there, didn't we? Now I've got to build that exact same mechanism on this side. And I already kind of forgot how it looked. Okay, I think this is just about the same as the other side. Not totally sure. Yeah, let's put in the water. Alright, so if I board this, that should open. What happened? What happened? What happened? What? Oh, I think I removed that water when I right-clicked it. Okay, well, at least it didn't break. Let's try that again, huh? Okay, loaded. Right-click this. Yes, okay, I was correct. Here we go. Man, how long is this thing? This is quite the view. That's pretty cool, though, huh? Riding this thing makes me so nervous. This took me so long to do. There's a little house. What's interesting is that I'm used to each roads making a ton of noise. Click, clack, but this one's totally silent besides the sound of flowing water. Alright. Oh no, it's... this other boat's in here. Oops. But hey, the other one just went free. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that other boat has to be able to get in position. It has to be able to get into position when it enters a station. You know what I'm talking about? When I come in here, this one has to be let go somehow, which means that has to be very quickly activated. Is that enough to do it? Yeah, okay, that's enough. Should be enough. So when I come in and I hit that, that boat will be let go and sent down the line. Just one piece of redstone was enough to do it. Let's try this again, okay? Okay. Now... Oh, I did it again. Dang it. Oh, no. Fine, I'll just walk down there. I'm gonna eat one of these mushroom things. You know, they're not bad. Oh, what the heck? Okay. There's like 3 boats in the system right now, so that's like too many. Oh, and the other ones are destroyed. They probably you know, broke each other. Okay. All right, yeah, it's a single line of redstone that should fix this. Comes down here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not the right way to load it. I have to break it again. I don't know how many times I can keep doing this. Okay, boat right there. Okay, so when I hop in here, when I get down to the very end, I should see the other boat being let free. All right, please. No! Aw. Nope. Dang it. I think that I wasn't on this enough to be able to activate it. That's probably what happened. Okay. I'm gonna think about this for a minute. The problem is that I can't have any of this redstone go underneath because there's a painting exhibit underneath there. Okay, idea. Let's push this water back one. Okay. That needs to go there. Probably goes right there. And now I'm wondering, that goes 4 blocks out, but I'm kind of concerned if that's too low at this point. We're gonna try it. Okay. Oh, that doesn't inspire a ton of confidence. All right, that goes there, that goes there, and then when I hop in, literally nothing happens. Okay, that's because that pressure plate's gone. Houston, we have an issue. Oh, I need some time to think about this. All right, it's been about another hour, and I think I finally got this working. And it's not as pretty as I hoped it would be, and it doesn't quite work the same way that I wanted it to. So basically, at the moment, you have the kind of board from right here, and I can change that, it's fine. But like, here we go. We get in, no click clack, total silence, besides the water. The thing that made this so hard is that I had to do everything on a level surface. Like I said, I can't go underneath. I can't put any redstone underneath. It'll mess with the exhibit and the room underneath that area. But all right, when I get here, that one will be released. And then I'll get stuck here. Okay, and then when I hop out, that door will open, but it'll still be stuck. And then I can get back in. Oh, that's horrible. Anyway, sorry to give you guys epilepsy. But I'm finally done with this. I'll pretty it up some other time, but I'm ready to be done. It's a little dark now. But over there, I don't have a good view of it, do I? There needs to be some kind of receiving station over there. And there isn't. I need to have some kind of end way station there to protect me from mobs and that sort of thing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to grab some of my cobblestone that I have mined. I'll grab 1 stack of dirt just in case I need it. Here we got some. I'll be honest, mining cobblestone in Alpha feels a lot more special than it does in Modern, simply because it takes a little bit longer. Alpha really just kind of makes you work for the stuff that you want. There's a better view of it over there. I want to put a little train station over there. But yeah, Alpha makes you work for what you want. A little harder than you do in Modern. There's no real easy way to farm things. Hence the giant quarry. Oh, come here, pig. Yeah, my goal is to make some kind of building for this sort of thing. And I'm not really sure what to do. I probably need to clear out some more land around it. So I abused some old bugs in Alpha to get this water to float like this. The water's flowing out into another solid block of water, which I created by melting ice. So if you melt ice in Alpha, it won't update, it won't flow. And if the water's already flowing on top of it, I melt the ice, remove the surrounding blocks holding that water stream in place, then it stays still just like this. It allows me to ride a boat on it. Pretty cool stuff. But I don't want to mess with it, you know, I don't want to touch it. So I think what I should do is kind of make like a tunnel that's meant to receive this entire thing. Like dig this out just a little bit and build like a protective tunnel around it. I don't want it to break. That's kind of my idea. Also, there's no shift clicking, so I gotta click everything manually. And honestly, I'm pretty much completely used to it. Anyway, here's kind of my idea. I'm gonna make a little opening right here. I'm gonna have these coming down all the way to, I don't know, about the end right there. I don't know what to do. I'm just kind of making it up as I go along, and that's another thing I really liked about this version is that it's very forgiving if you don't plan out your build ahead of time. I feel like in modern Minecraft, I was always just like planning my builds in creative, you know, obsessing over little details because I wanted it to look right, you know. There's a lot of competition, you know. If you ever go on the Minecraft subreddit, you ever go to Twitter, YouTube, whatever, everyone's building all these amazing things, and it kind of, I think it builds this little bit of subconscious bias that you have to be building something a certain way, you have to be planning, you have to be making something amazing. I think it just kind of creates a subconscious expectation that you need to do more. But in alpha, that just doesn't exist, at least for me. So I don't have to worry about making something super fancy. I get plenty satisfied just building like this. And whatever it is, the version, the lighting, the textures, I just feel like it makes everything look so much better. I mean, look at this room. Something about this. I love this room. I love the fast lighting. I don't know, just something really cool about it. On top of the rail station, I have a bunch of furnaces. Honestly, there's so many furnaces in here, I never use them. But I feel like I probably should. Okay, 4 stacks. That's good for now. Ta-da! I feel like there should be some dirt underneath this just to avoid lighting errors. Let's do that really quickly. I think someday in the future I need to improve this mechanism. I don't know, it's just not very pretty. I was obsessed with the idea of only using a single door to make this work and also keeping all my redstone above the ground, not having any go underneath the ground. You might be wondering why that is, and I'll show you. So first, when I ride this, it activates that pressure plate, which opens that door, obviously. Oop. Sorta. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to do that. I'm totally stuck down here. Oh no. Alright. Yeah, there's some kinks I need to be working out. I know it's because I bumped the boat, but I want to make a design where it's not possible for me to bump the boat, you know? I'm gonna have to reload the whole machine. Let me make a boat. I don't know if anybody remembers the old boats, but they break so easy. Alright, now it's in place. Being very careful. Here we go. But yeah, this is the coolest thing. Oh, that cow could have really messed me up. We do get a really nice view of the quarry and the storehouse. I think that's pretty neat. That's why I want the little station, the little end station over there to be another skyscraper. I just feel like it would fit in this area, you know what I mean? But yeah, I came over here for a reason. And it's not just to show you this awesome museum. I mean, that's part of the reason. But I came over here to get some glass that's sitting in this chest left over from building this thing. Because I need to make windows. Here we go. And today's Cinco de Mayo. I had a fajita. Alright, I just went hunting so I can get some pork. Because I'm pretty much out of food. I haven't taken the time to go get some food lately. But yeah, anyway, we're almost done with these, so let me just grab them now. You know, this really isn't a proper exit for this thing. That's another thing about this station, is that I want to add a proper entrance over there. There's an entire basement to that building, and I have nothing in it, at least at the moment. So I need to have some kind of foyer or something that allows me to get from this building to that building quick and easy. You know what I mean? Oh! Oh! Wow. That was dramatic. Good thing I ate that pork a moment ago. Like I was saying earlier, stone was kind of a symbol of sophistication back in the day. So I'm going to make some good use of it in this build. See if I can hit that pig. Huh. Like the water's messing up my aim. Anyway, I think it would be cool to have like these cobblestone things coming across and then kind of arcing upward a little bit. So let me build that up. Alright, cool. There's a little arch. I'm going to build a few more of these. Oh, okay, alright. I need to make a detour. I'm being irresponsible. I say this all the time, but I wish fishing existed in this version. But it wasn't added yet, only fishing rods were. I can make a fishing rod, but it doesn't do anything. Oh, right, we're in trouble. Yeah, see? This exists as a novelty, nothing more. Look, I'm even holding it backwards. Yeah, it's just an item. Oh, we have a guest in our garden. Here, you can have it. Let's see. 1 pork chop. That is not enough. I do hear a pig somewhere, though. Let's go hunting. Oh, here we go. Nice. And you know, while I'm at it, all these sheep are right here. Yeah, no shears necessary whatsoever. Alright, the easiest way to cook pork chops is to just use wood. And that's because, you know, you have to take into account the time that it takes to swap these out and that kind of stuff. Okay, I accidentally made a little bit of a mess while jumping off of one of these arches and using a water bucket to break my fall. I accidentally updated one of these water streams, and so I put down this dirt to fix it because I need to force the water to flow into this hole and then remove the dirt without updating it. So it'll stay up like this. In doing that, I forgot that this is a snow world. It's constantly snowing, and when snow lands on the dirt, it also updates the water next to it and so on and so forth. So that caused me some issues and also disturbed the water that these flow into. So basically what I have to do is to remove the glass above it. Ice can't freeze without sky access. This is true even in modern. That's still not frozen, which maybe there's a torch nearby preventing it from freezing. Is there one down here? Nope, not one that I see. There it goes. Yeah, let me show you how I fix this. Yeah, so the first thing I need to do, really, is put a dirt roof on top of this so that I don't have snow accidentally fall on the blocks between these. Certainly inconvenient, but also necessary. Yeah, we're fixing 2 over here and 1 on this side. Let's do that real quick. Let me place the first one. It's going to flow into there. Now I'll unblock this. I'll place this one slightly differently because I don't want it to flow back into here and mess that one up. So I'm going to break this block. That'll flow right there. And then if I place this, it'll flow over. Except that needs to be glass, not cobblestone. Oops. We got one more to place right here. The same method applies. Let's do this. I hate breaking glass, but I have to. Place the glass back. There we go. Now this is all in place. What I can do next is completely remove this part here. Okay, maybe not right there. The next thing we have to do is melt all of this ice. So I'm just gonna place blocks here, there. Those ones are thawed out, which means I can remove these. It will update that water stream. But since the water stream knows it's flowing down into another water, it won't try to flow outward. Meaning I can remove this safely. And there we go. All fixed. It just took me, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes to patch my mistake. This is why I need to be careful when building this thing. Okay, now that I have all these arches up over these things, I need to fill in these walls. And that's just going to be some simple stone placing with maybe a nice little trim of stone slabs at the bottom. I think that would be cool. Oh! Someone has other plans. Please don't kill me. Alright, let's fill these walls in. Had to cook a little bit more stone. I just took a break and went on a walk with my dog to the woods nearby. And it's real pretty because the seasons are changing, obviously. We're in early spring. And I just went out to kind of like observe what's going on in the woods with nature. The leaves are coming in. There's a lot of wildflowers out, which are real pretty. And I also found this beautiful mushroom. And I feel like I should know what it's called. It's like pheasant tail or turkey tail or something. Don't quote me on that. I'm not a mushroom expert. There was this one time I found this really weird looking mushroom. It was tall, thin, and I looked it up and apparently it was called a lawyer's wig. And it was edible. So after making sure it wasn't like some kind of look-alike, I picked it, I cooked it up and put it into pasta. It was pretty good. It kind of tastes like a lion's mane a little bit, if anyone's ever had fresh lion's mane. Oh, this is the worst place for me to fall. Oh no. Anyway, it just kind of makes me curious, like, any mushroom experts know if this one's supposed to be tasty? Because if so, I might go out there and grab it. I'll give my mom a heart attack, but it'll be tasty. Not really into foraging or anything like that, but I kind of like the idea of it, like being able to go out and find food instead of, I don't know, just go to the grocery store. I mean, I love going to the grocery store. It's one of my favorite things to do. Believe it or not, I'm not that interesting. But going outside is already nice, especially now with all the birds singing and the plants are blooming. But being able to find food while you're out there, it's kind of like rewarding in a way, or maybe it just kind of tickles a primitive part of my brain, you know what I mean? Something like that? I don't know. Downside is the mosquitoes are out in full force, especially after all the rain that we've been having over here. This might be controversial, but I don't really like mosquitoes. Alright, well here we are. This is kind of our little tube. Check this out. So when we enter here, it'll look like this. I think that's pretty cool. A little random, but I think it's neat. Maybe I should organize these torches though, huh? Okay, yeah, there we go. It's a little bit nicer. Ooh, pigs. Don't mind if I do. Oh no! Oh no! I have to run all the way down there. Yeah, I can't have more than one boat at one end at a time, otherwise it's gonna mess things up. See, I really need to fix this. Gosh. And while I'm down here, I should really pick up some coal or something, and some more stone if I have it. Yeah, see, they smashed into each other and they broke, and, you know, that's bad for business. So now I gotta put in 2 more. Alright. One boat goes there. Give it a push. I'm gonna simulate stepping on this thing. There it goes. One more. Okay, boom. Now it's all fixed. Yeah, well, I guess since I'm here, might as well take advantage of the opportunity. I do like the sun being out more, but I also don't mind when it's kind of cloudy. Just because I'm a redhead, you know, and I burn really, really easily. I went canoeing with my girlfriend last week, and it was a great trip. It was sunny the whole time. It was like literally 2.5 hours long. That's it. And I got burned so bad. And, I mean, I put sunscreen on. I mean, probably not enough. Man, I can't even survive being in direct sunlight for 2.5 hours. So cloudy conditions are what I thrive in, you know? Nope, don't go in there. Alright. He's gonna root up all the sugarcane. I have some pigs in real life. I have 4 pigs, you know, and they like to dig up roots and stuff. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I came over because I really did need some food. My food chest over here is also empty. Look at that. See if we have any stone over here. Yeah, we have a few. I'm not gonna take it all. And some coal. Nice. Just like I was talking about cobblestone earlier. Food's the same way in Alpha, you know, you really kind of have to work for it. I feel like this is one of the last versions where food is really balanced to some degree. Because in modern versions, you know, there is a objectively best food, right? I think it's golden carrots. Is that what it is? I think it's golden carrots. That's the best food. Like, you can't top it. Like, once you have access to unlimited golden carrots, there's pretty much no reason to farm any other kind of food or go out of your way to get any other food type. In Alpha, I feel like all the food's balanced, so pigs spawn around the world, but you have to kill them and cook them to get 4 hearts. Also, it's non-stackable. You can grow wheat to make bread. Obviously, growing it takes time, but wheat is stackable, so that means you can carry it around with you. Oh my gosh, look, there's some more. I'm rich. Here, let me make some space by putting them in here. Did I put one in there? Nope. Mushroom stew heals the most at 5 hearts, but you can't grow mushrooms in this version. You can in beta 1.7.3, but mushrooms don't spread in alpha. Unfortunately, I wish they did. But yeah, if you're caving or something and you find both types of mushrooms, then you have a food source, and that can be kind of a godsend sometimes. What other types of foods are there? There's golden apples, I mean, but that's not even on the table. That's so impossibly rare. I mean, it's 1 out of every 100 dungeon chests, I think you'll find a golden apple in. Those odds are crazy. Now that I'm thinking about it, those are the only 3 food types that I believe are in alpha at all. Like, yeah, I think that's probably it. Here are my bears. This one's scared. This one's chill. Alright, here we go back up. There's some chickens in my garden. Alright, heading back. I wonder if while I'm traveling I can start some water in the kettle. I'll be right back. Oh no, I'm too late. Oh, what happened? What happened? Ah, man. Yeah, it took too long, I guess. Alright, next thing. I want this to open up a little bit more. It's like a larger room where this is sitting. And I already kind of have an idea of how I want to decorate it. I want the colors to be a little bit brighter, so I'm going to use mostly stone slabs. So that means I need to remove this tree. Here, I'm impatient. Alpha Fire is pretty fun to watch. Especially while sipping this tea. I just made some gen matcha. So it's like this Japanese tea. It's sencha, and then it's like little rice puffs. Super interesting flavor. I mean, it obviously kind of tastes like toasted rice. But something about it, I don't know, I just like it, even though it's not like really a tea flavor. They just go together really well. I just prepared some, you know, I put a little bit of honey just because I just like honey in my tea. 1 teaspoon doesn't really make it overly sweet, so I think it goes together pretty well. I'm enjoying it right now. I would recommend it. It's really different. I first heard of it by another old Minecraft YouTuber called ZX, who also likes tea. He told me about hojicha, which is like, it's like a roasted sencha or something like that. And I recently went to a tea store and I just asked, like, do you have hojicha? And they said, no, but we have genmatcha. So I got some and I don't regret it. It's pretty tasty. It's definitely for someone who's a little bit more of a dedicated tea enthusiast. So if you're not really used to drinking tea, you might not enjoy it. So fair warning, but I do like it. It's pretty tasty. All right, here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this cobblestone wrap all the way around here. Okay, this is kind of a tight fit. Maybe this room needs to be like, I don't know, twice as long or something. That would push it too far this way. Okay, well, let me extend it this direction instead. I don't want to make this building like unnecessarily big. Even though unnecessarily big buildings are fun, I don't think it would be helpful. I think for most of the builds here, I just kind of go by feeling. Like, I just feel it out. Like, you know, oh, this room needs to be bigger, this needs to be longer, oh, this needs to be brighter in here, it needs to be darker in here, you know. This room needs more color, this room needs less color. It's that kind of thing. Like, I don't really think about the final product all the time. I more like think about how the final product feels. I find that really helps me not contract builder's paralysis. You guys know what builder's paralysis is? It's like when you get overwhelmed with the choices or you get too stressed out about making the perfect build that you just end up never really making any progress. I suffer from that a lot when I play modern Minecraft, and playing Alpha has been like a little bit of an exercise in freeing myself from that kind of thing. Alright, this is going to be a very long room. That's cool. I like that. I don't really have enough slabs at the moment to kind of completely fill this in, so I'm kind of thinking maybe I just make a fun floor design or something like that, you know? Let's do this. Let's make square right there. Let's make a square right here in every corner. Let's make this outside like a larger square. That'd be cool. Oh wait, I messed the dimensions up. Out of stone. Okay. I'm hearing all kinds of animals over here, but I cannot find them. And I think I know where they are. So this is my minecart rail station, and it uses another minecart to push my minecart that I put down. So it kind of goes like this. Just like that. That's how propulsion works here. Anyway, I made a little service area for that room in the back. And back here, you can kind of see the system. It's pretty simple. The button's right here. It opens up this door, and then that door like lets this minecart clip through and go all the way around and push it. And there's some bugginess where it links up with this minecart side by side, and they kind of propel each other, so it gives it a lot of momentum. This one goes back into place, and that one goes all the way around and makes a complete circuit. So having minecarts kind of like run side by side each other is a way to give it infinite momentum. That's just to explain what this room's for, but there's a secret door back here that goes to the basement of the storage facility, because I never put in the effort of putting a basement in here, but one does exist. It's right here, and that's where all the animal noises are coming from. But yeah, eventually I want to turn this space into something like a foyer, an office, or something like that, just a way for me to easily get up into this building. Because right now I gotta like walk through the minecart tunnel and then up and around, and you know, it's kind of inconvenient. I prefer a more direct path, you know what I mean? That's looking pretty good so far, I think. I'm probably gonna put something on the outside of that to make it look a little prettier, but I'm liking this. I like how that looks. I like how there's finally something over there, you know? By the way, if you're watching this and you're like actually enjoying the video, I would really appreciate it if you subscribed, you know, like the video, because doing that stuff actually does help the channel grow. And I would really appreciate it if you did. Look at that. Now we have, I don't know, some kind of floor pattern here. I just realized I forgot to put a boat in here. I need to do that. There we go. I don't really have a good way to get down from here now. Oh! Alright. Dang. Yeah, sometimes you take damage if you fall in 1 block deep water. Back in the day, it wasn't always enough to shield your fall, you know? By the way, if you have seen some of my other videos, you may have noticed I have a tendency to re-explain things a lot, like explain my builds more than once, explain old bugs, mechanics, that kind of thing. The main reason for that is basically, like I may have told you before, but this stuff is not really common knowledge, and new people are watching the videos all the time. I don't want to leave them out of the loop. I try to keep it a little bit shorter than the first time I explain it, but I just I want everyone to be caught up with what I'm doing and how things work, even if that's the first video that they've watched from me. I hope that makes sense and you can understand, but I realize it might be a little bit annoying. Anyway, now that I'm kind of building this, I'm really starting to envision the final product, okay? So that story would be really cool if we had big glass windows for observation. You know what I mean? I think it would be pretty neat if you could stand there and you could see out this whole area. Then below, I want smaller windows. I want this whole thing to wrap all the way around, so it is probably going to combine into the terrain somewhat, and that's fine. So I want to build some pillars surrounding this and then windows behind that. So the way I'm going to space these suckers out, if it kind of goes like that, then that means I can really get all the way around here, right? Okay, this side over here, I feel like I should have a stairwell around here. So maybe about like that wide, come in. I don't have enough blocks to really fully trace this out. Something like that, you know, just something to walk up and down. It'll probably be a little bit deeper, but just there's an object there. And then I'm gonna have the rest of this wrap all the way around. The reason I'm laying it out like this is because I want to build the outside pillars out of stone slabs. And there's a little bit of trouble with stone slabs in alpha, so let me show you what I mean. If I place a slab, I get a slab. If I want to make a double slab, I can do that. If I break it, I'll only get one back. Stay with me here. So let's say I have a slab. Let's say there's a block above that slab, but I want this to be a double slab. It's impossible. Technically, you're placing on the block above this, just like how I placed that cobblestone. Only then does the game detect that you're placing a slab above this slab and then create a double slab block out of it. It kind of like sucks it down. If there's no space above that slab, it doesn't work. You can't place anything. The game will not allow it because that's just how it works. So that means if I want these pillars to be made out of smooth stone, that means I need to get them, start from the very bottom and build them all the way to the top without making any mistakes. And also I need to account for any future terraforming I might do, because I might knock down this hill a little bit. And if I do that and some of the pillars aren't deep enough, so that means there's dirt and stone and stuff underneath it, I will not be able to stack new slabs underneath that pillar because I'll run into that issue. I won't be able to make a full slab block. I'll have to destroy the entire pillar to place them all. And I don't want to do that. I'm going to dig foundation holes for all these pillars pretty deep so I don't have to run into that issue. Hopefully. But first, I'm pretty much completely out of stone. So I need to spend a little bit of time mining. Usually when I'm over here mining, I like to put a little video on my second monitor. It's just one of the ways I like to relax. And I decided I wanted to learn more about that mushroom I saw. So apparently it's called a pheasant back or a dryad saddle. Two really interesting names. Honestly, dryad saddle? I don't know who came up with that. That's pretty cool though. Anyway, it's pretty distinct. There aren't really many lookalikes that I can tell apart. It's supposed to taste like cucumber or watermelon rind, which I don't know what watermelon rind tastes like. Maybe it tastes like cucumber. But it's supposed to be really good, but you know, once you harvest it, you gotta start cooking it pretty soon after, because apparently it starts to dry out very quickly or something like that. So I watched some videos on how to prepare it, how to harvest it, how to prepare it, that kind of stuff. I feel like I should go try it out, you know, there were some pretty good sized mushrooms on that log. Also, I got myself another cup of this Gen Matcha tea. I'm like addicted to this stuff, it's so tasty. Perfect nighttime tea. My dad just texted me. Coincidentally, said it was morel season. Morel mushrooms. I've never had one, but I've always wanted to go hunting for them. My brother and my father have before, but neither of them like mushrooms, so I think they just wanted to see if they could do it. In any case, it's morel season, you know, late April, early May, and I feel like, you know what, I'm a little bit more interested in eating mushrooms and that kind of stuff, so I'm gonna try to go find some. Maybe I'll let you guys know how it went. Seems like an exciting little excursion. I've been watching some videos on how to identify them, where to look for them, that kind of thing. Never had them, but apparently, you know, everyone around me goes crazy for these things. Everyone goes hunting for morels during morel season. Here's a picture of one if you don't know what I'm talking about. Besides that, I don't really need all this dirt that I'm mining out, but I've made a habit to try to clear one chunk of these at a time, about to this level, just so I can get it out of the way. I get a little bit of stone, a little bit of dirt. That way I can knock out 2 tasks at once. I'm probably going to need an entire double chest worth of stone to do what I want to do with that building, which means I'm going to be mining for a very long time. That's okay, I don't mind it. Alright, I'm back, finally mined tons of stone. It's the next day in real life, and I'm setting up the base of these pillars, and this is probably overkill, like how low this is, but better to be safe then sorry. I explained why I was doing this before, but it might not have made sense, so let me give a proper showcase. I feel like I have a hard time translating the thoughts in my head into English. Let me re-explain with a visual. Alright, so let's say, for whatever reason, I need this to go one block deeper. I underestimated where I wanted to terraform this little piece of land around the pillar, and I need it to be a little bit deeper. So let me go ahead and place a block underneath there. Oh, I can't do it. See, this slab needs a block of air above it in order to place a double slab. So let me remove this one. There we go. Now I can make my double slab. So let me replace the block that I just mined. Oh, can't do it. Let me move this one out of the way. Okay, now let me replace the one that I just broke. You get the picture, right? You have to keep doing that all the way up the pillar to entirely replace it. It's a pain in the butt. It's also a complete waste of stone slabs because when you mine a block, you only get one back. So it's a big waste of resources. That's why I'm trying to mitigate this entirely by starting these pillars from way down here. And I have little dirt guides that kind of show me where I need to be putting them under here. I'm starting to realize that I think before I have the entire design of this structure, I should probably consider terraforming the area around it completely first. You know, so I know what I want this building to actually look like and how it needs to kind of form into the terrain. Because right now I have no idea. Like, I'm about to go into this cliff, so that means I might have to dig that entire chunk out or not. I don't know. Not yet. Let me just do a few more of these. Okay, I'm out. I think I'm going to leave that alone for now. Instead of working down here, I really should work in the front face of this building just so I have some idea of what I want it to look like. Again, I really need to terraform this entire area to kind of get the full picture of how I want this building to blend into the landscape, but that is going to be a project for another day, so let me at least do, I don't know, like this side of the building? This side right here. I told myself when I made the channel that the focus of these videos wasn't going to be to, you know, pound out a single project in a week or do some absurd building challenge or do something crazy. You know, I was just going to take it at my own pace and enjoy the process and hopefully provide some relaxing content for you all to enjoy. This isn't a grindy, challenge-based SMP type video. This is just relaxing alpha gameplay. Talk about life, talk about tea. In this episode, I talked a fair amount about mushrooms. You'll be interested to know, or maybe not, I did go out and look for morels today after work. I went out there for about an hour and a half. I was told morels are basically supposed to grow... Oh. Wow. I didn't see that because it was just so dark. A little cave down here. Not bad. Might as well clear this place of its coal while I'm at it. But yeah, I was told morels are supposed to grow around dying elms, apple trees, where May-apples are, kind of like moist areas, that kind of stuff. But you know what else grows around dying elms, May-apples, and moist areas in the woods? Mosquitoes. Hundreds of thousands of them. Anywhere I walked in the woods today, I kicked up a massive cloud of mosquitoes, and thankfully they didn't seem like they were that hungry. They were kind of leaving me alone for the most part, but I probably saw hundreds of thousands just being out there for 2 hours. It was a bad time of year. They're in their prime. This is also when morels are in their prime, so, you know, I had to suck it up and keep looking. I didn't find any, unfortunately. That pheasant's back that I showed a picture of earlier in the video, I did go out and harvest that. I harvested 2 big ones, and then I took them inside, you know, washed them off, put them in a little Tupperware container to soak, and I checked back on it an hour later, and hundreds of tiny fungi gnat larvae had crawled out of the pores of the mushroom because I was flooding them, basically. So I decided I would just get rid of it. Don't really feel like eating fungi gnat larvae. I had to look up what those were. Really disgusting Google Images search. But yeah, I took that Tupperware full of water and the mushrooms, and then I went out back into the woods, and I spread a little bit of water over lots of different stumps. So maybe if I'm lucky, the spores that are left over in that water will blossom a little bit on those stumps, and it might spread the pheasants back around, and maybe the next time I go foraging for mushrooms, it won't be filled with bugs, but, you know, we'll see. Tomorrow after work, maybe I'll go and check a different part of the woods that I didn't look at before, but for now, I'm just gonna chill out and play Alpha Minecraft. Alright, I'm gonna run out of glass here. Yeah, not quite enough. Alright, let's take a trip down real quick. Ah, I didn't even try. Okay, well, I'm out of food. Anyway, I finished putting in all these post holes. They're pretty deep, so the post hole foundation is in place at least for this wall and that side wall. That's it. And then I went and I placed a line of stone every 4 blocks of space. That's kind of how I want the floors to be in this building. You know, I am really on a Gen Matcha kick. I've had it for 3 days in a row now. I've been like addicted to it. I was craving it all day at work. Anyway. Oh, it's not tempt fate anymore. This is kind of what I have at the moment. So this is what I was sort of envisioning in my head. These lines, these pillars, and then behind the pillars we have a line of stone and then glass. And then 2 floors would kind of open up into larger windows, and then we would go back into smaller ones. That was kind of my goal here. And I think it turned out pretty good. But I was looking at this a moment ago, like from an angle here. It's like kind of looking at it from this side, and it just looked like a giant block of stone slabs, you know, not that interesting. So I put all those buttons there that are at the same level as the floors with the stone right there. And that's not cheap. A button is 2 stone blocks in alpha, one on top of the other to make 1 button. So not the cheapest, but I think it was worth it. It looks pretty good. I actually do really like this design and how it turned out. And it will be fun to decorate, although I don't think I have a purpose for every single one of these floors, that's for sure. I'll have to think of something. It also, you know, somewhere around here I wanted to put the stairwell, but I like how this outside of this building looks so much. I don't want to put a bulky stairwell. So far I think this is turning out pretty well. And I really need to go find something to eat, goodness gracious. Can't eat cows. I think I shoved some pork into some chests earlier. There we go. Nice, alright. We got a pretty good view from this little, I don't know what this is, hallway? Something like that? A promenade? Does that count as a promenade? I don't think so. It's a pretty nice view. And that's kind of like the rough sketch of what I want. So I'm thinking, and I have to break this to get through here. I'm thinking that I'm going to probably remove a lot of the landscape around this and maybe shape that mountain a little differently. I might cover the outside of this thing to make it look a little bit nicer. I like how the inside of that tunnel is curved, but I don't like how the outside is curved. Maybe I'll change it, maybe I'll leave it. We'll see. I think that structure is turning out pretty well. But that's really all I have time for this week. Like I said, the goal of the episode is not to start and finish a project. It's just to chip away a little bit and relax in my world. So hope you enjoyed it. But this is not going to be the end of the video, because I figured I've been getting a lot of questions. What mods do I use? How can I download, or how can I play alpha 112_01 and play it like I do? Because some people it doesn't work for them, you know, whatever. So I can give you some tips that can show you how I play this version. First of all, I made a video about a year ago, a proper tutorial on how to download and play beta 1.7.3. Put a little marker up in the corner right now as a link to the video, and in the description. Basically, that tutorial also works exactly the same pretty much for alpha 112_01, just a different version. But that video teaches you how to download Betacraft, it teaches you how to download multi-MC, teaches you how to download Java 8, which you will need to run it. And also there's an alpha instance in my Discord that you can download that has all the mods I use included. If you don't want to go look at the tutorial, let me just give you a quick rundown. First of all, I mainly use multi-MC. It allows you to organize different instances of gameplay. I have alpha 112_01 right here, but if I wanted to play beta 173, I can just click on this and hit launch. If I wanted to have multiple instances of beta 173, but with different sets of mods, I could. That's what these all are. You know, I have a lot of post-release versions down here. I just click and play if I really want to. I don't have to reorganize my mods folder anytime I want to do something. It's pretty helpful. You can download multi-MC from its website. You can add a new instance to multi-MC by hitting add instance. Scrolling down to the version of your choice. Now I have to select alphas to find it. It'll be at the bottom. A1.1.201. That's the one that I use. There's the last version before the Halloween update when they added biomes, the nether, and changed the textures. So you click that, select OK. So I just made a brand new instance. It's right here. Let me go to Edit Instance. So check your settings. You want to make sure that you've selected Java 8. Now I have multi-MC auto select Java 8, but you might have to manually select it. So check this box. Look for auto detect. That might try to find all the different versions of Java you have in your machine. If not, you can browse and you can find it. The other thing I like to do within my own instance is use these 2 Java arguments. This Java argument allows me to see my own skin, and it downloads the correct sounds to the game. You may notice if you ever try to use the default launcher or just play alpha 1.1.2 right off the bat, you might have some modern sounds instead of the proper old ones. So using this proxy, I can download the sounds from this server instead, the betacraft.uk server. This Java argument fixes this weird bug with shadows, item shadows in this version. I believe that's what that's for, I don't quite remember. I will post this one down in the description so you can copy and paste it into your own Java arguments box. Another one you can successfully play, alpha 112_01, is with the Betacraft launcher, which is super easy to download. You can get it at betacraft.uk. You gotta sign in, you know. You can create multiple instances just the same as multi-MC, but it's not as modder friendly. However, Betacraft has archived more versions than multi-MC. It's even archived more versions than the official default Microsoft-sponsored launcher itself. I think multi-MC only has like one version of InDev, and the default launcher might not have any, or InfDev either, but this has a lot more archived versions. It even has Minecraft 4K. I believe this is the most comprehensive list. You can even find a PC Gamer demo in here, and the beta 1.2_02 dev version that was just discovered. It has those builder NPCs that Mojang experimented with for a little bit. But yeah, it's a great archive and comprehensive list of versions. So yeah, you can create an instance the same way, do new instance, let's call it alpha test, select it. The default is beta 1.7.3, but we're gonna select version, and we're gonna look for alpha 11.2_01. Per usual, we're gonna edit the instance and make sure that we're using Java 8, which you can find by hitting browse, but it should automatically select it. The Betacraft proxy that allows the old skins and sounds to be downloaded is already here. You can uncheck this box if you don't want to use it for whatever reason. But yeah, also have to sign into both launchers, but that's pretty much how I play alpha 11.2_01.
It would be nice if there was a way to get to the minecart station here and that building over there properly, without having to walk on the actual track. You know, when you're at a train station, you don't walk on the train track to get out, right? So I was thinking I should make another entrance to this building and then have like a little plaza out here. All these little hills out here can act as like a little natural boundary, and then between here, I can make a plaza with water fountains, park benches, foliage gardens and stuff, and a path that leads from here to this building. That's kind of my idea. I'm probably also going to have to dig out this entire plaza area by some significant amount. I think it'd be cool if it was underneath this minecart track, so this was like a bridge going over it. I think to figure out where I want the plaza to be, I need to find what exactly is the first floor of this building, which is right here. Planning on having the first floor be like right at this block. That's where the bottom of these windows are. Which means I should dig this valley down to here to allow also another block to put in the paths and stuff. So I've got to figure out how much of this I want to dig out, probably most of it between these hills and stuff. And then I also need to do some excavation, I think of that hill right there, because this part of the building could be the entrance, the proper entrance to that building that also connects to the plaza. But right now it's just kind of a foundation or a basement type deal. I can access it through the service tunnel that I showed moments ago through here. And I've really done nothing with it. It's just this empty space where animals sometimes spawn. If I can remove the dirt here and turn it to like a lobby or something, then have an exit right here that goes out to the plaza, that'd be like right here. Yeah, it would come out this way. That would make navigating this place a lot easier. It's kind of like the one thing I need to tie everything together, you know what I'm talking about? I guess the first thing I should do is just dig out this area right here, so I can at least figure out where the entrance is going to be. And I'll spare you most of that process. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm pretty sick right now again. It's about the third time this year that I've come down with something, which is, you know, it sucks because last year I was only sick, I think, one time. For the whole year, I was doing pretty good. And then, you know, this year, sick 3 times. It's only been 5 months. Ooh, hold on. The guy was really blending in with the trees. You know, I never thought about that. Creepers are a bright green. That's because they used to borrow the texture of the leaves. It's funny how creepers are made to blend in with the bright green leaves of early alpha
But when the leaves were changed, the creepers were not. They stayed bright green, which means their camouflage kind of stopped being effective. You know what I mean? Nothing was really that bright green in Minecraft anymore. It's something I've never really thought about until just then. This is the last update before the leaf textures and the foliage textures were darkened, closer to what we're used to today. And beta, they're still pretty vibrant color, but they're darker. And then when Minecraft was officially released, and ever since then, they've been kind of desaturated. You know what I mean? Okay, I just finished digging out this little area, and I kept some of the natural terrain here. So I guess if I were to put some blocks here, when I'm standing, this is how the rail will be above my head. Probably put some columns here or something when it's done. Anyway, I guess the next step is to go inside that building and find where the best spot for an actual entrance is. I feel like 25% of my time on this world is just spent excavating dirt. I'm not complaining, I don't mind that alpha makes me work, but that's a lot of dirt if you really think about it. Okay, I think an entrance could go pretty good right here, completely mirroring this side. And I could still keep this bench here, I would just scoot it over one block. Okay, this tunnel goes out a lot further than I expected it would. Goodness gracious. I wonder if I could get away with having a long stairway made of slabs. I could do a little test of that, you know, to see how that would work. Alright, this doesn't need to be that long. I wonder if I could actually double the length of this hallway. Yeah, I could. I do have enough room for that. So what I mean is make these steps, I guess, twice as long. This is going to be expensive. Okay, so right here, this is where this would come out to. Yeah, I can get a long kind of staircase coming on here. Alright, let me finish this up real quick. Alright, this is what we're looking at for this tunnel. Not bad. I don't mind that this sticks out a little bit because that means I can make like a little entrance. You know, normally when I'm sick, I like to make some ginger, honey, and lemon tea. I find that really helps me soothe my throat, and it tastes really good too. But I don't have any. At least I don't think I have any. It's possible I might have some somewhere, just stored away. If you don't know this about me, I'm a big tea nerd. I love tea. I talk about it all the time. And I have collected a lot of it over the years. You know, it can last a pretty long time. I have like storage containers full of tea that I've just collected, and it's very possible there might be some ginger lemon in there. I have to look. At the very least, there's got to be some mint. All right, I started cooking some of my cobblestone. Let's grab some of that. Wonder if we can see it from here. Oh, so I went ahead and did a little bit more work. I enclosed this entire hallway, and then over here is going to be the entrance, and I need to design something that's a little nicer looking than this. But I think before I do that, at least now that I know where this is going to be, I should clear out the rest of this area, including that big hill that's bordering the skyscraper right there. And that's going to be a lot of work. But nothing I haven't done before. There's a creeper over here. I wonder if I can get some free labor. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Come here. Oh. Oh! That was stupid. Oh, no. Ah, that was really dumb. I don't know what I was thinking. That's a spawn point. We're actually quite a bit of a ways from the center of the world. I think in older versions of Minecraft, the spawn point could generate a lot further from the center of the world than it does in modern versions. So over there, we can just barely see my tree farm. But yeah, we need to go this direction. Okay, I just walked all the way from over there. This is the center of the world. And normally, I carry around a minecart with me that allows me to get to wherever I need to go. But I died with it, so I'm just gonna walk. That's okay, though. Okay, here we are back at the quarry. So if you want to see how much of this I mined out this much. It didn't take that long. But I still have, I guess, the rest of this to go. Goodness gracious, that wasn't worth it at all. Oh yeah, these leaves are still here, even though I chopped these trees like an hour ago. And that's because leaf decay is just really bugged in these old versions. Notch really struggled to make them work. He kept making new patches of the game back then, enabling it, disabling it, tweaking it, that kind of thing. It took a while for him to get it to work. I think it was beta 1.1 or beta 1.0 when leaf decay was finally working. I don't know why it doesn't work. I think it has something to do with the leaves checking to see if they're attached to a block. And modern leaves check to see if they're attached to a log. But I think in Alpha 1.1, they check to see if they're attached to any kind of block, and that includes these snow layers. So the only way to really get rid of them is to burn them. It's interesting that fire poses an actual threat to builds and stuff, because in Modern it definitely doesn't. Even if you try to start a forest fire, it won't last very long. Gone in seconds. Pretty useful, but very, very dangerous. Okay, I think for the next bit, I'm just going to clear out the rest of this land, and I'm not going to bore you with that either, So I finally went and looked through all my tea that I had stored up. I have this little storage container thing that I keep all my tea in, and I looked through there and I found that I had this big tea library thing. That's the best way I can describe it. It's called a tea library, and it has different volumes of tea, each a different flavor. It's basically a collection, right? I got it as a gift for my birthday, I think last year, the year before, and I haven't really opened it till now. So I looked and I saw that there was lemon ginger, but it was lemon ginger green tea, which I haven't really had before. So I tried it, and it said to boil the water, which is interesting for green tea. It made me a little bit skeptical. You know, green tea is supposed to be pretty delicate, so I did a little bit less than a boil. I made it. It's pretty good. It's different than the lemon ginger I'm used to. It's more sweet, almost like a lemon custard taste to it, but it's good. It's pretty tasty. Something nice to drink. It's nice to have something warm to drink when you're sick. I usually drink water constantly, but normal water tastes disgusting when I'm sick. I can't stand it. Anyways, check this out. I cleared out this entire basin, if you could call it that. So it's pretty big. It took a little while. And now it just looks like a mess. It really needs some organization. What this kind of reminds me of is the console edition tutorial worlds. You know what I mean? Like you spawn in that little basin, and then there's these anti-escape walls that are supposed to look natural all the way around. Like, that's kind of what this is, I suppose. Anyway, something else I discovered here is that there's a little sand pocket right here. I had no idea because it was covered in snow. Sand is one of those things that you can't just strip mine a ton of it in a desert because it only spawns in like beaches and in forests and stuff. So I'm gonna spend some time, I think, digging up this entire thing. You know, before I cover it up with anything. You know, I go through a lot of glass when I'm building, and it's just nice to have a reserve nearby. Okay, there we go. That yielded us a pretty good amount. Alright, my next plan for this entire place to really tie this area together is to plant saplings everywhere. I'm going to plant saplings around the entire perimeter of this place. I need you to keep in mind that bone meal does not exist in Alpha. Not only that, but the time it takes for a tree to grow is a lot more than in modern Minecraft. So that's why I'm doing this first. You know, they're going to take a little while to grow, and I want to give them as much time as I need to. Normally you kind of plant the foliage after you've done the landscaping, but this is what is necessary at the moment. It's very possible I'll probably remove some of these trees. Like, I don't know entirely where they're all going to go, that kind of thing. But that's fine. I'm just going to grow right now as many as I possibly can. Oh. Hey. Hold it. Gosh, good thing there's pigs nearby. Perfect. It's my hope that having a good mixture of foliage and trees and stuff will really help create the atmosphere of this area. You know what I mean? Look at that. This arrow is stuck to the sapling. I would think that it would go through. I guess I should take some effort to light up this surrounding area whenever this plaza is done. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't really know what to do with this area. Maybe I'll just spam trees over here, and then I'll have a little path that you can leave the plaza through, like a little forest trail, into this area. Okay, look at that. Now we have a beautiful little forest. Or at least we will, you know. It's really hard to picture the landscape of this entire thing before it's done. The side of this building really needs something done to it. I'm thinking about putting up a very similar fascia, like these posts, on the front of this. Instead of windows, it's just stone behind it or something, you know what I mean? Man, I hate being sick. This may end up looking kind of ugly, but we'll see. By the way, the music that you're currently listening to is a Windows 95 ambient mix made by the very talented Retrovex Ambient. He uses music a lot, it fits these videos very well. But now I'm going to switch it over to a new ambient track made by High Eden, who made a few tracks for me as a fan, and I thought that was very, very generous of them in their time. So I'll switch it over right now. Alright, I just finished building this fascia thing, and yeah, the trees are starting to pop up. And I also get a really good view of the shape of this place from up here, which it has me wondering, you know, how I'm going to lay out everything. I want a center square and then like another path and then a smaller center square. I don't want the center square to be underneath this railroad, you know. Looks like the largest area for us to do that
would be right here. There's a big hole there right now, but we have to imagine that this right here will be our plaza area. And then there'll be some paths, maybe a fountain or two, a smaller plaza over here, and then I guess the entrance to that building is going to have to be right there. I already think that these trees are improving how this place looks. I'm glad that that's a large tree, because this hill didn't look that good, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it suits it very well. Okay, and that's what the new fascia for this building looks like. Not bad. Maybe I should get a look at it from far away, you know what I mean? Okay, that's what that building looks like right now. Pretty interesting. I don't mind it, actually. I think that looks fine. I'll keep this part about that height, and I'll make that part taller, so it looks like it's more important. But yeah, so far so good. And look, the trees are popping up all over the place. Okay, I had this idea where I could make like a little patio thing here, and then have pillars on the outside that held up some kind of awning. And then you'd walk under this, and that would be the entrance. And I think the awning would just be made out of stone. Nothing terribly complicated. So I think we'd have a pillar there, there, and I guess right there. You know what? They should be cobblestone. That would be fun. And just some contrast. This entire building is pretty much just stone and slabs. This cow's annoying me. Ah, there's another one. Where is he? There you are. Let's look at the inside of this building. It's a mess. I have this entire chunk I have to remove if I want to put anything inside of here. This is how this thing looks from the back. Yeah, it's not quite done. This forest is coming along nicely. So I guess I should remove all these buttons. Okay, button hitboxes are weird, right? Like, you kind of aim for them as if they're a block. Because if you don't, you might be destroying the block behind it. It's a little confusing. You know, alpha is just this way. That's just how it works. I mean, there's so many quirks to this version that I have just learned and adapted to over time. Like, for example, there is absolutely no shift clicking. I can't shift craft. I can't do anything like that. I have to click every item individually. And now I have 10 extra torches taking up space in my inventory. Just for that demonstration. Every block I've ever crafted here has all been done one at a time. You know what I mean? Now let's build this awning thing over here. Should I make it slope downwards, or should I keep it all the same? Should probably keep it all the same. I think I'm going to put slabs at the very top of these pillars. If I don't like it, I'll just remove it. You know, I don't mind that. It just needs to be lit up, I think. It's just really dark in here, which is kind of making it not look very good. Alright, let's remove this center pillar here. Ta-da! There's our entrance. Not bad. I like that. Alright, I built this entrance so I can consider where the center of this plaza is going to be. Because, like, ideally, you arrive in this station from there, come all the way to the ground floor, exit right there, walk up into there, and boom. You can start mining or doing whatever you need to do. Alright, let me think about this for a minute. I think I'm going to start with where I want this central fountain to be, which I'm not going to build right yet, and then build off of there. So I think this center fountain is going to be right here, and then I guess I'll just build this square around it. Now that I'm thinking about it though, we have a lot of space on this side. We have like 5 blocks of space here, and then we have 2 blocks of space here. So, as much as I'd like the center of the square to be in line with this entrance, maybe I should scoot the whole thing over. That would allow me to make the fountain an odd number of blocks wide instead of an even number. So what if I just scooted it over 3 blocks? Okay, and then right here is where I'll put the fountain, and the pathways will be around everything else. Alright, let me just place a ton of these really quickly. You know, school's over for me. I assume it's probably over for a lot of you too. What are you guys planning on doing for the summer? I was thinking I might visit some family in Salt Lake City, as well as go stay with my girlfriend for a little bit in Quebec. Yeah, let me know what you guys plan on doing in the comments. Alright, here's our beautiful Plaza Square. A little underwhelming, at the moment anyways. I think it would be neat to frame the edges a little bit, so let me do that. Let's round these corners a tad bit, and then do like cobblestone, and it'll look like that, so it'll be a little unique, you know? I think we'll make our path from here to there. There we go, we have our little path leading to this building from this plaza. And then we're gonna have our path on this side, I guess, going that way. Which, speaking of this, I need to figure out what this entrance is really gonna look like. You know, I don't really dig this kind of tunnel vibe, so I think I'm gonna change that up some. Push it back one as well. It's a little bit too far out for my taste. I like that a little bit better. It's not as obvious and it's a little bit more discreet, you know what I mean? Okay, not bad. I like that. I kind of wanted to have some glass in here incorporated somehow. I'm a little bit out of stone, so I gotta go cook some more. Some of these trees look like they're maybe not gonna grow because it's so dark above them. Let's try to fix that. Let me put some more light, then, you know, clear a little bit more space above it. Hopefully that'll help. I guess while I'm at it, why don't I extend these so that they come all the way down? Except I can't. As I mentioned before, I'm gonna have to remove this entire thing. But it's okay, because it's not a whole lot. Okay, I just put this structure here, which is supposed to be a way you can force these large trees to grow. At least that's how it works in Beta 173. So I made an entire forest in Beta 173 out of these large trees by growing them up in the air like this, and then just spamming bone meal. And it takes a lot of bone meal to do that. These slabs kind of force it to grow tall. And since bone meal doesn't exist in this version, I'm not totally sure if it'll work the exact same way, but it might. It'll probably take some time. But I just want to see if I can force a really huge tree just to grow right there. I think that'd be a pretty cool spot for it. So I think I want to make another entrance to this building over here. And that's not going to be the easiest thing ever to do, because that means I'm probably going to have to, you know, dig out the entirety of this basement and also get that suited and all that stuff. So for now, I'm going to leave it. I do want to have a pathway that leads over here. So let's just say it's like this. This is our pathway. I don't really have enough slabs to pull this off at the moment. Oop, I don't want to bury this iron. Hold on. All right, that's going to come out this side, and then I guess I'll turn it on an angle over here. That's not a bad idea. So let's go. All these sheep in my dang way. Okay, there's a basic trace out for our path. So it's going to go here and all the way over to there. And now that I have that, I think I can fill in the rest of this area with just dirt and let it turn to grass. And then, you know, hopefully if this whole deal works, I can try to grow some more custom huge trees over that area. Alright, I kind of like how that looks now. I like how there's just doors and glass at the end. Looks pretty good. So recently, another YouTuber named SNESMess, I think that's how you pronounce it, made a little fan project for my channel. What he did was he made a little supercut of some of my videos, and then he put it on a VHS tape.
Week. Rent a video.
Welcome to my Alpha Painting Museum.
He explained everything to me, how he did this, and I thought it was stupid impressive, and it looks really cool, made custom labels for it and everything. He made a video on it, and I really think you should check it out, because SNESMess's videos are actually pretty underrated. Like, he does a really good job making them, and I don't think they get the views they deserve. It's a really cool fan project, it's very flattering, and it's much appreciated, and I think you guys should all go check out his channel. No one's ever made anything like that for me before, so I'm just, it's really cool. I'll put his channel in the description. Okay, I finished placing the dirt, and then I went and made a few more tall trees, and then I went AFK so I could eat, so I wonder if any of them grew. Looks like no, not a single one. Okay. Yeah, none of these are growing, so I don't know what to do. I mean, I just want to have a large tree generate right there. I feel that there is a way to force that to happen, but maybe I'm going about it wrong. I mean, these ones underneath here aren't even growing. I don't know why that is. Maybe I'll replace them, see if that changes anything. But yeah, it's looking pretty good out here. This is closer to what I was wanting when I wanted to build this place. I would at least like to have this side of this building done, so I'm gonna finish, I think, that section right there. At least to the best of my ability. And then I want to come down here and do the fountain. I'm sorry if this video is not as exciting as usual. It's just that I really am feeling under the weather. Hopefully next week I'll make one that's a little bit more entertaining. This isn't exactly how I wanted all this to go. I was just busy all week, and then when I finally had time to record, I got sick. So it's just a little unfortunate turn of events. But we deal with what we got, so I'm still making a video. I don't want to leave you guys hanging. The windows on this side are going to be a little bit different than the windows on this side, just because it's a different length. I spent a lot of my time in bed watching Andor Season 2. I just finished it. Man, it was really good. I never expected a Star Wars show to be good, you know, like I never expected them to actually be good. I watched a few of them and didn't really care for them. Andor is great. It's actually phenomenal. And there's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of detail being packed into the show, which is really interesting. I'd recommend it. Like, it just wasn't promoted very much, which is why I never really watched it to begin with when it first came out, but I eventually did. And I'm very glad that I did, because all the performances are spectacular, the monologues are spectacular, the writing is great. Ah! Oh no! Look, I'm not going to rain on anybody's parade about this stuff, but it's been a while since I've been excited about any Star Wars projects, so when Season 2 came out, I was pretty hyped. And I just finally finished watching it. And after I finished watching it, I can definitely say it was worth the wait. I think I'm going to watch Rogue One again soon. Rogue One came out 9 years ago. Can you believe that? That's crazy. Oh no, I don't have enough glass. Aw. I need some more. Shoot. That's kind of what this looks like from the inside at the moment, though. I mean, it's really incomplete, but still. And now this building looks a little bit more fleshed out. It helps. It actually helps a lot. Now, if only I could grow these giant trees. That would make it look even better out here. I guess while I'm here, let me work on the supports for this thing. I'm imagining something kind of like this, just these, but I don't want to cut off this path, so let me build it around here like this. Okay, I like that. I like how simple this is. It's the solid cobblestone contrasts pretty well with the light tones of the slabs being everywhere, and the torches make it look good too. I think the next step here is to finally figure out what kind of fountain design that I want. And I think that the base of it should be dug out a little bit. Let me trace out the edges. Oh, get out of here. Some of you might wonder why I mine the crafting table with my sword, and that is because the sword breaks all blocks slightly faster. I could do it with an axe, but an axe doesn't actually break the crafting table faster than your fist. So the sword is the ideal tool for that. I think that this fountain would look really cool if we had a brick bottom, but I'm pretty sure we don't have any bricks in this base. Let me go check really quickly. Yeah, looks like a no. I do know that I have some bricks at the other base, so let's make a quick trip over there. There's a lot of animals out here. You know, I just realized I still don't have a really good way to get up there. This is my entrance. Ugh. Alright, I think I can go through here. Alright. Ta-da. Hey, that looks really good from here. Hey, is this boat slowly slipping off of the Each Road? I think it is. Look, it's slowly slipping to the left. Look, now I'm clipping outside of it. Oh no. I wonder if I bumped it by accident. I must have. Goodness gracious. This should be fine, though. Yeah, alright, we're good. Alright, anyway, let's grab some bricks. You know, I went outside for the first time in a few days just because I've been mostly staying in bed. And since I've been sick, all the leaves have come in the trees. There was a few leaves last time I checked, but just a few. It was still mostly bare bones out there. But now all the leaves have come in. It's been raining a lot too, which has probably helped. And it looks really pretty. I love the changing of the seasons. It's a lot of fun. My allergies don't like it, but I mean, I can still appreciate it. Alright, look at that. All kinds of bricks. Beautiful. And yep, still no shift clicking. I often forget that that's a thing in modern Minecraft. You can just shift click and automatically craft. It's not just that. You have the recipe book, you know, that'll just, you click something in the recipe book, it'll automatically craft everything for you. You don't even have to, like just clicking a recipe in the recipe book just automatically can craft it all for you, right? And it's not even that. I've also forgotten that they added auto crafters. So you don't even need to do anything. You just set it up and then it just does everything for you. That's kind of crazy. How far it's progressed, the automation. I mean, in modern, I guess you can make it so that the game plays itself. Yeah, here the progression is wood tools, stone tools, iron tools, diamond tools. Except in alpha, it kind of just stops at stone. So, I mean, you can make farms in this version. That's for sure. You know, I can make quarries, I can make tree farms, mob farms, that kind of thing. They will never be as efficient as the ones in modern, though. Looks pretty cool from here. Yeah, there's still some saplings in here that didn't want to grow. I don't know why. I mean, what is really stopping it? I feel like other ones have grown with less space. It's just strange to me. I don't know what causes it. Hey, look! It worked! While I was gone. Look at that. A huge oak tree. A huge oak tree. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Alright, let's doctor this sucker up. So I guess it just takes a while, you know? Probably longer than a normal tree to grow. Probably because it takes a lot more attempts from the game to grow it. But yeah, look at that. Really nice looking. I like how that looks, though. I like there's a lot of space underneath it, but there's a lot of foliage on top. Because shears don't exist, and you can't harvest leaves in alpha. This is really the only way to make custom trees. Imagine how good this place is going to look when the rest of them grow in. That's exciting. Yeah, look, an egg. Anyway, I got bricks to place. Fun fact, bricks also take 1,000,000 years to mine. Just like redstone ore and cobble stairs. Okay, I have a concern that when I fill this in with water, it's going to be 2 blocks deep. You can't see the bricks in the bottom. So I want to put some light sources down here, but unfortunately, glowstone doesn't exist. There's no nether. So here's my solution. I am going to put torches down here. And you might be wondering, like, how the heck am I going to do that? You know, obviously there's going to be water that's going to wash away the torches, and you're correct about that assumption. But we can avoid that. If we can stop the water from updating, it won't flow. And if it can't flow, it can't break the torches. It's going to be a little tricky how I do this, but you're going to have to trust me, because it is possible. So how do we stop water from updating? The way that we do this, we freeze ice, and then we unthaw it. Yo, this is an editor's note. I just realized that made no sense. I meant we freeze water, and then we thaw it. Not freeze ice and unthawed. That I guess implies the opposite. Alright, whatever. When ice in alpha is unthawed, it doesn't update. And if we can thaw ice right next to these torches, then we won't have to worry about the torches being washed away. However, this is going to be extra tricky, because I want this to be 2 layers deep. Not only do I want it to be 2 layers deep, since the torches themselves will also melt ice, I'm on a time limit. Should probably grab another bucket. Probably looks like kind of a mess right now, but I promise it's going to go somewhere. Okay, so I'm actually going to fill the rest of this with dummy blocks, like so. I'm going to make a well out here, actually. Alright, now these dummy blocks are here. I can fill in all this water. Alright, gorgeous. Alright, if this water freezes, it could potentially ruin a lot of things, so I'll put this torch here, and hopefully that'll prevent that from happening. So you can't see, but that block is ice right now. So now that I have all my water in place, let me remove all this dirt and then put as much water source blocks in there as possible. I also want to mention that water flowing mechanics work a little differently. In modern, water flowing on top of other water source blocks can let you make another water source block. In alpha, that's not the case. So I have to make every single one of these water layers individually. It's kind of a pain, but that's just how it is. Okay, now that's everything. All I have to do is put down the torches, which I've dug out little spots to do that with, and then I'm good to go. Oh no, I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? Oh no. Why is it not working? Alright, once this melts, that shouldn't flow, but it is, and I'm not sure why. Yeah, look at that. That's strange. You know, I had really thought that was going to work. Oh well. Yeah, I don't really know the solution to that. That's unfortunate. I guess the bottom of the pool is just going to have to be dark. Another editor's note. So after reviewing the footage, I realized that the reason the torches were getting broken is because when the ice updates, it updates the water source blocks around it, which then can see that there's a spot where the water can flow, the place with the torch, and so it flows down and breaks. And I don't think there's a way that I can get around that, so if anyone has any ideas, let me know. A lot of setup for no payoff, sorry. Let's at least try to make up for it by building a really cool fountain. Alright, this is my fountain design, and there's a pig in here. If I just put water right there, it would look cool. But I think that we can do it a little better than that, right? That's cool and all. I just think it would be neat if the water was only flowing over the slab, and not in these corners. And that is possible. We can do that by kind of forcing the direction that this water wants to flow. So if I do this, it does that automatically. If I remove this dirt, it doesn't update the water streams. So as long as they don't get updated, our fountain will look like this. I think that looks really good. Oh no, it froze. Gosh, how do I prevent that? I guess I have to put another slab on top or something to prevent it from having sky access. Yeah, let's do that. I didn't want to do that. I guess I'm going to have to, aren't I? I was hoping that torch would be enough to prevent that water from freezing, but I guess once the water's actually flowing over it, it dampens the light level enough that it's no longer effective. Not as cool as before, but it works. I've talked about this in the past, but I'm going to reiterate the subject again just because it's a little relevant. And that is how I feel about sponsorships. So in the past, sponsorships have reached out to me. They want me to promote their meme coin, or they want me to promote their Minecraft server, or their product, or whatever, their little mobile game. And like, whatever. I understand why sponsorships exist. I understand, it's ads. It's the same reason TV has them. That's fine. But I don't like them, and I don't think that they would suit the channel. They could be kind of predatory, and I really just want to make these videos about what I want. I don't want to give someone else control of my videos. Does that make sense? That is a cool picture. So, that being said, I made a promise a while ago, and I'm going to stick to that promise, that this channel will never have any sponsors. Ever. I'm not ever going to do it. I mean, I think that would honestly just ruin the content here. Oh, this water looks all kind of wonky. The polygons are going crazy. This guy's taking a bath. So why do I bring it up right now? Because next month, I am leaving my current job. I went to university for film production, and I want to get a film job. Where I work currently is not a film job at all. I make circuit boards. And they don't need me anymore. So we talked, and I'm going to be leaving the company in early June. I have been trying to search for jobs in the film industry for a little while. It's just not easy. No matter how many I apply to, I seem to never get any responses no matter what. So that means that my sole source of income is going to be this channel. And I don't mind that. I mean, like, the thought of being unemployed for a little bit and just having the YouTube channel to focus on is kind of exciting. Like, I never had that much time to devote to this channel. I have this massive list of ideas of things I want to do. I've been building it for 2 years of things I just want to do on this YouTube channel that I've never gotten the time for. And if I'm unemployed and only doing this, that means I'll finally have some time to do those things. So I don't mind being a full-time YouTuber for a little bit. Of course, it's a little bit of a risk, especially since I don't want to ever do sponsorships. You know what I'm talking about? They are pretty lucrative, I'll admit, but I just don't feel right about them, so I'm not going to do them. But I do have an alternative to that. And that is channel memberships. I think it's kind of a newer thing that YouTube's been doing. It's basically like Patreon built in. I set mine up a few days ago. I set up 2 tiers for it. You can check it out next to the subscribe button. Although I don't think you can on mobile. I think it's only PC that you can do that with. But yeah, the channel memberships are up. If you really do like my content and want to help support the channel, then I would sincerely appreciate if you wanted to join the channel memberships. But I'm not just going to ask for your money and not give you anything in return, obviously. The main benefit of being a channel member, and this is something I prepared for like 2 months now, is you can have access to unedited versions of these videos. For the past 6-7 videos, I have been making less edited versions. They're still edited, but minimally. Like, normally I go through all the footage and I cut out all the dead air, I cut out all the times I trip over my words, that kind of thing. So that audio will still be cut out of those videos, but the footage will still be there. But yeah, they're anywhere from 2 to 3 times longer. So it does increase my workload a decent amount to make those, in addition to the videos I'm already making. But I think it's worth it. I hope that it's worth it, and that you guys enjoy them. So yeah, I don't want to hide my content behind a paywall, but I also wanted to offer you guys something. I thought that was a nice compromise, you know what I mean? They're the same videos, but they're just extended, less edited. The normal videos will always be available to watch. So I hope that's okay. Also, if you join, there is a members-only Discord chat on my Discord server, and I'll put your name at the end of the video.
Something I recently added over here was a smoked pork shack. Because so many pigs were spawning in this area, I just kind of got inspired and figured I could have a nice place in the park to sell pork chops. It's the only meat in this version of Alpha, by the way. Actually, it's the only meat in the game, I think, until Beta 1.8 or 1.0. This is Monster's oak smoked pork, because I pretty much just use planks to cook pork chops. It's a lot easier to do since they're not stackable. And one pork chop is $5. This is some sign art. I tried to make a pork chop with the grill lines on it and everything. I don't know how well it turned out, but I feel like it kind of gets the point across. You know what I mean? Anyway, it doesn't look like anyone's at the counter, so maybe I'll just sneak around back and grab some, you know what I mean? I don't think they'll mind. Alright. Oh, they've got a few. That's not so bad. Oh, what's that? Oh my god, a meth lab. What? Oh wait, no, these are poppies. This is a heroin lab, not a meth lab. Oh, okay, all good. Yeah, interesting. I decided to build this because there was just a large empty area underneath this that I had dug some sand out of. And when I was building that, I was building it right over the spot. And then I dug down the brick at the floor and I found this empty spot. So I was like, why not give it a basement? You know? And I've always wanted a heroin lab. So here we are. It's kind of an exercise in interior decoration. I have the slab floor going on. Since these are the only slabs in the game, I feel like slabs are a much more special block. It allows me to have things like these short chairs, right? Or these half furnace table things, you know, these higher monitors. It changes how things look, perspectives, that kind of stuff. I like it. Anyway, that's what I've been working on. Still waiting for some trees to grow around here. I've moved them around, you know, tried to give them some more sunlight. This one wasn't growing even though it was under direct sunlight, so I don't know what to do about that. This guy still needs to grow, that guy still needs to grow. I'm just going to give it time, they seem to take a while. This building in particular I think really needs to be fleshed out. And I'm kind of confused on how to do it. So the inside of this is just a kind of a whole chunk I've been mining down, because this is right on a chunk boundary, and I started putting these posts into the ground. But we come at kind of a weird problem, because this building is supposed to stretch to here, so it kind of cuts into this chunk area a little bit. The building is supposed to extend all the way down there, but you know, there's obviously this cliff, so do I just remove more of the cliff to make room for the building? Or do I just have it go into the landscape here and not worry about it? You know, I'm not really sure. This thing definitely this place is definitely a work in progress, though. I need a lot more glass to fill in all the windows. I certainly need more stone than I currently have. I could probably get it by mining the center out, though. I made this little floor pattern here, but I'm probably going to have to remove it because I need to make a stairwell somewhere, and I don't want it to be over here. Oh yeah, and I have to change out this eats road system. It's not very efficient. Like the boat's stuck underneath all the way over here. I don't know, it looks kind of ugly. I thought it would be cool if there was no hidden redstone underneath, it was all exposed. And if I only used one door to manage the thing. But that's not really worked very well for me. Anyway, I should probably go grab some sand. I'm actually going to take this boat highway in a moment, but I need to drop off some of the materials I've been holding on to really quickly. Let's go down the current stairwell. It is a complete mess in here. You know, yesterday was apparently International Tea Day, May 21st, and I didn't know that till the end of the day. I found out kind of late and didn't really get to celebrate it. The only tea I drank that day was some Tetley I had at work, and I oversteeped it so much that it tasted like motor oil. So probably not the best way to celebrate that day. And also, who decides what's an international holiday or not? I mean, do the Sentinelese know that it's International Tea Day? Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. I have a feeling if I searched the term International Tea Day, I would find that it's actually several days. Whenever someone tells me it's International Something Day, I'm always skeptical, you know? I feel like people just say that online and then share it around. I'm pretty sure most of them are made up. Like, there's no authority controlling that. It's just random internet people. I could start my own holiday, but that doesn't mean people are going to start celebrating it in Bangladesh. Speaking of which, today is International Eats Road Day. Alright, here we go. One of my favorite builds here. We get a nice view of this whole place too from up here as well. Oh, there's a pig. Dang it. I was looking for some pigs earlier. There's the quarry. I think it's looking pretty good. I kind of wonder if I should take down these hills surrounding it a little bit. I chipped away a little bit at them. If I got rid of them, you'd have a better view of the inside from the outside, you know what I mean? Also, I left that pillar there. I really need to go back and finish mining. I have so many things I want to do in this world. Every time I walk around it, I'm reminded of the things that I still need to finish and the things I still want to start. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's craft up some shovels really quickly. Yeah, because we only have 5 sand here. That's not enough. Alright, we have about 14 shovels. That should guarantee us about 15 stacks of sand. It's kind of too dark to travel right now, but we're halfway through the night, so it's not so bad. Alright, let's take the other Eats Road out to... Oh no, I'm missing a boat. That's not good. Here, let's get one in place. So normally there should be another boat ready to take the place of this boat as soon as I get in it, but there's not, so let's put some in there. I have a boat loading system in the maintenance room down below. Here we go. There's the system. If you don't understand how this works, here's all the redstone underneath. Okay, I hope you got it now. Over here is a water chute. When a boat enters, it comes down this way into the chute, gets pushed up against the side, and then floats straight up through here, because that's how boats used to work back in the old days. And then I have this other loading system for boats that I can use. So there we go. Put a boat in. There it goes. And then straight up. Now it's in position, so let's do another one really quickly. Boats are so interesting in alpha. You can do a lot with them. You could even make a computer with them if you wanted to. Alright, so look, this is what we want to see. One boat right behind this boat. And then when I get in here, remember all those redstone lines? There's a pressure plate that'll activate and will release the next boat in order. There we go. You know, I just started watching Dexter recently. It's been on my list to watch for a while, but I've been liking it so far. I like a lot of shows that were kind of released around the 2000s, you know, there's a lot of great shows from around that time period. Breaking Bad, Walking Dead I haven't seen but heard a lot about it. Lost was good, you know, in the beginning. I'm not going to say The Office just because I feel like it's a different style. I think I dug a little bit too deep here, that's fine. Yeah, I was talking about it, and my girlfriend and I were kind of like arguing, not arguing, but we were trying to figure out, is Dexter a sociopath or a psychopath? I guess I've only seen a few episodes, maybe they outright say it. But she looked it up, you know, because she wanted to know, and we find answers saying both, so I keep forgetting what the difference is between them. I thought a sociopath was someone like Logan Paul, you know, greedy, but I don't think he would kill anybody. Then again, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know these things. Now, speaking of my girlfriend, it is our 1-year anniversary today. That is officially the longest relationship I've ever been in. She's very sweet, and I'm very lucky to have her, so. Unfortunately, we can't be together right now. She lives pretty far away, and I can't see her till July, which really sucks. I'm sad we can't really spend an anniversary together, but hopefully next one we will. Alright, that's good enough for now, I think. I got some pork chops too while I was here. Now let's get out of here. Hey. Oh no, this isn't gonna work. Oh. Ah, shoot. These idiots been breaking into my... Are you kidding me? Looks like these guys got into the Each Road and broke some of the boats. It's kind of rude. Yeah, that's why I need to finish getting rid of this island, because animals keep climbing in here and breaking things. Get out of here. Hey, thankfully the same mechanism exists on this side of the Eats Road. Oh wait, no, that's not gonna work. No, it did. Yeah, boats can collide with items. Fun fact. Or maybe not so fun. I don't know. Was kind of worried it was gonna run into those items and break, but it floated over them. So we're all good. Okay, nothing in the way. Here we go. Nice. I figure I'm gonna come to this other side and let these cook. And then while they're cooking, I'm gonna go do something else I've been meaning to do for a little bit now. I'll cook up some of this pork that I got as well. So Monster's oak smoked pork I had talked about earlier. I used oak wood to smoke. Actually, oak is the only kind of wood in alpha. But yeah, I use planks to cook pork, and there's a reason for that. That's because they can cook slightly more than a single item, which is good for pork because you kind of have to just move them in and out of the furnace slot. You can't just stack them in here. That's not a thing. Not until the adventure update could you stack food. I'm gonna need all this pork. You'll see why in a little bit. At some point I used to have a bow in this world and I lost it. It must have burned. And that's really unusual because it's really hard to lose bows in alpha. You'll see why in a second. Check this out, okay? Let me get an arrow so I can use this. Okay, check this out. In this version, you can't charge up a bow. It just automatically shoots. There's no cooldown or anything, which means I can do this. Also, you may have noticed that there is no durability. I can't reach those ones. Yeah, bows have no durability, which means I can use it infinitely. I only have to craft one and it'll never break, so it becomes very useful. Let's craft some armor too while I'm at it. Armor system is also completely different. I like to trace out 3 types of armor in one crafting grid. That way, I can just click a bunch of times. Though I can't do that with the greaves or the pants. Check out these threads. This armor won't protect me that long, but it gives me a decent amount of defense. As you can see down there, my defense bar is completely full. How armor used to work is that whenever you had a full set of armor, doesn't matter what kind you had, that meant you had a full bar of armor, and it gave you max defense. And as the armor itself wears down, takes damage, you know, that kind of thing, you get less and less protection from it. So leather wears down extremely quickly, diamond wears down slowly, but over time it gives you less and less defense points. Which is why it's not really worth making armor, especially not diamond armor, because for half of diamond armor's life, it's going to give you less than half defense points. So in my opinion, it's just wasteful. Once it starts wearing down, it becomes less and less helpful, you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm heading in this direction because a while ago I was strip mining, and I strip mined all the way over here somewhere. Yeah, right over there where that pillar is. I got totally lost. I strip mined into a cave, and then I caved until I found 2 dungeons. I couldn't beat the dungeons. I got down to a half heart, so I dug straight up and out, and then left this pillar here so I could come back and get the loot. And I'm curious what the loot is, and I don't want to leave it over there forever, so I'm just going to go get it right now, I think, while I'm waiting for that to cook. It's a pretty terrain through here, though. But yeah, another chunk error, interestingly enough. Wish me luck. Here we go. Yeah, it looks like I was trying to light it up from below. Alright, what do we get? There's a bunch of mobs here last time, so I ran away, but, you know, we got some stuff, nothing super useful. Got a saddle. Saddles are one-time use in alpha. You can only use them once. You can only give them to a pig one time, you know, and then the pig can still despawn, or if you kill it, you won't get the saddle back, so they're just a gimmick item. They don't serve much purpose. You can't craft a carrot on a stick because there's no carrots. Anyway, the real treasure here is the moss stone. The only way to get moss stone is from dungeons. It's not craftable. It's a very rare block. And since the block palette is very limited alpha, that makes this even more valuable. So gotta check the corners. So yeah, whenever I find a dungeon, I just tear up the floor. I don't remember what mob was spawning here. There's no little mini model of the mob and spawners in this version of Minecraft. It's just a blank block. So in this case, I just kind of have to guess or remove the torches and see if one of them will spawn. From the way I was kind of mining around the edges, I kind of have a feeling it was skeletons. Alright, I think I got everything. Ooh, and there's some ore, so might as well grab it while I'm here. I don't want to get too distracted, but caving is a lot of fun. I heard someone say this before, I wish I could remember who it was, but it's definitely not an original thought. However, I do agree. Caves are the procedurally generating dungeons of Minecraft. That's very true, you know, there's treasure to be found, sometimes there's challenge rooms, mobs could be hiding by every corner, you know. They're a lot of fun. The new caves, while, you know, visually impressive, it's cool that they got them to be that big and everything. I don't know, I feel like they're hard to mine in, you know, the mobs are just spawning all over the floor there, so they kind of just group into a horde and chase you. They interrupt the surface a lot. I don't really care for that. They tear up the otherwise nice landscape. Make it look kind of weird, especially when they spawn next to water. They make it really easy to get to diamonds very quickly, because a lot of those large caves, they open up all the way down to the bottom of the world, so you don't really have to do a lot of mining. So usually waterfall, you can just jump down there and get it really quickly. So I definitely prefer these. They're a lot more long and windy and kind of, they give you a little bit more paranoia about getting killed, you know. I like how they generate. I think cave generations changed quite a few times in Minecraft's history. Release 1.7, I think, they changed it so that caves generate a lot less, and that upset a lot of people, I remember. Right, there was another dungeon down here, I swear. Kind of in this direction, right? Look at all this ore that I missed. Must have been freaking out. If I skipped this much ore, I must have really been done. Ooh. Our first challenger. Nothing too big. Boop-de-boop-de-boo. Oh. It's very easy to get carried away in these. What could be down here? Ooh, diamonds. Wow. Well, I don't have an iron pickaxe. I guess I have to make one. And look, I had 2 bars from the dungeons. I only needed 1 more. Sad. All right, let's get over there safely. All right, 2 diamonds. Nice. Wait a minute. Look. I just saw a sliver of light blue right there. Wow. You know, normally I totally would have missed this. I totally would not have noticed this. Oh, oh no. What? That was stupid. Good thing I have water with me. Goodness gracious. Ah! How does that happen? A lot of you guys might think I'm an idiot now. Goodness gracious. Look at that. My armor, I think, saved my life. I fell into lava one time, and look, it's almost all completely gone. Sometimes in this version, shifting can become unreliable at the worst times, especially near lava. It seems to be an issue. The reason I'm skipping a lot of this redstone is because, well, it just takes forever to mine. That's how long it takes. It's kind of inconvenient. Plus, I have enough. You know, it also takes forever to mine. Crafting tables. A sword will actually break it slightly faster than an axe. An axe will break it as fast as a fist. Same thing goes for furnaces. Furnaces break very slowly, but can only be obtained if you use a pickaxe, so, oh well. It's just as slow as anything else. And would you look at that, there's some gold. Gold is normal. It's just redstone that's not normal. I don't know why, it's pretty annoying. But again, I pretty much have enough, so I'll just grab a little bit, I suppose. Oh, there's some diamonds right there. Look at that. I should really get going, though. I'm going to be here forever. I got pretty lucky. I found diamonds 3 times so far. One of the reasons I'm getting so lucky, or at least getting good ore spawn rates here, I'm a positive X, positive Y, and that actually has a massive impact on ore generation rates. In versions, I think, before Beta 1.5 or Beta 1.4, something like that. Maybe Beta 1.6 is when it was fixed. I'm not totally sure. But yeah, there used to be a bug that ore spawn less the more negative coordinates you're in. So if you have 1 negative, 1 positive, you know, you'll get slightly less spawn rates. If you're in double negative coordinates, you'll get much less spawn rates. The trick is to always be mining in positive, positive. And I figured out a long time ago where the center of my world is, so I make sure that I always mine from now on in positive, positive. My world spawn is in negative, negative, which I didn't know. I used to mine around there and find pretty much nothing all the time, so once I found out what was going on, I made a mining base in the positive coordinates immediately. It's also one of the reasons my world is so spread out. Like, I have bases all over this world, and it's originally because I just moved around a lot. I had a good reason to. Ooh. Ow. Oh. Interesting chain reaction. What? Ooh, I heard that. What? I heard that. Oh. Dang. Alright, I think I need to move on, so let's get out of here. I guess there really was only 1 spawner. I thought there was 2. I guess my memory is incorrect here. Oh well. I'm sure that the glass is done cooking now. And look at that, it's still daytime. How lucky am I? I kind of think that this would be a neat area for a little town or something, like a little base. The only reason I think that is because of these really gentle rolling hills, and there's only a few trees in this spot. And also, I think it would look really good in low fog. Yeah, look over here. I left a furnace and a crafting table over here when I first got lost because I really needed cooked pork very desperately. And I was here and I was thinking, you know, it'd be neat to have a little town right in this valley, just like a little, very simple town made of simple blocks, you know, nothing super decorated. I think it'd also look really cool with low fog. Check this out. This is not something I often do because I like being able to see, but you can cycle through fog by pressing F, and this is the lowest level. Combined with the snow, it's pretty nice. Yeah, I don't really do this that often. It's pretty cool though. Imagine a little town made of just like cobblestone huts, wood huts right here. You know, I think that'd be neat. Let's see if I can find my way back with the fog all the way down. It'll be a little bit of a challenge. Pretty sure I'm going the right direction. Maybe I should have checked that before I left. Oh, look at that. Here we are. I wonder how this town looks with low fog. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but I definitely prefer being able to see. I vastly prefer being able to see. Alright. You know, originally I was planning on taking this glass back to the quarry area and finishing up some of those buildings, but I changed my mind. What I really want to build is an obsidian farm. And yes, farming obsidian is possible in older versions. I think this works even up till early release. I can show you exactly what I mean. I actually tried it earlier. I've been wanting to build an obsidian farm for a pretty long time. My problem is I've never really known where to put one because the idea I have for an obsidian farm is pretty big. It's a pretty big thing. And it might be kind of an eyesore, so I want it somewhere out of the way. I tried it out once before to see if it still worked in this version, and it does. So let me show you exactly how this is done. This is a normal cobblestone generator, but instead of cobblestone, it makes obsidian. I'll show you exactly how. We need redstone and a diamond pickaxe, of course. This takes about 15 seconds to mine per block, which is kind of annoying, especially in alpha. Right after mining the previous obsidian block, you just place a piece of redstone and it will turn up to obsidian instead of cobblestone. Let's watch that again. The reason that happens is because redstone has different block data values, because it can be different shapes, you know, it could be pointing different directions, etc., etc., and it has different block data values. So when lava touches water, turns to cobblestone, those block data values tell it to turn into cobblestone. When water touches non-flowing lava, it turns into obsidian because of, again, block data values. There's a bug that happens when redstone is destroyed. The exact same block data value, which is usually a low number like 0 through 5 or something, the block data value is just copied onto the block that the game is attempting to summon right here. And that gives it the code to make obsidian. That's a really not a great example or explanation, but basically you need a cobblestone generator and you need redstone and then boom, infinite obsidian. That's how you get it. So far 2 of them have been destroyed. This is not the most efficient way to get it. So yes, it is renewable, but I destroyed 2 obsidian blocks on accident. They fell into the lava just by mining here, and obviously it takes forever. So there is a way to AFK farm it. That's what I want. I want a way to AFK farm obsidian because it's a really cool block. You know, it's hard to get. I think it'd be fun to have an AFK farm for one. The question is, where do I put one? I wasn't ever really sure. I want it to be easily accessible from this place because this is my strip mine down here. And I can get a lot of redstone here. You're basically trading redstone for obsidian. So yeah, I would prefer to attach it to this place somehow. I think I'll put another station for a minecart track right here, and then have it go straight back this direction, because I don't think I'm ever going to expand this way in the future. I'm going to dig a tunnel as far back as possible. It might be okay. It might be okay if I can see it a little bit from here, but I just want it to be far away, you know? This direction has plenty of space. You know, we have plenty of space, you know, kind of going this way to work with, so I think I'm going to do that. This project is going to require a lot of digging and a lot of rails. Alright, I got all my tools ready. I have a decent amount of rails to start with. I'm probably going to build a station here eventually, but at the moment I just want to get the rails started. So this is how this is going to work. Put a block right there. Yeah, I'm just going to mine straight this way, place rails as far as I can until I get to a nice spot that's kind of out of sight of my mining base here. Careful. Remember when everybody used to say, never dig straight up, never dig straight down? Nobody says that anymore. I mean, I think the rules still apply, obviously, but just nobody says them. That's all. Oh, hey, look, a cave. Huh. I just keep running into caves today. Goodness gracious. Anything to see in here? Not really. Yeah, nothing really in here. I can usually spec out pretty well if a cave is going to be big and rewarding or short and time wasting, you know what I mean? I've been caving for 15 years. That's a long time to do one thing. I did a lot of other things in those 15 years, but I just mean, well, you know what I mean. I don't have to explain myself. I actually ordered a bouquet of flowers to my girlfriend's apartment, so hopefully she gets them today. It has lilies and roses in it. Those are her favorite flowers, so I hope she likes them. Heart of pig. I heard you. I don't know how far we went, but we went pretty far. I'll get back to you guys when I'm done with the rail line completely. Alright, I finally finished digging this thing out. Let's take a look. I also widened the tunnel just because I felt like it, and also I could use the extra stone for what I'm about to build. Just before I hit record, I made a cup of cold 411, or is it cold 911? Not totally sure. It's a tea my girlfriend got for me, and I'm still feeling a little under the weather for being sick last week. You know, my sinuses are kind of acting up, so I made it to help clear my throat and sinuses, and it's got eucalyptus, apple, juniper berry, peppermint, normal mint, a lot of stuff like that. It's pretty good. Also a big helping of honey. It's pretty tasty. It's helping me a lot. But anyway, this is the end of the railway. And let me tell you, this, well, we don't want to do that. Railway's temporary. But let me tell you, this terrain over here is really cool. I mean, it's nice and flat, which is going to be helpful for building this place. But over in the back over here, these mountains, I mean, look at those. Aren't those interesting? Kind of reminds me of the Farlands a little bit. It's going to be a really interesting backdrop for this obsidian farm area, I think. I don't know if you're going to see it most of the time, but I just think that's really cool. I kind of want to go over there. Yeah, why not? Let's go check it out. Yeah, there's a chunk boundary right here, which contributes to that look a little bit. Wow, look at this. Huh? This is cool. A lot of nice valleys and really steep mountains. This is the kind of terrain that you would die for in Pocket Edition. I mean really early Pocket Edition, 0.6, 0.5, limited world sizes, that kind of thing, where you were lucky if you got a lava fall somewhere in the world. This stuff would have been really cool to have. Really cool to explore. It's quite pretty, kind of hard to navigate though. Hey, look at that, there's some more over there. Wow. Hey, look at that, is that a floating island? Oh yeah, that is, isn't it? I'm getting a little carried away now. But that is a really cool floating island. I mean, that's a really cool shape. A really cool natural shape for something like that. Normally they're just kind of like random looking. Oh look, some dead mushrooms. Don't mind if I do. It's got a little point at the bottom and everything. And it's got a stalagmite too. How cool is that, huh? Really some killer terrain over here, you know that? These hills stretch up all the way into the clouds. Wow, look at that. Whoa! That's cool. Very pretty. Another floating island. Very nice view. I should probably head back. Oh, look at that, more chunk boundaries. That's funny. You know, sometimes when I explore, I kind of hope that I'd find something, like a house or something like that. Maybe hope is the wrong word, because I know that I won't, right? But I have like the little subconscious hope that I find something. Like, I guess it's not a hope. It's more like a want. Like I wish. I wish I could find something cool like that. I mean, that's impossible, but sometimes I wish that like there was a 1 in a million chance of finding something, or I don't know, there was something like that existed in the game, this world, just for me. Maybe that wasn't built by any developer or wasn't built by any person, you know, just, I don't know, just something different, something unique. I don't know if I'm even describing this properly. I don't know if I'm making any sense, you know, but I just think it would be cool. Anyway, now that I'm done with the rail line, I gotta go back and get a bunch of materials. I'm gonna start planning this build out. I'm gonna build the farm part first, I think, and worry about the decoration later. So right now it'll just exist in a really simple form. But I'm gonna worry about that tomorrow, because I'm getting kind of tired. So, ready to go to bed. Alright, here's our hole. And I think at one point I got distracted and started using my diamond pickaxe and didn't switch away from it. Because look, it's more than halfway gone, just from digging around a little bit. It's a good thing I found some diamonds when I was down here, because I'm going to need to make another one for this. The plan from here is just to kind of continue this shape upwards in the form of a tower as far as I can go. And I can go pretty far, because I have a mod that extends the height limit. You know, tomorrow, I was supposed to go to a Lord of the Rings concert. I was looking forward to that. You know, I really like Lord of the Rings. I really like Howard Shore's music in it as well. But I was just told the day before the concert that it was rescheduled to November. That's 6 months from now. Like, they just sprang that on me the day before. That's crazy. It was a gift from my brother. You know, he got it for me for Christmas. I don't know what the heck is going on that they have to reschedule it 6 months later. Maybe that's just the next time the same orchestra's in town, you know? So I'm pretty disappointed about that. But, you know, if you wanted to cheer me up, you could subscribe, like the video. It does really help the channel grow, and I do appreciate it. I'm kind of messing with it, but I still would appreciate it. Something happened here. I don't know what it was. Kind of strange. I went back to get some more materials and clicked away from my game for just a minute and came back, and what the heck is going on? I can't move. Hold on. I hope that doesn't screw things up. Well, okay. Why did that happen? I didn't even see it happen, so I don't know what caused that. Kind of strange. Alright, I could go higher than this. I mean, I don't know how much higher I could go than this, but I could go higher. But I'm out of cobblestone. I raided the base for all the cobblestone that was nearby. I took it all. This is it. This is all that I had, and I can't even see the bottom of this thing. So I'd say we're doing pretty good. If I need it to be bigger, I'll just bring some more cobblestone next time. I don't know. Anyway, also check out this view. Look at that. That's quite cool. We ran all the way through there a little bit ago, just kind of explored this whole section. This is a view you don't often get in alpha, not from this high up, and it's kind of strange. I mean, look how those clouds are rendering. Look how the land is rendering. Pretty weird, huh? Yeah, I don't plan to do a ton of building or living or basing up past the normal height limit, which is about 128. Things start to look kind of weird up here. But it's like, what if I'm building a castle and I'm about to start on the roof and then I find out like, oh, I can't. I'm at 128 blocks. I can't build a roof to my castle. I don't want to run into that problem. So, you know, now I have plenty of space to build stuff, but I'll probably mostly stick to the ground. This is the first time I've ever actually built anything this high. Anyway, enough talking. Let me explain how this works. Alright, so the premise is pretty simple. Let's get our fluids ready. I probably don't have enough redstone or enough sand or gravel to do this. Alright, that can go down, and that can go down. I just realized I didn't really dig out a pit for them at the bottom. Oops. Let's get down there. Oh, man. That is quite the free fall. My lord. So look, I'm pretty lucky I have this perfect little spot where there's bedrock, but to the side of it, I can have the fluids go down one more. So to catch them. It's pretty nice. Perfect, actually. It's gonna take a long time for the lava to get down here. Alright, next step. This definitely isn't enough. I need to go get some more falling blocks somewhere. Lava's got a long way to go. I've already actually fallen down here and killed myself. I wasn't recording when that happened. That really sucked because this is probably the furthest point from my spawn that I've built. The only other furthest point is a monolith that I found like thousands of blocks away, and I did die out there. And it was so far that I was like, you know, I'll come back one day, you know, but I don't really feel like it. My items will probably still be there when I get back too. All right. Here we go. I have to be really careful not to mess up the order of operations here. So I think basically how this goes. Let me break these torches. I'll place the redstone in the center. Then I'll place the sand over here. Right now the lava is flowing into that hole, but when I place the sand, it'll start to flow out, touch the water, then turn to obsidian. Nice. Okay. Same process applies. And also, I put some sand underneath me. Okay, really simple. And then I just make a big tower of obsidian. Oop, that doesn't go there. All the way up. It's not one of those AFK farms where you just log off at the end of the night, and then when you wake up, you have a ton of items to sort through. And this actually is pretty tedious. But well, you know what's even more tedious? Mining all this obsidian by hand. Because good lord, 15 seconds is a long time, especially to manually collect a block. You know what I mean? So I owe this concept pretty much entirely to Deadly Dirtblock, who is like this old Minecraft encyclopedia and really talented redstone engineer. He recently came up for a bud block update detector in alpha, specifically alpha snow worlds. It has something to do with freezing and refreezing ice. And I'll have to show it off sometime because it is really cool. I like to make use of his mechanic that he's found. But yeah, I was convinced that Bud couldn't exist in this version because there's no pistons, but he found a really clever way. So yeah, the guy is super smart. And I've seen him use this exact same design of obsidian farm before. Also, usually when I make alpha videos, I end up running into a problem or coming across some kind of strange mechanic, and I ask like, why has it caused this, or what am I doing wrong? And then he's always got the answer, you know, he's always correcting me in the comment section. If I ever give the wrong information on something, he's always correcting me. The guy knows what he's talking about, I'll admit. Alright, I think that's good enough for now, you know, I believe this is halfway. I don't know how much I'm gonna need, but I do need more falling blocks. Yeah, so let me climb to the top and then remove both of these liquids. I'm kind of tired. It is the next day in real life, you know, but I want to at least get the functional part done so I can AFK test this overnight, you know what I mean? Alright, the next step is to fill these two sides with falling blocks. And I do that because it'll basically seal off this chamber, leaving only the obsidian. which means I can mine it straight down without it falling off the sides. So let's do this. Oh, what the heck? Oh no. What happened? Oh shoot, I'm not supposed to put this in the side. I just realized that. I was putting up blocks underneath the lava the whole time. Oops. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to do that, was I? My bad. Please don't cause me an issue. Oh boy. I caught it. For now. I should have thought that through. Well, now I gotta wait for this to fall all the way down. You know, I was sitting down there and I was wondering, you know, why is this taking so dang long? It doesn't look like it's even moving. That's because it wasn't. It fell this far down and then stopped. So lava has a habit of doing this in old versions. It's very annoying. As the flowing mechanics are screwed up. I don't know. Let me stop moving here. Yeah, like sometimes it just gets caught on itself, I think. I don't know how to prevent that from happening. See? What am I supposed to do about that? I have no idea. Oh wait, and I really shouldn't be doing this, should I? Whoo, shoot. Dang it. I never should have done that in the first place. I should have just let it flow down on its own. Now it's all screwed up. I'm sure Deadly Dare Block thinks I'm an idiot. What am I supposed to do about that? Hey, there it goes. It's moving on its own. I don't get it. Oh, and it got stuck again. It's quite the ordeal. Okay, finally I have this set up. I'm gonna have to think of a better way to get rid of all that lava. And also I fell and died again, off camera. But it's time to seal myself inside of here so no mobs can reach me and no snow can interrupt my mining. Put a torch so I can at least see. Then, yeah, I just stand in the middle and mine away. Yeah, okay. So, just a lot of this. So, I guess I'll put something heavy on my mouse and go to bed. See how it turned out in the morning. Alright, it's a new day. Let's see what we got here. I got about 3 stacks and 20 obsidian. Also, I'm Steve now. Why am I Steve? I don't know. I kind of like his skin, you know, it's classic. Sometimes when I'm booting up multi-MC, I'll shut off my Wi-Fi connection on my PC. So then I'll boot up as Steve. I don't know. I just kind of like him, you know. His design is really underrated, especially this design of Steve. There's been a lot of Steve designs. Maybe I'll rank them one day. That's 212 pieces of obsidian if they take 15 seconds each to mine. 3,180 seconds divided by 60, 53 minutes, just under an hour, which it makes sense. It didn't take that long. So yeah, I can imagine wanting to make this a lot taller and filling it to the top with obsidian, you know what I mean? So that you can get as much as possible in one sitting if you're going to bed, going to work, whatever. It's quite a sight. I can't hold all this. Oh, my lord. Someone's gonna have to go. I don't need that. You know what I should do? Okay, here's my idea. Let's toss all this out. Make another crafting table down here, a chest, and then I'm just gonna shove all the gravel in here. Because I'm only gonna use it when I come down here, right? So might as well keep it in this spot. Beautiful. Alright, let's get out of here. If I was more motivated to make this place more efficient, I think it'd be cool to have a boat ladder elevator. I'm not talking about the boat elevator, the kind that I've made in the past. I'm talking about where you have like a tube that you've dug out or built or whatever, and then you have a ladder every few blocks that's holding up a boat. So when you're at the bottom, there's a boat being held up by a ladder above you. You right click it, and then you're in that boat, and there's another one above that, and you click that, and then so on and so forth. You just spam right click, and you keep jumping into the boats above you until you're all the way to the top. That's the idea anyways. Alright, here we go. Oh man, get out of my way. I just went looking for morel mushrooms again. If you don't know what morels are, they're a very rare Midwest mushroom that are also supposed to be super delicious. I've never had one. And I went out looking with my dad and my dog. We found 2 dead ones. They'd been crushed and started to decompose. What? That just happened again. Why did that happen? This is at the exact same spot as last time. I remember because there was a hole here. That is so weird. Why did that happen, huh? Anybody know what's causing that? So yeah, only found dead morels. But we then went to a grocery store, a really, really cool grocery store that has tons of stuff out in the capital. And they sold morels for $73 a pound. I got 4 of them, which, I don't know, turned out to be $5 because they're light. But still, that's a lot for mushrooms. $5 for 4 mushrooms? You can get an entire pack of Baby Bella mushrooms for $3, you know? It's like hundreds of Baby Bella mushrooms. So yes, these are supposed to be good. The ones that I got, you know, they were picked a while ago, so they're a little old. But I'm going to try them out. I got a bunch of other stuff too. They had a lot of really cool sections. I should have left that redstone over there. I don't know what I'm thinking. Maybe I'm just not thinking much at all. Goodness gracious. But they also had a tea section where you just scoop your own tea into bags. And there's some stuff I never heard of before. I gotten some before, years ago. I got some Earl Grey green tea in the past. And it's really good. You can drink it at all times of the day. It's not just a breakfast tea. And I'm going to take the sand with me, as well as some glass that I cooked while I was here. Let's just fill her up, you know? So I got some more. I scooped a ton of it into a bag. And I also got 2 more teas I had never tried before. I got blackberry oolong, which smelled delicious, very strong. Probably don't need a whole lot for a cup. And then I got white chai, which I think was white tea and then chai mixed together. I think. I don't know. It looked really interesting. Smelled amazing. I'm not sure how I would make that. I mean, since it's white tea, do I brew it cooler than normal tea? Or because it's chai, do I brew it really hot? I don't know. We'll find out. There's no instructions, so just scoop it to a bag, you know? They both smell delicious. They both look delicious. I'm excited to try them. But right now, I'm just drinking my very last cup of lemon ginger honey tea. This is the last one. I drank all of all the lemon ginger I had in the house. Pretty good though. Whenever I'm sick or having a lot of allergies, I just drink a lot of lemon ginger. Just drink that one tea nonstop. I really crave it. Usually an entire box full. All right. Ta-da, here we are. This place really is a mess. All right. Hey, look, some pigs. All right, let me put some of this stuff away and sort out my inventory a little bit, and then I'll tell you what I want to do next. I just moved this tree again. Hopefully it grows this time. If it doesn't, I'm just going to give up. Anyways, having obsidian unlocks so many building opportunities for me. I'm pretty excited about this. And one of the very first things I wanted to build with this newly farmed obsidian is a tea shop in this square, I think would... Well, it's not a square, is it? Or maybe it's made up of a bunch of little squares. Anyways, I want to build a tea shop down here. It's kind of my thing, right? I feel like it would belong. And it'd be cool if I tucked it into this forest a little bit. So I kind of cleared away some of the trees. It was a little tough because it's pretty thick in here. And I probably need to clear away a little bit more. But this is good. I can move them if I need to. The idea is I'll put another path here and then have you walk into it from this direction or something. So my idea for the tea shop was to stylize it off of Uncle Iroh's Jasmine Dragon tea shop from Avatar: The Last Airbender. It was the one he opens up in Ba Sing Se. He's a character that I like, and we have passion for tea in common, so I feel like I should pay a little homage to that, right? It's not going to be exactly the same because it's a lot bigger than the space that I currently have for it. And also, I'm not sure I can really achieve this color palette. So it looks like it's dark gray or dark brown trim on the outside, and then the walls are dark green or like a jade color. So as far as green blocks go, we have grass, we have leaves, with cactus, which, you know, that's kind of limiting, and then moss stone, which is gray and green. Those are our options, and I decided I would go for the next best thing, which are logs. They're kind of brown, which looks kind of similar to dark green. I mean, it does to me. I'm colorblind, so it looks kind of similar. I don't know. I think I do obsidian trim, log walls, and then the interior would be made of sand because it's brighter on the inside. I think that would be pretty cool. It's kind of ambitious for this amount of space. We'll see. I might have to move some of these trees out of the way. Before I do anything, let me get the floor plan. I want there to be some open space in front. I think would be pretty cool, right? So you walk in through here, and then there's like a little courtyard, and then over here is the actual building. The building is shaped like a T. I just realized it's kind of ironic. Let me think about the dimensions. Okay, to save on room, what if I did 13 blocks wide, and I just built the front part, and I didn't worry about the rest of it? So if I give myself a little bit of space, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so I'll be about that wide. I need to remove this tree then, don't I? Oh, my axe. And my axe. Ignore that. The entrance will be right here, and you walk up into it, I think that would be pretty. And then, you know, it should be longer than it is wide, I think. Kind of pressed for space here. I should have built the tea shop first and then grew the forest, especially that some of these are large trees. And the leaves are going to decay really weirdly. I'll just have to trim them as I need it. I hear zombie. Where do I hear a zombie? Must be over here, right? He is. Oh, he's above me. You thought you're clever. Wait, let me test out the new bow. I realize I haven't used it yet. Perfect. Okay. The inside's going to be extra small. Only because I want a different interior block than an exterior block. Alright, I think I should stretch back this far. I'm thinking that we'll have a first room, you know, for seating, and then a back room for brewing. Okay, about this wide is what I'm thinking. Man, I don't know who works here, but I envy them. I'll have to work at a place like this. Alright, time to bring out the big stuff. Kinda nervous about this, but yeah, it's fine. Okay, look at that black. I don't know, I'm just appreciating this right now. Very high contrast. It's a block I never built with, as I've said. Building with this stuff feels kind of powerful. I don't know. It's like a real symbol of wealth. That is really cool. I'm already liking this. The brown logs might look kind of weird with it, but not gonna let it get me down. The posts kind of go like this. So kind of like... I want to mimic those circle things it's got going on in the entrance. Kind of like this. That's interesting. And then there are these side things. I think they're windows. I think they're just nice windows. But since I'm kind of downsizing a little bit, I'm just going to put something like that on the side. My thought is that it'll be like this. It'll look like that, kind of. Yeah, and I can make it like this. That's not bad. This back wall will just be solid oak, I think. To be clear, this is how the outside will look. The inside will be slightly different. Okay, so I think this goes up into a peak, and then it has a overhang right here. That's kind of different. Whatever. Let's get a roof going here. I think that roof slope really improves things. So, check this out, little demonstration. If you want to make your houses look more Eastern styled, take the corners of your roof and just move it up a block, like that, right? So this side looks kind of normal. Normal house, Eastern house. Also, of course, you have to have like an exponential pitch of your roof. See, that automatically changes how things look. Very cool. I'm digging this. I think this is turning out great. Wonder how stairs will look right here. Okay, not bad. Looks good to me. You really gotta be careful with stairs. They place so strangely. What if I got rid of that and replaced it with a sign to kind of force the stairs to rotate a certain way? I wonder if I could do this. Yeah, okay. Check that out. I got that stair corner to turn a little bit. That's what I want. And on top of the overhang, there's some kind of symbol. I don't know what that is. I think it's like a dragon's face. I don't have nothing for that, but it'd be cool if I hung a really unique block right there. So I think maybe I'll do a gold block. I'll put a gold block up like that. First I gotta go get one. Ta-da! Very cool. Guess the rest of this is pretty simple. I just take this all the way back. The obsidian, I mean. I'll take the trim all the way back. I'll continue that pattern I did over there. Alright. Interesting interior. Let me... Oh, gosh. Branches everywhere. Let me do up the roof somehow. Okay. The exterior is complete. Now, the inside is interesting. So in the show, it looks like you just walk up into it, and that's fine by me. I'm gonna make these steps like this. You just walk right up into here. On the outside, I'm gonna have like a courtyard thing going on. Maybe even a little fountain if I could fit it in here, but I'm not sure that I can. I think some of these trees are still in the way. Let me remove these. Oh no, it's a big tree. That's gonna be hard to move. I spent a decent amount of time just removing the leaves on top of where this roof was supposed to be. Like just punching them because they're not gonna decompose by themselves. Wah wah. Anyway, let me dig out where this patio thing is supposed to be. Whoa! Dang. Oops. While I'm doing this, I want to talk about another cartoon show that I like a lot. It's not Avatar: The Last Airbender, although that one is really good. It's called Bee and Puppycat, and I don't think it's super well known. It's on Netflix now, but it used to not be. And it's a super sweet show. So when I was a little kid, when I was really young,
I had a Nintendo 3DS. I was probably about 10 when I got it. I didn't have a big internet connection when I was young. I only had internet whenever I visited my grandparents in Tennessee. But I did have this app on a 3DS called Nintendo Video. And basically what Nintendo Video did was anytime you had internet connection, they called it Spot Pass, it would just download videos onto this app, up to 4 separate videos, and then you could just watch them, and then every once in a while you just randomly get a new one to see that Nintendo would provide, and it was interesting. It was like my first exposure of the internet to some degree. Anyway, it started downloading episodes of this show, Bee and Puppy Cat. Only like partial episodes because they could only be so long, but I was really intrigued by the art style and everything when I was a kid. Later, very many years later, I found out that it was actually available to watch for free on YouTube. So, entire season 1 of that show is available as well as the pilot, and I loved it. I mean, watching that for the first time was kind of magical in a way. The music's great, art style's great. It was very ahead of its time. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's pretty similar you could draw comparisons to these days, but back then it was kind of fresh. And also, I'll admit, there's a nostalgia factor involved. Anyway, I think it was on Federated Network, or Federator, what is it called? Something like that. But eventually kind of lost its home. So it was put on YouTube, and the creators wanted to make a second season, but they could never get a network to pick it up. And fast forward a decade, and then Netflix buys the rights to it, and they're going to make the second season of the show. And so the animators and the writers, they all get together, they get the new funding, and they make season 2. But then Netflix, I guess, for whatever reason, they can't pick up the original episodes that aired on Federator and on YouTube. So they made the creators of the show make 3 new episodes that were a compressed version of the entire original season 1. And then they turned season 2 into season 1 and put those 3 episodes in front of that. So there's 16 episodes. The first 3 are just a recap, are just a compressed version of the first original season, and then 4 through 16 are like the normal continuation of the show. And they didn't do a great job compressing all, like, it's like 10 episodes plus the pilot into just 3 episodes. I mean, it was beautifully paced. There was a lot of really great subtle storytelling and mystery involved, and a lot of beautiful moments in the show. And, you know, suddenly it's all compressed and all rushed and all spoon-fed because they have to give you the information. And a lot of stuff was missed. And also they changed the art style just for those 3 episodes. I don't know why. Very strange choice. Anyway, I kind of want to let's do this right here. Yeah. Wish I wouldn't have filled this center. Well, it's actually fine. I was reminded of that recently, and I'm still peeved about it. I'm still peeved about how they screwed up the show. This doesn't fit here very well. Let me move this down a block. I mean, I assume they're going to continue making it, but I don't even know if it's going to get a proper continuation at this point. I don't really know. At least the real first season is available to watch on YouTube for free, because, I don't know, it's perfect. I think it's really good. Everything changed after the Netflix Nation attacked. Anyway, rant over. Just was thinking about it, you know. If any of you guys have seen that, let me know in the comments section. You know, I can't imagine it was that popular. It'd be cool if the bottom of this pond was moss stone. I'm gonna get some moss stone. Let me go to the back and plant some more trees really quickly. You know, what's interesting is originally I had a separate build out here on this little area. This is down into the chunk border area. Originally, I was building, like, I wanted to build a graveyard and then some kind of tower out here. I was stylizing it after a tower from my university. And I was building it, and I was like, this is way too huge, and I don't see a point in putting it here. And it's heavy on resources, so I built the base of it. I built it up pretty big, but then I just tore it down entirely. And now I'm putting a tea shop here, which is a much better suited building for this area. Okay, cool. Little fountain. That kind of looks like the one in the show. Kind of, sort of. All right, interior. I don't know a whole lot about the interior, except that there's a big, beautiful green carpet on the bottom, which we can't do, but maybe I have an idea. What if I elevated this dirt to create the carpet? You know, so the grass grew up onto it. If I place it like this, hopefully the grass will spread up onto this dirt, and then I could finish it out. It'll be that little green carpet that's on the interior. I don't have a great idea of what the interior is supposed to look like, unfortunately. But I do know
I'm going to do the interior out of mostly sand and wood beams. So let me surround the sides with dirt so I can hold up the sand in a nice cheap way. And then I know that this goes like this. And then there are cross beams that run the length of the building, I think. The beams on the sides are going to be placed a little bit unevenly, but that's only because I want to have one in the corner so it's at least a little bit visible. Oh, you know what? No. Hold on. I want to have a back room, right? Hopefully I have enough sand to fill these in. Okay, I'm making some big assumptions about the interior walls here, but I think that looks, you know, somewhat accurate. I'm a little bit limited by the roof size here, but that's yep. The carpet needs to grow. Let's fill in the floor here. The cheapest carpet I ever paid for. It's literally just dirt. These sconces are supposed to go up here, right? Which makes this whole thing darker, and I don't want that. Also, I gotta have some kind of furniture going on here. There's these lanterns that kind of hang down from the roof, but again, there's no glowing blocks. I can't really make a great lantern for that, so that's okay because we can we can pretend. I can do this. Ta-da! See, it's kind of like a light fixture. You know what would be cool is lava. You know what would be flammable is this whole building. I don't like how that looks uneven. Maybe I can change that up a little bit. Hold on. Can I place that in the... No, I can't place that on the glass. I think I can do block replacement bypass. What I mean is that you can place blocks, right, wherever there's air, but you can also replace blocks wherever there's snow, water, lava. No, don't do that. That kind of thing. And that allows you to place blocks in places you're not really usually supposed to put them in this version, so... well, it doesn't work here. Okay, whatever. So hoping I could place it square in the center of the glass, but even if I did, it would have updated and broke. So, oh well. It is the thought that counts, okay? If memory serves, I can use block replacement bypass to make some pretty cool tables. A table there, table there, table there, table there. Yeah, so if I do this switch really quickly, I can replace the water with the pressure plate. You can't normally put it on there, right? If there's block updates, it'll pop right off. Just have to be careful. And I have to do it before the water flows, because otherwise it's going to make a mess and update everything. What the heck? Did you see that? I placed the water, but I didn't consume it. It's kind of hard. Hooray! Tables. Now I need an appropriate kind of chair. Which way does stairs face if I place them? That way? Okay. Yeah, I can't control the direction stairs face. Let's say we have different types of chairs. We have a normal... Oh yeah, it's against the block. Dang it. Just when I was about to get creative. Alright, another idea. I'll just do like normal blocks. I don't like that. I was gonna do normal blocks and I was gonna do doors behind them, but that's just too high. For this table, it means the table needs to be taller. I don't know a great way to make the table taller. Could just do that. I don't like that though. What about that? I don't like that. I don't like how it doesn't match. You know, I'll just do this for now. They'll just be really low tables. You'll be having your knees cut off when you sit on them. That's not bad, right? It's gonna have to do. And this side, I can only have one chair because, you know, there's only room for one door right there. That's okay. There'll be space for someone to sit alone, and there'll be space for, you know, couples or something. If I wanted to put a pot here, would that grow? I hope it doesn't grow. 4 blocks is certainly not enough room for this thing to grow, right? I'm just putting it here because there's room for it. Interior's going good. I was gonna have a service counter here, but I think in the original cartoon, this was a flat wall, and then there's entrances on either side like this, right? Something like that. This still isn't growing. It's driving me crazy. Might need to just give up on that entirely. I'm gonna stick these torches kind of behind things, like a way to do a little bit of hidden lighting. Because, you know, it just feels a little dark in here. Just a tiny bit dark. I feel that back here I could use bookshelves to make it kind of look like racks of tea, or like tea shelves. You know, you could just use your imagination a little bit, and then I need to have a counter with some pots or something. I don't know what's gonna look like pots, but we'll try it. All right, I finally finished decorating everything. The interior is done, and to celebrate, I made another cup of tea. I made some of the tea that I just bought. It's called Blackberry Oolong. and it smells very strong, very sweet. So I brewed it up and I put only a little bit of honey in there, just not a whole lot, and I made a small cup. Let's do a taste test. I haven't tasted this yet. Live reaction. Huh. It's not bad. I think I brewed it a little bit too hot. It's not so much flavorful as it is aromatic, and some teas are that way. Jasmine tea is that way. Jasmine tea has a smell, but doesn't necessarily have a distinct taste to it. Well, it's not bad. Maybe it did need a little bit more honey. Anyway, make a little path from the center to here. Here's our tea shop. Maybe I'll call this Uncle Iroh's Tea Shack instead of Tea Shop, since it's a downsized version. Here's our pool, and you really can't tell that this is moss stone, but it is. I spared no expense with this building. Obsidian, moss stone, living large. I planted some foliage here. There's water underneath the obsidian, so the sugarcane will stay, although it's getting a little too tall, so let's trim it down. Inside, here we have the seating area. Got some chairs, a very nice green carpet, sconces, beams, chandeliers. Over here, I guess this is like a mug or a teapot or a kettle or something. It's just a block of glass, but I don't know. And then this is kind of like drawers. These are little white drawers. Back through here is the service area. This is where the tea is made. So this is the tea library. Just imagine these are different containers of tea leaves instead of books. And then these are drawers and counter space. This flavor's growing on me a little bit. Not nearly as strong as I thought it was. You know, nothing really looks like a cup, but this does, you know, you could use your imagination and say it's a teapot. I don't know, it's just a lever. And then another glass kettle or jar, cup or something. Anyway, that is the entire thing. I guess I'll walk around the outside of it. Not a whole lot to see. Some of these trees have grown now. It'd be cool to get a view of it from up here. How about? Oh man. You can just barely see it. Well, let's get up to the tippy top of this building. You know, a lot of you have said in the comments that I've gotten you into tea. And that's really interesting because, I don't know, I just like to talk about it because it's something that I like. But it's cool that it's, you know, had some kind of effect on a lot of you. You know, I'm waiting for this cloud to move so I can get a better view. I find that kind of neat because I feel like more people should enjoy it, you know? Tea's been around for thousands of years. Thousands of years. People have been enjoying it forever. And then recently I feel like people have kind of moved away from it, like, you know, moved to coffee, obviously. But also, like, a lot of more sugary, fizzy drinks. That's kind of like what's popular in our era of humanity, you know what I mean? Despite all that, though, tea still endures, which is, you know, really interesting to me. Every culture has their own version of tea. In South America, you have mate. Africa, you have rubios. India, you have chai. China, you have tea. You know, pu'er is really big in China, actually. I can name so many more. But let's get a look at this place. It's kind of cool. You know, that forest being there makes that space feel a lot bigger than it is. It makes you feel like you're in a much bigger forest, but looking at it from above, it looks like it's pretty constricted. Interesting how that works. All right, let's jump off of here. Whoa. Oh, I'm not going to make it. Oh, no. Okay. This is why I can never be a hardcore player. I mean, it would be over instantly. I would do something stupid. I've tried to play hardcore, and I did something stupid every single time and lost those worlds. Bad habit. Bad habit of mine. If I had only waited one more second to jump off, I wouldn't have to walk all the way there. Oh well, that's fine. One day I think that I want to have a neat little world spawn point, and then maybe even an eats road that takes me all the way to the center of the world. That way, at least I could get to here really quickly, and then I can go from there anywhere I need to go, you know, just in case I die. I think that would be pretty useful. I don't really know what to do for a spawn structure. I was thinking I'd just build a little old village over there. You know, what would also be cool is like an atrium. I have to borrow one of these minecarts. Sorry, minecart. Here we go. That is the thing that boat roads have over minecart tracks. They're cheaper, and you don't need to have a minecart with you to make them work. Anyway, I think that this video is going to come to a close. But before I go, if you'd like to support me and help keep this channel sponsorship free, then you could join my membership. And joining my membership gives you access to less edited versions of these videos. Also recently, I commissioned an artist, a very talented one, called Almost Perfect Circle to make some custom emojis, which I thought were super cute. This one I think is my favorite. Anyway, there's also a private Discord chat. Oh, the mushrooms! Ah, did they die because it got too bright here? Gotta replace those with roses. But yeah, I just recently started the whole membership thing, and it's going really well. And it gives me some more confidence that I can, I could do this thing full time, and I really do appreciate it. Recently, I was chipping away at this building over here. Let's take a look on the inside. This is meant to be the corporate office of this center, and I just spent a lot of time hollowing it out completely. Now I'm trying to figure out the floor plan, specifically the stairwell. I want the stairwell to be in the very center of this build. If you've ever been to any construction sites or maybe even played any first-person shooter maps, you know that unfinished buildings, the elevator shaft is one of the first things that they put in the building. So I was going to put this stairwell in the center, and I was trying to figure out, like, how do I do this? Because I need to take the player up 5 blocks, but this is an even length width here. So I don't really know what to do. I'm going to have to think about this a little bit more. Oh yeah, the other thing is the outside of this building has lots of pillars and lots of glass like this, and I think that's kind of cool because you look at it from here, you can't really see inside. It seems like the windows are a lot smaller from this perspective than it does from in here, and the reason that is because I lined this entire wall with glass. Originally, I was going to fill in these spots behind these pillars with stone. That was my goal, and then leave glass between them so you can see outside. But then I realized I could do a kind of almost optical illusion effect by having an entire glass wall while just having the pillars on the outside. So the outside, it looks like the windows are a lot smaller than the inside. When you're in here, it feels a lot more open. At least it does to me. And this is a trick I've kind of used in the past in some of my other builds. Alpha allows for a completely different building palette. Pretty soon I'm going to need to make a trip to the tree farm, which is kind of far away. But I need more logs, especially when I'm going to build these other floors and the stairwell. Okay, I started building this stairwell, but then I realized that I want this to be kind of separated in its own little room. So if this was the case, then I still wanted to have a way to get around it. I have to put a wall right here and a wall right here. And that doesn't really leave a lot of room, so I need to rethink this. I think I might turn this 90 degrees and have it go up a different way. That's kind of my train of thought at the moment, which means I gotta take down this thing, and, that may not sound like a big deal, but consider the following. If I break a stone slab block in alpha, I just get 1 back. If I break a wood stair in alpha, I get a wood block back, and that's technically a loss. Also, I'm breaking it with my sword because it breaks all blocks slightly faster, and the axe doesn't work on it. So yeah, there's some stuff in alpha you just want to be careful with. Let me craft some more stairs up here. You know what? The crafting recipe for stairs should only be like this. It should just be like that. I'm pointing at the screen right now. You can't see me, but I am. I'm pointing right here. 1, 2, 3. That's all it should be. And it should give you 4 stairs. Think about it mathematically, okay? A stair is 3/4 of a block. It's a block with a section taken out of. But the current stair recipe, when you craft them, it takes 6 and you get 4. You take a 33% loss. If it was like this, like I'm saying, then the math would make sense. You would get 4 blocks of stairs. For all the quarter chunks that are taken out of these blocks, that would be 3/4 chunks. You could make another single stair with those 3/4 chunks. We have 3 blocks. A stair is 0.75 of a block. If you divide 3 by 0.75, then you get 4. So yeah, I think 3 blocks should make 4 stair blocks. Also, this makes more sense as a visual recipe because it's like 2 steps, and a single stair block is just 2 steps. Not 3 like how the recipe is at the moment. With stone cutters in modern Minecraft, you get a little bit of a better transaction, but it's still not fair in my opinion. Anyway, that's kind of my obscure criticism of the game. I have a lot of little criticisms of Minecraft. It's out of love, I promise. 4 blocks wide is what I want. I would hope this is enough to take you up a single flight. It's gonna be longer than this though, isn't it? I think this is how wide I want this stairwell to be. So if I had a stair block there, stair there, that would get me up to the next floor. I would have 2 more blocks to walk with. I have plenty of space on this side. Yeah, this works. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Kind of want slabs to be underneath the stairs, so let's do that. It would be cool if there was an elevator instead of stairs like an actual elevator. But realistically, there's not many options for making elevators in this version of the game. There's boat elevators making them go up water, and that's fun. You could do ladders, obviously, but I mean, what corporate office makes you climb to your story? I would hope not many. Speaking of criticisms of the game, there was this one time I looked up some C418 music, and I found a post from, I think it was 2010 or 2011. I heard a chicken lay an egg. Where are you? There he is. But anyway, someone was uploading some of the music because it had just been added to the game at that point. And it had only been viewed like 100 times. There were some comments, and a lot of the comments were complaining. They were saying that the game didn't need music or it ruined the vibes or whatever. That is one of the most probably controversial criticisms of the game that you could make. Because at this point in history, C418's music is just beloved, you know? Is it beloved or beloved? Wait, beloved? Beloved? I think I've always said beloved, but now I'm not sure. Did I say beloved before? It's been appreciated. Look at this, double eggs. Oh my god, triple eggs. Dang. Anyway, people really like his music. It's grown on a lot of people, you know, it's part of a lot of people's childhoods. Obviously, there's a massive nostalgia factor. I think his music is just uniquely good. I listen to a lot of his other stuff outside of the Minecraft album. His album 1 is really fantastic. 418, another one of my favorites. And also the tracks that just aren't included in the game but are part of Volume Alpha and Beta are really good as well. I recommend that you check them out. My favorite has got to be Excuse. You know what, I'll play that right now. I'll switch the music over. This is one of, if not my favorite track from C418. It's not in the game, it's in Volume Alpha. And I just wish there was more like it, but I've asked people, you know, like any music you can find that's like this, and there's just not any. It's very unique. It has a very unique vibe. Nothing really matches it anymore. Look, and I'm not even listening to it right now. I'm putting it in post, but I'm thinking about it, and I get chills a little bit. Something about it. I don't know. Maybe that sounds kind of lame, but it just gives me a different feeling. People will call it liminal. I don't know if I would call it that. I think the term liminal is a little overused these days. I don't know what it reminds me of, and I don't know what his inspiration was when he made it, but it is an amazing song. Oh man, I just realized we have an issue here. Oh no. That's not good. Alright, we have a little bit of a problem. I have this stairwell coming up right here, and that brings us really, really close to this boat launching system, which that doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. This is an Eats road. It was designed by Ethos Lab, way back in the day. It's an alternative to minecarts. It's a lot cheaper because it requires no iron. I made one in my world that helps me travel to a strip mining base. Anyway, it's kind of a weird contraption. This is definitely a Minecraft Alpha Redstone contraption. What happens when I get in this boat, it activates this pressure plate right here, opening this door. That door opens, allowing this boat to flow through. There are blocks holding this boat in place, stopping it from bobbing up and down, so it can pick up speed quickly. Let me just get in it. At the other end of this boat road is a contraption that's exactly the same. It has a boat sitting in it as well. So when I arrive at that other end, I hit one of these pressure plates. I think it's this one over here. I hit this pressure plate, and that activates the door, which opens this, releasing the boat that's there while I arrive. So that way, there's always one boat on either end of the station. Let me get in it and I'll show you what I mean. It's definitely one of my favorite ways to travel, and I made this one using some ice freezing mechanics. So when you freeze and unthaw ice, when it turns into water, it doesn't update. So that means I was able to kind of manipulate the game into having all this floating water. Now, it wasn't easy. It definitely wasn't easy. But was it worth it? Yes. It's a pretty cool gimmick. I like how it's very minimalist. There's a lot of ways to do it, but I just want to see if I can try this out. Anyway, here's the other mechanism. You'll see that boat just got released, and now it's going to the other end of the station. So yeah, that's how this works. Anyway, I'm just going to head right back. This is my painting museum. There's another boat road over there, but it's a little bit more standard. Let's get in here. Anyway, I need to change the stairwell. I think, flip-flop it, or like reverse it. That's fine, but it is in the way. Dang, I have to think about that. Maybe I need to redo the entire thing. I would hope not. But I also need to change this mechanism because while it's functional, it's ugly. It doesn't look very good. And it's pretty clearly taking up some space that I don't want it to take up. That'd be interesting if instead of just coming straight out and turning around, the boat turns around and goes in a loop and then appears in a spot that makes it really easy to board. And has like nice presentation and everything. I think that'd be pretty cool. I'm gonna have to move the stairwell, and I've already placed so many of these blocks, stairs and slabs. It happens, you know? It's just a part of playing this version. Alright, I think first thing I need to do before I do anything with the stairs, because this is really in the way. I traced it out up here, and it's pretty big. I think it needs to be downsized one way or another. Regardless of that, this needs to be shrunk or changed or something. So I'm going to take this apart right now, and it may be a little bit difficult because I feel like I don't have all my brain right now, but we're going to try it. Now, I can't remove all this water, and that's because if I remove that one, it'll update that block down there, which will cause it to flow. It's perfectly held in place because I had this flow on top of an ice block, walled off the sides, melted that ice, which turned it into water that didn't update, and then I broke the blocks on either side of it. That's kind of an ordeal, and then also, if I were to break this, I need to put ice back there. I need sky access, so I'd have to remove part of the roof and the glass here. That one's staying. That one can go. Over here, this one can go. I'm gonna break all this glass, and you guys are gonna hate me because I can't get it back. It's a big day for irreparable damage in the alpha world. Ugh. Yeah, I think pressure plates, you'll only get them back if you break the block underneath them. But same problem, it's a trade-off, you know. Do I sacrifice one slab to break these slab blocks? Or do I just sacrifice the pressure plate? And in this case, I think I'm gonna sacrifice the pressure plate. It's a little cheaper. Crazy how that works, huh? You know, I make this sound pretty tedious, but alpha mechanics are actually pretty fun. This is not a thing you can really do anymore in some of the modern versions. At least not in this style. Redstone's very limited. You really kind of have to stretch your imagination to make things work. And I like that. That's one of the reasons I play this instead of the standard modern Minecraft playthrough. I never played Alpha 1.1 until a year or two ago. Never touched it. Never played it as a kid. Nothing. I started on release 1.5. I wanted to try this out. I'm still here. I think it's been 9 months I've been playing this world, so it's going pretty good. Yo, I would love to do a world tour one day. Anyway, let's think about this. Boats are really finicky. That's one thing you need to know. If I were to make a pathway here that, I don't know, suddenly changed its direction, let's say, I don't know, like this, okay? Oh, not like that. Oh, hey! Oh, he can't reach me. I wonder if he'll fall down there. Oh, come closer. Oh! Oh, he lived! Oh, that's not good. Oh, aw, man. Bow spam. I love bow spam. You know, I suppose while I'm down here, I should really dump some of the stuff off. Let's take a short tour of these buildings. Alright. Up through here, we have the minecart station. Anyway, up through here, we have, I guess, part of the industrial complex, because this whole thing is here to support the quarrying operation. You know, I'm doing pretty good. I'm mining this out. This is a way to get a large amount of stone, because stone is one of the things I build with the most. Some people have asked me, why don't you just use a cobblestone generator? My answer to that is that it's boring. You know, it's really boring to do that. Just sit in one spot and just mine cobblestone over and over again. Also, I'm not going to say this is necessarily faster, but mining stone on its own is faster. It's faster, slightly, than mining cobblestone. Oh, I forgot I had eggs in my crafting inventory. That makes a full 64 egg stack. That's another thing you only see in alpha. While I'm down here, why don't I kill some of these pigs that keep spawning around here? This is Monster's oak smoked pork. I like to use oak wood to cook pork. See, I have 4. One block of planks can cook slightly more than a single item. So sometimes I try to time myself to see if I can conserve as much planks as possible when cooking. Because you can only do one at a time. These aren't stackable. Like, very quickly switching these out. Osu players hate me. I remember when I was younger, there was a pretty popular t-shirt going around, a Minecraft merchandise t-shirt, and it was I heart Minecraft, but instead of a heart, it was a raw pork chop. And I think that shirt was being sold back when food still wasn't stackable. It even used this old texture that people don't use anymore. I remember seeing that around when I was younger and being confused because I didn't play Minecraft when food wasn't stackable. I never was around for that era. I mean, I was alive, I just wasn't playing it. But yeah, that's a reference kind of to the pre-adventure update era of the game. Anyway, let's head up here. I was making some kind of point about this. I think it was Yeah, if I wanted to have a boat come in through here, like, and change directions, I may not be able to do that because colliding immediately with a wall can sometimes be dangerous. You know, it can make the boat break, and we don't want to do that. We have to be careful. At the same time, I think I can make this so it's a lot more efficient. I could change things up here. The stairwell's right here. That's definitely going to change. I'm probably going to make that a lot smaller because that's just in the way. Call me crazy. What if I had the boats come around right here and then you'd go back through that way? It's not an easy one. Let me try this. I would think that you could hold, well, not like that. You could hold a boat in place via a door, like this. So imagine your boat is held right here, and then this opens, and then you get along your way. That could be possible, you know? That could be. It could be. I don't know. Oh yeah, and also I gotta change the hinges at which these swing. Doors are a little bit more finicky in alpha, so the way that they open when powered by redstone is completely directional. It's just different. Anyway, let's try. Let me put some blocks here to force the hinge of the door to be on one side. Right here and right there. Okay. So doors have a little bit trouble when they're backwards like this. Let me get some torches. The double door stuff, which I didn't even think of, is pretty bugged. Like, they both just closed. You saw that. Perhaps I need to move these in a way that they're not actually next to each other. So I would move them right here and right there, which might be a little difficult. I realize that this doesn't work because the boat comes through here. It would hit this door no matter which way it's opening. All right, scrap that. Okay, so here's my thought. Instead, I want to have a single chamber on this side that you exit from, and then a single chamber on this side that you enter from. And this is kind of the way that I would make this work. Let me build it up a little bit more, and then I'll let you know what I'm talking about. Okay, I think I got something working. I have a bunch of pressure plates in here, but they should all be oriented in a way that this thing will require absolutely no redstone. And I broke some of these water streams, so I replaced them. I'll fix it later. I'll remove the dirt later. The idea is that when you're traveling through here, you're going to hit this pressure plate, which will open this door immediately. So you'll travel through into, well, this area, pass through here. These water streams are acting as a way to kind of make that block push this direction. It should push you against this door, which will be closed because you'll be on a pressure plate. This one, precisely. When you're on this pressure plate, that'll close that one door. When you exit the boat, that door will open, you'll get out. The boat will then move to this section, which is being held in place by this door. And then when you get in that boat, that pressure plate will activate, opening this door, allowing you to go freely. And also, when you're coming from this direction, you're going to hit this pressure plate, which is adjacent to this door, so whatever boat is already here will be let go. I have a feeling this isn't going to work. And maybe because of how the pressure plates are positioned, I don't know yet. So far it requires no redstone, but there's only really one way to find out. I'm going to put a boat right here. Oop, well, we don't want it to bob like that. Okay. This time let me push it into place. Oh, that also didn't work. Okay. There's not a great way to load boats to test this thing. Let me try this, okay? Let me put a boat up here, and then I'll kind of push it this direction. See if I can get it in that water stream. Come on, boat. It's very slow, and I know in modern Minecraft it's really easy to move a boat on solid ground, which doesn't make a lot of sense in principle, but it is very difficult here. Come on, push, push, push. Whoa! Oh! Oh! Too slow. Can I break this thing? I can. Okay. Oh, get out of here. I think the doors close too slowly for me to be able to be stopped by them. At least, that's what it seems like. You know, I should probably light this place up now. So I went in here really fast, and this didn't close in time. I bet you that I won't make contact with this pressure plate, which, you know, that's totally possible because I'm more to the right, like against this side, than to the left. Which means I need to have a little redstone. And I don't want to have any redstone, but, you know, here we are. Just because it'll further clutter everything. It's fine, though. Alright, I'll come back to you. Alright, I have a new design, but I think if I really want to properly test it, I have to come at it from all the way back here, which is a pain, but it's necessary. Alright, here we go. You know, I was thinking, I can see through here
because I'm inside the glass blocks. I can still see those glass blocks. If I were to fill in the gap between these two lines with glass, my view would be unobstructed, but that's very expensive. All right, you probably won't be able to tell what's happening because I'm using a lot of temporary blocks, but here we go. Why did it open? Oh, why did it open? Man, that is so hard to figure out. All right, so I got in place, it was closed, but then it opened. Why did it open? Maybe, okay, here's a thought. Perhaps my hitbox is not reaching this pressure plate, it's only reaching that block right there. And that's why it stays closed for a moment, and then it opens right back up. This is gonna take some serious rethinking. All right, here we come again. Wait a minute. I think this works. There's not a boat right there, but if there was... Ah, shoot. Too good to be true. I've reassessed my entire thinking on this project. I think it might be better if this came all the way out here, turned around, and then went back. The reason I think that is because I have to have room for this stairwell, right? Well, what if I put our stairwell right here instead of over here, okay? I made it a lot smaller. I'll tell you why in a minute. But if I put it right here, and then I have our eats road looping around right behind it, imagine there's a stairwell entrance right here. To the right, I can get on the boat and go on my way. To the left is where I exit the boat. Maybe you can see what I'm getting at here. But yeah, I'm gonna change it. And instead of stairs, I was thinking kind of while I was building this, I'm not sure I want stairs at all. Reason being, I want a way that I can really quickly get up and get back down. Because once I arrive here, I want to get mining as soon as possible. I need to get over there, where all my stuff is and where the quarry is. So I'm thinking I'm gonna change this up, and I'll show you what I mean in a moment. Okay, now it's gonna be more like an elevator shaft, and it's gonna be right here. That's not quite in the center of the building, but honestly, I don't care. I think it's gonna look good, so that's fine. But I gotta remove these stairs, which is a little bit of a pain, but oh well. You know, I don't think I really got to finish my thought earlier. I was talking about how some people criticized C418's music when it very first was added to the game. And I thought that was really interesting, because we all like it now. That's pretty much the one thing nobody dislikes about Minecraft, is the music. But when it was new, people didn't like it. When any feature was new, people didn't like it. I just found that interesting. Music really was kind of a novel idea for the game at the time. C418's music is really specific. Because we've just listened to it so much, it seems inseparable from the concept of Minecraft. But it's really specific, it's really melodic. A lot of the music being made nowadays, you know, I don't even know all the artists. I know that there's a lot more. Like Aaron Cheroff, Lena Rain, there's some more, I can't remember. Their music is more atmospheric, I guess. It's meant to just evoke a feeling, you know, or a vibe or a mood. Whereas C418's music was really melodic and really specific. Alright, well, now I have this going on here. I'm probably gonna need some more smooth stone. I got kind of fascinated with this idea of like really obscure criticisms of the game, because come on, who would tell you that C418's music should be removed? Who would tell you that these days? Nobody. I found this really interesting, so what I did is I started kind of doing a little bit of research out of curiosity. I went to the Minecraft forums, I looked through old posts, I searched the word criticism. I found some really interesting stuff. There were people who were mad, I think in 2016, when Mojang added hearts to the game. The hearts that appear when you hit something, a mob. You know, if you do a critical hit or just a normal hit or something, I don't really remember, it displays like heart particles. I guess to tell you how much damage you're doing, I don't really know. But there were people criticizing that who said it made the game infantile. There was a lot of people who hated on 1.3 because it caused a lot of lag, apparently. Something about the internal server. I went even further than that, and I want to do more research on the topic. I started making a list of every obscure criticism of the game that I could possibly find, and I came up with a few. I know people were really upset when beds were added, although that one has kind of received some more attention recently. Dalka made a video about how beds should be endgame items, and I think that he's pretty much right. I'm not saying Mojang should change what they've already got, but I think it's a good idea. One of the reasons I like Alpha is that there are no beds. You know, I do kind of have more incentive to not die, purely based off of the fact that
if I die, it's going to be a lot harder to get back to wherever I was because I can't set my spawn. Some people were really mad when wolves were added, so much so that it spun an entire total conversion mod called Better Than Wolves. You might have heard of that. I've never played it myself. There are people who are mad when villagers were added. You know, I just spoke to a guy who told me that he was upset about how block states were added. Instead of using block ID or metadata, he was upset that block states were added to the game, which I found fascinating. I have another channel where I more talk about old Minecraft instead of just do gameplay. I think that one day, if I ever had the time, I'd like to do a compilation of all the oldest, the most random, the most obscure criticisms of the game that I can find. I just find it really interesting. Anyway, for now, I'm going to put a ladder here, but that's not the end goal. Let me just finish up this elevator shaft and also kind of work on some of these floors as well. Alright, this is what I have so far. Check this out. This is our elevator shaft. Well, it will be. This is our first floor. This thing has 4 floors so far. Pushing it back a little bit towards this end of the building has actually given us a lot of nice space that I like. I like it a lot. What I'm going to put on every one of these floors, I don't know. Probably just offices. But at the moment, my main focus is right here. So far, I just have a very normal ladder here. Ladders can be put every other block in older versions of the game. But for now, I'm going to have this be the way up, and this be the way down. I think down here, I'm going to do the same thing with ladders. I'm going to put a ladder here. Okay. One there, and one there. So when I want to go down, I just get on the ladder, fall, and I'm at the bottom. But let's say, I don't know, I want to go to floor 2. I don't want to go to floor 1. It should be pretty simple. I just get on, and then here we are. Floor 2. Easy, right? This is how I get up, but that's about to change because there's an easier way to do this, and it involves boats. I need to craft a few more, I think, to make this work. So back in the day, people used to make elevators and fast travel methods using boats. Basically what you would do, you'd have one boat somewhere and then another boat another place, and you'd get one boat and you'd click the other boat and you'd instantly move there. I can't move back. That's concerning. I think I'm sitting on this end of the boat. Alright, but you get my point, right? Move from here to there, instantly. Anyway, the same thing can go for vertically. My goal is to drop a boat, I think right here. So let me remove that ladder entirely. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I think I could just push it. Can I? Well, that doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. I know this is possible, okay? Oh. Alright. Let's make a few here, because this may get kind of messy. I guess, you know, I've never watched people make these. I just kind of assumed I could figure it out on my own. I still think I can. The boat just needs to go right there. I think I need to make use of temporary blocks, like this. Okay, and then I'll go underneath. Okay, well, I think I'm on the right track. I can't reach that, though. Not from down here. Let's break that. Put a dirt block there. And then to make sure that when I remove that dirt block, it doesn't fall, I'm going to put dirt around it. Because I think the hitbox is slightly larger than a single block. And then I'll... Ah, shoot. I was in the way. Okay, boom. I think that's what we want. Okay, it stays up. The ladder's keeping it up there. Boom, look at that. Okay. Look at that. Up at the next floor. Pretty nice. I don't really like the Z fighting, but I think that's just a part of it, right? So yeah, if I just want to get to the next floor, boom, I'm there. We run into a small issue right here because, you know, when I'm sitting here, I probably won't be able to reach the next floor. So I'm going to have to put a boat probably between it, and that's fine. But down here, I don't need to. I can just leave this one like it is. So since I'm going to put a boat there, that makes this whole thing pretty simple. Oh, I accidentally hit it. So when I come up, yeah, I can't hit it. It's too far. Since these floors are 4 blocks tall, you know, it's going to be a little bit difficult. That's okay. I think I'll put it right here because, you know, when I'm in here, I'll have to be able to get out and walk out without bumping the boat above me. Man, I hope I can do this without it being weird. Okay, just like that. Break. Alright, here's the question. If I get out of this boat, will it knock that one around? No, it won't, but I think if I... Yeah. It's too vulnerable. That's not good. What if I have ladders holding it in place? Can I do that? Shoot. Shoot. There we go. Perfect. I'm sure if I hit this, it'll still move. Yep. I don't like that. That's concerning. What do I do? What do I do about that? I could, instead of having these in the middle, I can move this to the corner. And then I could have blocks protecting it. I still could over here, right? It's just kind of in the way. If I shove it in the corner, it's a little bit easier to manage. I think I'm going to do that. Oh no, I'm going to have to replace so many slabs. It's a work in progress. I don't really mind. I mean, this version of the game is slow. I don't mind that. I just like to do a little bit every day. Slowly but surely, I'm going to reach my goals, and then I'm going to set new ones. I mean, I'm in no rush, is what I'm trying to say. I kind of have to totally break this thing to pieces, just because of the nature of slab placing. Alright, so the first boat, as I talked about earlier, is going... Well, I need to make more now. Right, shoot. Right there. Break the dirt, place a ladder, there we go. Now I gotta put one right here. Can I place... Wait, I can't place blocks around this now, can I? Nope, boat's hitbox is too big. I have to do the blocks first. Boom. Wait, how do I get out of here? That's interesting. Look at that, I got stuck in the slabs. No, this isn't gonna work. Shoot. For some reason it's going on top of these blocks. I should probably use a different block entirely. We'll use cobblestone. Why not? Let's use cobblestone. Okay, that fits, which means I can break this, put a ladder there, break this, call it good. Alright, let's try it out. Okay, I can get out without bumping this. Perfect, that's exactly what I need. And then this next one needs to be placed. Alright, so, I start from down here, click up, boom. I just went 2 stories. Alright, let me do the rest. Okay, I think we're done. Alright, this goes all the way to the top floor now. Let's see how quickly I can get to floor 4. Boom! That is so much faster than stairs. That's awesome. I don't think this will work in a real-life office building, but here we go. This is how we get down. A little slower. That's so cool, though. You're just limited to how fast you can click. Isn't that neat? Awesome. Very excited about that. Now that I have this, I guess, elevator shaft in place, I can finish this thing. And there should be perfectly enough room to do it, now that I've kind of figured out what I want to do. Okay, in case what I was saying before didn't make sense, this is what I meant. I want this boat to come all the way around to the end and loop back. So, let's look over here. I want the boat to stop here when you want to get off. And then I want it to come over to here when you exit the boat and it's ready to enter on this side. I can pretty easily control this. Now I might as well get this started. You know, I didn't even think about how this wall is going to be here. This wall over here is going to be pretty much solid stone. Let me remove these. And then right here I need some kind of block. Otherwise this is going to shoot out this way. There we go. That's better. Alright, so the boat will come down, loop around. I want it to first stop right here. And I want it to be a natural stopping point. That's the other thing. So, if I place the door with... Oh no! Oopsies. Let me fix this really quickly. I place a block right here. It goes down. I don't know. Is this going to be a problem? This might be an issue. Change of plan. The door being right here would update this water stream, causing it to flow backwards. So I need to, I think, put it right here instead. Like this. So when I come this way, I should make some kind of contact with this. But even if I don't, that's fine. Let's say, right here is where I make contact. If my boat's right there, that door will stay closed. When I exit that boat, that door will open. And I'll continue on this direction. The boat will arrive down here. I need to have something that stops it down here as well. So probably a very similar situation. Like this. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing about boats in this version. You never know how, if the way you place them is going to put them into a powered or unpowered position. In this case, when I placed it, it was like this, but it was actually in a powered position. When I take away a redstone current, it goes this way. You know, it's just based on which X or Y axis you're facing, that kind of thing. Or is it Z? This needs to be in a state of being closed at all times. So when this boat is released, it'll come down here and get stopped by this boat. So I need a redstone torch incorporated here somehow. All right, here we go. I think I have it set up properly in the other end, so let's give it a go. I am pretty sure I thought of everything in this one. There's a little bit of redstone in use, but it's okay. Why am I being pushed out? That's not what we want. That's not what we want. Oh no. I think I had too much momentum in this direction. I think all I have to do is replace this with a block. I think that's it, and I'll be good. Man, well that means I gotta start again. I don't want to do that. Let's see if I can just pretend that I came from that direction, kind of. Alright, come on, come on. Wait. Ow. Oh, right. Okay. Well, I guess we're going back. That's fine. We'll go all the way back, and then we'll come forward, and then we'll have a proper test, I suppose. Anyway, a few days ago, I was outside with my mother. We were gardening some flowers or something. And I saw this little bird walking around outside. It was gray, had a white stripe on its wings, a little bit of black. It's called a killdeer. And they're neat little birds. They're noisy. They kind of walk around more than they fly. Anyway, they lay their eggs on little depressions in the ground, and this one killdeer was just staying in this same spot on my driveway and not moving. Anytime I got close, it would puff up its feathers. I actually took a video. Yeah, it would puff up its feathers, tweet at me and everything, and I'm like, what's going on? I came back there a little later, and it had laid 2 eggs on my driveway, the worst possible spot it could have laid eggs. They're really cute. They're about 1.5 inches long, I think. And it just kept staying in that spot, you know, protecting its eggs, screeching at me if I came near. Eventually I went there and they were gone. I had thought about moving them, but I think some predator took the opportunity before I could. Anyway, I love birds. I really love birds. They're super cute. Here we go. Please work. Ah! Alright. Ah! Face through the floor. Okay. Okay, so an adjustment needs to be made. That adjustment being, this needs to, I think, activate this door a little bit earlier on. You know, because by the time I get here and the time that door shuts, I'm already kind of through it, which means my entire body in the boat is going to phase through that door. That's not good. We don't want that. We're in a bind. I don't know how to prevent it. Let me think about this for a minute. Okay, this is kind of a long shot, but I think I can preemptively close the door. So when I'm coming in this way, I can hit that pressure plate. That'll close the door. And then when I come around, hopefully it stays closed long enough. I don't know. I don't know. I may have to do that one. But that's obviously a little hard to reach. I'd have to go underneath. I'm not opposed to doing that. It's just I don't really want to. I really don't want to walk all the way back. Let's make a new boat. That was interesting. You see that? Oh, it's going underneath all of them. Look at that. If the boat goes underneath all the blocks, but not any of the items. How about that? That is so weird. Okay. Alright, go, go, go. Oop. Nope. Ow. No, that's not gonna work. Alright. Okay, I think I have a better idea. It's gonna involve removing this, putting that there, putting a brand new pressure plate right there. I gotta remove this one, which is gonna mess things up a little bit. I'm gonna put it right there, and then when I hit that, it should activate the door. Oh shoot, you know, this is in the way. That's not good. So the question is, how do I prevent that from happening? I want this pressure plate to power this door. May have to go underneath. That may just be what I have to end up doing. Say that powers that one. Building redstone lines with slabs is really inefficient, but I am committed to the aesthetic. Say redstone torch there, Another redstone torch needs to go here. Like that. And that torch has to power this block. You know what? It could go here instead. Nope, it can't go there. Unless I change this block to just a slab. That way, that signal won't travel through the full block and power this redstone. I'm onto something here. And then all I gotta do, I think, is this. And boom, I think we're in business. I don't mind it being a little bit messy now because I have everything in the place that I want it to be. Just put that right there, okay. So when I come in, I'm gonna hit that. It's gonna open that door. Hopefully that gives us enough time, just barely, to be stopped by this thing. Get over. Oh, no! Huh. Clutch. Alright. This way. No. No! Okay. That's really sad. This is a tough one, man. Let me figure this out. Oh my gosh, I just realized something so stupid. You can get slabs back by mining them with a pickaxe. I've been mining them with my fists and destroying them the entire time. You see, I lose them when I do this. When I do it with the pickaxe, I get it back. Why? I don't know. Probably because it borrows the code from the stone pressure plates. Now that I know it, I'm going to make heavy use of that. Alright, this should now be completely functional. I've tested it a few times. I haven't tested it yet with multiple boats, but I have pretty good faith in it. This end of the boat road never had a problem. I'll show you why. It's just the pressure plate that boat is on right now that'll activate that door. I mean, I don't think you can see it, but there's a pressure plate on that block. Activates the redstone dust, inverts that torch, opening the door, and sends it on its way. And then when you come from this direction, you hit that pressure plate, which activates that redstone, inverts the exact same torch, inverts that torch, opening that door, releasing the boat that's already here. There's some science to protect water from flowing onto it. Alright, let's try this out. Here we go. So far, so good. There's a pig climbing on that tree. When I get down to this end, the boat that's down here should release. Alright, here we go. What? Oh, no. Did I get stuck right there? What on earth? I got stuck right there. Okay, well, that's... How do I get out of this? We're gonna do some emergency maneuvers here. Ladder. That means that the boat was pushed over too far to the right, and then it hit that block. Alright, I have faith that that's not gonna be a reoccurring issue. I think it might have been just how I loaded the boats down there. I hope. Let's load a brand new boat. I'm gonna grab some glass really quickly. Alright, glass. We have 3 stacks over here. I might have some more in the other place as well. Alright, let's climb in this boat. Okay, moment of truth. There's a boat right there. It gets released. We get put in place. Let me exit. Nice. Now if I, suddenly wanted to go back, I could hop in and it'll take us down. I just want to make sure I don't have this same exact problem again. If I do, that's bad. Alright, please, 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 please. Are you kidding me? Alright, thankfully I think I know how to fix this. I think the fix for this is a little bit crude, but it goes like this. Let me destroy this block and put a ladder there. If I put that ladder there, that has a tiny hitbox, so perhaps it'll push the boat out some when it hits that wall. That's my thought anyways. It's gonna take a little bit more testing. Okay. Nope. That's not... Yeah, we don't want that. Now I'm wondering if I can replace this pressure plate with a ladder and get away with it. Can I do that? Oh, why is this? Oh no! Oh, oh I'm stuck here. No, I'm not. Okay, well. Ah! Oh no. Oh, it snowed on top of that block and it updated the water. Okay, there's the moon. This works now. I tested it even more times. I promise it works. Alright, let's check it out. The fix really was just those ladders. Come down here, scoot right past like I'm covered in butter. Get back in the boat. Here we go. This is actually making me dizzy. Oh my goodness. Jeez, that had a real effect on me. I've been playing this for too long. Yeah. I've actually played on this world for 9 months. If I had gotten pregnant back then, I would have given birth at this point. Alright, here we go. That boat's released. Smooth like butter. There we go. We're done. I mean, with this system. Good lord. It took way too long. There's some redstone underneath here. Over here, I gotta remove all these extra blocks. I have to melt this ice. Remove all the dirt that I have underneath here. Remove that. Remove that. Perfect. I think this section of the building, this back section, this is going to be something like a maintenance room of some kind. For now, this is it. The fully functioning thing. This works. I'm going to call it good on this contraption. I think I just want to finish decorating this building. Alright, well, let's say that this right here is our last post. Fill in this stone right here. Oh, alright, the back wall. Alright, this is this floor complete, I guess. I mean, structurally. This floor is missing a lot of glass. I know just the thing. More glass. Alright, that's floor number 2 all done. I don't have enough stone for floor number 3. Oh no. I need to start some new pillars because this land is exposed. That was the last of my slabs. Alright, let's get some more. What? This tree has some abnormal growth. I probably just cut a tree that was right next to it. You know, it's so weird. I remember when there was literally nothing here. I probably have video proof of it. There was nothing here. This place has really developed quite a lot. I have become Steve. Bringer of stone. Yeah, sometimes I like to just shut off my Wi-Fi so my skin loads as the very classic Steve instead of my normal skin. I just like it, you know. I moved this tree again. Who knows? Maybe it'll grow this time. I just moved it by a block over to the right. Goodness gracious. Maybe I need to move it up one. It's very... Anyway, this floor is done. This floor is also done. Yep. Full walk around. Still don't know what to put in this building. This floor needs some stone. That's what it needs. Alright. I got just the thing. Here we go. I suppose while I'm doing this, I'll tell a story. There was this one time that I was invited to do a Skeppy event. And if you don't know who he is a, I don't know, he's a pretty large Minecraft YouTuber. I think he's well connected. And he hosts like player events every once in a while. Like he just makes a bunch of people fight each other or do mini games or something like that. Anyway, I was invited to one. The reason I was invited to one is because I am acquainted with a very large YouTuber. We're talking millions of subscribers. I'm not a name dropper, so I'm not going to mention who he is. But he was invited because I guess he's in that circle. And he didn't feel like going. So he went to me and a few other people I know. He's like, hey, you want to take my spot? And I'm like, all right, sure. So me and a couple of other people ended up going to this event. And it was 100 boys versus 100 girls, I think. I think that's what it was. Yeah, and we had to verify ourselves, say which, are we a boy or are we a girl? One of the guys I was with had to say he was a girl because there's no more spots in the boys team. Which was pretty funny, because they didn't even... I mean, how are they going to verify that, Anyway, we joined in the server, and it's just a big box. It is just a big box. And I've not really watched this guy since I was probably 15 or 16 years old. So I don't really know what to expect. But there's a lot of people there who I do recognize who are also in that circle. I mean... I think Bad Boy Halo was there, Mystic Cat was there. I don't watch them, I just know that they're famous people, I guess. I certainly don't know them. I'm just saying, this is like kind of a high profile thing. There's a bunch of other people. I don't remember anybody else besides those two names. You know, it went something like this. There was 100 boys on one team and 100 girls on one team, and then he was just going to make us do like mini games and stuff. But I could tell he was kind of mostly coming up with it on the fly. So like first we did a bunch of parkour, and he like built some random parkour just in the arena, and we had to jump to the top. And then once we all got to the top, which he gave us way too long to do, like 10 minutes, to the point where everyone just started dicking around and like jumping off the parkour, you know, just messing around, not really taking it super seriously, which was a bad idea because like suddenly he's like, oh, you have 1 minute to get back up. So the people who were on the ground and who were screwing around were like, oh shoot, you know, we gotta go. He decided he was gonna eliminate everybody who didn't make it. And the way he was gonna do that was delete the floor because we were over the void. And that's what he did. Thing is, okay, one of the people that I was with was not on the parkour. She was on the ground and she was about to get eliminated, standing in about the center of the arena. Now there was one other thing. Later in the event, Skeppy was planning on doing some kind of dropper thing. He had put the dropper that he had built underneath this arena. Underneath the floor was mostly void, but in the center was the dropper that we were all supposed to go on later. And I guess he didn't think that someone might have been standing in the center when he deleted the floor. So the person I was with, she fell in there. Like, she fell in the dropper and survived the dropper course, and then crouched and pretended to not be eliminated. Eventually, we did do the dropper challenge after some other mini games had happened, and you know, we all jumped to the bottom and she was already there, and then she was back in the race because no one had noticed that she was down there. It was crazy. Most of the event was spent waiting. There was, at one point, we were going to do a build contest, girls versus boys, and he just like, okay, start building, and nobody had any blocks, but he suddenly turned off like anti-brake. So people started tearing apart the arena, and he got mad, and he's like, no, don't do that. He reset the arena, turned anti-brake back on, and then gave us some blocks. But then, you know, we can't place them because he turned anti-brake on. So we're just sitting around, and then we did that for 5 minutes till he got confused. Like, oh, nobody's building. So turn anti-brake off, and then he's like, all right, I gotta give these guys blocks, but I can't give them creative, which he also did try, and that didn't go well. And I might be getting some of those wrong. It was a while ago, and I'm out of stone. Dang it. So he just started like doing /give all random sets of blocks, logs, bark blocks, like just stairs, just random stuff. He even gave us diamonds at one point, and then people started hoarding the diamonds for the later PvP matches so they could have diamond armor. It was such a mess. And I'm like, I don't even know how this guy is making any usable footage out of this. But in the end, it didn't really matter because he did get his footage. Everyone was also supposed to record their own point of view. And, you know, I recorded mine, I sent mine in, everybody did, right? Mine was not used whatsoever. And I am pretty sure it's because the whole time we were just talking about how poorly run the whole thing was. So yeah, that they never made it in. A bunch of other stuff happened. I mean, the video's on YouTube and I'm in there for like a very brief second. You can see me failing at parkour and dying and then getting eliminated. I do want to say, I am terrible at competitive Minecraft. I'm really bad at it. Like, I'm okay at build battle, but that's a different kind of competitive. You know, bed wars, the walls, the bridge, all kinds of like where you have to fight other people. I'm terrible at that. So I knew I probably wasn't going to win. I didn't think I was going to lose at parkour, but it was like one of those matrix jumps where you kind of have to, it's like this, and you have to like jump around and then, you know, make it to the other side. You can't do that in alpha because there's no sprinting. But it doesn't matter because I can't do it in modern anyways. Sprinting or no, I couldn't do it at all. So yeah, I got eliminated pretty early. This guy, you know, he just tosses like thousands of dollars at the winners. I think he did anyways. He said he was going to. I don't know if they actually got the money. I'm going to assume that they did, you know, otherwise there'd be some drama. But, you know, I don't really know. That's kind of out of my depth. Oh! Oh, man. This right here is all the stone and cobblestone that I have. That's literally all I have left. So I need to really take some time and go to that quarry and start mining again. I mean, that's why all this stuff is here, is just for that quarry. You know, it's really interesting how one structure can spawn so much stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I just built the quarry first, and then like, I should have a little building to put my chests, and then I built that thing. And then I was like, oh, well, you know, I should have a larger building, because the chests, I mean, they're not all gonna fit in that little thing. So I built that one. I built this hallway to it. And I'm like, oh, I could put a garden right next to it. I turned that into a furnace room, and then I decided I needed a way to get here. So I built this railway from the center of my world, and then a subway station underneath there. And then I decided I needed a way to get from here to the strip mining area. So I made this Eats Road, and then I built this building to receive the Eats Road. And now I'm building this building, and I'm like, oh, there needs to be a way to connect these buildings. So I made this garden area right here. That garden area looks great. I love how that turned out. I actually really do like it. You know what? I was just thinking of this, okay? There's that sheep. There's that diagonal path right there. But imagine there's a pond right here, okay? There's a pond, and then there's a little bridge going over the pond. That could be cool, right? I think that'd be neat. Maybe I even have some kind of river. You know, that could be fun. Maybe when I'm done doing this, I'll do that. Because I didn't expect to spend so much time just trying to figure out these boats. That's okay. I mean, I don't really mind. I am not a modern Minecraft YouTuber. I'm not like setting myself a goal to build some kind of massive farm by the end of the video. You know, I have a job, I have a life, I can't do that kind of thing. But I can just provide some commentary and then hopefully provide some relaxing alpha footage. You know, that's all I want to do, and I hope it's enjoyable. Just wish I could finish up this building. I can't though. At least I could have kept this cool floor art. I was thinking I would have to get rid of it, but nope. I made it fit. Anyway, I never got invited to another Skeppy event. Maybe that's for the best. You know, it's just an interesting experience. I may even need more logs. Goodness gracious, look at that. That's it. That's all I got. Ta-da, here we are. I want up here to be almost like a secret club or like a penthouse kind of thing. I don't know how I'm going to pull it off quite yet. A secret club, maybe this is where the corporate people, the executives hang out, or this is where the secret, you know, elites that run the entire alpha world or have their meetings, you know. Anything could happen. Who knows? I know I want to have a secret way to get up here. I already have an idea on how to do that, but I don't think I really have time left in the week to pull that off, so maybe that's going to be another time. Main reason for that is I have a wedding to go to. Yeah, my great aunt is getting married. She's 75. Better late than never. No, I'm kidding. She's been married 3 other times. But yeah, I've got a wedding to go to. All the stuff I still want to do is just going to have to wait. That's okay. That is a nice view. Wow. I mean, I never really put it together till I had the roof and the pillars and the glass. That is a nice view. I love how we're just at the top of the treetops. Look at that. And then the buildings in the distance. That's amazing. That is so cool. Oh man, I'm in love with this. That is awesome. Wow. Imagine how it looks from up there. I didn't even get a look. Alright, yeah, clearly there's a lot more to go around here. I also kind of noticed something unfortunate over here. That's if I go all the way out this way. I made this tunnel, you know, to receive the boat road. And then it gets walled off right there. But this wall is actually a block further away. That's because this section of building is an odd length while the tunnel is an even length. So it's going to look kind of strange. I'm thinking of ways to mitigate that, though. Don't worry. But I'm pretty impressed with how this turned out. I think I'm going to leave it for now. Come back to it another time when I have more resources. What? My monitor just turned off. Oh man, that is weird. Yeah, my monitor's been doing that. I was about to jump down. Ouch. Alright, I just put some stuff away. I think I'm gonna work on this pond thing right here. Ooh, and look, this tree just grew. That's convenient, but you know what isn't convenient? The fact that I have no logs. What if I just stole one from back here? Yeah, what if I just stole this one? Boom. Grew a brand new tree over here. Let's make the pond first. I want to kind of dig out where this is supposed to be. Ponds are tricky, especially in this version where, you know, you have to light it up enough so it doesn't freeze. I can do a lot underneath these trees here because I know that it won't freeze under the trees. And the leaves are cutting off sky axis from them. Something like that. That's a good pond shape, I think. I think the bottom of the pond should be gravel. Also, while I was away, I ended up making some white chai tea. You might want to correct me for calling it chai tea, but I mean that it's white tea and chai mixed, so it's white chai tea. I mean, that's what it's called. I don't know. Anyway, I never tried it before, so I brewed it at about 200 Fahrenheit. I wasn't sure if I should, brew it lower because it's white tea or if I should brew it really hot because it's chai. You know, I was a little bit confused about that. So I split it in the middle, did 200 Fahrenheit, put a lot of honey in there, put a lot of heavy cream in there. I tried it and it's good, but it leaves a little bit to be desired. You see, it's half white tea and half chai, and it kind of tastes like it's missing the full potential of both. Like the white tea flavor isn't all the way there and the chai flavor isn't all the way there, so it's just kind of like mellowed out. It's still good, you know, probably just needs to be saved by sugar and cream. It's kind of funny, it's like they literally just mixed white tea and chai. And it looked like it had rooibos and apple pieces in it. I don't know, I didn't really memorize what was in the tea itself. I just scooped it into a bag and it looked interesting at a grocery store. Okay, I'll make this go down a little bit too. Alright, I'm gonna fill this in again and put the water layers over it. Let's just surround the edge with torches to prevent anything from freezing at the present moment. Ta-da! You know, I gotta pull over from the tea pond. While I'm here, I might as well grab these sugar canes. Yeah, this is the tea shop I just recently built. I feel like there should be more to it, but I like how it looks. Oh, that's weird. That's so weird. There used to be a pressure plate on top of this glass block out here, and now it's gone. I don't know what happened to it. It's kind of weird, right? This one's still here. I used block replacement bypass to put it there. I'll put a new one there. Might as well. I want it to kind of look like a jar, you know? Block replacement bypass. So you can place certain things where they're not supposed to go if instead of placing it in an empty spot, you replace another block with it. The only blocks you can replace in alpha are water, lava, and snow layers. So if I place water here and then very quickly switch to my pressure plate and place that, I can put this pressure plate on glass where I normally can't. Oh, but I was too slow. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, it's a little tricky. Boom, look at that. Now we have a jar. All right, here we go. Filling up the pond. Makes me wish fishing was in the game. I mean, it is, just not this version, you know? I like fishing. I wish it was more fleshed out. I like that they made fishing more interesting. I think it was in 1.7 or 1.6, or something like that. When they made fishing a lot more like interactive. You know, they had the particles of the fish that chase your bobber and that kind of thing. You got treasure too. I mostly like that fishing was more, like they just added more stuff to fishing. But I wish there was like a serious effort to make fishing more rewarding. It'd be cool if the fish that you caught displayed lengths. And by that, I mean like you caught a fish and then in the tooltips it said, oh, this is a 6.7 incher, you know, something like that. So people would compete and see like how big of a fish they could catch, and maybe even the fish length, the fish species could be completely biome dependent or environmental dependent. I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen. All right, I think I'm safe to swim in here. Filled the bottom with source blocks. That's a nice looking pond. And I don't think any of it's gonna freeze, which is also nice. Let's put some reeds over here. Some flowers and stuff while I'm at it. Oh, and another thing I like to put around ponds is moss stone, which can only be found in dungeons. It's the only way to get it. There we go, add some moss stone. That needs a torch over there. I like how that looks. Let me add some more flowers and stuff around here. All right, we're cooking. Completely forgot I wanted to make a bridge through here. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Now I'm not sure where I would put that. I think I'm gonna leave it be how it is, because I just don't know where it would go. Thinking about like sight lines and stuff, if I was looking out across, that might kind of ruin the view of that building or that pond. So I think for now, bridge is gonna be an afterthought. A bridge over here would be cool. Like if there was a little water stream or like an aqueduct right here. A bridge right here would be perfect. But that area still needs some work in the future. All right, there's one more thing that needs to be built. To get it out here, I'm gonna need a little bit of scaffolding. So let me do that. We're gonna need these 3 blocks. Can you tell what it is? It's a really expensive duck. Look at that. Oh man, that looks awesome. Ah man, I love how that turned out. That's so pretty. Yeah, 27 gold ingots, but it was worth it. Besides, I can't do anything with gold anyways. Look at that. The only thing we need now, I think, is like some benches or something. Let me just put like some benches right. Well, that doesn't work at all. Okay. That didn't work. Stairs are finicky. I was kind of hoping that those signs would force them to face some certain way. It didn't. It's modern art. That's what it is. There we go. Modern art. You could probably use it as a table. All right, anyway, here's our little duck. I think with that, I am gonna bring this video to a close. Before I go, I want to thank one of my YouTube members, Donut Compositions, who bought me some tea, or donated me some and told me to try out his favorite tea. Some Irish breakfast from Harney & Sons, loose leaf. Looks super cool. I haven't opened it yet. I'm excited to try it tomorrow morning. It's a breakfast tea. Gotta have it for breakfast. But thank you very much. And speaking of my members, thank you so much to all of you, really. I mean, wow. It really helps. Pretty soon I'm going to be doing this YouTube thing full time, and your support makes it all the more possible. Plus, it means I can do this full time while still keeping sponsors completely away from my videos. I don't want them anywhere near here. So thank you so much. You're on screen right now if you're a member. I certainly appreciate it. Anyway, I can't show my face. I can do this though. Hope you enjoyed the video, and there's more to come. I've been Monster, and have a good night.